Vittori98133 just subscribed. Holiday Heart just subscribed.
Alrighty then, let's get this show. Well, I mean, I'm gonna be here. The show's starting technically, but the live letter is not for another over an hour at this point. But good morning. All the same, I am up bright and early and wide awake. And after the interviews yesterday, ready for some good times because the interviews yesterday were quite the time. I've already got my sub. Oh, actually, hold on. I want to change the text. It says it in the title. Translations by r/Ivy. I'm trying to get ready. Why are you like this? Let me put the music back on. There we go. And then I'll delete the live letter at 3 a.m. part close to the start. Morning, Ivy. It is indeed morning. The sun do be up. Pitch black out doesn't mean it's not morning, and this doesn't mean the sun isn't up somewhere. Let's see. I think everything is set up. Oh, so let me get ad running. Yeah, so I have to run ads as much as possible to get rid of them before the live letter. Not on the West Coast, but somewhere. It's up there. I just can't see it. It's up there somewhere. Alright, let's see. Where are all my trace minute ads? Is it this one? Yeah. Gotta run those manually as much as possible. I also have to hit the snooze button as much as possible, too. Morning. How long? About an hour. Yeah, there was just a lunar eclipse. Point to the sun. No, it's going to dox myself because then I'll tell you what direction the sun is from my apartment, and you'll find me. I know it. The sun has blown up. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, I slept okay last night. Wasn't like perfect sleep, but I'll manage. I'll manage as well as possible. I completely forgot there was even anything like a lunar eclipse last night. It just left my mind. There you go. See, Seguya? Seguya's got it. It's about to go down, but it's still up at the moment. Yeah, it's in an hour. 3 a.m. Pacific. It's currently 1:56 a.m. Pacific. Any re-clears of fruit? Yeah, I've got like 10 fruit clears, I think. $6 a.m. Eastern, yep. Predictions. We've known what the release date is. There's no prediction to be had. We've known it for like a month and a half now. There's only one day it can be. Then again, my prediction for the release date has been the same for about 7 months now. I predicted the entire patch release schedule, and I'm 3 for 3 at this point. Competitive game to play or to watch? Because I don't really play too many competitive games. DDR is the only thing I was competitive in. Oh, God. Gotta get my stretch on. Oh, I didn't stretch this morning. Haha. I can't believe they already decided to make a house ring. Like, it's hilarious they went for this with Pulse. Hi. Well, it's not a recap from the interview. We're going to be seeing in-game footage of everything. We'll see the trailer. We'll get to see a bunch of stuff. Today, it's display day, as I like to call it. It is a banger. You're not wrong about that. Dante, thanks for the 52 months. I love resubs. I love all subs.
Yeah, I'm the real Dante. Just
Nom 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 subs.
Or you have to chat a very early morning. No dot slash.
I'll blow you to smithereens.
Okay, I was really worried there for a second. The phantom weapons look like? I have no idea, but I love that they're called phantom weapons.
LT Dan 87 just subscribed. All the subs nom nom.
Dom nom. Dom nom nom. Morning watch party. Damn right. I should probably pull up Final Fantasy 13 in the back and farm chips for the next hour, but I'm not going to do that. I'm probably not going to farm too many more chips later anyway.
Chaos.
Absurd. I mean, I don't think it's going to be bad.
Chaos.
Seventh Tab, thanks for the gifted sub.
Chaos.
Yeah, I'm staying on after the live letter. I got State of the Realm. I got Final Fantasy 13 State of the Realm. The huge. We got an hour till live letter, and then I've got State of the Realm at noon. I've got Raid tonight, too. Raid's going to be brutal. Because I'm going to be fucking tired. Show the mount for the newest tier? No. We'll see some of the gear in the trailer, though. We get to see all the gear, if not from the trailer, then on the special site. Pretty consistent experience. Not sure who... No, it's not sure who Smithereens is, but sounds like a lucky person. Lynn, thanks for the second month.
False Nightman just subscribed. Happy LL Day.
Happy live letter day indeed. Thank you. Thank you for the resub. Welcome back.
Chaos.
Patches in, well, it's in a week and a half, and the tier is in 2.5. Because obviously patches don't happen on Fridays.
Blue just subscribed with Prime.
Toki Doki, thank you for the Prime sub.
Are you clear today?
Ooh, grats. Congratulations. What weapon did you pick? Good morning, Afterglow. Hey, it reshuffled. I mean, that's fine. Oh yeah, where is it shuffled into it. It's funny that I didn't pick this theme. It shuffled into it. Out of, by the way, 4,000 songs, it shuffled into this theme when you brought up Fru. I'm just saying, I didn't do it. Good morning, Balana. Yes, it will be trailer time. All the voice lines automatically happen in my head as this plays.
Daedalus123 just subscribed. Hi, happy live letter day.
Yes, live letter. Thank you, bot. Thank you. Good old live letter. Only I can protect her. Hello, Phoenix. Chaos? 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 Dude, I was yelling Reen every time too. Reen! Alright, ads are gone. You have to live, letter. You have to live. I love Hibachi. The only line he doesn't have is the whore line.
Lee Vanna just subscribed with Prime.
Leah, thank you for the 48 months. Welcome back. Good morning, Catholic. I will gobble up all the subs. I'm trying to get rid of ads for the show by running ads before the show. I do this every live letter. Because obviously...
Hey, and I just cheered 200 bits.
Guys, I think my apartment's haunted. So, and I'll tell you why. So, my previous relationship, I received a happy birthday balloon. And I received this balloon 2.5 months ago, and as you can see, it still floats to some capacity. Which I didn't know helium lasted that long. Right? But for the last 3 weeks, it's been in that corner of the apartment. And I just looked over, and it was over there.
Good morning, Happy.
It was literally over there for the last like 3 weeks in my apartment. And it was over there just now, and I didn't even realize, and I don't know how it got over there. There's a ghost trying to steal my fucking balloons. Avalanche, thanks for the resub. Jogos, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. And thank you for the bits. It's funny because I didn't even realize it at first. I did this thing because of the bit sound alert playing. So I was just doing the, oh, where's that sound coming from? Like, ha ha ha, I'm so funny. Everyone finds me entertaining when they don't. And then I looked, I was like, wait, the balloon is over there.
Akakaze just subscribed.
Oh, hey. I'll take this. I'll take a Live Alive theme. Thank you, Akakaze, for the 30 months. We all float down here, Georgie. I can't do the thing with the eyes that Bill Skarsgård can do. You won't get that part out of me. I can't do the cross-eyed thing, the cockeyed. Actually, it's cockeyed. I mean, yeah, she was doing the hardcore challenge like last week. Oh, hey, I was doing it again. I did that when I was like, during A Realm Reborn, and I remember dying on a bomb, like a random bomb. Just one-shot me, because I wasn't looking, wasn't paying attention. Morning, Boger. Yeah, Bill's kind of it's kind of awesome. Lancer's brave. I also love Live Alive music. Put what on whose eye? Nothing. Morning, Steven. I just looking forward to the trailer. I mean, with the interview yesterday, we pretty much know everything we need to know today. Morning, Piccolo. Goodbye, Scam Train. Good morning, Andy. How dare. Alright, I'm going to this. Yeah, all my alerts and everything will be off for the live letter itself. So, don't worry. I'm just trying to make sure I press my run 3 minutes of ad button on cooldown. 2 a.m. Damn right. We probably won't see the foray like almost at all today because they can't really they're not going to demo it in game yet. I doubt it. With it being 10 weeks out from now, they very rarely demo stuff that's in the .x5 patches. They'll talk about it again, but they won't demo it. There's a chance of another live letter where they do demo it, but I only say it's unlikely, but I only say that because that's what they did with Animos. They did a live letter before Animos so they could like talk about it a little bit more and like actually do an in-game demo. It was a short live letter, but they did do one. But they don't usually do that anymore. Good morning, Ranical. Yeah, I think they did for Southern Front as well. There's a decent chance that they do it again. I wouldn't write it off, but I wouldn't expect it either. You are an hour early. Yep. You're 50 minutes early now. Bam, ba, bow, bam, ba, bow, bam, ba, bow, bam, ba, ba, bow. Well, I mean, there's also like it's daylight saving here in the States, and it's not in other places, so it's like extra confusing for a lot of people. The balloon is floating away. I think it's time the balloon goes. It just doesn't have enough helium to stay up. We all float down here. There you go. It says right on the screen, Pop-Tart. And in the title. Goes. I'm just gonna pop it. Sorry, Ivy. I didn't know where Ivy is. Is this Octopath music? No, it's Gramblin music, actually. Not anymore, it isn't. Goodbye, remaining helium. I'll worry about throwing it out later. Good morning, Sarah. Balloon down! Sorry, Balloon. Listen, Pennywise is defeated in very much the same way a streamer is defeated. By just being really fucking shitty to them repeatedly until they deflate, and then you rip their heart out. They're not a person, Pop-Tart. That's Reddit/Final Fantasy 14. It's the 14 Reddit Discord. It's very accurate. Pennywise defeated the same way streamers are defeated. I would say it's the one I'm willing to do on repeat the most, Kiki. Objectively not the best one, but still. But the turtle! We don't care about book lore here. They left it out, okay? We don't care about the turtle. Yeah, they really didn't want to explain the turtle in the live action version. They were like, "Listen, we're not bringing the turtle in." I think everything about this is great except the turtle thing. I care about the turtle. Picto is likely not getting nerfed at all. It's not in line for nerfs. There's really no reason to. Unless they're going to keep designing more very high downtime encounters very regularly. Because it's pretty much even with a bunch of other jobs and anything that's full uptime. Inworse, thanks for the 72 months. Good reminder for me to run ads again.
Inworse just subscribe. LL hype, let's go.
Morning, Kermit. Thank you for the 72 months, Inworse. I love subs. I mean, I think DSR is probably the best ultimate we have across the board. I don't even think it's close. God, today's supposed to be leg day. I sincerely doubt I'm making it to the gym today. I sincerely doubt it. That's not what the interview says, Justin. He said that job adjustments are happening. Never said anything about Pictomancer specifically getting job. I mean, it could get job adjustments, but he never says that it is in the interview. He only says that there are job adjustments, which he says, you know, of course there are. There's always job adjustments. Hello, Nibori. Hey, I love Octopath 2 music. Where is my... Oh, here's one I like. Then maybe they'll get buffed. Smile. True. Fru's not the best one. Fru is exactly what the game needed right now. It didn't need another DSR or another top. But DSR is objectively the best one. I mean, the problem is that Picto's job design is too beneficial in full downtime encounters. But in full uptime encounters, it's honestly already even with the melee. Like, it's pretty even across the board. There's not a substantial difference. The only difference is that Picto's generally considered really easy to play, so you're more likely to have somebody pick it up. I mean, they already addressed all of that. The second tier has always historically been a problem, but it's not because of feedback. It's because either the fights are garbage. The second tier has a really bad problem with at least one or two of its fights being recognizably terrible. Pandemonium had 2 really bad fights for its second tier. Eden had... I guess it depends. Tanks bitched and moaned about Rocktopasta, but I think Rocktopasta was good. I think Tanks... Wah, I have to throw a shield for 5 GCDs. Wah. Fuck you. Just fucking go do your job and shut up. Whiny bitches. Wah, I got to use a ranged attack. That's why we got hitboxes as big as we did. Fuck you. Yeah, but the second tier of Eden had the birds, which was not great. Why Paladin? Because Shield Lob is the only one I remember. It's funny because Paladin's the one job that maybe could... They'd have to, like, fuck their rotation up to make it work. Because their casting phase wasn't inherently there. So Tomahawk the better example, but... No, but it didn't help, Ranical. Alexander's second tier was really... Here's the thing. In a nutshell, it's a fantastic tier. For the health of the game at the time, Midas was really bad. It was not good. Like, so think of it this way. In Gordius, a lot of groups disbanded on the third fight. Living Liquid. In Midas, they disbanded on the second fight. Like, that's not really any better. Like, they had to nerf the second fight a month after it came out because it was walling people so hard. I know so many groups that disbanded on robots and Midas. It was bad. It was like it was a good fight, but it was just not good for the game. Just not at the time. Like, not right after Gordius. If it wasn't, like, such a fragile state, it probably would have been fine. Normal raids are on 7.2. Mm-hmm. Second coil. Second coil, literally every fight had a cheese strategy. So a lot of, like, any of the, like, minor tediums basically went away. The first fight had the suck strat where you could get behind him and not get eaten. The second fight had the 4 Renauds perma petrified. The third fight, I forgot, there was something for Avatar, I just don't remember what it was. And then 8 was, I mean, turn 9, I'm sorry, turn 9 was fine. Yeah. Second wing of Pandemonium was perfectly fine playing from high orbit. High orbit wasn't until the next fight. How does Sigmascape rate? It really depends. Because Chatternook's pretty boring. Thematically kind of cool, but kind of boring. Phantom Train is good. I think Kefka's not very good. Like, for tanks, Kefka's good and really no one else. Especially on content. No, P7 was the cheating markers. The sleepo markers, where they had to modify the arena later. I mean, that's not really cheese, though. That's just design flaw, Omar. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 7 was the sleepo markers. Top was from orbit. And then the third tier of Pandemonium had a mechanic that was from orbit. Oh yeah, and this song is from Final Fantasy 16. Said someone was asking. This is Titan's theme from Final Fantasy 16. Yeah, Kefka, so when Kefka was out, Kefka was still during the issue where if you had to overheal, you pulled aggro because they didn't really do the aggro thing until Shadowbringers. And because the fight started with a 1 HP check, like a knocks you to 1 HP and a ton of knocks you to 1 HP mechanics, it was kind of suffering for healers in the first like 2 minutes of Kefka. Not on mine that does that. It didn't. Oh, it didn't update. That's weird. I updated it on. That's weird. No, I went live with the correct one. That's so strange. Activated. White made you rated Kefka without a ninja, specifically without a ninja. Yeah. If the ninja didn't smoke screen you. Yeah, that's not the title I went live with. I don't know how that happened. It just didn't. Maybe it just lagged and didn't update the title. Good morning, Sophie. Half the time, yep. That's the aggro reset. Morning, Grossen. Let me make sure the other ones aren't messed up then. Because I went live with all the rest of them. Why did Twitch? All right, whatever, it's fixed. Titles, no, it was wrong on Twitch, C7. It was right everywhere else. I don't know why. When do we expect the next Ultimate? I don't expect it in 0.3, but until they tell us, I will assume it is in 0.3x. Let's see. Where is... here's a favorite. Yep, starting in half an hour. They'll probably put the stream live in like 5 minutes. We're supposed to, EXO, yeah. We just don't know when. I doubt it. No, you can't, Broson. I sincerely doubt it. That's not possible to do all the way up. You won't gain enough experience, like, no matter what. Not unless you were to do it as slow as possible. No, this isn't Live Alive. You're not too far off, but it's not Live Alive. They're talking about 7.2 today. You probably won't see Occult Crescent at all. They'll talk about it briefly, but they won't zone in. Unlikely. Another half an hour. I loved Octo too, man. Yeah, there'll be some Crescent Island in the trailer. A little bit. Maybe about like 12 seconds worth, I would assume. Something of Fork Tower. I can't believe Fork Tower is a Baldesion Arsenal and not a Castrum Lacus Latore. Or at least they're making it sound that way. I did not think they would do it BA style. I guess they see the longevity of something BA-like as better, which is correct. BA has the best lifespan of all of the... Like, it actually even still has practically a better lifespan than Lacus Latore and fucking Dalriada do. Yeah, BA has a lot more. The problem is those don't drop relic things, Phoenix. Orb. Yeah, I kind of want to do some BA a little bit before Forked Tower. Alright, where's this theme? Close. I wanted the... Yeah, that one's... There's so many versions of this theme on this soundtrack. I think that's the actual boss theme. Yeah. There's like 5 phases to this boss. So all the sounds are very similar. Thanks, Panda. Yeah, there's like 18 different versions of Bestower of All because the boss fight is so fucking long. Maybe one day it won't be part of the mobile game and more people will get to experience the Bestower of All. I do wonder if one day they'll do that, because I know they just transferred service to NetEase. Square like NetEase now runs the maintenance on Champions of the Continent. And they're also about to get ready for the 3rd arc. Since they finished the Celestia arc. Or they're like going to be finishing the Celestia arc. Yeah, the live letter's normally about... This one will probably be about 4 hours, if I had to guess. It could be closer to 3. Something like that. The ones that go to 5 hours are like pre-expansion ones. You almost never see those ones. This one's going to be longer than the last one. The last one's like 2 hours. Just in between patch stuff, Panda. Yeah, so it's like, it's hard to say. It definitely won't be like 5 hours, though. I promise you that. They also haven't been doing guests very often either, yeah. You mean hard-boiled, soldier. Good morning, Ragna. Just so you guys know, I'm running ads every time they come off cooldown until it starts to try to get rid of ads for the entire show. I think we'll make it. It really depends on how long the live letter is. But, you've been forewarned. At least on Twitch. On YouTube, they run as they run. Most people on YouTube have premium anyway. There it isn't. There isn't, person. New housing? Doubt it. I feel like they probably would have mentioned that already. Yeah, new skins. 7.2 is supposed to be the patch where we get the interior purchase changings. However, where you can like be in a small house but buy a large interior. That's the thing that's supposed to happen in 7.2. Unless they've gone back on that. Or like had to delay it of some kind. But I'm happy. Hello, Moogie. It's PAP2. I did not like PAP2. That's the DPS fight was pretty boring. Phase 1 was fun, but obviously we all know the frustrations that came with that. Well, not go back on it, but I mean go back on the release window. Not like not do the feature, but I mean like not release it in 7.2. Didn't like enraging on P1 for ages? No. That sounds right to me, soldier. No, live letters in 36 minutes. I've got 2 hours and 15 minutes of ad-free currently. I can get that up a little bit higher. Listen, I'm running all the ads I can to get rid of ads for the show. Dude, I'm so glad, James. I was so worried because they had not said anything. But they said it would be normal from this point on. Oh, I mean, the design of Phase 2 was great, but the fight, eh. It was literally just the fire-ice mechanic twice, and the things twice, and then that was kind of it. Like, the DNA thing twice. They weren't, like, too different from each other. Don't make the tree. Don't make the tree. I mean, it's just overall 7.2, Moogie. Hey, though, it's technically started. There's music on. But I was listening to Whitestone Black. Don't make the tree. Stop making the tree. I don't mind downtime puzzle, but like it's a bit too much. The problem is with the two downtime puzzle phases, the uptime with the damage buff was really unhealthy for early clears, so that was a problem. The overly crit rate dependent double damage phase. Good morning, Andrew. Oh. Good morning. You've yet to sleep. Well, that's no good. Ivy went back to bed, it looks like, when she realized she wasn't getting fed this early. Yeah, I can't wait to hear. I mean, Roses of May is probably going to be in the trailer. Make sure to re-upload it again, Maple. Already, that's not good, Cars. You gotta stay awake. I'm expecting Transified Roses of May. Yeah, just a short break, Dibia, you know? Mild reprieve. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a series. I think it's just the trials are part of MSQ again. The whole point of the trials is not always to necessarily be a series. I just don't think it's going to be that. We also have already... Technically, we've already met Steiner in Dawn Trail. Steiner's already come and gone. Maybe there's Super Otis somewhere. But the Dawn Trail story technically ends in 7.3, so there's no reason to expect that point 4 will follow a similar boss trail. Like, you gotta remember, this isn't Endwalker, where the trial series that's part of the MSQ is like the whole expansion until the point 5 patch. Dawn Trail's story is done technically. This isn't the start. This is just the test stream. They're going to be doing this for the next 15 minutes, this test stream. No, they're right, Alhea, because he faces that same, like, that same sort of grapple with death. Yeah, honestly, Fiend's gonna be the boss again, probably, in point 3. Oh, it's not that hard to make it work, bro.
本番のチャンネルですので、映像音声乱れないか念のための最終チェックを行わせていただければと思います。よろしくお願いいたします。で今日も、YouTube ニコニコ生放送
Barrel Tender
チャンネ
spotted
ル同時に配信を行っておりますので、もし映像音声に乱れがあるとか、私の声が BGM に負けているとかですね、なんかコメントありましたら、お気づきの点がありましたら、それぞれご覧の
Sorry, I was too busy being a barrel tender.
お気づきの点がありましたら、それぞれのご覧のチャンネルのチャットでお知らせくだ
Do the other
さ
pose?
い。で訪れは今調整を
That
行
one?
ってそうですので、リロードしていただけると調整されるかなと思います。
You really have to do this and then turn. はい、という Exactly.
ことで、まあまあ、
Yeah, I need better right
お知ら
angles.
せコーナ
There
ーを
we
さっ
go.
き精査していったところ、新グッズの紹介っていうのは今日実はあるんですよ。あるんですけど、紹介するグッズが
The
いろ
happy
いろありましてね
tender.
いっぱいあるので、一部をテスト放送で紹介しちゃおうと。
I'm
いう
not
ことで、
that tender.
唐突に新グッズをご紹介したいと思います。一部ですよ。ということで、
Those alerts will be off in like 10 minutes. Nothing they're doing right now is important. This is just
Not
test
too good,
stream.
Just subscribed.
この
Look, a phone case and a bag.
まず iPhone ケース。
Chaos.
素敵
Chaos.
iPhone ケース。
Ether unjust subscribed with Prime.
15 Pro サイズ。いくつかサイズがある。
Thank you for the resubs, Ether, and welcome.
というような
Thank you, Matt.
iPhone ケースが
Thank you, Cloud. Thank you, Ether.
Cloud
あとこちら
RDS just
この間
subscribed.
年始の
Getting doing the
麻雀放送をご覧いただい
QVC
た方はここで
early.
ご紹介したんですけど、この可愛い麻雀杯のキーホルダーね、これご紹介いたします。これいいですよね。これ2種類ございます。これが、発売になります。発売時期はですね、まあ、本編で改めて発売時期言いますけれども、今月
Enemies
末イー
become
ストアの方で
friends.
発売にな
Friends
ります
become
のでご期待くだ
enemies.
さい。そしてもう一個がこの下地になってるこのバッグね、バッグ。これね、A デザイン、ポケットついてるでしょ。でこれがですね、
Yeah, they're
なん
not
と
doing that.
リ
That's
バーシブル
completely
になっておりま
pointless.
して
Let-
ちょっとね、生壁にしてもらっていいかな。
Yeah, they're getting it out of the way so they don't
はい
so they don't have to do it as much during the live
あ
letter.
のそうそう、なんでテスト放送でやっつけることにしたかっていうとね、これをひっくり返すのそこそこ時間かかるから、やっつけれるものはテスト放送でやっつけちゃおうということでして、今回これがリバーシブルになっておりまして、 よいしょ、裏返すとですね、
Look, it's reversible.
この見て、これかわいいでしょ。ズンで、裏がこの
Morning, no
な
soul.
んで
Get
なん
some
かこう
early
裏表
morning
っていうかしっか
QVC.
り両 A 面な感じの、バッグになってトートバッグになってございまして、ね、いいサイズ感、こんなサイズ感。あら素敵。あ、そうね、今ちょうど僕これやってるからね、この辺はビビッとくる方が多いかもしれませんね。白い方で、逆にさっきの面だと黒いマザークリスが出ているシックな感じのデザインというのを使い分けていただけるという、これなんと素敵なバッグじゃないですかといったようなグッズがですね、新たに発売になりま
Surprise
して、
third guest.
e ストアの方
No.
で今月末から、
It's mine.
発売
I will not
販売
bring
開始
this
となり
chair
ますので、
anywhere.
ぜひともご検討いただきたいなというわけでござい
Like
ます。
it's my chair. Specifically my
これ以外に
chair.
もいくつか、本編中にもですねご紹介したい新グッズがございますので、そっちの方はまた後ほどおいおい PLL の中で、やりますので、どうぞそちらもご期待いた
Yeah,
だ
I'd
け
be
れば。
snoozing in bed.
今回いろいろあるんですよ。あれですね、ちょうど先日、今プレイヤー先行受付中ですけれども、プライマルズのツアーの新グッズもいろいろありますから、グッズ情報がねにわかに重なっていろいろ出てきてますので、お見逃しないようによろしくお願いいたします。そう、 iPhone ケースもね、これ何種類かあるみたいですよ。15 Pro とか15とか SE とか何種類かありましたので、ぜひともご検討ください。詳しくはまた後ほどの紹介とURL、イーストアの URL とかも後ほどご紹介しますので、ご覧いただければと思います。伊勢丹の
Yeah,
売り物
Yoshi P's currently chain smoking right now. Don't mind him.
来週の水曜日に特別伊勢丹の新グッズの放送を、アイテムをご紹介する専用のコミュニティ放送を行いますので、そちらを見ていただければいいかなと。
The only time I've ever actually witnessed chain smoking, like actually like true chain smoking, is one of my friends the first time he had a Four Loko, an original Formula Four Loko. After he drank his first can, he literally just sat outside just like
ということで、テスト放送を
puts it out, lights another.
映像音声いかがかな、いろいろ喋ったからどうかな。そうなんですよね、そうなんですよ。最近いろんな放送事が立て続けに起こって
Was he okay? He had so much energy. Like he was just
いろ
like
んな情報をどんどん出して
his energy levels were
皆さんも
cranked
ぜひ
to an
ついてい
unhealthy
ただければと思います。
manner.
よろしくお願いいたします。そしてそうです。あと15分。そうですね。15 minutes。あと15分で、本編が開始となります。今日はパッチ 7.2 コンテンツ特集パート2ということで、
Yeah, trailer in 14 minutes. I'm gonna be turning off my alerts in a few
今何
minutes.
を言っていいんだったっけなっていうところ今すごい
He could
考えながら
hear the
喋ってます
nicotine in the
パー
air.
ト
You
2
know
と
what?
い
You're
うことで、
probably
今日は
right.、
プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田さんに実機を交えながら7.2
That'll do it,
プレイ
Mosh.
を
That's
ご紹介
that's a pretty
する
direct way to
なっ
witness
ており
it.
ますのでよろしくお願いいたします。そして今日は、19時本編
Probably seen that once or twice, Snowman.
冒頭から見逃さない方がいいんじゃないかなと思っておりますので、ぜひとも今のうちに飲み物食べ物
Oh,
ご用意いただい
I
て
will be shocked if it's not there. If
7
Roses of May is in the trailer, I'll
ご
be
覧の
shocked.
チャンネルを見て
Just
いる
outright
状況になれる
surprised.
とみんなでワーワーできていいんじゃないかしらと思っておりますので、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。で、今日1時間早いのはですね、開始が早いのはですね、見せるものがなかなかこれいっぱいございまして、ちょうど昨日あれですよ、吉田さんのインタビューをご覧いただいた方は過去最大規模じゃないかっていうのもありましたんでね。これは吉田さん、こんばんは。直前テスト
Roses of May is very good. I'm not a fan of Final Fantasy IX as a whole, but like Roses of May is good.
第一声もうダメだわ。どうなんでしょうか。はい。
説明がさ、もう多すぎてさ、
多いですよね。
頭に入ってきて
Yeah, he's done chain smoking now.
どうしようかな。
いや、そう 7.2 多いんですよ。今ちょうどあれですよね、並行してパッチノートの確認なんかも走ってたりしますけど、
そうなんです。
すごい量ですよね。なかなか
どこまで行ったってさ、お前何もしてないよ。やることがね、その前に
あ
好きなんですよ
多いですな。
マ
はい。
ジで。
Truth.
ちょっと若く見える。
Just don't experience most of it, and it's probably all right.
どうしたの？
こっそり実況準備を始めようとして
How did you know it would be a Final Fantasy IX theme when it's
ま
random?
だ12分後に迫っている。
やばいな。
なかなかバタバタ。1時間早いだけで
Alhei and I
こう
just
違うか
cheered
ねっていう
200 bits.
我々もバタバタしております。
まあでもあんまりね、長くだらだらやると、
はい
それはそれでね長いよって言われたりもするんで、
さいでございますね。
まあできるだけ
そうそうそう。
コンパクトにとは思うんですけど、
ん
まあ結構細かいアップデートも多くて、
はい
スプリント周りだったりとか、
ね
そうマウントのま
ね。
ああたりだったりとか結構ね細かいのもあるんで、それらはちょっと口頭
No,
と
that's the dancer
会話で
theme.
話していこうと思うん
いや
で、
インタビューで読んだ通りのことがさっき起こったんですけど、
はい。
実機で見るインパクトはなかなかのものがありましたね。
まあまあ、
おっつって皆さんもちょっとぜひご期待ください。
99 out of 100 nobles.
まあ
Enormous.
10年以上経って
Wait, what are we talking about?
根幹にも手を入れ始めているので、まあこの先なので2だけじゃなくて
Morning, Alala.
いろいろやってみよう
So an English version? No. There's never an English version. So thanks for the 119 months. I am, however...
9597 just subscribed.
かな。なんだろうね。
Hold on, let me do something now while I have a few minutes.
UI もぜひ。募集もね、まあ、いずれ。
Jeff, thanks for the 55 months also. Getting those alerts in at the just the right time.
Just Yoff just subscribed.
吉田さんにそんな指摘が出る。
Chaos.
あ、なんか
Chaos
ちょっと手前にしてほしい。
いや、でも
Chaos
さ、
そうなんだよ。
いや、コントローラ
Caliburn
ー
underscore Draniel just subscribed with Prime.
Caliburn, thank you for the 33
今日ね
months.
初、俺ね、多分携帯でカンペ見始める。で、そう言わなきゃいけないことを
確かにいっぱいありますからね、言わなきゃいけないこと
忘
が
れないように。白飛び吉田って言われてるよ。
Of course,
Did
Shock,
you
of
know that the
course.
critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial, and includes the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the first two expansions Heaven's Ward and Stormblood up to level 70 with no restrictions on play time? Sign up, and enjoy Erzia
それ
today.
かもね。おじさんに当てていい香料には多分条件がある。
Fascinating.
そうなんですよ。そもそも S って言ったって言われてるな。言ってない。いやもうそう正直言いますよ。
あ
眩しいマジで。い
Chaos.
やでも最近車
Chaos
運転してても
Chaos.
なんか
Where do I sign up?
Hojomo just subscribed with Prime.
最近あるじゃん目
Where?
のなんだっけ
There's something I'm setting up
白
for
内障みたいなや
later.
つなんか気をつけろっていう報道を
あ、なるほど。
なんかその報道を見て以来ね
ちょっと
これ俺ちょっと最近眩しく感じるんじゃないかみたいな
今日出過ぎじゃないか説もありつつ、まあ違和感があったら
Fat
医者にかかってきゃいいん
Porcupine
ですけど。
653 just
なんかね
subscribed.
年齢的には
Live letter
結構
time
危険
Wu
だ
how's
と
it
言われ
going
てる
Haps?
It's going good.
ニュースを見たがために意識して
We're turning those off in a few minutes, so it's a good thing you're getting them in now. Welcome back.
そうです、そろそろ健康診断シーズンですからね。
俺でも、
はい
ついこの前でやったのていうかまあ遅れに遅らせてそう去年のをめっちゃギリギリにやったんで
なるほどね。
なんでもうすぐこの受けろって来たのと思って
あ、はいはいはい。
やったじゃんこの前さ
標準期間はもうね、もう来月にはやりなさいみたいな世界です。
なる
All right. I set up a window for the English trailer later.
いやーそうなんですよしかも期末なんですよ、
はい。もうドキ
期末なんですよ
期末も期末。
だから
I have that badge too out here.
もちろんそうだけど
そうですね。
ねみんなの評価とかも
そう
シーズンだし
ね。
そうなのいやーそうなんですよ大変なんですよ期末のや
I think it might have been 30 lit. It was 20 or 30.
期末の管理職が忙しいですよ。
そうなんです
I mean, they're all toxic, Hurricane. That's all major chats. Ain't no surprises there. Yeah, but I still have it, full on. That's true. I don't frequent Twitch outside of
そんな計画
stream.
的に
That's true. You did have it before. That's
ちゃんと
true.
確定申告とか計画的にやってるんですね。
計画的にっていうかいつもお願いしてるところ
ああ、
に
なるほど。
ごじゃごじゃ
I have both, and honestly, they're pretty close to each other,
なんと
Cloud.
かしてください
あとヨーロッパターンですね。
あとはなんとかしてくださいみたいなああ取締役ほら
Was surprised.
なんか出たじゃん
絶対。ついに
Honestly, though, the biggest thing
そう
for
そう初の
this chair is
短くな
this.
る
This is really the
で
big,
もさ
like,
一応言っとく
lifesaver.
とさ
はいはい
This thing is the real goat
さ
right
これ
here.
まだ取
The
締役な
lumbar
の
pillow.
そうね。
次
あ確かに
次の
総会が来る
任命のそう総会の
Sellout mode was
タイミン
redeemed?
グで任命されない、
うん
なんか降格だとか一回
Sellout mode? But why do I need to sell out?
読んでるちゃんと
When Steel Series is so good, it's not selling out. It's just the right decision.
一部をほら分けて、
はい。
より円滑な
And you can get a 12% discount on all Steel Series merchandise year round by typing exclamation mark Steel Series and using the discount code Mr. Happy to save
なん
12%.
で、まあ、取締役ってなるとすげえいっぱいあるっすよ、いろんな話をしなきゃいけないことが、
あ
あんまさ俺はいいかなっていうことも
そうねちょっと
They
言葉
sure
が
are, Shock.
結構多い。
なるほどなるほど
結構
Mine right here.
いや書いてあるんですよ、その
Chaos.
そのまんまですよ。
Alright, that's the last one I'm letting through, so the alerts are being turned off.
Pepiante just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you for the Prime sub. You can still sub, there just won't be alerts.
感じですね。いや、こんだけ働いて、
はい
悪いんですけど、
はいはい
こんなに皆
Yeah,
さん
I have the rival. I got this rival 5 literally 3 days before DSR came out. I was like, time to learn a new mouse because I was used to the 500 for so
まあ
long.
まあね
上がることはあっても下がることはない。
Hello,
参
boss.
考もっと
はい。
じゃあその点はご安心
The grinding never stops around
大丈
here.
夫そうですね
大丈夫。あと海外ではね、
はい
ついにヨシピずっとやめたいって言ってたもんなって。
Let's see.
インタビューで
そうそうそうそう、なんか念願かなって。
They're actually talking about Yoshi P's role change at Square right now.
海外ではね言われていてね、それもそれで
そうね
ね
極端な
極端なんだよなと思ってさ、ちょっと面白かったよ。すごいなんかいろいろ言われるんだなと思って。まあでも。
Some people are misunderstanding that Yoshi P is no longer an executive at Square, but such there's actually no change. It's just shifts in roles.
そうですね
次の中継でもうよりね全社を上げてちゃんとゲームの作れるかつ皆さんに面白いものをきちんと届ける会社
But his position is actually still untouched.
桐生社長のもとやっていきますよということなんで
So effectively, he's saying his
あとはまあ
role at
皆さん
Square is
その
pretty
ゲーム
much
に
exactly the
いただ
same.
けるように頑張ります
そうですね
はい、よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします
Chaos? The hell, it didn't turn off.
本番5分前
I have it turned off. Why is it still playing?
We have a cheat just subscribe.
すごい
あと
There we
コ
go.
メントでもいい加減トイレに行かせてくれって。
I had to close studio mode. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, because it would swap the scenes. Yeah, no, that makes sense actually.
そうでしたそうでした
休憩できない
大変失礼いたしました
確かに冒頭から今日見逃せないから
そう
で俺もタバコ吸ってくるわ。
あと4分はいじゃあ二重に戻しますが放送切れませんので画面をそのままにしておいていただいて7時になったら帰ってくる
7時に始まるかどうかはごめんタバコのあれ
わかりました
1分ぐらいずれるかもしれない。
わかりました
はい
じゃあ最速7
すいません
時ですね戻ってきて
すいません。
はいそれでは後ほどお会いしましょう
はい
All right, his staff is telling them to end the test, so they're stopping it. And now trailer in 4 minutes. Show the tax returns. There will be a new trailer playing, so test stream will end now. Well, I don't know. I think Roses and May will be at the end of the trailer. So I think like the last 30 seconds of the trailer will be Roses of May. Let's see. The very first? You mean the one at the bottom? Because the one at the bottom's the only... Oh, yeah, there you go. Let's say the one at the bottom's the only message I care about. Of course, Inquisitor. Morning, RJ. Yes, good morning, everyone. In 3 minutes. I'm going to run a 1-minute ad to get rid of more of the... So, I try to make sure the entire live letter is ad-free, but to do that, I have to run ads non-stop before the live letter begins. I'm going to run a 1-minute ad before the live letter begins. I haven't run a 1-minute ad in like 6 years. You way to make that text bigger? Not reasonably, but I'll be reading it all out loud anyway. Well, I mean, technically I can do this. It's just that there will be less text on screen. Yeah, and then I have to do... I probably also have to change the actual cropping of it at some point. Yeah. It really doesn't get too much bigger without taking up too much screen real estate. I'll be reading it all out loud anyway, so. Sammy, thanks for the 17 months. All right, let me change this just to say this. There we go. Uno minuto. Yeah, I'll be shocked if we don't hear Roses of May in the trailer. Swapping. I mean, it's not going to change anything. Like, dump. All right. And then I will pull up the English trailer. Because they usually give us time. They, like, actually make a sequence of the live letter specifically made to, like, give you time to pull up the trailer in your own language. I don't normally do that now. I do that at the end, but we're going to do it at the relevant time. So, Liurnia, I want to play Elden Ring. Night Rain soon. Banger theme to start with. Bird! That's Crescent Isle. That new location was Crescent Isle, yeah. No, not a wall that turns! That's Fork Tower, by the way. Wow, they're going ham on the Crescent Isle part. That's also Fork. That's all. Wow, they're just showing it's all Crescent Island to start. It all looks really cool, though. That was one of the support skills. Hi, Sveen. Final Fantasy V theme, that makes sense. Sveen's just watching everything. Suck! First burn it all down. Damn, the island building, I mean the moon building looks good. That's the quest. Oh! Heart! He's got a gun! Oh, wow, that's, Hey, Garnet. I mean, Dagger, sorry, I need your help. That's Secure returning. Into the Underkeep we go. Oh, that's one of the bosses from, yeah. Hi, Beatrix. Look at her slashing all about. Stop smiling at me like that, Shane. That's alright, we have our Arcadian. Oh, God! The Lalafell, she's so big. Wow, that's a really cool looking boss. Oh, no! I saw a wall boss. He was dancing. Uh-oh, it's a Picto. Dio, he's straight up dancing. Looks like Spheen's, So, that looks... the leader of the preservation, I have to assume. Dude, that boss looks so funny. That was a good trailer. That was a really good trailer. No Roses of May. I'm surprised the Final Fantasy V theme will probably be a theme we hear. That'll be Crescent Island's battle theme.
皆さんこんばんは。
because
第
it just makes
86回
sense,
ファイナルファンタ
right?
ジー
Maybe not the battle theme. It might be in
のお
Fork
時間
Tower.
です
はい
皆さんにご挨拶お願いします
I was surprised they
はい
used it so much in the trailer. I really thought they'd lean into Roses of May.
May.
進行を務めますコミュニティチームモルボルこと室内です
That was a really good trailer. I can't wait to hear it in English. They're gonna give us time to watch the
ということ
English
で始まり
version
まし
here
た
in a minute.
16回 PLL ですが
I'm gonna go to their YouTube channel. It should already be
保険
posted.
がすごい悲鳴を上げてました要素が多いのと場面転換
If not, it'll be
要素多
posted.
かったです
Yep,
ね
there it
結
is.
構ノイズ入れたりして
Literally, like, yeah, it was posted 35 seconds ago. Yeah.
もう SE と BGM とボイスのバランスを取るのがめちゃくちゃ大変だって言って多分これ
I know. There's no way we don't get Roses of May. There's literally no way.
ファイナル
Oh God!
ファイナル
Don't hit the microphone.
昨晩遅い
Audio.
だった
Stop.
そうよ
There's a wire somewhere being touched.
曲も多分史上最高数なんじゃない
あ
もうすっごい怒ってたもん
え
ちょっとゆえあってスタジオに入った時にソケンと話したら
は
「青木さんちょっと今回曲数おかしいんすよ」
Have said the date. I mean,
うん
we know the
いつも
date.
じゃんって言ったら「いやなんかみんなして新曲
We
新
already
曲
know
ってすげえなんなんあいつら」ってすごい言って
Is there a
あそれ
cat?
はねコンテンツいっぱいあるからね
まあ確かに
自分の作ったコンテンツはそりゃ新曲欲しいよねってでダメ
Come on, I wanna make time to watch the
新曲欲
English
しいって
trailer.
とりあえず言えって俺言ってるからさ
Soken was screaming for help because there were so many scene changes, voices, BGM, and sound effects. Everyone wanted new songs, new
というわけ
songs.
で
We
はい
only finished the trailer last
まあ
night.
87.2当然ね 7.2X
Yeah, I wanted to hear Roses of
いろ
May,
いろね段
Soken.
階開けてコンテンツこう
They're
開発してい
saving
く
it.
ので
They're making sure it's not spoiled.
初っ端で全部じゃもちろんないんですけど、
はい
7.2で
No, it's March
実装される
25th,
もの
Phoenix. There's no
まあちょっ
assumption.
と入りきらないものも多数ありますし
So the way they operate
そうまとめてる
is
形になって
early of a month, like early March would mean the first 10 days. Middle of March is the second 10 days. Late March is always whatever time is
交
left.
えていろんなものを見せていただきたいです
There's only one
そうですね
Tuesday in late
ちょっ
March.
と時期が多いのに加えて、
はい
ちょっと細かいアップデートも今回結構多くあるので、
Everyone, dude, I can't wait to hear all the new Arcadian
ちょ
tracks.
っとしっちゃかめっちゃかな進行になるかもしれないですけど、ご容赦いただけると
Yes, and also the
はい
patches also 10 to 11 days. It's not 100% success,
始め
but
て
it's
まいりましょう
mostly
か
successful.
そうですねということでトレーラーも見ましたし
はいはい。
まずはリリース時期なんかから
Yeah, it's like 95% of the time.
もう
手狭です
そう
ね
なんですよ。
手狭ですね
キーボードの上に置くとさ、なんか連打切りれしかし、そう
入力しちゃいそうです
だね。
Come on, I want to watch the English trailer too.
ともない
They're gonna pull up the slide and then it's gonna say late March and then it's gonna say watch. Oh, normally they pull up the thing that says late March trailer live or something like that.
すごいね、妹が見えてしまう。はい。まあいいか。
はい
はい。はい。
あなるほどねテーブル
ああ、ありがとうございます。
追加のテーブルがね
なるほど、なるほど。
It is up, but like I'm waiting for them to like. They usually create like a
袖
time
机が今ね
where they say, okay, pull up your own language's
はいはいはい
trailer.
ありがとうございます。BGM がちょっと大きいらしい。大丈夫、大丈
No, that's them playing the music.
夫。あ、ちょっと下げて。
They always play
まあ
music in the
なんか
background during live
聞き取りづら
letters.
いとかあれば、は
はいい、
よろしくお願いします。じゃあ早速パワーポイント。
I mean, there was plenty of MSQ in the trailer. There was a ton of MSQ in the trailer.
大丈夫？大丈夫？はいはい。あ、すいません
Literally, like-
いきますよ。
Like half the trailer is MSQ.
まあまずは大丈夫かいそっち。パッチ 7.2。
No
まあ
more
公開
music
日
for you,
行きましょう
Yoshi
行
P.
きましょうもう知ってた。もう出る前から知ってたって言ってるもんだって。
Yeah. Oh, and wow! I'm no way.
5年3月25日火曜日に、公開予定となっております。
はい
今回はですね大変いろいろやっておることもあってですね、24時間目で
There's no
は
way.
いおります。
Oh my god,
えー
that's a
そ
lot
して
of
ですね
gifted
パッチ
subs.
サイズも結構
Shocked
大きく
actually
なりそうなので、
はい
Goodness.
ちょっと容量各種ちょっと大きめに開けといていただける
Scared me.
と助かります。なんか
ね
すごい 賑やかですね。
渋谷の街が賑やかです、
渋谷が
Fortune teller.
はい。あ、吉田の手元資料で見えて知ったって。こんな見える。
I already have the English trailer pulled up,
まあ
by
い
the
った
way.
な。はい。
It's not the greatest. Well, I could fix the
ということで、
Let me make sure that
はい
it's
ここで
captured
ですね
fine while we're
冒頭で
waiting.
流したトレーラーをいつ
Yeah,
ものごとく
I can make
今
it.
公
Hold
開さ
on.
れた
Let me do this.
は
I'll
い
have to fix it a bit.
じゃあパワーポイント次のページお願いします。
Mm,
はい。
okay,
今
let's
日本
do
語版
this
を
then.
流しましたので、
はい
各言語のトレーラー、こちらの
I'm gonna
URL で
just-
公開されておりますので、
はい
That's fine.
日本語以外の、言語の皆さんもですね、この URL で改めて各言語のトレーラーを見ていただきつつ、その見ていただいている間に我々日本語版をもう一回放送では流して、
I was trying to like
はい、
modify
次マイク
to
生かした
get it.
状態で再生しますので、
はい
何
That's
か
fine.
気になることがあればぜひとも吉田さんのコメントもいただきながら、
そうですね
見たいと思います。じゃあトレーラー準備いいですか、
うん
はい、じゃあ参りましょう。もう一回トレーラーです。
Peggy
どうぞ。
16. Oh, okay, here we go. Mute them. And we watch now. Okay. We're going to be a little late to getting back, but this is the English trailer. Oh, I'm stupid. Hold on. The fucking tab is muted from when I was setting it up. All right, there we go.
Since time immemorial, life has used death to facilitate adaptation in an ever-changing environment. The old and infirm are weeded out, allowing the species to thrive. Generational succession.
That's the guy. That's the guy behind the screens, I think.
There are beasts ahead of you. They must have gotten in and made themselves at home. I'm detecting something. You'll have to deal with it to continue on. Even during
Sounds
the
like-
war, the people labored to maintain the castle. It meant a lot to them.
Yeah, that's gonna say that sounds like dungeon stuff.
We obtain more precise measurements. Narrow the range of variables to avoid unnecessary trial and error. That is the most expeditious course of action. That will do. We have enough to proceed with an analysis.
I don't trust this guy. The gun.
Died? Whatever do you mean?
I mean, you died.
Ask that all recipients equip their regulators and promptly complete device registration.
Please don't. Don't do that.
Ultimately, what you think is immaterial. For the seeds we've sown have already quickened.
Stop smiling. I'm looking forward to all her
People
voice
have
lines.
glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it.
God, those bosses look so
The
good.
evolution of our kind is at hand. Together we shall rise above death and bask in the infinite possibilities of eternal life.
Help us, Azim. Yeah, we got shocked there.
We have important business with you. We left something in your keeping. The key to interdimensional fusion. You will kindly return it to us. Yes?
No! No, I don't think we will. No, I would prefer if we held on to that, actually. Yeah, the bosses, the
では
bunny
ま
boss
ずは
looks so funny.
主要な実装項目
Do
のお
not
さらい
give
を
her the
ざ
key.
っとしていきたいと思いますので、
はい
引き続きパワーポイントの方お願いします。はい、どうぞ。
Yeah, that was a really good trailer. Stop smiling!
まずは新たなメインクエスト
She won't stop smiling at
ね
us.
この後のこ この後このスペインがさらにどんな顔するのかちょっと楽しみですよね。
もう怪しい
こっ
です
からどの顔に行くのか。
She just keeps smiling.
まあメインクエスト
はい
ございます。
はい。では続い
I
て
liked it already. It's mine now.
往生旧石アンダーキープ。
はい、こちらインスタンス
I gotta get that
ね
posted
ID
to
はい
YouTube.
ます。そして、
You may hear an echo
ゼレニ
briefly,
ア透滅戦。
はい、
ノーマル
こちらはノーマルと極。
はい
just
ございま
because
す
I'll
ので
be getting my
ノ
own.
ーマルはね、至ってそんな難しく。
トレーラーだいぶ賑やかな感じでしたね。
うん。5区がね、
は
結構ね。
結構ですか。
うーんそうだね。
The long delay.
そうだね。マクロが安定するまでどうなのかな。
Curious how Sfien's face expressions are gonna change. Are they not?
いやちょっとなんかどれに似てるっていうのもなんか言い難いからな。まあとにかく新しいことをいろんなコンテンツでバトルギミックはどんどんやっていきましょうっていうのを今コンセプトにしてるのもあるから、まあ方剣みたいなところの使い方っていうのがごく
Savage will be 1 week later,
上
yes.
がってくるんで、
はあ。
まあまずはね一番最初にいける
Uno week, not
あの
dose week.
難易度高いやつとしてはおそらく
The normal mode of the new trial shouldn't be that hard,
視野に入ってくる。
but extreme, I mean, they say that every time.
残念
I
ながら
never take
今
that
回
statement
トークン
seriously.
は
It's difficult to
1個でございます
compare it to a previous fight, probably just because it
1個でござい
doesn't
ます
function like a
難
previous
易度
fight.
的には多分ねそこまでじゃないですよ。長さもさね、ほら今回をトークン2個にしたら一生2個から逃れられない。
確かにそうですね。
以前
One totem per clear this time. No!
クリア時間
We're going back to one totem
トークンを決め
clears.
ますよと
そう。
いうことになっていますので、
It's over.
なので、
The mount.
今回は1個ということになっておりますので。
If we gave you 2 this time, we can never go back again. It's not that
いい
long.
の100周したら
I think we're all okay with you never going back.
なんやかんや100周は超えてますね毎
はい、
回ね。
ありがとうございます。
はい。では続いて参りま
行きまし
しょう。四天王座アルカディアクルーザー級です。
You guys think you have to do 90? God, the cruiserweight. This fight is gonna be so funny. I can already tell I'm gonna like this one.
はい。
霊式解放となります。
1週間後。
はい。1週間ありますので、
はい。
ただ新式はですね、
はい。
Maybe it's only a 6-minute
同
fight.
時に実装されますんで、
They reconfirmed, yes, Savage will release 1 week after. We learned that yesterday. We really didn't want to have to learn it yesterday, but we did.
開くということになりますので、よろしくお願いします。今後ね、このパターンでいくつもりです。
はい。
まあちょっとね、全データをずっと 6.x シリーズから取ってきて、これが一番、
Yeah, maybe we only need 50
い
for
ろん
the
な方面
mount.
にうまく作用しそうということで。
なるほどなるほど。
はい、そうなりましたので、よろしくお願いします。
これも今のところ我々にはトレーラーしか情報がないわけですけど、だいぶ賑やかそうでしたね。
そうね、後でちょっと実機でもご紹介しようかなとは思うんですけど、
はい。
もうだってそもそもこのスクリーンショットがさ、
そうね、いたこいついたっていうシルエットがね。
そうか、4月1日は辛いんだよって言ってますね。
あ、そうか、1週間後ね。1週間後はそうか、4月1日ってことになりますね。
社会人でなんかいろいろ大変なんだよって。そりゃでもいつも大変なんだよみんな。
そう。新年度は霊式とともに
今年度で退職すればいいって書いてある。いや
余生やい。
大事。
リアルあっての。
そう。
No, they haven't. Picto on full uptime fights is not OP.
はい、続いて
It's only in downtime fights where Picto is
フロントライン制
overperforming.
圧戦の回収と再開が
I'm very curious to see how the new frontline secure
こ
ends
ち
up
らもで
working.
すね、まあどう変わったのかという。
I actually really like secure back in the day. But it was just the map being so large was like always kind of something that was tough. So with the teleporters, I'm curious to see how it'll be.
まあ大規模に開発内でも三座がテストやってたんですけど、もう盛り上がってもう一戦って言って。
Cosmic is in 6.21, so Cosmic Exploration is 4 weeks after patch, and Crescent Island is another 4 weeks after Cosmic Exploration. They talked about that yesterday in an interview. So patch, 1 week later Savage, 3 weeks after that Cosmic, 4 weeks after that Crescent.
全員がさ、
For 7.2, sorry, not 6.2.
ね、 分かれて
Happens
そう
sometimes.
いやちょっとこれもう一回ですかって
誰かが
そうそうそうそう
そうかじゃあ PM さんだけがだんだん渋い顔になっていくやつですね。はい。
So 7.21.
次どうぞ。
うん
続いてはいこちら現スザク聖魂戦がやってまいります。
はい
スザクですね。
はいスザク皆さん覚えてますか？
ねレベル100スザク。
そうですね。
I mean, 0.25 is almost always 8 weeks after patch, so that wasn't
実装
changing.
直後はね、結構床の判定で、一部不具合があったりして、結構ね、当時は。
Yeah, Suzaku's back. Suzaku's going to be way harder than
かなり
Byakuya
尖った
was.
その遊びを
Yeah, it's pretty much
提唱
always
させて
job
もらって
change.
たコンテンツで、まあマップの中央にね穴が開いてるという。
そう穴がね。
あそこに。
I mean, it's just on par with other jobs in
ととも
uptime,
に
Ryan.
落ちていくのをよく見ましたが、まあレベル100で実際非常に面白いので、出来もよろしいのでぜひ行ってみてください。
ぜひぜひよろしくお願いします。
そして次はこれあげる必要があったのかと思います。
サブクエストから腹減り領事再開編。
大変短い1クエストではございますが。
There were some bugs in dude. He remembers monks using their LB and just dying.
みんな大好きモロコシ様。
He remembers.
程よく
That was a problem.
なるほど。
Monk LB would actually be a suicide mission in Suzaku. If you LB'd as a monk, you were going through the middle of the room and dying. Yeah, Dragoon. The melee LB was literally just so toxic.
調整が今回もやってまいります。
はい、どっちもですね、しっかり調整をさせて。
Any of the LBs that actually moved your position forward would do that.
そうですね。
はい。
簡単に触れると。
They probably won't talk much about these job adjustments. This will probably be a general overview. They never get that deep into job adjustments. It's always like broad statements. It could be like a broad objective for job adjustments. This also could just be a list. I think this is just a list. I think it's just gonna say PvE, PvP job adjustments, and then another slide's gonna come down and it's just gonna be a different topic. Pretty sure this is just a list of things. Melee DPS will get buffs. It might be more difficult to keep uptime. So melee DPS are specifically noted to be getting buffs. As a Fizz ranged, my soul is hurt. Again. Then again, my entire existence is hurt. What's the meaning? Goes to Amazon cart, buys rope, Fizz ranged life. Ah, Picto is getting nerfed. So the job adjustment, statement was specifically about Picto. Because they said that there would be job adjustments, but they never specifically stated. Like, so the interview says that Pictomancer was a problem, but that it won't be as much this time, and then confirm there will be job adjustments overall. However, the way that translates is left very unclear. It's not explicit. They were talking about Pictomancer, however.
で続いてはこちら。はい、大規模 PVP
New role action. We heard about this.
はい。まあこちらは大規模 PVP のみ使える
role actions exclusive to large scale PvP. I'd assume one of them is delete scholar.
尖ったものになってるので、ぜひですね選んで活用していただき
Yeah, they're not gonna nerf it much. It's gonna get like, if I had to guess, they're gonna pull potency off of its base combo. Probably about like a 2%.
顔を上げて調整するって言ってたじゃん。いややってきたんです。はい。
I'm gonna guess 2% off of its main combo. Could be 10 potency. Oh, you know what? 20 potency off each hammer. No, 20 potency, maybe 10 potency off each hammer hit. That would make a lot of sense. It's either the hammer or the base combo, I think that's gonna get hit. Probably the hammer.
次どうぞ。はい。続いてバトルクラス向け制作装備
like 1%, like yeah, like maybe 10 potency off the hammer or something.
はい。なのでぜひ1週間霊式
crafted gear, yeah. This is normal.
はい。準備をしていただければと思います。はい。はい。
そして次です。コンテンツサポーター対応
Yeah, duty support for Karn, we knew that.
埋没人が対応となります。
はい。こちらもですね、じわじわ進めていくメインクエスト以外のコンテンツサポーター対応。今回はカルンなんですが、まあ本当に初期の頃我々も作ったので大変尖ったギミックが
Yeah, could the Corn servant be here? The Sunken Temple of Corn?
ちょっとどう対応
Yeah,
され
it
たの
does,
か
Dev. That's why I think the hammer is probably the single biggest thing they could
いただ
hit
ければと思います。
if they want to overall bring the job more in line in both
アラガントームストーン
uptime and downtime.
はい
But the thing is, the job is already in line. So it makes me wonder if they're committing to the idea. One of two things is happening. Either they're hard committing to the idea of the melees and black mage being above Picto, which is what I think they're doing.
なるほど。
Or they're just trying to eliminate more problem scenarios with Picto against their encounter design, which also makes a lot of sense. They could be doing both, but I think that both make
でも
sense.
早めにやっつけてしまおう
はい。というわけで今回数理を使って
Tomestones of
はい
Mathematics.
よろしくお願いします。はい。で他にもいろいろあるんですが、続いてはこちら。パッチ 7.21 で
So what they're doing now, for those who don't usually tune into the Part 2 live letter, they're going over everything, and then they're going to log into the game and actually, like, go into the trial and go in, like, they're going to go into some stuff, show off some mounts, show off quality of life. That's what they're doing now.
そして次行きましょうか。続いてこちらです。
That would work too,
はい
Dev, yeah.
蜃気楼の島、クレセントアイルです
Should have happened
こちら
before
パッチ
Ultimate.
7.25
I mean, everything was in line before Ultimate.
そうですね、これも後ほど、実機
Yeah,
で
you can mount without a cast time.
まあ
Yeah,
いずれにせよ
and Sprint has a new function in towns with the jog
クレセン
buff.
トアイルにせよ、
はい
相当時間消費が激しいコンテンツなので、まあ、ちょっと重ねるとむちゃくちゃになっちゃうので、
はい
1を開けて
They are going to show cosmic,
およそ1ヶ月後に
cosmic
でかいの
exploration.
来るみたいに
By the way, they confirm they are going to zone into cosmic later.
ます
はい。
はい
So we are going to get to see like a little tiny bit of cosmic exploration.
新たな有効部族クエストとしてマムージャ族がやってまいります。
はい。いや結構ねいい話にまとまりましたんで、
ほうほうほう。
ちょっとぜひねやっていただきたい。
有効部族そうですね。ストーリーも楽しみですよね。
はいいい話。
はい。
Would you miss the trailer and an overview of what we're going to be seeing today?
どうぞ。
Yeah, there's going to be no more cast times on mounts in 7.2. So you can literally go from a sprint to being mounted without stopping.
出てこい引っ張るな。
Yep.
なんで俺インタビューで聞かれたもん。
We've been waiting for that for a very long
ダビディ
time.
ブランド黄金編にヒルディは出ますかって聞かれたんで、いや出るでしょう。そりゃ。
そうね。
それは出るんですけど。
それは出るでしょうね。
はい
They confirmed that
今回
for 7.2 already.
ちゃんと
Yeah, that's been
す
confirmed.
ごいんで。チェックの時に、
はい。
Is it infinite sprint? No, so in safe areas, I guess sanctuaries or towns, after your sprint wears off, you get the jog buff, and that just gives you increased movement speed as you continue to run around town.
これは
That they said in safe areas, so I assume just not out in the world.
結構細かいところまで広くして作り込みましたんで
You can sprint again to go even faster, but there's the overall move speed inside of
大まかにカタログとしては
inside of that should be expected.
そうですね細かいアップデートはちょっとコンテンツを
Yeah, because you have a mount in the overworld, so they expect you'll probably use that.
よろしくお願いします。
はい
ではここからはいよいよ個別に
Right,
い
so
ろ
that's
い
the
ろ
brief
見ていきたい
overview.
んですが、最初はこちらから参りましょう。画面お願いします。ほい。視点の座
I mean, that was always going to be the case, Nered.
は
Alright, so Savage 1 week after, so the first thing looks like they're going to be zoning into the first tier of the Arcadian.
踊っていただこうじゃないかという
Yeah, that means you're already prepared for it,
嫌かっ
Phoenix.
すよね
Yeah, sanctuary areas
コ
is
メン
what
トも
I
ありましたけ
expect.
ど BGM 含めて楽しみ。
Jog buff,
あー
aka personal Peloton.
BGM は
はい。
あれ今回演奏違う
ね
なんかスペースは確かにじゃあ、
はい
実機で
こちらは実機
い
で。
きます早速
はい。
In-game footage now.
はい
このマクロ
Dude, the disco thing looks like it's going to be so funny.
忘れかけているんだが
確かこれは打たなくても。
なんか
No, so jog doesn't get rid of sprint. You sprint, have that enhanced movement speed, and then when sprint wears off, you get jog. And then you can sprint again when sprint is off cooldown. But jog is like an increased move speed buff after sprint wears off, is all
一
it is.
層見ていただくと
Raid Planner, they said they're aiming for 7.3. They said that it's technically functional now, and they could release it, but that
確かにあり。やったね。
with the out-of-game resources there are available, it would basically see low adoption rate, unless they do better. So they think they need to make it like, he's the first fight!
なんだ だこいつ。ちょっと腹立ちますね。
My man is just moving. Also, the theme is already a
してる
banger.
のがちょっと恥ずかしくなるから。
コメントさ、お前一層かよっていうぐらいめっちゃ
My man got
面白い
moves.
すごいな。ほうほうほう。
We love him already. Why's he got frog feet?
なるほどね、コメント。マス多すぎ。
He's a bunny frog.
確かにマス
He's a froguni.
同感です。
こいつが4層の方が困るわ。
それもそう。いやー、すごいな。
He's a froguni.
いかがでしょうか。確かに
God, that's so funny. Alright, hold on. Let me do this.
曲なんだよな。
DDR? Yeah, dude, I used to play DDR. I was competitive. I have my metal pad over
カラフ
there.
ルカラフルなことになりそうですね。
ね
はい。は
I can't get a read.
あ、四角い。
Alright, the auto translation is not working.
ほうほうほう。
The auto translation is not good. Just look at the background details and everything.
コマ。
レインボーさ、
はい。
ね
This track is a bop.
これは？あ、
He's dead! Yeah, dancing
Oh, no.
green. It said gun tank green.
これは？
Like it was a fucking
Oh,
color.
yeah.
It said Nietzsche gun tank green on my
同じこと
translation.
ですね。さては。
まあ、
落ちては。
I was like, that's not useful.
なるほどね。
やってみますか。
Dancing green, my man.
何をしてくるんだこいつはっていうことですけど。も
なかなかね、いいキャラしてますよ、ほら。
うリズムを刻まずにはいられない。
確かに気になる。
こいつに
God, I love this theme.
足をして。
Oh, his voice. That's his voice. There's the announcer. Our announcer friend is back.
どうそうかな。動いた。ってことは？
Is this the raid wide? Oh no, it's a half room. Alright, so he's got a half room. We've got that much.
まあ判明しましたね。
The music did also change on pull, yeah.
また判明。なるほどね。
Yoshi P, you're giving away all the mechanics. I love the AoE. So, the music not only changes on pull, his dance moves are to the music.
いや
I don't know if you noticed. The music changes once you pull him, and all of his AoEs
これはさ、パネルがまずそもそもね。
were in line with the
ー。あります
music.
ね。やりますね。
なんかさ、お立ち台みたいなのもいっぱいあるじゃん。
ありますね。
外周にも
はいはいはいはい。なんじゃこれ。
Cinema.
確かに。
Yeah, the cleaves are his dance moves. Everything he's dancing to is relative to the background music.
ねえ、
ねえ
どうなるんだろうね。
気になりますわね。
あー、ホットライトとかもね。
Design team is cooking.
確かにな。
Gotta read the waveforms in real time. Yeah, there's spotlights on the side. I expect all that's gonna be relevant.
え
なんかみんなで華麗に
I mean, the first fight of the second tiers is rarely
パー
lackluster.
フェクトボーナスが出たり。
It's really the second and third fight where the lackluster tier is a problem.
これを
はい
防げばセーフみたいな
あ、
ギミックが多い。
ありますあります。
全部綺麗にやれたらボーナス。
おお。ことは
Rift of the Gecko Dancer.
この辺も慣れてきたらちょっと狙っていっていただきたい。
なるほど。
はい。
これは楽しみですね。まあちょっと想像つかないですね。
まあまあ本当今回は密相関要素まで
はい。
全く毛色が違います。全部。
でもですよね。一層がこうだった時点でだってこれで要素を通すわけないですもんね。
そうね。
Yeah, as a rhythm game nerd, I picked up on that very quickly.
はい。
これに凝ってるので。
うん。
まあど どっちかっていうとこいつむしろまだ正
The vibes are already on
正々堂々
point.
っていうか割と正統派レイドかもな。
よくこれを見た上で正統派と言いましたね今。
うん。
実は振り返ってみるに正統派だったかもしれない。
そうですね。前奏やって振り返ると、こいつが一番。
So usually it'll be enough to just pass a mechanic, but maybe this time we have some sort of perfect bonus if everyone does it right.
ご覧の皆さんのいろんな。
I mean, it is a dance fight if everybody dances to the tune.
いやなので今回こだわりにこだわったいろんな演出が各層入っておりますので。
Are you only allowed to raid on Friday nights because of this theme?
存分味わっていただけると思いますので、あとストーリーも、いわゆる中盤になりますので、
確かに
ストーリーの方もかなり細かく調整をし、盛り上がる状態となっておりますので、ぜひ闘士の一人として、挑んでいただければ。
いやー楽しみですね。はい、
Perfect bonus or
ス
disband.
テンノザ・アルカディアクルーザー級のご紹介です。
He even just mentioned Yakuza.
一層の冒頭。
You heard that? He's been talking about Yakuza. See? I'm not the only one.
はい。
Everyone who's recently even seen Yakuza is
はい
thinking
こ
it.
こで一旦。
もう次だってあれで
You might say this entire fight is about staying alive. Staying alive.
次は PVP に行きたいです。はい。
じゃあちょっと
ここらで。装備をぜひぜひお願いします。ポロリの時間。
I can't take credit for that one. That's chat. Zoom in. I can't see it well enough.
されないのか。
Zoom.
されないのか。
Zoom.
待って手元がさ。
Just put it on. Just put it on the screen.
なるほどね。
That gunblade is thick. Oh my god, the microphone. Stop. Stop, please. The wires. The wires, please. I'm dying. There we go.
やるね。
That is a thick gunblade.
こちらタンク。
Look at that thing.
はい。
Now, okay, we've zoomed and we've enhanced at this point.
おつい。
Oh, those mock fists. All right. Those are as close as we're getting to Ratatan weapons. Holy shit. Holy fuck. That's Doom Fist.
普通に別のゲームに出てきそう。
With the Raiden mask at that. The Cyberpunk jacket and the Raiden mask. Monk actually cast fist. Nice goggles. The weapons are okay here. Not wild about these dancer weapons. I might also just have to see them in game. It's not like a great angle to look at them from. They said next PvP, but this is not. This is Arcadian gear. I like those daggers. Yeah, the dancer weapons might spin. Is this crafted gear? Oh, this is the crafted gear. Oh, yeah, I'm not even looking at the translations. Let me just read the translations real quick.
素敵です。
はい。
はい。
But gear first. All it says is gear first. I assume this is not crafted. I assume this is the raid gear. All it says is but gear first. This isn't crafted. This is the raid gear. I mean, it literally is Arcadian gear. That's a wild looking scythe. Holy Jesus.
すごいですね。これはすげえ。
That's very large.
まだ出ますか？出そうですね。
It's a Gundam scythe.
おほよいしょ。
これヒーラーっすね。
Stop looking at his crotch.
おおよそヒーラーかな。
Nice hat.
すごいな。怖っ。またいかつい顔してらっしゃる。ヒーラーです。はい。
The caster beanie.
あ、かっこいい。
That is the best red mage weapon I've ever seen. Change my mind. That's actually the best red mage weapon I've ever seen.
こんな感じで報酬になっておりますので、ぜひ皆さん挑んでください。
ありがとうございます。
コンテンツが出ております。
It's not red. Don't care. Just dye it.
ということで、じゃあ次行きましょうか。
はい。
I mean, the thing is, the beanie, if it's for healers, is also for casters. So automatically it's caster
ということで
beanie.
PVP アップデー
The healer gear was the
です
green gear. That was green, right? That wasn't brown or something else.
パワー
I'm kind of just guessing.
ベースでご紹介ですね。はい。
うん
じゃあお願いします。
まずは先ほどちょっと触れましたが大規模 PVP
The healer gear was
専用
green,
ロ
right?
ールアクションというのが、今回実装されます。
Military
はい
forest green. Yeah, whatever the fuck that person said.
ロールごとに3つありますので、そこから、
Players face like one of 3 large-scale role
してくだ
actions.
さい。
はい。
で戦闘開始後も
Is this
ですね
new? No, they used that last
各拠点
patch
スタ
too.
ート
Well, they might have
地
just used it in the
点
last
であれ
live
ば
letter now that I
付
think
け替
about
え
it.
OK となっておりますので、
And it can always be changed in the starting
はい
area.
はい大丈夫なので、
Choices
まあちょっと
in my
状
MMO?
況とか
はい。
戦況を見て付け替えるみたいなのも可能なので、じゃあちょっとその大規模
はい
PVP 専用ロールアクションの例をですね、
例を。
例です。
はい。
はい、見て、
Examples.
はい、お願いします。
Give me.
はい。
Rampage attacks all nearby enemies and increases their damage taken. Stone Skin 2. Even they're laughing at it. Fucking Stone Skin is
そんな
back.
スキン
I like how Yoshi P and I had the Stone Skin reaction at the same time. Increased movement speed for 4 seconds while granting immunity to status effects and knockback draw-in effects. Dervish, reduced cast time. That's a fizz ranged ability.
込んで
Yeah, Dervish I recognize immediately as fizz range. And Comet. Wait, cast time required cannot be
はいは
canceled.
い
ロールアクション
リードスター
Does that mean you can't cancel it or they can't interrupt it? Or
めっち
both?
ゃ強いんですけど、
はい。
小中断できない。唱え始
始めたら
めたら
最後も
そうそう
うやりきるまで。
やりきってもらおう。
おもろ
そう結構
Swift is meant to allow you to come home
いろい
alive.
ろある
No escape.
まあ結構尖った性能のものを
This is good.
入れましたので、ちょ
はい
っといろいろですね。
Dude, I can't wait to see 24 black mages all cast Comet on the same location.
どんなすぎんな。
Yeah, it says you can't cancel the Comet cast.
ちょいちょい戻ってきたりするね。
確か
All right, that's it. Hide in the bush. Get ready to
はい
comment.
ははい。あとはどうか
Yeah,
な。
it just means you can't cancel it, is all it means. It could probably be
あ
interrupted.
の移動系アクションとか、パーティー内にしか使えなかったやつ、アライアンスメンバーにと例えば黒だとエーテリアルステップ、
ああ、はい。
アライアンスメンバーとかもターゲットにできるようにしたりしたので、結構便利になったかなとは思います。
はい。
はい。
ありがとうございます。
はい。
では続いて画面お願いします。はい。フロントライン外縁遺跡軍制圧戦
Show
の開
me
始
the
について
improvements.
です。
We saw there's a teleporter to get to mid now.
まずは随分ねちょっと閉鎖して長かったこともあるので、ルールのおさらいからして。
Yeah, Dervish was already in.
はいまずベーシックルール
I
で、
think Bozia is
最
Dervish.
大72人が24人ずつ3チームに分かれるはまあ一緒なんですけど。
Yeah, I mean that's the basic rules are the same.
まあここは一緒ですね。で、この
Yeah, Bozia had Dervish,
の獲得方法が
so I recognized
まあ
it
4つある
immediately.
拠点のまあ選挙。
はい。
それから
Any of the 9 locations.
アラグ兵器。
Yeah, I mean these are the standard rules. So the reason they're even doing this is because Secure's been gone for 3 years. So a lot of people who have started new may not even know how Secure works. So they're going over this for that reason.
で今回いろいろギミック
4 years?
も新たに入れたので。
No, 6.1 to 7.2?
確かに。
Yeah, I guess that's 3.5. Split it down the
ア
middle.
ラグ兵器
久々。
はい、久々に稼働
It's
して
been that long? Yeah.
はい、まずじゃあちょっと見ていきましょう。
はい。お
9
願いし
つの
ます。
拠点の選挙
はい。
というところに関してなんですけど、
It's been like, yeah, it's been
拠
about
点
3
にです
years.
ね、自チー
It's
ム
about
だ
right, give or
け
take.
がいる状態で
はい
しばらくとどまっていると、
Astrologos has been gone for longer.
で、選挙している拠点の数に応じて、戦術士がね増加するので、まあ拠点の奪い合いっていうところが基本
そうですね
になってくる。
はい。
で他チームが占拠しているところも、乗り換え直すと、一定時間で、奪い取れますので、
はい。
まあいわゆる空き巣と呼ばれるやつですね。
Secure was one of the first PvP modes. Yep.
あれじゃないかなと
はい
It's the first large-scale PvP
で
mode.
この拠点でですね新しい要素があ
We
って
had the fold for
え
arenas.
ー不退点
New key location buff.
この拠点は俺のものだ私のものだ
Probably to give the
ということで
defenders a fighting
これはで
chance.
すね拠点の上にそのサークル内に入ると、
A massive damage buff to all players in the vicinity. Oh, so no, anyone fighting on the point
1対
gets
1であっても
a damage buff.
空き巣に来たプレイヤーに
That's
対して
frightening. If you get jumped, you're fucking gone.
ずっとここでガチ
なるほどなるほど
殴り合いになる
If you get jumped, you're so
という感じ
fucking
で
dead.
ダメージが大幅アップする
That's so. That's gonna make Rampage very interesting because as Rampage increases the damage taken, and you'll have to be on the point to get the damage buff. It means that if you're like a ranged or a caster, if a team is running up to you, your first like 1 or 2 attacks is probably at advantage. So if you could like CC an enemy outside the point or knock an enemy outside the point,
しますので
and now they don't have the damage buff, but you still that's a lot more valuable.
獲得できるチャンスであると
なるほど
Casters on the point
な
casting
んかねいろい
comment.
ろあるんですよ
ほう
そうタワー入った方がいいとは思いますけど入った方がいい、ね全部自分だけでカバーしようとするとね
Yeah, elegant weaponry will appear.
ね
確かにそうですよね三つどもえ状態でこの
Get in the
状態
towers.
あえて踏まないやつとか出てきてさなんてことしてくれてんだよとかありそうですよね
It's probably better to stand in these. Yeah, you don't say. I wonder if these towers give buffs to anyone who actually
まあいろんな
eats them, because otherwise, like players might. I mean, a tank can probably do it, no problem.
まで
But
はならんって
そうですね
they don't look like tank busters, but it's a question of do you get a buff? But maybe there are ones that are better to avoid. Yeah, I'd imagine
それ
there
からで
is.
すね今回転送装置というものが
That's the teleporter.
用意されておりましてまあ
No.
中央行くの結構遠くてですね
あ
時間的ロスとかを考えて戦術的に結構迷うっていう要素だったと思うんですけど今回マップ外周の3カ所
Three teleporters, immediate transportation to the center of the map. Yeah, that's what we figured it
起動
would
し
do.
ます起動してる間にここに乗るとですね中央の高台まで一気にジャンプできますので状況に応じてスクリーンに起動するぞっていうのが出ます。
I mean, that's what we
状況に応じ
expected.
てまあ上がちょっと制圧され気味だったらまあ捨てるも戦術だとは思いますけど、移動は結構楽になるように作ってありますので、ぜひね活用してみていただきたいなと思います。
はい。
はい。じゃあちょっとエリアの中入って。
I'd have to auto translate what we saw earlier,
今
Dylan.
概要をご説明したので
I'd assume it depends on which ability. Like Comet's probably not an
ご紹介い
OGCD.
ただきましょう
Comet's probably a GCD, given you have to hard commit to it.
あ、大丈夫です。
はい、
Morning,
じゃあ
B
ゲームお願
Mower.
いしますあ、待機中突入した直後の状態ですね
俺だった
神の手が入ろうとして入りました
Changing it to daytime. I don't
今
PvP
日
at
開発
night.
サーバーを使っておりますので比較的やりたい方
でですね、
はい
今回ですね、特徴
Show us the instant cast mount. He's about to. Yeah, look, look, look. Oh, so it's not instant cast, it's just not interrupted. That's all.
10年
これはすごいね
移動しながら
Can be cast while moving, yeah.
すご
It's also, I think it is a shorter cast bar too. Still good, yes.
すごいな飛び乗った
これちょっとねモーションは今
Yo, Yoshi P's employees, get his
ダ
ass.
になっちゃってるんでちょっとだけ対応してるのかなあ、これまだ次のパッチからですねこの
Imagine all of his employees log into the test server right now and just queued in and they just beat his
これは
ass.
2人
はいあついた確かにバフがついたでしょ
これが
で今拠点の中にいるからこれでしばらく
That's for all
すると
mounts?
制御できるんですね
Damn, look at that timer UI over there.
大天の決意で戦場に立っている状態余ダメージが
はいで占拠できたので
はい
これでジグ
I think that's saying the middle will unlock.
で転送
It's either that or the Oh, maybe it's saying the teleporter will. Because it said after a set period of
荒野
time.
兵器
荒げ兵器
I assume that maybe it only happens some of the time. Like, oh, maybe when there's an objective available. Oh, is that letting you know that this objective in the middle is only available for 1 more minute? I think that's what it's saying.
なるほどね
Because it's the same shape as these things. Also, gold.
なんか単純に
There's a fucking... Why is that one gold? It's worth more points. Higher value target.
あ、これね、ボーナスですわ。
ああ。金の方がお得ってことですか。なんか忙しいですね。一人しかいないからもう狙われ放題。
I wonder, because now the timer's at 0. Let me see what it
これ
says.
と同時に、
はい。
It also looks like it has more
味
health.
方、
そうですね。敵プレイヤーも。
そうそう。
Oh, no, so it is. Now it's saying the next objective will spawn in 3 minutes.
あとはまあ
They all exploded. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
このなんだろう、マーカー
So it is, it's a
とか
timer. So the next one is the middle objective will appear in 3 minutes.
あ、下にね。
そうそう
Yeah,
な
that's
るほど。
3,000 points
ね
needed to
ど
win.
っから降りりゃ
Correct.
いいのか分かんなかったんで
はは
一応ねこれがあるところからは大丈夫だぞって
It's better timing for everyone. Like the visibility of all the timing is way
本
better.
当だ。
一応だがあるよ
The golden one is a bonus.
まあぜひねやっぱりこう得点の経過とかは結構何度も調整は入れたんですけど、やはり大規模に皆さんが何度も遊んでいただく
Cap another point.
方がねより正確なので、
はい。
戦術値の植え方とか、決着のつく、まあ、この3000で値なんですけどフィードバックをぜひですねさらにいただけると大変助かります。
はい。
はい、
ぜひ。
Yeah, it's really nice.
よろしくお願いします。ちなみに、
はい。
このチョコボキー場ですけど、
はい。
当然これPVP だけじゃなくて普通のフィールドでも、
ああ、はいはいはい。
はい、
Yeah, the fences are for line of sight now. So you can actually have like a fight.
はい。
不思議なもんで、
え
They also clarified that this mount change is for everywhere. This isn't a PvP exclusive mount change.
わかります。
That was clear in the interview, but it's more clear.
Right.
Like just in case for anyone who didn't know.
手からね
手が止まってしまうんですよ。
手が止まるんですよ。
これはね。
あったじゃん。
はい
そろそろ走れるってなってさ、
はい。
不用意にキャンセルしてしまって
あり
さ
ます
10年なんで、
ね。これはも
晴
う
れるまではね、
脳からの信号と関係なく
そうなんですよ
手が止まりそう。
そうなんです。なんでちょっと慣れるまでは
そうね。
なぜせっかく入ったのにみんななぜか立ち止まってるっていう感じだね。
確かにな。特に PVP エリアだと倒されて拠点に戻った直後とかは走り出していいんですもんね。
はい。
まあそういう時とか。いや
You still have to stop moving for like everything else.
そういうところも
30 seconds until objective.
実装されておりますので、マウントはよりね使いやすくなっているという感じでございます。はい。
ーはい。ありがとうございます。
And just like most of the player base, Yoshi P was like, "That's enough PvP."
はい。どうぞどうぞ。ああ。はい。なるほどね。
こ
Relatable.
れ PVP ロールアクション。
I'll probably do a little bit of secure. I actually really miss secure.
はい。ロールアクションです。
Oh, never mind.
ここに
He was just making sure we didn't see
PVP
anything.
ロールアクションという
はい。
バーが
メニューがね。
1個あるのでアイコン。これを入れておくと
ああ、なるほど
切。り替えると
はい。
そいつが他のものに切り替わるので。
So we have Comet. Let me see what these other ones are.
はい。言葉に入れとくのはその
1個でいい。
We have
うん
Comet,
1個でいいの。
Phantom Dart,
でどれにす
and
るかは選択する。
Daru weapon. I wonder what that actually is. Yeah, I mean, they effectively.
あつ。
I really like that animation. And it's got a 40-second cooldown. Okay.
意外
You
と
can't just spam it.
思ったよりね早いんじゃないかな。
Yeah, it is
まあ
effectively an
変わります
LB.
けど
はいはい。
He has his normal LB, mind you.
その代わり始めたら最後。
今のは栄唱キャンセルできない。
はい。
Not to be confused with his actual limit break that he has.
次第うまく合わせるなりしてください。はい。じゃあこんなところでしょうか。
はい。
はい。
ありがとうござ
Yeah,
います。
Comet countdowns on content.
フロントライン外縁遺跡群制圧
You know what's going to be the big
ご紹
thing?
介した
Timing comets for when objectives appear.
はい。なるほど。
precast comet so that when like the little nodes appear in the middle, or even the big node appears, you get like a majority
これの
majority of the actions like right away.
いかがしようか。
They're for large scale modes.
ミニピンがあれば刺すけど。
どうしたの？あ
はい。はい。ハンディカムのマイクが
あ。
ですね。
アラガン
Hi, Ivy.
これでどうかな？大丈夫かな？あ、はい。
So by the way, they did confirm that old series rewards are going to be coming back this patch also. They're going to actually start doing the old rewards.
アラガントムの装備。はい、じゃあ手元に変えてください。
I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually a big. This is Tombstone gear.
ね、なんかすごい。
I'm not gonna. So that's Final Fantasy 9, obviously. I don't need to say it's Steiner gear. Yeah,
大丈夫今。
literally Steiner.
あ、その吉田さんのマイクに髪が触れるともしかしたらそれもあるかもしれない。
I mean, I think we have an idea of what some of the others will look like. But where's Freya's stuff? Pointy stick. That's Freya's spear, but I want her armor. I mean, we have stuff that kind of looks like Freya's armor set already. That's Marcus? That's Marcus, right? I'm really bad at remembering since I don't really care about Final Fantasy 9. There you go, yeah.
はいはいはい。見たことある配色。そうね。ちょっと寄せてみて。
That doesn't really remind me of
かっこいい。
I guess we found the Freya set. It's just for machinist. It's closer to being a Freya set.
いいですね。はい。
This is Tombstone gear.
もうあるんじゃねえの
Big cuffs. Zidane's second set of armor.
あるんじゃないのかねっていう感じですけど。
Zidane 2.0. The Temu Zidane. That's fucked up. Temu Zidane.
あらかわいい。
あらかわいい。
I love that. I'm taking that. Temu Zidane is such a good way of putting it.
賢そう。
Yeah, I don't know which of his weapons that is. We painting. Was Zidane the first? I don't know if it was the first.
まあ布の質感系はね、相当こだわっておりますので、今回。
Temu Zidane.
まあいろんなコンテンツをプレイしてですね。はい。ぜひぜひ。アラガントーンストーンを集めて
240 days. Yeah, I don't think. I feel like Squall was no. I don't remember. Honestly, I'm thinking of like the original ones.
では続いて次のブロックに参りましょう。
I mean, Zidane is also already in the game, Alhea, but you know. That was Tome Gear, yeah.
また来るよ。じゃあコンテンツから出ます。
次のブロックは、こちらをご紹介したいと思います。パワーポイントお願いします。どうぞ。お、出ました。
Hey, they're going in game for this part.
プローラーです。
So as a reminder, this is 1 month after patch for Cosmic Exploration.
はい、来ました。まずは、実機の前に簡単に始め方だけご紹介いただきたい。
まずは、はい。
じゃあどうぞ画面お願いします。
はい。まず始め方。
How to start?
新規コンテンツですからね。
Oh, it's actually available right after you complete Endwalker. I mean, it makes sense because it's on the moon. Surprised they didn't make Dawn Trail the minimum.
さすがにちょっとね、月。
The new field operation is 1 month after Cosmic Exploration. Point X5 patchers are almost always 8 weeks.
できるだけ多くの人にね、やっていただきたい。そして、ギャザラークラフターはなんとレベル10
10. Yeah, so they are using it as okay. I was expecting this. Because they did this with Ishgard, that
はい
yeah,
バトル
it could be
一
used
筋で
as
生きてきたぞ
leveling
という
content
方は
for
です
this.
ねレベリングに使っていただけますんで
Field operations are in May.
上が
Yeah,
ってないク
end
ラ
of
スあるわ
May,
みたい
late
な
May.
方はですね
あるわ
ぜひ
I expected this.
こちらミッションいわゆるソロでやられるミッションなんかは、レベルアジャストが、適用されておりま
Yeah,
す
another leveling spot. I mean, Ishgard was a leveling spot.
どんな
So
レベルで来ていただいてもいけると、今まで
see ya, Diadem.
石柄の復興
There will be a
はい
level adjust. Yeah,
レベ
they
ルの
told us
低い
that
ものが高
yesterday.
いものから見ると意味ないやん、やってもって感じだったんですけど今回、シンクされるようにアジャストされるようになってますんで、はいいろんなのやっていただけるかな、そしてですね、次
はい出ました。
大変
separate
荷物が多くなることが予想されましたのでコスモエクスプローラーでは、このコンテンツ専用のカバンがございますので、ごっちゃごちゃになって何が何だかっていうことに一応ならないように
流れるコメントが3割増しぐらいで
Huge.
専用のカバンとなっておりますので、
Yeah, Sanctuary had it.
ご安心ください。
But I still didn't expect it here because Diadem didn't have it.
この人のカバンの
They
中身
did
を
say
ぶち
they
まければ
learned from
よ
Island
いった時に
Sanctuary.
このコスモ
They
エ
did
クス
say
プ
that.
ローラーの、カバンは
大丈夫。
そう
That you want to do the content and earn the rewards, Crafty, would be the large reason.
じゃあ
But if you don't want to do it, I mean, if you don't want rewards, I mean, why do you play anything, right?
ほい実機ですか？
実機から
はい
では、
はい
まずいきます。
で一回生カメにしといて、
For fun? No.
まあちょっと準備しております。
It's 2025. Who does anything for fun anymore? Idiot. Look at this fucking loser trying to have fun over here. No, you're supposed to hate it and go to the forums.
切り替えて OK になったら
Come on,
教えて
man.
ください。
ちょっと待ってよ。
はい何か気合の入れる事項。
Not the forums. And then get banned from the forums and then go to Reddit to talk about how you were banned from the forums. Nice
よう
outfit.
こそ我らが新しい
すごいコスモエクスプローラー感半端ない。
おブラインドキャンセルを
すごい。
Also, the music
20時お知らせ。
I very much approve of. This is literally like I'm going to space music.
はあいいですね。
俺さ
気分が盛り上がりますね。
めっちゃよくできてるよ。
よくできてますね。細かいな。
みっちみちだよね。
Probably Baron, yeah. At level 100, I assume
So
Baron.
it's-
Actually, maybe even
ぎゅうぎゅ
before
うに押
that.
し込まれてる。いやこれはさ、
はい
ね
No,
わかる
you
よね
need a level
丸ス
10
ーツ
crafter.
痛くなるよね
You either need the level to enter here is level 10.
私これ着て G ウォーリアーに乗りてー
Is that it? There's yes. This is on the moon. So the first cosmic exploration zone is the moon. We're making our base to go to the other planets.
はいこれが、
ここが拠点ですかね。
今まさに、
はい
This is effectively
ス
Starbase.
ロールしてる場所。
なるほど。
Also, that UI looks so nice. The
何回目ぐらい
tablet.
かなそんな言ってない。
PSO looking UI. Yeah.
ちょっと本当、
はい
最初ここ来たらね、
はい
まあこれあれでもワールドごとに進行具合違うからさ、初動来るとねマジで何にもない。
We don't need a spacesuit. No, none of the NPCs are wearing spacesuits. It's just the glam.
尻尾の
Astrocord, thanks for the resub.
え
Yeah, the UI in the top left looks great. I love the tab. They told us we would have like a tablet-looking thing in the interview, but I really like it.
空気あるんだけどここ。
確かに。なんなら非課税はそのままで大丈夫な説。
まあまあまあまあまあ。
Need to have Endwalker
これ
done,
か
as
ら
they just
これか
said.
らさらなる惑星にねパ
あそっかそっか
ッチが進んだ時に他の星へ行った時にさ
わけわからんとこ行くか
わ
もしれない
けわからんところに行った時この報酬持ってないやつも入れないとかあるかもしれないし。で、
I mean, with the sprint change, I just assume the sprint change will work here, Roth.
はい。
コスモスプリントという
Yeah,
コスモ
in
スプリン
fact-
トはい
Yeah.
スプリントが
永
So-
続スプリントいい響き。
Yeah, sprint. No, they just made it so that sprint is permanent here.
で基本的には
はい
こちらにござい
It's
ます
just the normal sprint is permanent here.
タブレット
See, the timer just never
はい
goes down.
進化しております。
はい。
Cosmo Sprint.
火星にはタブレットが
Cosmo Sprint.
すごい時代になりました。
That's
で
so
このコ
funny.
スモミッションっていうのが、
はい
基本的にソロでねやっていける遊びになって、
Yeah, it's like the island sprint.
で
Well, I mean, that's just the normal sprint on the bar right there. At least it doesn't have the usual border for it.
お知らせされますので、
は
まあ、あらかじめ、
Your Cosmo missions, level 10.
まあ、近くまで
ああ、なるほど。
そう言っといてもいいんじゃないか。
はあはあは
No, bona fide. They've only confirmed they've started working on the next one. Is that leaves? Yes.
あ。あ、これでミッションが始まり
I
ま
love
した
that. They are leaves, yeah.
まあもう至ってコスモミッションはシンプルにこれをみんなでワーワーやって
なるほどなるほど
全体を上げていきましょう。
Thank you, Akame.
ギルドリーブのような進め方ができるんですね。
はい。最もシンプル
Yeah, no, it's like it's a leave quest.
はい。
They said this is what a basic Cosmo mission is. Now, keep in mind, we know there's duels in cosmic exploration. There's a system where there's like a massive gathering mission, and one player gets selected as the pilot to the main device based on like that same dual priority system. So you can effectively you can eventually pilot a giant mech as part of that mission. Now, cosmic missions don't use up your leave quest allowances. No, cosmic exploration's not solo. It's your entire server. It's Ishgard. It's Diadem. But yeah, we know there's effectively the equivalent of like a space duel. Yeah, one thing to note, there's no instance timer. There's a leave quest timer. So see how he had like a minute, like 2 minutes to do that leave quest? But there is no instance timer anywhere on the screen. See, that mission had its own timer.
この場で
あ、なるほど。
報告して達成していただけますので、
押せば終わる。
はいはい。
あ、なんか来た。
メカが
すごい。
お前が今採集したものは私が
全部持ってってくれる。
というわけで、いちいちこう拠点に戻ってとかってやらなくていいので。
Probably can't cheese space duels with Flare Storm, no. I doubt you can do
これがまあ一
that.
番地味なコスモミッション。
ハイテク。
まあいろんなものがあ
はい。なるほど。
These are really short too. They're all like 2.5 minutes long.
はい。
And yes, the Kupo Fortune system is back. They did say that there's like a low grade one that doesn't have super rare rewards, and then there's a high grade one that does have super rare rewards for the Kupo Fortune. Yeah, this looks to be an actual zone. There's no instance timer.
なるほど、なるほど。
Yeah, you can get your Gamba ready.
はい、ということになっております。これがコスモミッション。
はい。
はい。じゃあ次、緊急ミッションってやつ。
He said that was the most basic sort of mission.
するので、
ほうほうほう。緊急事態が。
緊急事態が起こったりするので、じゃあ GP の皆さん、
緊急事態を
起こしてみて。
すごい。今から緊急事態を。あ、なんか出た。
Ah, an emergency mission. That's the one.
我々今デバッグコマンドでやっておるんであれですけど。
はい。あ
だんだん不穏な天候に変わってきて。
確かに。
週末が。
I didn't think they were going to use this. Oh, there's comets coming down. It's a fucking meteor shower.
異常気象に見舞われることがあって、この間緊急ミッションというのが受けられるようになります。で、この緊急ミッションをコンプリートするたびに、報酬獲得。
The final days. Even Yoshi P said the final days are back.
全部。
なるほど。
はい。 埋まると、
はい
Yeah, this is the piano version of Carrots of
みんなの
Happiness.
力で解決
ああ、
し
なるほど、なる
て
ほど。
みんなで
This is on
ほうほうほう
what's the name of the album? Scions and Sinners, right?
時間がありますんで、発生したらもう全員で同じ目標に向かって、やってください
なるほ
ということに
I think this is on the Scions and Sinners
ボーナスあり
album.
ます。
はい
はい、達成。全体達成できれば追加ボーナスですね。
はい。
一回なんていうんですか、繰り返しやってこう、
Also, look, it has specific crafters listed. It's got like blacksmith, leatherworker, mining, armor, and goldsmith.
緊急事態を終了させる
I think that's like the bonus crafters.
報酬が
なるほど、なるほど。はい。
はい、それが
Bonus crafters and the bonus
そう
gatherer.
ですね、ただひたすら地味な吉田が一人で必死にこれにあらがってためきれず終わるっていうことになる。
そうですね。
はい。じゃあ、
はい。
Forge ahead. Okay, it's forge ahead. I couldn't remember which one. This looks really good.
では、さらにですね、メカオペレーションというものがございますので。
出ました。
メカオペレーションも見てみま
はい、お願いします。
All right, he turned it off with a dev command.
さすが。
Oh, he's gonna turn on a mecha operation, I
なるほど
think.
異常気
I think he's turning on the mecha, which is the one with the dual one. Let me just quickly end the final days.
はい。
今、ちょっと待ってね。
Good job, Yoshi P.
ほい。
Just end the final days, just like that.
あ、なるほど。まあちょっとメカオペレーションに向けた準備をしておりますので。少々。
All right, just getting it ready. He's getting the mecha mission ready.
出たのこれで
It was that easy. Just turn it off.
ゲームにして OK。
はい。
はい。じゃあゲームを
Just unplug the final
メ
days.
カオペレーシ
There
ョ
it
ン
is at the
を
top.
発生していると、これも時間帯で来るん
That's
です
the
けど
preparation period. So I'm guessing during the preparation period, you can register to be the person, be the pilot.
ああ、通知が来た状態ってことですね。
来たと思ってください。
なるほど、なるほど。
はいはいこのエクスプローラータブレット、
はい
ここにありますね、メカオペレーション。
はいはいはいはい
発生しておるぜ。
ほ
でですね
There it is.
このメカオ
Yeah, and then he
ペレー
has
シ
the ticket.
ョン
Those are the mecha actions. Those are the rewards. And then that's, do you want to use a ticket
あ、なるほど。
to be the mech?
メカに乗れるのは
あ、
決まった人数のみでございます。
ああ、なるほど。
Yeah, it's the Bozia system. It's literally like
で
verbatim
メ
the
カに
Bozia
惜しくも乗
system.
れなかった。もしくはメカなど
Because if you don't get selected, you get another
はい
ticket.
サポーターとして参加す
Or
る。
you get like, not even get another ticket, but you effectively get some sort of pity if you don't get selected
まあ抽選漏れても乗れな
to
い。
make it more likely that you'll get
多数
selected
の希
next
望者の
time.
場合は
はい
抽選になります。
あ、なるほどね。
しかもですね、
はい
こちらパイロットになるために、
はい
チケットを、
What gear? He's just wearing a space outfit. I assume it's glam from this.
チケットを持っている
He's wearing an astronaut outfit.
なるほど。
まあこちらは
There are mecha supporters and
通貨で
mecha pilots.
要はいろんなミッションやって
はい
稼いだ通貨でチケットを買っておく。
No, they
なるほど
probably won't,
募集が出
Squeaky.
たら、
はい
Because that's not for another
チケッ
8 weeks. That's still not for another 10 weeks
そう
from
です
now.
でももちろん規定人数以下であれば、
はい
スムーズ
You
に
can buy the pilot ticket with moon credit.
ただ後で
They might.
詳しく話します
They might
具
do
体
it.
的
I'm
に
just
仮に外れたとしても、
はい
チケットは
Q in, Yoshi P. Q
外れた
in.
チケットは
Q in.
終わってまう。なるほど。はい。すみません。
Thank you.
で
Ready for launch. Mech
どこ
Ops.
まで行ったっけ
It literally is
外れた
just,
と
it's
しても
PSO2, man. Selected
外れた
class.
外れてもチケットは返ってくるし、
チケット返ってくるよね。はい。で、かつ外れた情報が記録されているので、
ほうほうほうほう。
徐々に当たりやすく
あ、優しさ。
なっていく
あ、なんかかっこいいカットシーン来た。
More Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy 5 music,
顔して
huh?
眺めていた。
吉田パワーローダー出る。
クハ
Actually, wait. This is Final Fantasy 4 music. My bad.
なんと、
It's World Map.
よしくもメカ。すごいな。
コクピット丸見えじゃねえかって戦うマシンじゃない
Makes sense for the moon.
So
We have our Final Fantasy 5 music in Crescent Island. Fly away!
現場へ向かっておりますな。ほんで、
では、まあ、先に
Alright, it's time.
の皆さん
Time to gather.
動きを GP さんが見せてくれる。
はいはい
Mech ops commenced. Alright, so
じゃあこっち
this is
これは
okay, so this is,
ならなかった人
okay, so the support people gather the small rocks and the mech gathers the big
サポーター
rocks.
専用でイベントアクションを使って任務に当たりま
Nice drill.
す。そう、ドリルを使って
Final Fantasy IV battle theme.
で、場所へ持ち
Jesus.
シンプルですね。
なるほどなるほど
ガリガリ
Giga Drill Breaker.
男の武器
おお
Oh, it has AoE.
壊して集めてる
そうそうそう、
はいはいはいはい
これを納品する。
あ納品する
が
Delivery. You don't even have to interact to deliver the items. Just walk next to the spot.
なるほど
この私は
じゃあ
壊せない
吉田さんの方にして
壊せないような、
はい
この巨大
あでけえ方ほうほうほう
Actually, just
あ
just
それは
shoot
やりたい
it.
わなるほどなるほどね
これがですね、
はい
Just straight up gun.
で
Show us the other ammo.
運がない。
This is so good. I'm a big fan. Dude, I don't even craft or gather. This just appeals to me, though. SCV, good to go.
うわー、吉田持ってあ
He got a buff. See the Moogle buff? He just got that. Fire the laser. Is that the laser? Does that let you laser? Oh, he's trying to line it up to hit all of them.
武器はい
That's what the Kupo buff does. It lets you fire the laser.
波動砲が出ました
Brrr!
とまあこうやって
Dak, thanks for the 52 months.
みんなで協力して
なるほど
オペレーションをクリアしましょうということになっておりますので発生したらですねチケット確保しておいて参加をして
Yoshi P, you're wasting time. You only have 5 minutes. You're not even close to the goal.
まあまとめてやるとねああやって大量に
はいはい
できますのではいお願いします切り上げた
The smiley face on the back, yeah. That's a very Loprit thing to do, the smiley face on the
というのが
back.
メカオペレーションでございましたと
でどうしようかなこのまま
I really like what I'm seeing from that.
ほい
コスモデジョンという専用のデジョンがありますんで
ゲームお願いしますはい
ここにありますんで
はあ
これと使い放題でねいつでも拠点には
あ拠点に帰れる
まあ戻りたいという
End of April, yeah.
そして
はい
Say hello to my little friend, Kupo. This is the Cosmic Fortune NPC.
はい
So this is where you would spend like the cosmic points and everything.
はいはい
このムーンクレジットっていうまあ専用通貨を
うん
消費して
あは
やっていただいて
Ah, these are so it's the Loprit
出まし
fortunes.
た
Look at the rewards.
はあ迷うやつ
そしてですねなんとここで若干
Must roll
ど
carrot.
うしました
Literally PSO2 again.
はい
今回
Literally
新しい
PSO2
カララントが
again.
久々本当に久々だった
カララントが
新色
新色
やったね
が追加されますので、
はいここにある
ここにありますね。メタリックコバルトグリーン。
I'm going to get the die and not the coffer. No.
いいですね
カララントが
No, chat can't stop gambling. No.
至るところで手に入る。
Chat, chat, contain yourself.
まあね、あとはね、9時といえば
はい
花火ね。
PSO2, Fantasy Star Online too.
ございます。
Yeah, that's probably the astronaut
こ
glam.
れはどちらか
This
を選
cosmic
べるってやつですか
suit
ね
chest.
そうですね、
はい
このルーレットのさサイズのね、
はいと欲しいものがどうあるか
Gamba or Riot.
なるほどねなるほどね
A new color die. Apparently that die is actually a brand new color.
持っているかどうか。ね、時短の方はね。
Metallic
好きにしていただければ
cobalt green. Oh no, is that new? Metallic cobalt green? As somebody who never dyes anything.
どうかな
Bullshit! Fuck you, Yoshi P. That's rigged.
よ
He's cheating.
持ってる。
俺もうこれ公開で出ねえやつじゃない。
もう
He's fucking
こ
cheated.
れはごめんなさい、もう出ないです。
That's rigged.
スーツチェストやんけ。
うわ
一
あー
発相撲じゃねえこれ。
あ
不正って言われて
That could be me.
る。やったなって言われてる。
これは
Yoshi P was so pleased with himself.
また
いや違うんですよ。
Yoshi P was like, no, it wasn't rigged. I promise it wasn't rigged.
テストやった時回してもスカしか出なくてスタッフにね、いやでもそれ
One more roll,
新カラ
no.
新色カラーラントなんでみたいなすげえ慰めをされて、いやでもこういうのさ
You mean,
そうか。
you mean
本番
you're
で
not
したか
what? The
すごい
deception.
なやらせなんだ。
Sorry, I had a white girls, I had a white
マ
chicks
ジ引き
moment.
すれば下でさ不正を疑われでさもうひどい。
We did a test before stream and I didn't win anything. Yeah, okay, Yoshi P. Okay.
俺も聞きたいわ。
Why don't I have this luck during
おめでとうご
Mahjong?
ざいます。
That's funny.
ビッグバンチケットっていうのがございまして、
そんなものが。ほう。
Oh, and then he's got a ticket
Bullshit.
also. So you can spend a ticket or you can
Yeah.
spend the points, it looks like.
Yoshi.
There's a mount. There's the mount. There's a mount, an emote, another die. I don't know if that's another new die.
そんなそんな。
Is that a new red?
開いてしまったら回すしかないですね。
I mean, it's got to be the mech. If he wins the mount, I give that he's cheating.
どうかな。
まさかね。まさかね。
そんな
そんなのある
うまいこと、まあ、はあはあ。
Okay. All right. He's not cheating. Oh, but that's roll again?
惜しかった。
Wait, what the hell? Why are the odds for the mount so good on this one? Oh, it's like all even odds.
本当だ。
でかくなった。
He got a special roulette bonus. Oh, so you can get a bonus that makes all of the things equal size. Okay.
そんな
Yeah, it's a bonus round.
だってパーローダ認証官に増えたよな。
Wait, so then he's still cheating.
これでさ
PSE burst.
いいよもうっていう。
もういいよ。そうね、さっきあんなに喜んだコスモス
もう
チェスト。
もらったもんだって。ビッグバンですから。おなご来たわよ。
おっつ。
He got the mount. He's cheating.
らららら。
いや
He's flexing
こ
again.
れは
コ。メントのさこの冷え切った感じ。
cheating.
はいやってるみたいな。
That's it. Yoshi
俺
flex.
出ると思ったの。そしてみんなにこう言われるだろうなって思ったよ。
Yeah, he had a pretty high chance of getting the mount.
これはもう
And the Cosmo suit is
プライベートが出ませ
also
んよ
there
俺はや
too.
ってますわって言われた。プライベート終わったな
The image of
終わりま
Yoshi
した
P.
ね。
信じてたのに吉田ってさ、何の証拠もないのにさ、その
そうね。
いややってないですよ。本当にやってない。
Well, it's common sense if you've been playing this game for any amount of
デ
time.
バコも打たないと多分できない
Duo.
はずだ。言い訳をつ。これが PD ってやつかってくる。いや
Luck is a skill. Well, you used all your luck now.
そんな
Time to not get it when you actually play.
ルーレットもありますよ。コスモフォーチュン。
まあそうですね。マウント、ミニオン、エモート、
いろいろあった
フェイスアクセサリー、オーケストリオンフ、カララントなどね
か。
ありますんで、ぜひぜひはいお願いします。じゃあ、ちょっとここで、吉田やってんなっていう状況から、
はい。
脱するために、ちょっとパワポで説明を振り返ってみましょうか。
じゃあ一旦ご説明ですね。はい、画面お願いします。
Big fan of Cosmic.
まずはミッションで得られるトークンということですね。
まず言いましょう。
はい。
Cosmo credits.
こちらと、まあ、これがまずトークンの1個目ですね。
If there's a mount for earning 5.5 million Cosmo credits, 500,000 on every crafter and gatherer,
はい。そして、
we're doomed.
もう一種、ムーンクレジット。
And lunar
こ
credits.
ちらはいろいろなアイテムが当たるルーレット、コスモフォーチュンに参加したい。さっきのメカオペレーションのチケッ
Another
ト
Pterodon.
を、
もうこっち。
はい、こっちですね。
はい
この2種がございますね。なのでまあ基本的にはいろいろやってこれを稼いでいって報酬と交換し、みんなでいろんな
Lunar
施設
credits are
を
for
作る
cosmic
こと
fortunes,
になって
and then also the ticket for the mech ops.
では続いて、
はい、お願いします。
で、メカオペレーション、
はい
先ほど説明しましたね、
うん
はい、定期的に発生する大規模任務、メカを
Regularly occurring large-scale operations comprised of mech pilots and ground support. The two groups coordinate on missions to gather minerals and remove obstacles. Oh, so there's a few different types of mech ops,
なるほど
I guess.
はい。
はい。で、こちらなんですが、
Yeah,
先ほど
100 mech ops as a pilot.
希望制となっております。抽
Imagine.
選で最大5名、
うん。なるほど、5名。
5機の、はい編隊で
Up to okay, so up to 5 people can be selected as mech pilots. It's not just one. Coco, thanks for the 57 months.
もうね、合体してほしいですね。こういうのね。まだ合体しないと思うんですけどね、この先もしかしたらワンチャンあるかもしれないね。そう、どうしようね。合体するときにさ、足は嫌だ。
What? Well, I mean, Crescent Island won't function like Bose yet. This you can enter at level 10 as long as you have Endwalker complete.
で、サポーターに関しては、人数の制限ありませんので、どしどし。
No limits to the number of people outside of the mech. Yeah, I figured.
はい。
はい。先ほどお話ししたように、チケットは抽選に漏れても、戻ってきますし、なんだったら、
Yeah, level 10.
参加できなかったという情報は蓄積してですね、次回以降ね、選ばれやすくなっていくという仕組みが動いておりますので、諦めずに。
Yeah, the entry for this is level 10. So you can and it'll level sync you to make sure you can do all the quests. So you won't be like excluded from things. It will level sync you.
時折ですね、
Critical missions, yeah. Unusual weather phenomenon. Players must band together to complete designated objectives within the limited amount of
みんな
time.
で協力して目標達成をしてこれを回避しようということになっております。はい。はい。で、
Yeah, up to 5
まあ
mechs is definitely going to work
第
better.
一弾ということも
And
あって
it doesn't eat your
この先
ticket if you don't get
いろんな
consumed.
コスモエクスプロールに出かける上での、まあその第一歩を作ってるわけですが、この先この
I wonder what they'll add to the other planets, because they'll probably do all of this on the other planets plus a couple of things.
はいはいはい。
今回はこの月面基地作り終わった
Well, you
ら
have to be level 100 to
次
enter Crescent
次のア
Island.
ップデート
So you already know you
次
can't
の星へ行
level
きます
in
の
it.
で
探索しに行くんですね。
はい。
なるほど。
そっちでは中身がまた変わりますんで、絵がありますという形で、進んでいきます。惑星とは限らん、そうです。
And they have hard confirmed that there is a deep dungeon in
とは
7.3x.
限らんことらしい。
So yeah, that's probably our alternative
はい
leveling.
で、さらにですね、ちょっと待ってね、これは先実機かハーポから行く。じゃあ次にちょっと紹介するよう
They said so in the interview, and actually right here in the interview, they said that Crescent Island will get a zone in 0.2 and 0.5 with a major update to it in 0.4, including new phantom jobs. They said cosmic exploration would be every
大変
patch.
我々悩みました。
はい。
Our first mission, as they said here, is on the moon. Star contributor? Oh
にも
no.
意見をお寄せくださいという形にしたんで、
AKA Saint of the Moon?
シニアル
Saint of the Stars?
そう両方あったんですけど、
はい
主要的にはこうしました。どうぞ。
Scanning way?
がですね、
あ
Oh, every other
はい
day.
1
Okay.
時間で1日お
It's
きに
okay. I think it's a
なるほど。
ranked
はい。
system, just not a one-time
24時間
ranked
集計したら
system.
24
It is a
時間お休み。
repeat ranked system.
で、
Okay.
え
It's not as competitive.
集計お休み、集計お休み、
超短期決戦。
短期決戦。
はい。
で、まずこの期間の
It's not it's not FOMO
が
ranked.
以下の
It's
タイミングですと
うん
いう
いや
ことで、
はい。
日本は18時。
18時。
はい。
there will probably be an achievement for it still.
ピークアウトタ
And
イム、
yeah.
調整させていただいておりますので、
はい
こんな感じになってます。データセンターによって違いますので、
うん
ご注意ください。
はい。
で、まあいいや、最後まで説明しちゃおうか。
はい、お願いし
はい
ます。
で、集計期間中に、まあコスモエクスプローラーの活動なので、まあ何を やってても大丈夫なんですけど、
Regardless of class used, so it's also not
とにか
class
くこの
specific.
24時間中
So there's not, I guess,
活動が
what,
ずっと蓄積されていて
but, oh wait, okay.
はい
The player who contributed
一
the
度の
most.
その
Okay.
24時間内で最も
The status of star contributor immediately following the tally period.
最
Okay.
優秀貢献者として
なるほど
表彰されます
はい
ということでございます。
はいそうかどのクラスでやってても
はい、
よくて
大丈夫です。
Yeah, it's just total per character rather than class specific.
蓄積しますので、
はい
はい。で、さらに。
So I gotta do a
ご自身の
24-hour
今
cosmic
どれぐらい
exploration
貢献
stream,
してる
right?
のかというのはですね、その2日に一遍やってくるスキャニングウェイに話しかけていただくとですね、
はい
セリフでなんとなくわかるようになっております。
ほうほうほうほ
Yes.
今
Fuck.
上位10%に入ってますよとか。
うなるほどね
At present, you have reached the top 10%. That's astounding. You really might be our star contributor. At present, you have reached. Well, your name's been recorded. If nothing else, take your time.
で、なんとなく自分が
That's
どれぐらいなの
fucking funny.
かがわかるということになっております。
なる
Well, I've got your name written
こ
down.
ちらなんですが
はい
最優秀
Well, you
貢献者
tried.
はですね、14
That's
日
funny.
間
は
For 14 days, if you become the star. Yeah, 14 days. Get it? Because it's final.
まあスキャニングウェイの1日24時間の表彰の中で
はい
選ばれて、最優秀に選ばれたらそこから14日間
うん
表彰されます。
はい
で、まず特定の開発段階に進んでからにはなるんですけど、拠点内にね、
Oh, you get a
あなたの
hologram of yourself for 2
投影されるよう
weeks.
になります。
ほう
A hologram of your character shows up.
続いて、
Dude, some of the their name will be displayed on the bulletin board
名前
within
が
base
お名
camps.
前が刻まれます。
I can't wait to see the
Yeah,
giant
yeah,
naked
yeah.
Rogadin with like a fat chocobo
恥
hat
ずかしいって
displayed as a hologram.
銅像を立てられるような
さらにですね、
はい
この14日間、
おっと
探索
A
中
visual
の
effect will be applied to them when
ご自身に
exploring.
私が1位です
なるほど
So everyone can be like, loser! He's a loser!
この人が最優秀貢献者です
そして重要なところなんですが、
はい
14日間はもう再び、
And they can't get it again. So they can't just steal
な
it
るほど
back to back to back to back.
もういいと。
It disables them from
一
being
回
the
は
star
せっ
contributor
か
for
く
the
のね
remaining
MMO
time.
ですので、こういうなんかこうタイムトゥーウィンというか、
はい
やっぱり昔から MMO やってる身としては、
So even if they're even if they wanted to be number one, they can't be number one a second
ただま
time.
あ2日に一遍っていうのと、
Hey, I want to be a loser.
まあ
I want to
14
win
日
star
間
contributor
表彰
once,
され
at
る
least
ことはない
once.
ということなので、
うん
一回は取ってやろうよというので目指していただく
Bruna, thanks for the
ぐらい
8 months.
っていうのがいいかなって
The unemployed, the unemployment of the week
一応
award.
ひそひそとか言ってるけどさ、
The
まあ
unemployment of the
ねやっ
week
ぱ
award. That's so
絶抜き
funny.
持ってる人たち見たら
そうね
いいなって。
The I took my vacation days for this award.
あいつ寝てないんだ
The neat
っていう
award.
さ
There you
午前4時
go.
ぐらいにこう
I'm a neat.
思ってさ、いやお前もなみたいな。
そうね
I don't care if I do this as a streamer. I would still I would say I still qualify.
はいお願いします
It's only for 24 hours. No, no, no. You're the star contributor for 2 weeks.
じゃあ準備をしても
But you only have 24 hours to actually become the star contributor.
手順があるようですな
俺側がやることあるかこれ。
手順が
ああ、なるほどなるほど。
今は強制
And the holograms will probably, because it literally says for 14 days, a hologram will be projected. Because I'm training these guns. Oh, you.
あ、痛い痛い痛い。
ははなるほど
で、
切り替えてよろしけれ
いや
ば
That's not true. Neat says nothing about not being able to go to the gym. There's no stipulation in Neat that says you can't work out.
指示語が飛び交う現場となっております
Education, employment, and training. Training is not gym work.
ほうほうほうほうはい
見やすい。甘いか。はい。じゃあ
はい、じゃあゲームお願いします。
あ、まだらしい、まだらしい、
まだ
まだらしい。
だってよ
ごめんごめんごめん。
おお、なんてこったい。
I don't know any neats that work out. Me in college, or I'm sorry, me when I left college and wasn't working.
あ
There you go.
並べてる。
ああ、なるほど。よこさんですか？よこさんですか？はい。では
良いです
ゲームの方お願いします。
はい
Chat was asking if they were setting him up to rig everything
14
again.
日間付与される。
Is that the
あれ
hologram?
ですか？
あれですね。これはだいぶ目立ちます。
Oh, that's the effect when you that's the effect that you have on you. It's not the greatest place to show it off. Go stand on something dark.
14日間ついてる。
Literal aura farming.
で集
Yeah,
計
that's the
が
special
一日おき
effect.
だから、
うん
最大同時に
何人か
7人
7
と
人とか
かが理屈上いる
ことになる。
なるほどな。
There's nothing
Like,
dark.
Shinichi
It's the
Asa
moon.
narande
Space is
る
dark. It's the dark void of space, like my soul.
ね、新カラランク。
いいな。
ちなみになんですが、
はい。
まあまあ1位は取ったけど、僕は別に
Yeah,
そんな
see,
に
that's
目
what I
指
was
したいわけじゃないん
thinking,
です
right?
っていう方はですね、
はい
こちらのバフ
あ、バフなんだ。
切っていただければ消えますんで、
消
で、
はい
クラスチェンジ
はい
するか、ゾーン入り直すと
あここに
また戻ってきますんで、
ああ、なるほどなるほど。
そしたら
Yassified
消せばね奥ゆかしい方は
なるほどなるほど。
パッて消せ、
はい。消すことは可能。
はい。そしてですね、
はい。お、何やら。
これがですね、ほら、
あ、噂のホログラム。
Oh, the holograms. The Loprits.
おりますね。
Look, that's Yoshi P. He's number 2.
なるほど。
The Loprits are occupying the empty
最優秀
spaces.
後継者たちが並んどる。
並んでます
ね。はは
で、まあ、このボードを見ます。
あ、これが。
And then their
あ
names are on the board.
なるほど。おう、
ちゃんとです
They
ね、
even get a little profile here.
お好きなポーズに。
個人選べる。
はい。
Oh, he's modifying. So you can modify your hologram to do different emotes. To have like use different standing poses. If you're the one on the board.
ね、だってあんな棒立ち嫌だよ。
はいはい。
リリシ君。
これは14日間。
はい。
これも飾られてる。
はい。14日間飾られており、
いいですね。確かに。1回は。
I mean, all you're doing is clicking through a
一回
list.
はやっぱりここにね、スクショね。
そうそうそう。
いや、ほらもう
Yeah, it's just standing poses.
したくないとか言ってるけど、だって
It's the same poses that you have normally when you're standing.
この時しか撮れないわけですから、このスクリーンショット。あそこに立ってる自分。
Can't wait to be the big naked row up there.
じゃあぜひね、まあ、こういった要素もありますんで、もちろんね、全員がね、そんなめっちゃここに立つためにやり込んでいただかなくてもいい。ソロでね、コツコツやっていただく分にもいいし、みんなでワーワーでやっていただけるのもいい。空いた時間にコツコツやれますんで、ぜひみんなでですね、大規模に発展させていっていただければまずと思います。
本当皆さん覚えていらっしゃるか、レベル10からレベル上げに使えるんです。
そうそうそうそう。
こんなすごいことなんですか。
はい。こんなもんですかね。
はい、ありがとうございます。
じゃあちょっと戻って、
はい、
残りコスモエクスプローラーをさらに
Yeah, it's like change posing. It's like C posing.
お話ししましょう。
はい、お願いしま。
です
パワーポイントどうぞ。
コスモエクスプローラー内にですね、道具強化コンテンツ、コスモツールも
Cosmic
ございま
tools.
す。
ここにあったか。
ここにございます。
Immediately from the start of cosmic
開始に
exploration.
合わせて
は
各ギャザラークラフターの手道具をゲットして
なるほどね。
I'll probably make all of these.
ということに、
I don't even craft or gather, but I'll
Hi.
probably make all of them.
コスモツールを
I don't see this really as crafting gathering content very much, so I'll probably make
強
all
化
of
が
them.
自然に進んで
Even when not equipped, players can enhance cosmic tools, increasing their item level simply by progressing through missions.
なんだろう、並走させといた方がだから圧倒的に
それはそうですね
はい、
確かに
良いと思いますので、 はい、ぜひこちらも合わせてクエスト開けたらもう即並走しますんで、忘れずにやっていただきたい。
そうですね。最初から開けといた方がいいと思い
はい、
ますね。
いいと思います。
Yeah, I don't have any of. I have a luminary pickaxe. That's the closest I get to like a rare tool.
はい、次行きましょう。
I
はい、お願い
suppose.
します。
ワールドごとプレイヤーの皆さんがプレイされているワールドごとの要素ですが、
はい
まず星の、探索計画
Development of star progresses separately by world. Yep, we knew that.
進行いたします、
はい
そしてですね、星の調査探索はホームワールドでのみ実施可能なので、ぜひ、コスモエクスプローラープレイされるときはですね、ご自身のホームワールドに戻ってプレイ
Yeah,
をして
can
くださ
only
い。
do this on your
はい
home world. This is all just if you didn't do Ishgard,
く
then you wouldn't know this. But if you did, this is
今
all
回は
standard
ね
Ishgard
探索
stuff.
完了する
Yeah.
かっていうところも、競っていただきたいなと思っております。
はい
そして最優秀貢献者、先ほどご紹介したものですね。
Yeah,
こちらは、
I mean,
ワ
obviously.
ールドごとに選出させていただきますので、ぜひ目指す方は目指していただけたらなと思います。
All
はい
Ishgard stuff.
ありがとうございます。
Yeah, you can still get star
そしてですね
contributor. The whole point is that star
先ほ
contributor
どもちらっ
never
とお話ししま
stops.
した
It's
が、今後の
forever.
予定も、触れておきたいと思います。
はい、お願いします。
今回はですね、パッチ 7.X シリーズ全体を通じてアップデートを行っていますが、
Yep,
メジ
new
ャー
star in
パッ
each
チ
major
ご
patch.
とに
So we knew this from the interview, but if you didn't listen to the
新たな
interview
星を
or
探索していただきますので、
listen to my video from the interview yesterday, we knew
7.21
this.
では、
We are getting a new
月です
star
が
every patch.
は
Yeah.
は。
7.3
なるほど。
No, so there's no confusion. There will be a
もう
brand
次
new
に行き
cosmic
ます
exploration
4
area.
でも行きます。5でも行きますということで、早急に終わらせてください。はい。どんどん
I
先へ
hope we go to Uranus.
ということになっております。
どんな星を巡るやら。
開発の中ではもう全く違う星の地表面が見えておりますので。
Yeah, they said
よ
it,
ろしくお願
but
い
even still, I think
まあ
most
一応ね
people
スケジュール
refuse to believe it.
や内容
Hickey.
が変更される場合がありますと下に補足が入っております。
確か
まあみんなこの予定にのっとっていけるように、バリバリ
そうですね。
はいしていきます。まあ
探索していきましょう。
これだけマイパッチやるということなので、
はい
ぜひプレイされた皆さんのフィードバックというのもお寄せいただいてですね、どんどん
You're
そ
a
れも取り入れ
nuss.
て、
Yes, you
さら
can
に
you can level crafters and gatherers
新
with
たな
this.
ハプニングだったりとか、
はい
こういった要素欲しいよっていうのがあればですね、盛り込んでいこうと思いますので、よろしくお願
はい、
いし
よろし
ます。
くお願いいたします。
はい。
No, the new deep dungeon's not till
と
point 3,
いった
Marion.
ところでコスモエクスプローラーに関してはこんなところ
こんな
ですかね。
ところかなと思います。
はい、ありがとうございます。といったところで、ここらで、
Yes. So the moon is just the first zone, but all of the zones are going to be open. Keep in mind that the entirety of the time he spent on the moon, there was no instance timer. They are basically just zones.
いい読みの台本になってますね。進行表。はい、ということで、本日の
In a sense, they are all just unique zones.
と思っておりまして、本日の休憩のお供はですね、だいぶ優しいと思うんです。
だいぶ優しい。いや、普通、優しい。友に優しいも厳しいもないんで。
Also, the reason why we're going to the moon first is very specifically because it is our space base. We will be launching to the other stars from the moon. So there's a good chance that we'll have to go to the moon to even go to the other
というこ
stars.
とで、Be My Honey、四天王ザルカディアライトヘビー級と、Give It All、四天王ザルカディアライトヘビー級の2曲の、PV がございますので、MV がございますので、そちらを、みんなで見ようじゃないかということで、
I mean, it's instanced. Yeah, I guess that's true.
なっておりますので、ちゃんと5分は。
It's almost certainly is an instance. It's just not a traditional timed instance.
ということで、また
It's to give it a sense of permanence, I guess is what I'm trying to get across.
休憩明けからはあれですね、クレセントアイル、
さようでございます。
ドバッといきますんで、
いっぱいいきますんで。
はい、後半楽しみに。
はい、では一旦休憩です。どうぞ。
All right, they're taking a quick break. I heard they had performed this. That's so funny. Where's Amanda? I need Amanda to do this. Was it fewer people? No. It's not like there's a timer on the progress. Yeah, I know she did that full on, but I want her to do this one. Yeah, they already have the regulators up for pre-order. Cosmic Exploration is 4 weeks after patch. No, so in 6... No, I just said 4 weeks. What? Oh, you mean 6 weeks from now? Okay, yes. 5.5 weeks. Sorry, it's still 4:44 in the morning. Yeah, 6 weeks from now. 5.5. I thought you were just like making a joke about it's 4 weeks after patch. Ah, so 6 weeks after patch. I was just like... I'm gonna run another ad after this is done. Just because I don't know if I'm gonna have ads turned off for the entire thing at this point. Because it is a pretty long live letter. Punk Rock, thanks for the 89 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the resub, Owned. I love subs. Thank you, Kazdan. Welcome back. All right, I'm gonna run ads real quick. So I'm trying to keep ads. Oh, but there's a. I don't want to run ads during this. I have an idea. There's Amanda, by the way, as we were just talking about. They didn't say, yes, you know. Oh, it did say? I missed it then. They are zoning into Crescent Island after the break, by the way. She's grown wings! How wickedly divine! That sounds personal. The fire! Two Amandas. Yeah, because it's from two different performances meshed together. What's her Twitch channel? The Real Crystal Mommy. Because they're always patched, Guffles. They're always capped. It's literally how it always is. It's exactly the same as it has been for 11 years. He did say that, Kevin, yes. We have Savage 1 week after, and then that's 3 weeks after that. I think that's because it's recommending you because you're already here, Nick. I love it. This was a great first raid tier. I did say that, Oro. It's uncertain yet at the moment. Let's see what happens. Are they just going to go... All right, now I can run the ad. YouTube doesn't get the ads run. It's only Twitch. It's just to get rid of pre-rolls. Yeah, it's just because I want pre-rolls completely turned off for the entirety of the actual live letter. And it just makes it so I can do that. Have I met Amanda? No, I haven't been to any live events for Final Fantasy 14 at least since 19? And she wasn't really working with the game yet at that point. Thank you, Lunar. 0.21 is a month after, and 0.25 is 2 months after, yes. Savage is 1 week after patch. But then that's the overall schedule. M3 is literally the cage match song. Like, it's not really a bop, but it makes sense in the context of that song. Luna, thanks for the 61 months. All right, have a good one, Avelia. Yeah, I'm going to PAX East in May. Obviously, I'm going to the next Fan Fest, also. I'm not staying home for that one. Morning, Poseidon. Amanda and I have interacted. We've just never been to the same event at the same time. Yeah, I'll be at PAX East. Tenchi, thanks for the 74 months. UK Fan Fest. I don't know about going to the international Fan Fests yet. Let's get to Fan Fest even being announced before I think about going to other countries for Fan Fest yet. Yeah, the break's gonna be another 6 minutes. No, Beastmaster will be 0.45 or 0.55. They said Beastmaster would be late in the expansion. It'll probably 0.45 is where my guess is, because Blue Mage was 0.45, I'm pretty sure. And I think the Blue Mage update will be 0.3-ish in like the 0.3x. Because they said we're getting a Blue Mage update again. Obviously, it's got 10 more levels to get. What is this? Blue is 4.5? Why do I remember? Maybe I'm just remembering the 5. Either way, Beastmaster's ended the expansion. Don't expect the Blue Mage update before the Beastmaster update. The Blue Mage update hasn't even been mentioned yet. So until the Blue Mage update happens, don't expect the Beastmaster release. Well, I think Beastmaster's only going to go to 50. The updates weren't all 0.4x, weren't 0.45. There was a Blue Mage update right after T released. Like 8 weeks after T released. Funnily enough, raising it to level 60 and unlocking Alexander. They might not, because it might be spoilery. We know they're going into Crescent Island next. Yeah, 5.15. No, live letter's been going for 2 hours. It's on break for 4 more minutes. I mean, it doesn't need to keep pace with Blue Mage, Richard. They want it to be something they can regularly update. If they release it at level 50, that gives them room to update it throughout 8.x. Which I think they much prefer. Good morning, Jitter. Oh, they're back a little early. Actually, so they didn't go at 4:45. They went at like 4:43, so that makes sense. All right, they're back.
本日はパッチ 7.2 コンテンツ特集パート2と。
It does also not technically have to follow the same
3
rules.
月25日に迫りました。パッチ 7.2 のコンテンツを実況を交えながらご紹介しております。
はいはい。さあ後半、
はい、 後半
Yeah, everything we've seen so far looks really good. Cosmic exploration, super excited.
いっぱいあります。
大変な
Talked about the next Savage tier.
はい
Well, I
しっ
mean,
かり休憩は取れましたね。
there's not much to say
大丈夫
about
です
it.
よね。
Just acknowledging its
まあ、で
existence.
きるだけ分かりやすくまあ皆さんでね探索していただく久しぶりの大規模コンテンツになっておりますので、あまりねネタバレにならない
We didn't find out about
とは
top till
思
way
うんです
later
が
after that bona fide.
では早速
6.3
始めて
live
まいりましょうか。
はい画面
パワーポ
パワーポイント
イントお願いします。
どうぞ。
はい。こちらパッチ 7.25、公開予定、新機能の島
I'm surprised they're zoning into Occult Crescent.
戦隊
I figured they might do something closer to its release,
そう
but
でさ
they're doing it
なん
now.
か島とか島とかいうのがちょっと怖くなっている俺がいるまあクレセントアイということで、
Trance, thanks for the 65 months.
はいお願いします。
まずはこちらもですね始め方、
はい
あれさっき始め方ってひらがなじゃなかったっけ
7.25 is 8 weeks after patch.
さっき始め方ってひらがなだった気がするなコスモエクスプローラーの時にはいはい
I mean, and if you've played this game for an extended period of time, you should have known this was coming 8 weeks after. Every exploration zone has been 8 weeks after.
失礼しましたこちらはですね
All, like, historically, they've all been 8 weeks
黄金のレガシーの
after.
コンプリートとなっております
はいこっちは黄金。
はいと言いますのも
Now, if you haven't been
バトルクラ
playing
ス
that
レベル
long,
100で
understandable.
突入していただきます
はい
今回はですねというわ
I
けで
think it should
レベリング
It's with Cosmic Exploration at 4. I don't want them fucking releasing Cosmic and this at the same time.
ナレッジレベルというご自身のレベル以外にも育てるものがあるということで、今回は、レベル100で突入していただく、
I got fucking Savage to do and shit. I
バト
don't
ルク
want
ラスの
Cosmic and this coming out at the
レベ
same
ルコンテンツとしては
time.
パッチ
I'm someone who actually does all
ダンジョ
content.
ンシリ
I
ーズ
want that
の最
shit
新作
spread out.
開発しておりますので 7.3 ではディープダンジョンを楽しんでいただこうかなと思って
I prefer it this way.
Hi.
No, you're right. Actually, no, you're right. I do wish the timing was different. I wish it was a patch ago. I wish it was 4 months ago.
行きましょう。
はい
突入方法ですが
True.
コンテンツファインダーではないのでこれご注意ください。特定の
2 months ago.
NPC に
Sorry.
話しか
Not
けて
4 months. 2 months ago.
となります。突入はタウンからになりますんで。
Yeah,
はい
this is all normal
間
for
違いなく
exploration zones.
これね久しぶりなんでねあれどうやって行くんだっけってちょっとなりがちなので。
確かに。
そうですね。エウレガとかボズヤと同じタイプになっております。
はい。
はい。突入先ですが、インスタンスに分かれております。で、1インスタンスにつき
72 player instances. Yep, that's expected.
となっています。だから
This is all
72
stuff that was either
で
mostly
インスタンスが
expected
ど
or
んどん分かれて
largely
いくという
inferred.
形になっております。事前にですね、パーティーを組んだ状態で、突入していただくと同じインスタンスに、飛べるようになっておりますので、同じとこ行くぞという方は、はい、パーティーをあらかじめ組んでおいていただければと。
Yeah, however, you have to remember, Raviel, that when it comes to holiday times, that's the only time where it can sometimes stray. Obviously, it didn't this last time, but December's a bit iffy.
クレセントアイルナにはですね、ナレッジレベルという独自のレベルがございます。
はい。
自身とモンスターとのレベル差が4ダメージ、2ダメージに大きく影響しますので、まずこのナレッジレベルというクレセントアイル内の独自のレベルをぜひレベリングをしてください。
So, they're gonna confirm it here, but knowledge there is a level sync for knowledge level this time. So this is the same as elemental level, except there is a level sync function. They confirmed in the interview.
はい。ただしですね、ナレッジレベル5以上になった状態で、戦闘不能になりますと、戦闘不能になってですね、さらに
And you do lose experience again. They're bringing that's that Eureka shit right there.
なるほど。
It's bad.
経験値がマイナスになるとレベルダウンしますので、ご注意ください。こちらデスペナルティとなって
Were they in their garage? Yes. Actually, Yoshi P came up with this because he was looking at his 16 Lamborghinis, but then he thought, you know what I really value?
かけて遊んでいくという積み上げ型の MMO を踏襲した遊びとなっておりますので、こちらレベルダウンがございますので、適当に突っ込んで死んだら戻ればいいやというわけにはいきませんので、 不良
Yeah,
の
and it's only
際
when
に
you
はぜひ
release.
シャウトでですね
If you're ever res, you never lose
助けを
the
求
XP.
め
That was
て
true
な
in
んと
Eureka
か蘇
also.
生してもらえるといいなということに
Yeah, it's the same thing. Same as Eureka. You lost, what, a third of a level in Eureka? If you released, I think.
はい経験値を失ってレベルダウンもあるぞということなのでご注意ください。
はい。
ではここからは一旦実機でいきます。
はい。
How does the party system work? There's a level sync. So they confirmed you'll want to group up with other players and level, but that there is a level sync, so you don't need to like only recruit people around your level. They confirmed that in the interview. The South Horn. I can't wait to go to the North Horn. We're getting horny.
夜でもいいことあるか。
ほう。
夜でもいいこと夜にしかできない。
ほうほう。すごい。綺麗な島ですここ。
I like the background music.
さすがにねキャプテン紹介とかするのないの。
お、BGM ご考慮いただいているようで。
Why did I phrase it like what? I don't know what you're talking
明
about.
るくなりましたね。
Getting freelancer
今
job.
回皆さんが探索の拠点となる、まあ、まさに拠点というか
Because we have deep dungeon for that EDO.
僕人も用意してございますので
Trade NPCs, training dummies, the usual. So we know that there are a total of 13 phantom jobs on release. There's the phantom freelancer, and then there's 12 others. And you will have to unlock them as you explore.
そうですね。
で、基本的にはクエストで引っ張ってってはくれますが、めちゃくちゃ細かいわけではないので、
はい、
特に序盤は多少ねコンテンツに慣れていただくために刻んではありますが、はい、だんだんあとはじゃあ大目標に向かってみたいな感じになっていきます。
はい。
じゃあここで。
I mean, Amdapur makes a lot of sense. We noticed that there was stuff about the War of the Magi here. When we were getting screenshots, we took note of some of the Nimian structures, the Amdapuri structures, the Void creatures. So this island has something to do with the War of the Magi. There's something that happened here that ties back to the War of the Magi.
サポートジョブがございます。はい。で、この辺の通貨は後で話します。
Thank you, Arentor.
こだわるよね。
本当だ。動きよ。
Tamra, stop.
で、一番最初、皆さんはここのプレゼントアイランドにたどり着いた瞬間、すっぴんのしか持ってないんですけど、最初のクエストでいくつか解放されます。
All right, so we've got the support actions. Can't obviously with. Oh wait, no. No, don't leave that menu. Hold on. I'm translating. Alright, so those are Phantom Time Mage has Sloga, Comet, Mage Masher, Dispel, and Quick. And the trait... Okay, well now they changed to Bard. Song of Strength, Hero Song, Song Effect Up, Attack Song, Love Song, Song of Strength, Hero Song.
最初だから3つ。
We're translating here.
ここには探索をして皆さん自身でアンロックをしてください。まずは12のサポートジョブが。
Yeah, they said their levels would all be separate.
で、これらナイトもういるじゃん。
Phantom Knight.Phantom Knight, Protect, Prayer, Magi Heal, and Close. Support traits are Defense Effect Up and Prayer Effect Up.
ジョブのかつての能力が使えるということで、こういうこと。蹴り、懐かしい。蹴り。確かに。蹴り。
And then Phantom Monk, Kick, counter, catch, and chakra with kick effect up and kick effect and kick. It's double kick effect up. It looks like it says kick effect up and kick effect increased. So curious about that. Might be like the range of the kick. Yeah, no support traits for Phantom Time Mage. Yeah, so there's 13 jobs because Freelancer is 1, and then there's 12 ones on top of Freelancer.
やっぱりこう14の本編側ではどうしてもバトルコンテンツのバランス壊しちゃうような、まあいわゆるスタンダーローンのFF5 とかのアクションっていうのをどうしてもね14に持ってきづらいので、ここで思う存分ぶっ壊れ性能を
These supports are the ancient forms.
存分に。
はい。存分に
Yeah, it has quick, it has sloga. I can translate it again real quick. I said it before, but Sloga, Comet, Mage Masher, Dispel, and Quick. So, to be clear, Quick in Final Fantasy V effectively just lets you go again. It's like a turn that like instantly gives you another turn. You get to do 2 actions at once, basically. As opposed to haste.
はい。
変わりました。で、サポートジョブ時戻し今レベル3なんですけど、アクションが3つ使えるように。
So keep in mind, we know that Cannoneer, which is one of the secret jobs from Final Fantasy V, is among the jobs here. So it's hard to say exactly how many jobs we will be getting. Oh, wow. That's big. The support actions. Look, it has all. Wow, that's a lot more than I thought it would be. Look, you have the cross action bar and everything. You can rotate between all of them. You can actually use all the bonus skills. Up to 5 if you have them all, yeah.
パッドの方はあとそのリングが時計回りに回転するのか反時計回りに回転するのか
Up to 5 additional support. Jesus. And there's the gamepad settings at the bottom, obviously. So it looks like it's just choosing whether you want to do clockwise or counterclockwise. And you can drag and drop them onto your hotbar.
まあお好きな方法でパッドでもマウスキーボードでも、はい遊んでいただけるように。
Thank God. So you either can use the hotbar you already have or use the bonus hotbar.
ここは大丈夫ですよね。まあ使ってみたらすぐわかると思います。はい。
You can do both, whichever you prefer.
あ、もうあとバトルいかないと。じゃあ次。
はい。
Look at all this room I have for activities.
行きます普通に。ただそこら辺の敵と戦ってもそんな面白くはないでしょ。
That's a lot of dudes.
基本的には敵と戦ったり。
Yeah, so keep in mind he's knowledge level 6, Phantom Time Mage level 3. They are separate level. We knew that, but just to clarify. Get to the NM!
こんな感じです。
There's a critical engagement in an NM! Go!
あ、はい。
結構ありそう。
結構ある。
うん。
まあエウレカとかだと結構移動制限厳しくやってたんですけど、クエストで。今回
No, you lose knowledge level,
最初からコンテ
not
ンツの
job
ライト
level.
は開けに行こうと思えば、しょっぱなナレッジレベル1でも開けられるんで。
なるほど。
自信のある方はもうしょっぱな開けに行っちゃっても別に構わないです。もう勘のいい子は嫌いだよ。
How many zones in total?
ないうちに
One in, there's a zone in 0.2x and a zone in 0.5x.
勘のいい子は嫌いだよ。
Oh yeah, and if you miss this in the interview, there's no level restriction on the Aetherites. If you're brave enough to walk to them, you can unlock them all immediately.
戦うと自分のナレッジレベルと
Yes, knowledge
サポ
level
ジ
is
ョブも
elemental
それぞれ
level. Correct.
と出します。
なるほど、
はい
なるほど。
Nice permanent Enochian, by the way.
アポジョブはつけてないですね。
はいはい。
でまあこれでトークン直接ねもらえたり。
Yes, actually, because you can't lose EXP before level 5, it's not a bad idea to walk to them all
チクチク
immediately.
レベルを上げていくならまあソロで1体ずつ買っていくのもまあいいでしょう。
Eno-chan remains forever.
まあこっちもさっき走りながら取れます。じゃあなんか大規模います？パワー
About a year. Little more than that, Alessio. More than that.
先に
That's if they keep the
やりま
schedule.
すか？
It'd be like a month and a half from
Right.
now, I think. Like next year.
クリティカルエンカウントという
クリティカルエンカウント。
エンカウントというバトルコンテンツをやっている。
はい。
Definitely has more Eureka vibes. The overall vibe of the zone is more Eureka.
力いったな。はい。いれば戦いたくはない。
そうですね。スムーズにいっていただきたい。
Well, there are no patch notes. There won't be patch notes with job changes until the 25th. Well, the 24th, but still. That's correct, Astragor. And we have a Baldessian Arsenal equivalent. He's trying to figure out, can I get around that? It's only level 2. Just go. Bro, your knowledge level 6. You got 4 levels over that thing. You're fine. Yeah, we've known that since yesterday, Dart. And they already did that earlier today. There was something that kind of looked like a duel in the trailer.
おいおいおい。なるほど。ポリチョン怪しい時に起きることだった。はい。こちらが、今
来ました
マップ上のありますね。
はいはいはいはい。
はい。ここ
Oh, that's the
この
warning
サークル
period
に
that it's going to
乗っかっていれ
begin.
ば
Yeah.
ここに乗っかってる人たちで、
It's letting him know that a critical engagement's going to appear
なの
here.
でここに乗っかってる間に手を挙げるなりして、
はい。
野の民になってですね、パーティーを組んでください。
なんなり、はいはいは
はい
い。そうかそうか。
そうしていただければ、あとはもう待つだけで
そう
ございます。
だった。いろいろ思い出してきました。こ
思い出しました
この制度。
思い出しました。
で、これで時間が来ると始まるってことですかね。なるほどなるほ
なんで待ってる間に。
ど。準備して渡れよと。
They've described it as the best of Eureka and Bozia historically. Like, that's how they've described it so far. Probably not because of the 72 player limit. They would have to effectively remove the entire player limit
カウント
cap.
のご紹介です。
始まらん。
Otherwise, you would be creating infinite instances.
短縮してくれ。なぜ短縮してくれないんだろうと思った。なぜならここには私しかいないんだよ。
そうね。ギリギリ
You
でした
got
ね
this, Yoshi P. Don't worry.
はい。
始まるとこうなる。
はい、始まるとこうなります。私は今一人だからこうなっております。
はい。
The birds! Watch out for the Calibri!
どうしようかな。
あはそうね。まあ、
Neo Garula!
おお、迅速が効くんですね。もう無理だ。
初手終了パターンです。
Looks like they do scale to the number of people because he chipped 5% of its health. He literally hit it for 5% of its health in like one hit, so.
ビターンいかれましたね。
まあこれは
Nobody's here to res you! Gotta take the hit!
攻略の中でも、
はい。
ボスバトルをしっかりギミックベースで
Time to lose a level.
もらえるっていう形で作ってるので、
なるほど。
結構なカードちゃんと用意してあり
Well,
ま
that's
す
a Final Fantasy V boss,
ぜ
C7.
ひですね全制覇目指して頑張っていただきたい。これは
Get begging.
結構
Begging
わー
shout
って
chat.
なるやつから、 結構むずいのまで。
おー
様々
No,
な
he's Phantom level 3.
あり
He's
ます
Knowledge level 6. He will lose. You start losing EXP at Knowledge level 5.
シャウトしたところでね、ここには
そうね。
私しか
誰もいないのよ
オランドですよ。オランドですよ。
スッと立ち上がりました。
開発
Hey,
サーバー
that's
です
cheating.
そう恐ろしい。
魔法の言葉を唱えるわ。ほら、ほら、この通り。で、デミデジョンというのがございまして、
はい
速攻で
Reported.
戻れますんで、でも
なるほどなるほど。
What are you returning for? Keep exploring.
戻れます。
はい。
なので、まあ、クリティカルエンカウント出てるから、まあ、拠点も
You
含めて
you were just going back to base anyway. Just you should have just accepted your
い
fate.
ただいてで、それによって、いろんなところへ参加していくっていうところを取れたら。で、この
If you get returned, you would, Sala. If you come back and you're still on the ground, then no.
クエスト進まないと回復されないんで。
なるほどなる
まあ、サポートジョブっていろんなアクション持ってるじゃないですか。
は
パーテ
But
ィー
you
メン
do
バー
get
全
it,
員
Kay.
に効果
They said you can
付与
group up as a party to kill
で
enemies
それが
for knowledge level.
至るところで
Much like
こいつ
Eureka
の周りで使うと効果を拡散できるとかね、
あ
いろいろ使い
If
が
you're wondering why he didn't get one off of those, it's because he's 5 levels over them.
試してみてもらいたい。
ほど。はい。
あれ言うとね、楽しみだ。
へへ。
じゃ
これはこの中でクエストなりなんなりを進めていくとだんだん分かってくる。
あ、だんだん分かって
なるほどなる
で、
はい。
ちょっとですね、
生加盟しましょう。はい。
Though they are indeed plains. The first area, the about 5% of the zone we've seen was plains, yes.
今何なら見
What do you mean minus 2?
まあまあまあまあ、
どうしよう
もうしまってしまって。
はい。
はいはい。
はい、じゃあゲームお願いします。はい。
Hey,
まあ
lore!
こちらのコンテンツですね、大事なものの
This is the
中に
lore book.
この三日月と探索記録帳というロアブックが追加されまして、
うん。
The notes are back,
今
baby.
しおり1ページ目の1項目目が欠点ラムになっておりますが、
はい
こちらはですね、探索を続けていけばいくほど、
Yes,
ア
Davis.
ンロックさ
Should
れ
be May
て
20th, I
いき
think.
ますので、
はい
設定とかいろいろ読める
うんうん
で、まあ、アンロックされてない
Name of the one in
やつがあ
Final
って
Fantasy V, Garula. That enemy is ripped right from Final
Oh,
Fantasy
no.
V.
はい
However, that one is the Neo
かな
Garula,
り
which
読み物と
is
して美味しくな
much different.
美味しくない面白くなっておりますんで、開けていただきたいなと。
おお
no May
パッ
20th,
て
I
見せたい
believe.
んだけど、
はい
Black.
ー。了解
大概後で
そうそう
動画を
Check my
止められ
calendar.
てしまうので、
はい。綺麗にキャプられますからね。最近解像度も高いです。
高い
Yeah, May 20th.
結構な数ありますんで、隅から隅まで
1, 2, 3,
ボスを
4, 5,
倒さないと、
はい
アンロックされ
May 20th
ないところがあります。いろいろやってる。
うん
まあ、あとはサポージョブのね、
はい
アンロック条件とか皆さんで
あー
情報交換しながら、
そうですよ
はい、
ね。確かに
やってい。ただけたら。
はい。
はい。じゃあ今、クリティカルエンカウントをご紹介したので、
はい
まあ、他にバトルどんなシチュエーションあるか
Yeah, that's the
パワー
Neo
ポイントで
Garula.
ご紹介していきましょうか。
はい、お願いします。
はい
ではパワーポイントお願いします。ほい。
まあ、まずはさっき、一戦ソロでやってみましたが、フィールドでのバトルと、
うん
まあ、単純に自身よりモンスターのナレッジレベルが高いほど、まあ、撃破は難しいですけど得られる報酬は多くなる。
はい。
まあ
The unending
基本は
codex has been
一対
getting
一
updated every patch.
基
For
本
him.
2体来ると厳しいと思っていただいて
All the unending codex does is
なの
update
で
with anything
2
you've
体に襲われて
experienced in
る
the
人を
story and any
見たら
characters that you've met.
助けてあげる
なるほど
って。いうぐらいじゃないとダメ。
はい。
はい。そしてですね、この通常のこのバトル、
はい、
これがですね、美味しくなっていくのが次のこちらでございます。要素として。
Yeah, we saw EXP chains we just saw
EXP チェイ
here.
ンというものが
This is a
ございま
Eureka
して
thing. I mean, technically,
Eh,
EXP chaining exists in all of the
この
game, but the way it
まあ
works in Eureka is
回
very
転するみ
specific.
たい
うんうん
な。これチェイン、鎖の意味なんですけど
なるほど、なる、ほど。
Just to make sure that there's
こ
like
の
actually reason to be
目
grouping
印
up
のつ
and
いた
making
モンスター
parties.
を連続で倒す。
はい
倒し終わると 次のチェーンまでの時間が制限時間が提示されるので、
And
その
reminder,
制限時間内に次の敵
I
を
also
倒
like
すと
that there is a
また
marker over
時
something's
間が
head if
少
it's
し増え
chainable.
てでその
Big
時
fan of
間
that. If it's a high enough
チェーンを
level to
続けて
count
いく
for the
と
chain.
いわゆる、報酬が
And reminder, there is a level sync for knowledge level, so you can group up with anyone and just
連
sync
続で倒しやすく
to the lowest level player.
で当然です
So
が
you can
そ
group
こ
up
に
and
サポー
do
トのアクショ
any
ン
and
を加えていくと
basically fight anything at
ゴ
any
リゴ
level.
リ
そうか。
いけますので、これはですね、ぜひ、パーティーを組んでですね、みんなで遊ぶと。まあもちろんね、ソロでコツコツっていうのもいいんですけど、
はい。
Yeah, it's to indicate to the player that the enemy is a high enough level to chain.
一番効率のいい狩り場はですね、結構やばい敵がおるので、平さんちょっと油断してご飯食べながらとか
That
やっ
is
てると
correct, Elia.
気がついたらタンクさん落ちてみんな行ってるみたいなのがありますので、気をつけていただきたい。だからこれはこれでね、チェーンパーティーでのチェーン狩りはね、結構なんて言ったらいいんだろうな。
Because that's literally not how game
戦闘好きには
development works,
脳
Rodak.
汁が出始めることになるので、ぜひやってみていただきたい。
ぜひ。
で、今回なんですが、
はい
続いてどうぞ。それに合わせてですね、ナレッジレベルをシンクするという機能をご用意してあります。
はい。
パーティーの
There it is,
中のですね
knowledge level sync.
ナレッジレベル差が3以内だと適正パーティーっていう風になってボーナスが得られるようになるんですが、
This is May 20th, yeah.
ナレッジレベル差が4以上の場合だとしても、例えば友達と遊ぶ
Knowledge level sync
差が結構つい
button.
ちゃってるっていう場合はですね、ナレッジレベルシンクをすればですね、そのパーティー自体を、平均値を取った、レベルにシンクしますので、
はい。
適正
This was one of the biggest complaints about Eureka. I know that most people who do Eureka now probably just NM chain. Everyone does. But Eureka originally people grouped up to level to kill monsters that were higher level. And you had to be within the same level range or it was just a complete waste of time. So it was just kind of shit. If you were ahead of your friends, you couldn't help them. You just had to do NMs with them. So this is and everyone said just add a level like Final Fantasy 11, the game Eureka was based on. Well, this game systems were based on the Eureka itself based on Final Fantasy 3. I'm sorry, Final Fantasy. Well, yeah, 3. Yeah. Final Fantasy 11 had level syncing, so it was like silly that they didn't have it for
じゃあゲー
that.
ムお願いします。はい。今2人パーテ
今パーティーを組んでるんですけど、
はい
僕がナレッジレベル6、
はい
で彼がナレッジレベル2なので、
はい
4差ついてるんで、
ィー。
このパーティーのところにエクスクラメーションマーク三角のびっくりマークついてるの分かりますかね？
はいはい、ありますね。
これ見えます？
はい。
ああ、やばい。やばいこれですね、これ。
うん。
で、ここにボタンあります。その隣に。こいつを押すとシンクされます。
お、それでシンク状態。
これでもうシンク状態です。
はは。
So it just syncs him down to 5, so that way he's within 3 levels of the other player. So it'll sync you down to the highest possible level.
差を縮める。
はい。
Yes, this is off the eastern coast of Tural,
今
in the Shades Triangle.
グーブで何にもマークついてない名前に。
はい。
で、シンクすると、ここにチェーン出たの分かります？
It gives a tutorial for it, Corn. No, you can drag it onto the bar also, Corn, if you just want to put it on your regular hotbar.
つきましたね。
はい。
Yeah, it shows the level difference. It does the math for you. Yeah, that's the whole point of syncing, is so that you can actually gain experience.
はい。じゃあまずは1匹倒していただいて、倒さないことに始まりませんからね。おっと。ムーブらしいこと。
I think it's hard.
これはちょっとなかなか
It is. He isn't exactly a tank, so.
ああ。
平さん、
おお。
Heal me.
回復しないタイプかもしれないですね。 なぜチェーンを見せるって言ってるのにさ、
はい
平を選んだんだろう。
This healer doesn't heal.
そうねそうに違いない。多分殴るだけだと持たないという判断だったんで。
That's a long cast.
見せたいのはチェーンなんで。
Big damage.
倒しました。
さまだちょっと待って、チェーン
So now we need a second mob to chain.
我々2人で大丈夫ですか？
いけますと言っています。さあどうなの？
Where's Cardia?
どうなのかな。
痛いんですけど、マジひ。
He's getting so scared of just turn on God mode. Well, A, he's a black mage. B, it's a level higher than him. So, yeah, I mean, this is Eureka. Eureka's a good example. Mind you also that there is gear that increases your stats inside here, similar to the Eureka elemental armor. And he definitely doesn't have any of that equipped.
多分こう蝶々発信のバトルを見せたかったのかな。
嘘でしょ。
そうね
それ
チェーンだっつって。
はい、今1チェーン達成したので。
あ出た。
One chain.
出た。あ80秒。
そうこの時間内に。そうそうそう。僕の選択ミスなのよ。
あるある。
Yeah, they said there's a zone in 0.2x and 0.5x with an update in 0.4x to the Phantom jobs.
バラバラにね。
Because 0.3x has a variant, a criterion, deep dungeon, and another cosmic exploration zone. Plus, we'll probably get the roulette wheel for maps, and then there's always the chance of an ultimate. I don't think an ultimate's happening in 3x personally, but we'll see. No, the Phantom Jobs just gives him bonus skills. He has Phantom Time Mage equipped right now.
はい。2チェーン目。2チェーンね。はい。はい。これね。
The Blue Mage update is fit in there too, most likely in 7.3x. Yeah.
はいはい。
ボーナス時間。
なるほどなるほど。
なので、
I mean, there's never been a confirmation of a 0.3 ultimate.
楽しいんですけどね。
Until there is, there's no reason to assume there will be one.
何を考えてるのか。
Why don't I think we're getting an ultimate? Because I think they're just going to want to do everything else and not ultimate. No, it wasn't, Vu. The Enochian timer was removed, but you still needed to be in fire or ice. I guess technically it's not the Enochian timer being removed. It is the Astral Fire and Umbral Ice timers that are gone. Enochian was inherently
というわ
tied
け
to
で、
them.
まあこれで稼いでいくのがよろしいんじゃないかなと。
なるほど。
まあ、最終的には意外とね、本当最強エリアに行ってこれでつわもの8人でサポジョブつけまくってゴリゴリ稼ぐの楽しいのでちょっとやってみて
なるほど。
ください。
確かに。
よろしいですか？我々のコンビプレイは思う存分。
In a row?
素晴らしかった
No.
と思います。
We got one in 6.1, 6.3, and 7.1.
じゃあちょっとまたパワーポに戻りましょうか。
Yeah, the Fire 3 and Thunder timers were also gone.
その他のバトル種類ですね。
その他のバトルをちょっと紹介していきましょう。
Yeah, there's
はい
Amdapori and
ま
Nimian
ず
structures
フェイト
on Crescent Isle, so one can assume that it
ございま
was
す。いわゆる
to some degree of
赤マーク
battleground
で
during
示
the
され
War
る
of
見られ
the
たやつ
Magi.
これはもう各地で発生します。で少人数でもわーわーやれる。戦闘が始まっててもまあ途中でどんどん入っていけばいいと。まああったらどんどん見かけたらやっていきましょうという感じでしょっちゅう起きております。
Fates can be challenged by small numbers of players. You can join fates as they appear. Critical engagements. The Gill Turtle!
続いてが先ほどご紹介したクリティカルエンカウント。 浮いておりますね。はい、
うん
ぶっ飛ばされておりますね。
気持ちよく飛んでおりますな。
こちらはですね、人数制限なし。
No, it's the gill
で強
turtle.
力なボスに挑む大規模バトル。
ははは
マップ上に発生場所と開始までの時間が表示されるので、
I like that critical engagements have no restriction on the number of players. They're not like 24, 48. There's just all 72 people can do critical engagements this time.
されます。
You can't like be declined because there were
こち
too
ら
many
は
people.
いわゆるフェイトとは違ってたくさんの人数で戦いはしますけど、
はい
結構ギミック
そうですよね。
ものによってあれテスト参加されました？あなた。
あしてないです。
あ、今回してないのか。
今回できなかった。
天然チーム参加してたな。
出た。
出た。結構ね。
Zerv, thanks for the 45 months, dude. Welcome back.
なのでぜひみんなで助け合いながらですね
おー
クリアを目指していただけたら嬉しいな。
Appreciate it.
そしてなんといっても、高難度というか最終目的になるんですが、
There's Fork Tower.
こちらですねパッチ 7.25 の段階からもう空いておりますというか条件が合えば開きます。
Our new
フォーク
Baldessian
タワーと
Arsenal.
いう、巨大なダンジョンが
Up to 48.
しております。
Players must use a special item to gain entry.
複数のボ
Interesting.
スがおるんですが、
はい。
まあ、道中もほぼボスかっていうぐらいむずい。こちらはですね最大48人で
はい。
挑戦できるダンジョンで特定のアイテムを使うことで、突入できるように
なるほど。
なります。でじゃあちょっとフォークタワーの突入方法を見てみましょう。
Bang,
はい
no, 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 no. For those who don't know, in the merged world of Final Fantasy V, Forked Tower is a dungeon on Crescent
と
Island.
いう証を手に入れることができますので、
はい
特定の場所へ行き、
Oh, so you force
特定の状
entry.
況下で
Oh, okay. So it doesn't like randomly appear like BA.
使う
The
と
players use the
特定の場
ciphers,
所の
and at least
戦闘
16
魔物が活性
people
化
are
され
required.
一定時間後
So
に
you can gather
その魔物
48
上
players
にい
with
る
items,
プレイヤーが
and then you
内
all
部
go
検
and
索
use the item, and then you all just go
これ
in.
ねなんだ
Instead of it being
と
like
いうのは
a portal.
皆さんで探して
そうですね。探し出してください。
ください。
Yeah, that makes planning really easy for the discords. You all just get into an instance, and then all just go use the cipher.
なんですが、こちらは抽選で、転送されますが、起動書
Obviously,
を使ったプレイヤーは当選率
It should more than 48 players
なるほど
standing upon the ethereal node be selected.
なんだろう起動門を16
Okay, so you can do it without a cipher,
はい、まず
but
魔物
only
が活性化するんですけど、
so
それ以降は
16 people
その魔物の上にいれ
activate it,
ば
and then everybody
なんだろう
else.
その起動書を使って
Doesn't need a cipher.
そうできるんですけど
But if you have a cipher,
以上
it
の場合
helps
は
guarantee
起
entry.
動書を使った人から優先されますよ
はい。
ということになっておりますので、おこぼれに預かりたい人は当然、
はい。
ダメ選ばれないまあなので、
まあ
確実に突入されたい方は
Higher chance
起動書を手に入れて
you'll get
使
entry.
っていただければ
They're very when they say things like higher chance, what they really mean is you're getting in.
そうかじゃあちょっとあんまね確かに
Well, let me. Okay, actually, no. Let me rephrase. If more than 48 people are there and the excess of 6 all have ciphers, it will be random between them. I guess is what I should say.
なるほど。
Like if when it's looking at the excess
隠し要素
players,
も
yes, technically, if there were 72 players with ciphers, it's complete random. If it was 71 players and the one player without that one player with the cipher is not getting picked.
なんだよなまあ突入条件も
はい。
そうだし、まあ、攻略にもやっぱサポジョブのアビリティとか、まあ、アクションはかなり必須になってくるので、
はいはいはい
In a couple years' time, that's gonna be. I mean, that's the only way anyone ever did BA. That's the only way it was gonna be done. Period.
おー
から
なるほどなるほど。
これはもうぶっちゃけ言うとどのワールドが一番最初に突破するかを我々はちょっと楽しみにさせていただこうと。
じゃああれですか、誰が何のサポジョブを持ってこうどういう構成でいくかもどう相談していくかとかも結構大事になってくる、
まあこの辺りは本当長期間
はい
かけて、クリアして、まあシナリオストーリークリアするところは必須にしてないので、このフォークタワー攻略は。
はははなるほど。
で以前の
There are raising restrictions.
あれですね
Some support jobs can
バ
bypass
ルデ
those
シ
in
オンアー
raise.
セナル
So you can
エウ
raise,
レ
you
カ
just need
の時
support
にやっ
jobs
て
that
いた
actually have it.
あれもかなり長期間に
You
わた
don't
って
need to finish the
みんな
story to
攻略
enter
をしてい
either.
ってだんだん戦術を安定させて、グループができてコミュニティができて、
In other words, it sounds like there's not really a raise restriction. If all you need is the phantom jobs that can bypass it, then it's not really a raise restriction. It's more like a phantom job
最初は
restriction.
相当腕に覚えのある人たちで相当ガチ議論しながらギミック検討して進めていただくことになると思うので、ぜひですね今回みんなで
So that's like,
攻略
it's like
して
BA, but with more
せっかく
accessible.
の
Yeah,
獲
that
物
won't
だ
be
から
too
という
bad
と
then.
ころに
The problem is that if you all
目指して
die,
作ったコーナーなので
you'll probably be completely kicked out.
結構情報をシェアしていただく、
はい
まあ俺たちが最初にクリアするんだっていう場合はあんまりあれなのかもしれないですけど、ある程度情報交換しないとちょっとしんどいところもあるかもしれないんで、
はい、
はい、いや
You will probably all be
ぜひやってみ
ejected
て
and
いただ
lose
き
your
たい
cipher. We expect the
で
prog
も
that,
ぶっ
yeah.
ちゃけバトルはめっちゃおもろいです
It's about the same difficulty as
め
BA.
っちゃおもろい
One is based on the comments. It is
残って
like
る
a BA
要素も
difficulty,
めっちゃ多
right?
いので、
はい
ぜひちょっとやってほしいですね。
Guess I gotta find a prog group.
ただどれぐらいで完全攻略されるかはちょっと僕らも
ああ
予想がつかないので、
これは楽しみ。
そうですね。そうですね。隠し部屋がいっぱいあるん
It's
です
quite easy. I mean, BA is harder than CLL and Valeriata.
最後
And
最後の
usually
部屋
you
っていう
need
か
specific actions in order to even make these raises work.
ローって思う部屋には何も隠してないので、なんかね、俺やっててみんなチェックしてると思ったの、
はい
最後の最後この部屋にもなんかあるんじゃないかって疑心暗
あそういう気持ち
鬼のまま
になってくる
出れないんじゃないみたいなのがあって、もうその部屋には何もないっていう。まあでも本当にすごいので、ぜひ
はい。
バトルガチ勢は
We know there is armor, and we know there is armor enhancement, but we didn't see any of it. Might be in the trailer if we go back and
攻
look.
略を目指していただこうと思います。はい。と思います。はい。
はいありがとうございます。
Oh yeah, I don't think this will be as hard as
正直
GRS.
フォークタワーのためにこもりたいんですよね。それぐらいね、本当によくできてる面白い。じゃあそれ以外の要素というのもご紹介していこうかなと思います。
はいお願いします。
まずこのクレセントアイルフィールド上に宝箱を落ちておりますが、
はい
こちらすべて個人の宝箱を
It is the same
なっておりますので、もういいです。
見つけたら
好きに開けて
どんどん
開けていただいて全然構いません。
Treasure in the
なので
wilds.
なんか
Just gonna
みんな
go
でやってる
treasure
からこれ
hunting.
開けたらダメなのかもなって、なりませんので、
はい。
Yeah, DRS is much harder
個
than
人用です
BA.
ので見つけたら全部開けて。
BA, the main thing is the raise restriction and the
そ
loss
し
of
てです
your
ね
level if you
ちょっ
wipe,
とした要素としてですね
which has to be
はいこち
regained.
ら
In this case, you also have to regain a cipher.
ものがありまして、
Magic
モンスタ
pots.
ーに襲われているマジックポットを助けて
Rescue magic pots from monsters and offer them elixirs to receive hints about treasure locations.
くれるなんかウサギだって言ってる方がいらっしゃいますが、財宝のヒントを教えて
なるほど
くれるので、そうエリクサーちょうだい
Not my
そう言われるので
elixirs.
あげるとですね、
喜んどる。
喜んでですね財宝のヒントを、ただですねこの人たちすごいシンプルに財宝ここだよっていうだけなので、とんでもないところに連れて行かれる場合もまあありますので、
あ
It's pot
お気
time.
をつけください。
はい。
はい。とこんな要素もございます。で、探索で得られるトークンに関してです。12都市銀貨。
はい。
こちらはですね、主にフェイトとか、クリティカルエンカウントで
はい
獲得可能となっております。そしてもう一個、12都市金貨、
はい。
こちらは主にフィールドモンスターを倒すと、獲得できます。それぞれトークンの質が違うので、交換で得られるアイテムも違いますので、
はい
まあどっちも集めていただけるといいなと思います。
Morning, Sinal.
そういえば
Enlightenment silver and enlightenment gold.
ここにあれだったね、入れればよかったね。
確か
Yeah, they actually said that
で
Chemist needs
ちょ
to
っと
buy
すいません
island specific
パワーポイントとし
items,
ては実
some
機
of
メイン
which
だ
are
ったんで
incredibly
ご紹介
strong. So
で
Chemist
用意してないん
does
ですけど
have some sort of
武
item
器強化
system
コンテンツが
that
こ
it
の
uses. They were like, oh, you can buy a certain item for 300k as a chemist and just like nuke the enemies.
普通にクレセントアイルのコンテンツをオープンしていただければすぐ脇から
Easier is not the right word.
武器強化が
If
始
you're
まり
someone
ま
who's
す
just
の
going
で
around farming
まあそっ
NMs
ち
and
も並
skipping
行
all
し
the
て
trash and you won't get
開
any
け
gold.
ていただいてるといいかなで、今回はファントムウェポン
ファントムウェポン
武器を作っていただき
いい
ます
名前
1個目はあれですねなんか久しぶりに
久し
The
ぶり
Phantom
チャキってい
Weapon.
う音を
4つ
何かを
We didn't prepare a PowerPoint slide for it, but there will be a Phantom Weapon.
楽しんでいただこうかな
あらららら
と思いまして
いにしえの
いにしえのちゃんとそれらのクエストをやっていたか
はい
どうかで
This first step will be some sort of drop when you clear
あ
content.
あなるほど
Keep in mind that that's
どんな
in and
リアクション
out
が
of
されるのか
the zone.
見ていただけたらなと思いますので、同時にまあもちろんこの島の中じゃない場所でも、
はい
得られるようには作ってあるので、
How long ago
と
did
は
it
い
start?
え
Almost 4 hours.
25なので
I'm sorry,
その
almost
人で賑わってわーわー遊ぶの
3 hours,
が面白い
almost 3
感じでもありますの
hours. My
で、ぜひ
I was yawning
こちらで
when I
ナレッジレベルだったりとかサポジョムの
saw the
レベリングをしつつですね、手に入れて強化していっていただければなと思っております。
はい
はい、でまあ武器強化コンテンツはスタートに過ぎないのでこの先も、はい、続いていきますのでぜひぜひよろしくお願いします。
はいよろしくお願いします
そうだ忘れていたい。はい、いつものあいつもいつものあいつもってきっと
あいつもね
あいつもやってくると思いますので、
はい
はい、よろしくお願いします。
今回はどうやってくるのか
まあまあ
興味深いと
まあまあ、まあ、いつもの通りでしょう。いつもの通りでしょう。さあでは、
はい
クレセントアイルの、
はい
これで紹介してないとかない。
と思います
はい、本当はもっとたくさんね、ご紹介したい
I
ポイント
think
あるん
that
ですが
one guy
も
will
う
be
本当に
here again. Yeah, that
探索
one
して楽
guy.
しいものなので、ぜひ皆さんの目で、お確かめいただけると嬉しいです。
はい
最初に
Ivy's getting impatient
サポジョム何でいくかを
'cause it's her actual
結構効
breakfast
率考
time
えちゃって手が止まる方いるかもしれないなと思うんですけど、まあ、最終的には全部あげるんでどっからでも大丈夫ですどっからでも大丈夫です
You can
まず
do relics in or out
インスピレーション
of
決めた以降やればいい
the zone. We also have to bear in mind we'll have relic upgrade steps
では
every
ちょっと
patch.
ここでクレセントアイルの
But
方
we'll
も
only have
今
one
後
zone
の
until
パッチの
point
予定を
X5, so it'll be interesting to
お知
see.
らせしておこうかなと思います
はいお願いします
All right, this is them. This is they're gonna tell us
クレセントア
zone
イ
in
ルスタート
point
が
2x.
パッ
Yeah.
チ 7.25
Nothing in point 7.3x. We know this. 7.4x phantom jobs. 7.5x probably the North Horn.
はい
ぜひ我々はフォークタワーの配信も皆さんが配信してくださるのも楽しみにしておりますし、ぜひクリア目指して頑張っていただけると嬉しいなと思います。
You'll level them
そ
all
して続い
anyway.
てのアップデートはちょっと 7.3 を開けてですね、7.4x を予定しております。ここではですねさらに新たなサポートジョブを、追加させてい
These
ただく
master
予
they said
定
would be
です。
late dawn trail.
まあ 7.3 先ほどちらっと口頭でお話ししましたが
Yeah, we always get a merch plug. They have to sell us the regulators
今開発中です
that are available for
7.3は
pre-order.
ディープダンジョンの方を、プレイしていただこうかなと思っております、
はい
そしてですねパッチ 7.5x で、まるっと探索フィールド
Even more phantom jobs.
フォークタワ
I have
ー
cat.
もなんかもう一個やるとサポートなんとか 7.25 と同じサイズぐらいやりたいと思って
は
今やっているので、まあ、
な
なので
それは
でかいのが2回来るっていう
なるほど
なんとかまあこの辺りは今もう制作じわじわ進めてますが皆さんの7.25 のフィードバックを見つつも
はい皆さんスプーンタワーだろナイフタワーだろ
ああなるほどねフォークタワーまあでもこれね何が来るかはね多分ね 7.25 でね分かると思うんですけど言っちゃうとネタバレなんで
はい
黙ってます いやなんでちょっといろんなまあ時間とか天候とかいろいろ要素ありますので、ぜひ皆さんですね情報を集めまとめてですね話していってもらえると思います。
はい
はい。こんなところかな。ほい。
そうですね。
ほい。気がついたら
That feels so long. Title of your sex
パー
tape.
ティーも解除されて置いていかれてた俺。チェーンだけの関係だったマジで。チェーン終わったら拠点にも連れてってくれなかった。
ちょっと目を離すと。
これは辛いね。じゃあ置いていかれてた。みんなになんか。
Yeah, they very specifically said that instead of a zone for Crescent Island in Point 3X, there's a deep dungeon. And there's also a zone for cosmic exploration. And there's also Variant and Criterion. And there's probably Blue Mage. And there's the new 24 man. And anything else we don't know that they're planning. Oh, actually, the new probably new Gold Saucer, probably the new treasure map, dungeon. We don't know if there's an ultimate. It's never been said. Well, Beastmaster's not going to be in 7.3x. I sincerely doubt for a new chaotic. That's good. I like that. Any Final Fantasy V enjoyers here?
天野先生風ですね。はいはいはい。なんかキャラの名前がなんか出てる。
Why would they tell us a name? It's not wouldn't be anytime soon.
はいはい。さあわかります。
Oh, yo! The Ferris set is dope.
ピントが。
The Ferris set is great.
合う？
あった。
Yeah, we have Ferris and Lena sets.
早押しクイズかな。
Ferris, that's Ferris from Final Fantasy V. The first one was Lena, and there's Butts. We've got. Could you have picked a darker color on the white paper or something? I can't see shit. It's the Butts set. The Ferris set looks great.
本当にありがとうございます。
And white hair.
武器強化のお話しましたが、ちょっと各インタビューでも出始めてますが、
Yo, that's Galuf's Beastmaster set? I mean Berserker set? That's Galuf's Berserker set, isn't it?
こいつもそうなんですけど、
可愛らしい。
しかも強化可能なので、
Yeah, this is
オ
Berserker.
ークタワー攻略する方はぜひ。
なるほどなるほど。そうね。
で全身
Butts and Galuf, yeah.
全部強化していき、
I usually never run Butts as
補
Berserker,
助
so
もゴリゴリ上げてだと、
yeah, that's the
単にやってない人より
that's the Berserker set.
110%上がるみたいな。
なるほど。
でもかなり強いになるみたいな感じなんで、火力にこだわる方はぜひ集めて強化していただきたい。
And yes, this gear does have boosted stats inside. I love it.
これも同じくですね。
はい。
Matey. Yeah, that's so. Funnily enough, that job set is from a secret job that's not even in most versions of Final Fantasy V canon. The Time Mage set. Now you can be a real Time Mage.
確かに。
Crunchitize me, Captain. Yeah, it's from the GBA version. The Cannoneer set.
一言は言わないけれど、
このいいタイミングがあったんで、
あららら、
これは普通いわゆるおしゃれ装備です。
That's much more stylish.
あら、
The triangle
なんかいろんなロー
hat, the cone.
そうね、
使えそう。
いいですね。
まあちょっと殺し屋風だったり、
はいはいはい。
まあでもこれでちょっとバーカウンター立っても結構かっこいいんじゃないっていう。
It was GBA. It was on Steam for a while too.
気がします。
はい。
はい。
Now this is just a suit. He actually said this is unreal. He said not saying where to get this, but this is pretty glam.
で、
Treasure dungeons.
じゃあ実機でさ、
Come on.
マウントだのなんだのお見せしてないから
あ、そうですね。
ちょっとじっ
It's maps.
こうかしら
It's definitely maps. It's gotta be
戻
maps.
る。戻った。
Love and deep space outfit.
まだですね。
That's funny. That's quality. That's a quality comment right there.
今回もな、いろいろあるんでしょうね。
That's a fucking quality comment.
よし行きましょう。
はい、じゃあゲームお願いします。はい。まずは、
お犬様が今回
わ
ね
Look at the new dog.
かわいい
Look at the new dog.
イーグルかわいいな。
The pupper.
これはいい。
What that dog doing? I see Oppressor as a minion. I see you there. God, of all the things I wanted a minion of, that little fucker is not one of them. I guess I'll take it though.
まあ詳しい人じゃないとわかんない
Yes, it is.
これはまあ分かる人は分かると思うけど
そうです
まあま
なるほどね。
あどっかで手に入りますあと2体いますねみたいなやつがうん
は
こいつはねなんか反対揃うとなんかやり
あ。はあ。
Look, another. That's a weird looking dog.
なんか見てくる
確かに。続きまして、
変わり種です
ん
I like it.
これはまた、お
こいつね結構ね強烈なエピソード持ちなんで
へ
ぜひねとあるクエストで手に入ることになりますちょっ
ちょっとだいぶキャラが強い
いや
感じは
こいつキャラ強いっすよ
What is
と
that?
久しぶりにミニオン
It's not a fish. Maybe it's a fish man.
そして
That's not Joel.
文鳥好きの
わ
中島君からのたっての希望で今回は、こちらの文鳥が
あらららら。追加になった。あらー、真っ白。
か
かわいい。
この熱意にねやられてるんですよね
It's a turtle dove.
そうね。プレゼン力すごそうです。
Now I feel like watching Home Alone too.
文鳥
The Bart Scares from Crescent Island, yes.
大変ご好評いただいてるというわけではい、困ります
It's a Pikmin.
そう。
Bird
好評なんだよな。
相当鍋し監修したんだと思って
かわいい顔してんな、またおいで。
New bird drop.
はい。
Fucking oppressor.
続きましては、
メカメカ
はは。
Does it does it like launch up? Does it do
先日
something?
マウントになったか
Yeah,
と
it's
思えば
PvP without a doubt.
火がおるんですよ
ねえ。いいな。
That's clearly from the moon.
小さいプラスチッ
はいはいはい。
ク
Fucking Tonka truck from the moon.
なるほど
あるねはいはいこれ
Wowing.
日本はこんなところに
はい。見せていい範囲のミニオンを。
Yeah, the little smiley face.
まあ全部じゃないです
ね
全部じゃない
そうそうそう見せられないものが意外にありますね。
レモンズオール
So that's got to be from Crescent
この
Island.
中に入ってる
That's a funny mount.
あらら。
こうしてる
That's a really funny mount.
こうしてる自分が
What in the silent hill am I looking at?
確かに。
ある
Yeah, that's from Forked Tower. No doubt that's from Forked Tower. It's even got a head on the back.
すごい。
ほら一応パタパタ自分で
Look at the hands.
レモンズウォールごっこができる
んこれはあれですね。みんなで並びたくなるシリーズですな。
That's so good. Yeah, that's Forked Tower. Whoa! That's probably the Arcadian.
おしゃ
People were asking about this mount for the Arcadian.
あったー
He's spoiling the theme!
おおいいですね。
やべ、この曲出してよかったのか。なんか明らかにあれコンテンツ的な BGM がなってる。
いやや
Yeah, everyone was asking if the car would be M8S's mount. People were right.
まあまあ
まあ
まあ
There's the moon mount.
おいいですね。
当然乗れるからに。
なるほどね。そういうことですね。持ち出せた。
黒いですね。
確かに黒い。いいかっこいいな。ロボはいいよね。
ロボはいいよね。
赤
This is the mech you were waiting for.
わかるね。なるよね。
まあね。お豪華。
わかる人にはわかる。
くはー。あらら。いいですね。
So this is another Crescent Island mount.
ちなみにみんな
Probably all field notes.
操縦桿持つんですけど、ララフェルはですね、どうやって高さが足りなかった
なるほど。
Probably all field. This is all the field
回
notes.
したらどうなる
Almost certainly.
もあるんですけど、
確かに。全体重が乗ってる。
っております。
We even get a stool.
立つところがなかったんですね。
致し方なし。
これ
いや
何番
すごいな
目にね乗ったかでね、どこに座る
ははは
かね変わるんで
あ
結構
なるほど。
ゲーコマで作られてますね。ぜひ手に入れていただきたい。
Standing on the wheel.
いい。素晴らしい。
Of course they will. It'll be all the field notes for the first zone. And there's the wings.
お
あれですね。
はは
はは。
す
あなたが
ごい。
注目の
大注目ですね。いやーいいなこの赤の散り方。おっと
Oh!
あら。
Alright.
随分形が変わりましたね。
When it flies. Alright, come on now. That's just cheating.
ディフェンダーさんの
The wings of May.
すごーい。随分
The music,
展開され
by the
ました
way.
ね今度からうわ
というわけで、
はい
以上マウントの一部でございました。
The wings go from okay to
これ
great
は
once they're in the
大注目でしょう
air.
よ。そうですね。
うん。
なんか流しちゃいけないものを流しちゃったような気がするけど。
Good.
楽しみ
So
が出た。
that 5 out of 5 good mounts.
はい。
I think I played something I wasn't allowed to play. Oh well.
どうし
開発チーム
Oh, what? Roses of May?
コメン
You
ト
weren't allowed to play that?
これもぜひ触れていただきたいことだそうですよ。
あれですね。食事や薬品を先行入力に対応したっていうやつ。
先ほどね。ご紹
スプリ
介いただきました
ントもはい先行入力対応してほしい。
Yeah, honestly, I think the M8S theme he wasn't allowed to play. I think we all figured Roses of May. I don't think he was supposed to play the M8S theme.
ご期待ください。
あとあれだな。
I think that's more likely that he wasn't supposed to play the M8S theme.
そして
Yeah.
はいはいはい。
はいはい。
ゲームに切り替えていいですよね。
It's
はい、
fine.
大丈夫。
One thing from the dev team.
スプリント
プリントをしております、ね
してますね。
Oh, the jog. Yeah, the dev team asked him to show off jog, I guess. Yep, there it
プ
is.
リントが切れるとですね。
I guess it's in any sanctuary. Because look, he's out in the wild and he has it. So I guess it's any sanctuary.
はい。
リキャスト、スプリントのリキャストが回ってくるまでは、この軽く走るジョグの状態になりますので、まあリキャスト戻ったらまた
Queuing food, pots, and
ス
sprint.
プリントっていう形には
Oh.
いろいろな破綻があるのでしなかったので、まあちょっと
Queuing pots is a
全
thing
体
now.
的な
And queuing
ゲームテ
sprint.
ンポというかイベント抵抗上ということでですね、スプリントの
It's finally happened.
まあずっとジョグ続くんですけど、リキャが戻ったらまたスプリントをしていただいて、まあさらにダッシュして
Queuing food, pots, and sprint is now a thing.
こちら戦闘中はならないですけど、 それ以外の時では使えるようになります。
なるほどなるほど。
はい。
ジョグはスプリントが切れた時に勝手に発動する。
はい。プロトンと同じだと思っていただければ。
ははは。
This does not happen during battle.
なるほどなるほど。
はい。
ありがたや。
こんなことになっております。まあさっきもちょっとお話ししましたけど、システム面こういういわゆる一番ベーシックな部分というのも手を入れられる場所が。
What does queuing foods and pots mean? So when you perform an action in this game,
そうですね。右クリすれば
the game actually predictively takes in your input before you're actually allowed server side to put the input in. So let's say that you have let's say your GCD has about like a second left on it. If you press an action in that 1 second, it tells the game ahead of time that you're pressing that action. You've queued the action up. So there's no server latency in between your actions at all. However, food, pots, and sprint effectively can't be activated during those times. And either it has to happen after an action has already happened, or before that decision to queue something needs to be made. So they can't be queued. You can't like press them preemptively to activate them. Which is, it makes them really jank to use. It's why like people miss pots. Like when they go, oh, okay, I'm gonna pot here. And then they go, what the fuck? My pot didn't activate. Same with sprint. They go to activate sprint. They're like, what the fuck? Why didn't my sprint? It's because it can't be queued. So it has to be activated during that exact time.
7.2 から約1ヶ月後ですね。
They've eliminated that effectively.
次が5月27日の火曜日。ここに 7.25 が来ます。ここで
Oh, May 27th. So April 22nd, May 27th. So they're gonna do so they're doing 4 weeks after Savage, not 4 weeks after Patch. All right. Well, we have the full schedule here
いっ
now.
ぱいあるので、
いっぱいありますね。
はい。無理にこのなんていうんですか、この間で全部やらなきゃではなく、順次
Stop, Arna. One thing at a time, please.
そうですね。
はい、いいかなと思いますので、零式なのかゼロ式なのか。零式。
零式です。
零式です。
はい。
公式には零式。
零式です。
このご質問が来るってことはあれですね。最近始めてくださった方。
そうかな。
うん。まあまあコンビニはいけないので。
No.
なんだもう本当ね交互に。
そうね。
やっていただければ。
そうそうそうそう。
モンハンもいろいろ来るでしょうし。
Oh no, guys.
あっちもこっちもこう行ったり来たりしてればあっという間にね時間は経ちますね。
そうですよ。
ぜひぜひ。はい。はい。というわけで。
Oh no.
7.2 コンテンツ特集パート2はここまでという。
はい。3時間以上。経過しました。
はい、ありがとうございます。ではですね、この後締める前にいくつか今日も新しいお知らせ事項がございますので、
まだお知らせがございますので、
ご紹介していきたい
お付き合いくださいね。
思います。
はい。
じゃあまず最初のお知らせ。
Okay, I will say this. Not that big a deal.
新オフィシャルグッズが
it's crafting and gathering
発売
content.
になります。
Actually, if it was closer to the occult crescent, it would be
着ぐる
worse.
みやヘアバンド、トートバッグ、スマホケースなどの新グッズが e ストアに登場。
In reality, that's not that big. To like
写真が出ております
for
が、その中からい
cosmic,
くつかご紹介したい。
not that big a
実
deal.
物がございますのでご紹介したいということで。
これは何かね。
生カメにしていただいて、いくつかどこでしょう。
Game's probably better than most of the games you play, Navi.
あ、これかぶるのか。
これローブ的な？
違う。
タオル。
前掛けがあるから。
It's only going to be RPG of the year.
着ぐるみ。
これは何ちゅう商品ですか？これあれですね。思うんですけど。
Tell me you don't like single player RPGs without telling me you don't like single player
かぶらな
RPGs.
きゃダメなんじゃない結局。履く。
Dude, having trouble getting into them? Yes, come on, get the. Well, you should have unbuttoned them before. They're trying to step into them.
確かに
だってこれ
こうなると着ぐるみだわ。
だってこれ入るこれ。
I agree, Kasuda. It's alright, they just have bad taste. It's only gonna be RPG of the year.
ダメだと思う。あれこれそう
でもね手触りめっちゃいいこれ。
そうね。
嘘。ベリっていきそうなんだけど。
ボタンをいっぱい。
これどこに足入れるのが正解なんだ。 そして俺のサイズでいいの大丈夫
Well, then you've been missing out.
意外と
Because
いけます
any hardcore RPG player has had their eye on Claire Obscure. And it's been at the last 2 major game shows. So if you don't watch those, then yeah, you would have missed it.
これあれですね、練習しといた方がよかったです。あれこれ着ぐるみ
Yeah, they haven't said, they didn't say anything about the interior size customization. They said they were aiming for 7.2, so maybe they just didn't want to mention it again, or maybe it wasn't ready.
あれこれはこれ反則になってますか？大丈夫ですか？ちょっと今我に返りましたけど。
いや、俺たちに着せてる時点でさ、
はい。
いや、俺と祖健にほら食い物を食レポさせる時もダメじゃん。
そうね。
I mean, if you're a fan of JRPGs, Navi, it's gonna blow that out of the water. That's a Western
って
RPG.
ことは俺チョコボってこと？
そういうことですね。あったか。
俺で
It's okay if you have bad taste in
たま
RPGs.
たまにそういう人いますよね、
い
ゲレンデにね。
俺なんか前か
It's alright to have a bad taste. I've also played it, so I have a way better idea about it than all of you do.
そうか、それはそっち横断するんだ。
そうそう。こいつがね、
ああ、なるほど。
I even did a solo playthrough of the press review for Claire Obscure.
なんかある。
あ、これかぶってからつけんのこれ。
Merkel loves that shit. You're fucking right about. That's why I said RPG, Kasuda.
ここにいる。一人じゃ着れないんじゃないこれ。
熟練の。
I played it on PC, Uber. The test build that I did, and it ran really well. After running it for like 20 hours, it had like a glitch that happened with the audio. So that might be a sign of
いけるかいけないかでいけるでしょう。
But we all provided feedback on that stuff.
春になって暖かくなった頃なら大丈夫ですか？ご覧の放送はファイナル
But in terms of the actual performance, it was stellar.
これ何？
あ、で、これは着ぐるみでしょ？で、これはエアバン。
Can I ride Yoshi P? Chat.
よくあれです。
Stop.
ね、ペンガン
Stop it.
女の人がやったりするやつ。これ外していいかな？どっか行ったな。
こういうこと？大きく丸って言われましたけど。
Why did you read it? Why not? That
さ、
fucking.
おじさん夜のさおじさんこれさ俺家帰ってさ
They're literally not even the same kind of
洗顔
game.
シャツポーってやつ
You're
めっ
just
ちゃ
saying
面
that to
白
be
いですよ
annoying.
ね。
It's working, but
あ、こ
still.
れいいですよ。ちゃんとしてます。ちゃんと機能
ちゃんとはしてますよ。
ちゃんとはしてます。
Chat, get help.
これはちゃんと超実用的な感じがしますね。
はいはい。
こちらがですね、3月31日月曜日に e ストアで、発売いたします。
They never go through
そし
job
て日本に関しては
changes.
それに
All
先
they
駆けま
confirmed
し
is
て
melee DPS would be getting buffed and Picto would be getting nerfed. They stopped going over job balance changes in
でこちらが
live
3
letters
月29日か
since
ら
what?
4月
Shadowbringers? Maybe even earlier. I think
期間なんで
Shadowbringers.
ドンキがやや先行2日先行で
なんだって
でこれはこの後対象店舗どこなのとかいうのは、この後トピックスが出ますのでそちらでご確認いただいてもしお近くのドンキが対象になっていればですねそこに行くといち早い
I'm gonna put the regulators on while they're like this.
開けたカバーありましたねいくつかありますのでぜひぜひご検討ください、この後ろのこいつとかねはい、いろいろございます。
なるほどね。
詳しくはトピックスをご覧ください。
よろしくお願いします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。では続いて
Oh, why don't you take the headband? Yoshi P's like, I can't do this anymore.
どうぞ。はい。ファイナルファンタジー
Yeah, Black Mage getting
と
timer
ノベル
changes
キー
was
ズのコラボ
observed.
キーボードとデスクパッド
Effectively
がリリ
removing
ース
all
さ
the
れました
timers
と
on
いうことでこ
everything.
れ昨日かな
Excuse me.
そしたら今日昨日
I have mouse pads. Steel Series has brand new mouse pads, which I have back there with all sorts of different grip styles. And I have my Steel Series Apex Pro mechanical keyboard, which you can get for 12% off by typing !Steel Series and as your !Steel Series in the chat and using the discount code Mr. Happy.
はいこんな感じで
これがさ
キーボード
We got there eventually.
やばい
I think on YouTube it's just in the description of the video. That is a really good keycap, though. I'm not gonna lie. That might be the best keycap I've ever seen.
になってるやつ。これ付け替えできまして、
外せる。
はい、他にも前序部分ありますんで、好きにつけていただけるのと、あとこの文字 文字が
あ
アルファベットの横が何気にエオルゼン文字
そうですね、ここね。
っていう状態。
もうこれがメインだったら打てないですからね。まあまあここ見て打つ人あんまいないとは思うけど。
で後ろの
Yeah,
こ
we do
の
know
RGB
Criterion is
の
important.
バックライトに関しては専用のアプリから光らせ方の設定も可能
Yeah, can I just play the
という
keycap?
ことになってございますと
はいはい。
いうことで、でその
おお。
キー
すごいね。
キーに関しては
はいはい。
こんな風に
あーついてくる。
いろんなパーツがございます
Just
の
the one
で
keycap I'll
自分の好
take.
きなの付け替えたりスペースのバーを変えたりシフトキーを置き換えたりとかね。
どうしてもこの配色見るとなんかあなたたち踊ってくれそうなイメージあるね。
危険な色味。はいという商品でございまして、でこれとあとはデスクパッド、でっかいマウスパッド
Yeah, they do also have shorter GCDs.
新しいやつ。
で
They just like skirted over Black Mage, just mildly being reworked. They're like that. We don't need to talk about that.
柄は一緒なんですけど、素材触り心地が表面の仕上げが違う。ツルツルとちょっとザラザラ。
あ、こっちがツルツルですね。
ね、見た目は
めっちゃ
変わらないんですけど。
I actually have to unwrap those. Dude, I've been meaning to make a bunch of Steel Series stuff, but with everything going on behind the scenes, I have not had the energy to do so. I really have to make the
エンボスっ
energy
ぽ
to
い
do
マッ
it.
トなのわかるよ。ここでさっきだプリントのだってベースが違うもん。
そうね。
どっちが、
これね
I have my
完全
own
なる好みなんですよ
好みなん
ね。
です
はい。
うん、なるほどなるほど。はい。
という商品のご紹介でした。生紙にしていただいてありがとうございます。
はい。
よいしょよいしょ。よいしょ。ということで、ノベルキーズとのコラボキーボードとデスクパ
Where
ッ
are
ド
my
のご紹介
keys?
でした。
I can't open these even with my nails being kind of long right now.
すごい辛いな。
さあ、そして続いてです。続いてはこちらです。どうぞ。はい。先日発表いたしました「ファイナルファンタジー14」と伊勢丹のスペシャルコレクション2025の
ついに
ご案
2025
内ですね。第3弾3回もやっていただき
年を
ます。
変えれば何回でもできる論みたいな。
本当にそうね。で、こちらはですね
See, I've got my own.
3月26日から発売となるほか、で基本的にムードマーク by 伊勢丹のオンラインで全て買うことができるんですけれども、新宿伊勢丹新宿店で4月1日まで
yeah, you have merch? I have merch.
サンプルが展示されていたり、一部はその店頭
I
で
just
も
have to
買えるというふうになり
make
ますの
room
で、
on my
今日は
desk
その
to
中から
actually put it down
何
because
ご
I'm
紹介したいものがございま
not.
して、
I have there's too much stuff here right now.
でこちらコラボの中の一つなんですけど、
Damn it.
こちらがはい長浜
They moved on. I don't care. I want that.
前回のコラボでサントシ
Get me
のや
this.
つ、
I want
リ
this.
ムサグリ
Give
ダ
me
グリ
this.
ダニアグルダハンを出
This
した
is the
んですけ
thing
ど、
I
今回は
want.
ハイデリンとゾディアクが出ます
はい。
ということで、
はい。ウイスキー大好きおじさん。
はい。
I'm a whiskey fan.
高井宏と
Let me just make sure
そうですよね。
私が
こちらそう、
Yeah.
吉田さんと高井さんで監修いただいたという。
どっちが光
Holy moly, this thing is enormous. Title of my sex tape.
一応僕が闇、
なるほど。
広
闇担当。
光。あんま納得いってない。最終的にはどっちも飲んでやっぱこうだよねって言って。
なるほど、納得の仕上がり。
納得の。こっちがすっきり。
おー
あまりなんだろう、すっきりめの飲み口、臭みとかビートがちょっと苦手って
Listen,
いう
it's
人は
not as fancy, but I have my whiskeys also.
味がし
How
っか
much
り
is left of
はい
this?
癖が逆に
I don't even know how much
おー
whiskey is left in
あ
here.
どっちも
Oh, it's still a decent amount.
なるほど。というのと、あと今日もう一個ご紹介しておきたいのが、来ちゃった。私が着ておりました。こちら、こちらがですね、何かと言いますと、ちょうど今日X
Don't worry. I know who wins
告知
that.
なんかも出ておりましたが、ギークスルールの T シャツ。これが、
Take a shot right now, dude. I'm gonna be awake for so many hours, or I actually would.
15班
If I wasn't
15
raiding
班
tonight,
シルク
I
スクリー
would
ン
totally
プリン
do
ト
it
T シャツ
right
という
now.
ことで要はめっちゃいい
Even though it's 6 in the morning, and I'm pretty sure that makes me an
こちら
alcoholic.
のデザインの T シャツが出ておりますというのを今日のご案内事項でしたが、この他にもコラボ商品はめちゃくちゃいっぱいございまして、
そうね、めっちゃあります。
でこちらは来週水曜日19日水曜日の 夜7時から
We've been rating. I've been doing
コミュニティ
Fruit
放送やり
almost
まして
every week.
また全商品ご紹介して
For like a few
参
months
ろうと
now.
思いますので、よろしければそちらもご覧いただいてどんなもんかなというのを見ていただ
I
けれ
have
ばと
like
思い
I'm
ますの
sitting
で
on like 6
よろしくお願
fruit
いいた
totems
し
right
ま
now.
す
おい
はい。では続いて次のお知らせです。こちらどうぞ。はい。LINE スタンプ第5
The
弾
line
が
stickers,
発売となりました。
But I have been to
ね
bed. I just
今回も
woke up a
40
few hours ago.
さすが第5弾ともなるとはっちゃけたやつが出てきますね。
だんだんそうですね。
もうねペットがさ明らかに使い方うまいことやってくれなみたいな。
そうですね。
It's P12S
ちゃんと
visual.
流行りのモロコシさんもちゃんとおる。
うまい
ね。もう本当。
The-
第5弾ともう揃えていただけると大体のことは表現できる。
Honestly, the fox is my favorite one
ぜひとも
there.
ご検討
That's not a
ください
cat. That's the
よろしくお願い
Fox
し
Hollows
ますはい、では
fox.
続いて次のお知らせです。どうぞ。
But you're right. He does
はい
look
プライマル
like
ズ
he's mentioning
ダー
sus.
ケストディケイズ
No,
ツアー
oh, what
という
about
ことで
Why would they talk
7
about
年
Ultimate?
ぶりのツアーが行われます。
Ultimate, if
これ
there was an
もう
Ultimate, it wouldn't be for another 5 months.
ね、そうみたいです。
They're going to talk about it now.
はい、ゼップツアーです。
あれからな。
Unless you're saying that I'm not
だから
doing
ね
Ultimate tonight. No, I'm doing P12S tonight.
つつ裏裏のゼップを巡
まあ
ります。
言うてそも
It's
そ
been
も
a
ね
very good live letter.
ゲームで出てきた
I'm going to
ロッ
PAX
クバン
East,
ドが
Serge.
ツアーやってることがおかしいみたいな。
I already have everything booked.
ということで現在は、
はい
プレイヤー先行抽選の、申し込み受付期間中となっておりますので、
Because it's a big
これが
part of the
来週
patch.
木曜日3月20日までとなっておりますから、
George そうですね。
Just because it's not
持ってる方
until
はですね、
はい。
何はと
May
もあれ
doesn't
申し
mean
込ん
it's
でいただ
not
きたい
part of the patch.
ということでよろしくご検討く
ま
ださい。
あ箱がやっぱりなんだろうそれぞれまさにライブ感のある箱のサイズなので。
I mean,
め
there's
ちゃく
no
ちゃ
guarantee there's two
良いです
Ultimates this
これは
expansion.
これで。まあ
I want to
前
remind
回
people they have
横割り
never
やら
once
せてい
stated
た
there
だ
are
き
two
ました
Ultimates
はい
this
もう
expansion.
全然違う。
They have confirmed they've started
生
working
感
on the
が
next
強いん
one.
で
But
これ
until
は
we get a
ちょっと
date, I don't know why
どっかね
anyone just
応
assumes.
募して
I
ぜひ
assume,
いただきたいはい
but I will not
よろしくお願いいたします
put stakes on that.
では
で
続いて
オフィシャルグッズ
グッズね。あ、そうだった。グッズの中から今日そう吉田さんにも来ていただいた。外されてるね。そうボタン
They confirmed they are working on the next Ultimate.
これこんなや
That they did confirm.
つ。ノノノノノ。グッズじゃなけ
It
れば
was
ね
there for like
どうぞ
25 seconds, George, out of the like 2.5-minute
そうそうオ
trailer.
フィシャルグッズ。
It's like a fourth of it. Doesn't matter. It's still a major part of the
そうです
patch.
脱ぎ機の順番は
Yeah, there's not going to be another trailer
最初
for
からこ
for
こまで
point
来てよ
two, so
や
it's,
ればよかった
of course it's going to
実
feature
は
in
ね
the
確か
trailer.
に立ち上がるだけでよかったじゃん。
というわけでこちらがツアーティー
Well, that's why I think there will be one this
Well,
this
it's-
expansion,
it's
Asher.
always
I think there'll be a second one this expansion.
ちなみに
But until they say there is,
14で作っ
I've learned my
た T シャ
lesson
ツ
to
の
not just assume.
一番あれですなんだ形と
Yeah, I'm going to be doing a
It's like-
big pack
like-
opening thing for the Final Fantasy stuff.
これで M サイズですちょっと引いてもらっていい
The next Ultimate Shadowbringers MSQ.
いいた。はい。ね
でなんかこんな感じなんですけど
え、すごい。
Well, Shadowbringers only had one because
これでも
DSR got pushed
ちょっと
back
オーバーサイ
because
ズ
of COVID.
なんですけどこれででも M なんですよ
How did I learn
ちょっ
that
とオーバー
lesson?
サイズにしたいか
Shadowbringers.
ら L にしようかなって僕170センチですけど身長
No, Stormblood MSQ is awful. There's no reason to do it. There's no like good theme. You could just make Shinryu one giant ultimate like you did Omega, and that's about it, really.
M がいいかな
でこれ先週
もちろんもっとね
Like,
でかく
there's literally no good way to do Stormblood MSQ.
プライマルズの生放送の時でもご紹介
You
した
literally, like I said, it's
この
literally
ダメージ
Shinryu
感
is the only.
これもなんかねすごい
Shinryu and Tsukiyomi have nothing to do with each
こ
other.
れこれ普段使い全然ありだよ
You can't.
はい
That's it. It's literally just Xenos. And if you're gonna do Xenos, you just save that for. You save that for Endwalker.
まあどれぐらいの
Considering the way Endwalker ends,
細かったら M でも
Tsukiyomi-based ultimate would be terrible. It's just not good. There's
ということ
nothing
で
good
こちら
there.
グッズの
There's
方
no
は
like.
4月16日まで
There's no cohesion. Everything is just all
受
segmented.
付期間となっておりますので、
The Four Lords
こ
aren't
ちらも合わせて
MSQ.
よろしくご検討くだ
お願いします
さい。よろしくお願いします。では次です。
We're talking about MSQ. What are you guys
こち
talking
らは
about? You think that'll be the
先
next
日
one?
から
Four
始ま
Lords?
って
No,
おり
they've
ます
never done a trial series.
とインスタックスチェキの
Until okay, I will say
キ
this.
ャンペーンの
Until
リ
they
マインド
do
です
the next trial series, they've never done a trial series for an ultimate. Until they do it for the first time, as far as we're concerned, they don't do it.
こちらキャンペーン期間が来週ですね。3月23日。
But you are more likely to get 4 lords than you are to get Stormblood MSQ. I will say that.
ぜひともお忘れなきように、ご応募の方よろしくお願いいたします。
お願いします。
はい。そしてもう一つこちらのお知らせです。こちら欧州チームでですね、14スタッフを募集しております、ということで2つのポジション、ドイツ語担当のアシスタントコミュニティマネージャーと、あとですね通訳する人、日本語英語の通訳担当、通訳翻訳をする担当。
Don't act like Endwalker Ultimate isn't gonna end with Xenos eating Endsinger and becoming Endxenos or Neo Shinryu or some shit like that. Y'all already know motherfuckers about to make sure he's the last part of that ultimate. Y'all motherfuckers better know Xenos gonna be the end of that
ア
ultimate.
メリカのチームがいわゆるビジネス系だったり、マーケティングや PR のこう打ち合わせをする時のテキストの通訳だったり、
そうですね。
会話のミーティング中の通訳、いわゆるビジネス側の。はい。
あと場合によっちゃ
I'm looking forward to Neo Shinryu
通訳もやっていた。
Ultimate.
そう。いろいろある。我こそはという方はですね、URL に募集要項出ておりますのでよろしくお願いいたします。
はい、お願いします。
He's gonna test our
そして最後のお知ら
reflexes.
せです。どうぞ。はい。パッチノート朗読会。
Patch note reading, yeah, this is
24時
normal.
間メンテだということを冒頭申しましたので、今回はパッチ前
Listen,
日の3月
I'm waiting for them to
24
start doing
月曜
trial
日の
series
放送予定
ultimates.
となって
I just
おり
can't
ます
predict them. We've never had one, so it's incorrect for me to ever predict a trial series ultimate when there's no basis for them to do it.
今を持て余している皆さんは
You know?
ぜひとも一緒に
Like if you're gonna make a like I want it,
よろしくお
but
願
I
いいたし
can't
ます
reasonably predict it
はい
because they have
ということで、
never
本日の
done a
お知ら
trial
せ
series
となって
ultimate.
おります
DSR was MSQ. It was not trial based.
はい
はい。
いやー
There's a
ということ
difference
で
between having a trial series like the side series. DSR is
いい時間
MSQ.
割と
Yeah, there just needs to be precedent.
なんぞやその顔はっていうか、多分これデブ。
Like I would love Warlit. I would love Four Lords.
あ、確かに
But
そうで
there's
すね
just no
はい
there's no precedent. We've only ever had the 8-player raids and MSQ. We've just never had anything else.
ゲレンデを
いるいる。有名な。
So because they skipped Stormblood MSQ,
さんもその枠に
the next one would be Shadowbringers MSQ. And they did skip it. They actually, like, their order for how they do it, it was skipped. They went right from Stormblood raids to Shadowbringers raids
随分やったよ
and skipped the MSQ.
さあというわけで、まあまあ、7時とちょっと1時間ね。
Yeah,
早めに
UU is
はい
MSQ, not trial series.
22時半ではありますけど、まあいっぱい詰め込みましたんで、ぜひですね、楽しんでいただきたいな。
Yeah, and we can assume that Alliance raid stuff is now reserved for chaotic. That is you know what though? I will say one raid does not equal precedent,
さレギュレーターサイ
but it
ズ
shows intent.
緑にしときます
なんかすごい14
And I think that's good
好きな
enough
おじさん
for now.
みたい。
そうねこじらせちゃった14大好きな
こ
配信の
れ
方
これでさここにさロックグラスとさ
For now,
これの山とさ
that's as good as we can do.
あってさ
They will, and that's when we would assume they would do it like it. Actually, no. There isn't. There's actually zero chance
いやでもドンキさんで
that they ever catch up
いただいて
on ultimates
で
unless they skip more
いやなんかいろんな
MSQs.
ところで14見かけるとかいろんなと
Because
ころで
there's a raid and an MSQ every expansion. An ultimate is a raid and an MSQ. In theory, every expansion.
まあ皆さんオフ会とかね
So it's impossible to catch up.
僕ちょいちょいお見かけして横目に
Unless they skip
見ながら見てますけどオフ会とかでもねグッズとし
They
て
could,
盛り上がる
and
と思います
they could also just choose not to do that at some point. It's up
と
to
いうわ
them.
けで
But until we have precedent, we can't predict
まあ、3
otherwise.
時間半にわたってお届けしてまいりましたが、まあ、ちらっと放送中も言いましたけどとにかく
That's
皆さん
all
に
it
探
is.
検発見してもらうっていうテーマで作ってるものが今回非常に多いので、まあ、どうしても概要概略システム的なお話になってしまいますけど、まあ、特にバトル好きにとってはクレセントアイルは相当やりごたえ
They're just doing some
あと
closing
時間
words
同行
right
で
here.
もあると思いますので、あとコスモエクス
And then I'll do my overview of everything.
表彰を狙おうってなると 瞬間瞬間ですけど結構コン
Yeah, I would love
ある
for
とは思うんですけど
me to
まあ
be
あと
able
ね
to
当
say
然
that
霊式
with
も
less confidence.
もう過去の話みたいになってますけど、
はい
霊式
But still, like,
霊
how
式
can
から
I?
ですからね
There's
ま
just
ず
なんならね
there's literally
なの
no
で
reason
ぜひ
for
ぜ
me to
ひ段階を追
predict.
ってね霊式来て
Otherwise
コスモエクスプローラー来て、クレセントアイル来てっていう感じで開いていきますんでぜひいろんなゲームと一緒にゲーム
Yeah, I keep my predictions in exactly the patterns they've always showed until they show precedent
325
for me to predict otherwise.
はいお待ちいただければと思います
はい
はい
That's it. Like I just operate on that sense. I don't like try to create like false it's why I shut down people who are like really
また
hopeful.
次回お会いしましょうさようなら
I ruin dreams on purpose because I'm stopping you from expecting more or expecting something that is out of the norm. If I don't crush your dreams now, you're just going to keep disappointing yourself. Yeah, that's what we said, Rayleigh, but they'd still have to do that 2 more times to catch up. That's my point. They already confirmed last live letter, the series rewards, Rithian. So I don't know if everyone read the digest from the last live letter. They confirmed in the last live letter that that series rewards, we would start getting old rewards in 7.2. They did confirm that. It like in the official translation, they confirmed that. It's all sit in a circle and chant better things. It's not even about better. It's about different. Because better is like I'll give you a great example of what I'm gonna chant for better. Is there precedent for me to think they'll do it? No. But do I think it's important to say? Absolutely. Things like Cosmic and Occult coming out closer to expansion launch. If you're gonna tease them at fan fests, then they should come out closer to expansion launch and be supported throughout the expansion as a mainstay feature. Is there necessarily precedent for me to believe they'll change that drastically? No, but I do think I do think that's something that I should regularly be stating. Relic Weapon would then fall into that category as well. Absolutely. But I don't expect, the difference is I want that. I don't expect it. Like, they've stuck with a certain like modes of operating. So until it changes, I don't expect it to change. I will just keep being vocal about wanting it to change. The difference between wanting something and expecting something. No, Corin, not at all. So that's when I make predictions or I shut down people's hopes and dreams, it's because they're so far out of the realm of anything the devs have ever showcased. They're either like completely out of a pattern that has been set for over a decade or are just outlandishly different. Like okay, I'll give you a great example. Everyone's talking about how we'll go for leveling in the next expansion, right? Will they level squish? Will they just add 10 levels again? Will they do something like merit points? Blah, blah, blah. All right. I am very realistic in that it will just be 10 levels. 99% chance it's just 10 more levels. My secondary on that is that it doesn't really matter because it will be the equivalent of gaining 10 levels no matter what. It will not be a customization. It will not be any sort of like differentiating factor between you and another player. It will be no matter what, you will start the expansion at a set power level. You will end the expansion at a set power level. And that's all that will really matter. It will be something that is the equivalent of just gaining 10 levels. Like, let's say they wanted to do a merit system like Final Fantasy 11 players think, right? Final Fantasy 11 players have, as someone who is one, have a very set thing for what they think merits are. It's leveling when you're already at max level and then choosing to put a few points into a few different categories. You can put 5 points in one category, 1 point in this category, learn this new skill, not learn it, and just get new passive, whatever. Like there's categories for it, whole thing. honestly, if merits were in 14, let's say they went with merits, it would literally be you have 5 skills, you spend 2 merit points to learn each of them, and you get 10 merits total. So maybe you could choose what skills to learn and when during those 10 levels, but you will get 5 new skills or some, or like 2 new skills and 3 passives or some shit like that. Like, realistically, you have to operate within what is the expected, is that it would just be the same as if we gained 10 levels. That's it. Like, it's the same level of power creep with the same, like, customization approach. Yeah, the game needs merit, so I'm level 100 plus 10. Yeah, like somebody earlier said master levels, and it's like, master levels weren't made, or even job levels in 11, they weren't made because they wanted to layer another system on top of regular levels. They did it because they had to. The game can't actually, like, so Final Fantasy 11, somebody was talking about this earlier, the game has a restriction on getting to numbers for the level that are higher than 99. So they actually can't raise the level past 99, like in the programming of the game, because it's such an old game. It's built on such old systems. So they added job levels and master levels sort of as a technical means of getting around the level cap that they have in 11. Yeah, it's effectively overflow. There is a relic. The phantom weapons are in 0.2x. They weren't like some sort of really fucking clever idea. They were just like, well, it's why they swapped to item level after level 99 also. And then they gave up, but still made item level 119 have like a billion different power levels. It gets even more confusing after that. But a lot of it is technical limitations for being such an old game. Yeah, there's actually 2, because there's the tool grind and the relic grind. So if they don't need to do that, they only have one other factor to give a shit about. And the only factor they actually give a shit about at this point is, how does it feel to a new player to see I'm level 1 and I have to gain 109 levels? That is the only factor they actually have to give a shit about. And if they just determine that that's not going to negatively impact the game in any capacity, they're just not going to change it. Yeah, we watched the live letter. It just ended. I'm going to do a review here in a few seconds. It's going to be a few minutes. They always buff the armory. Yeah, and then they buff the armory bonus, etc., etc. Yeah, I mean, they could also just keep raising item level and not gain level. I don't think they would do that because they actually care about players feeling progression as they get through the story. Just getting item level, I don't think would work. But it is, theoretically, it would fall into that category of just adding to player power. So, not incorrect, but unlikely. Yeah, I'm going to be disabling chat while I record this in a few minutes. Oh, I never, let me real quick do something before I start recording this. I never posted my trailer, like, video. Yeah, there'd sooner be systems around playing catch-up than, I think, reinventing the wheel. Was that fucking Creative Cloud? Shut up, Windows. It was Creative Cloud. Fuck you. Fuck you, It's because I just opened Photoshop. Urgh. Fucking Creative Cloud. What is a good image for me to grab from this? Yeah, but they also know where that ends, and they know that's a stupid number, Shadow. So they can preserve the maximum of 99. which is kind of a classic max level, and not have to worry about going up past that point. Like, they could probably do it up to 100. But I think they knew it was smarter to stop where they stopped. Yeah, it could also... I'm not sure if it's programmed to limit to 2 digits. Probably not, but... 7.2 is looking good. Yeah, I mean, that was the biggest piece of feedback, Omega. At least in my opinion. I'm trying to think of what a good screenshot would be. Of the screenshots that are here. The mech firing the laser is actually what I went looking for, but it's not a good screenshot because it's like in-game footage. Oh, you know, I just realized I'm stupid. I don't need that thumbnail yet. I'm thinking of the wrong thumbnail. I need a thumbnail for the trailer. So, I mean, I could just use the patch artwork, I suppose. Yeah, this is also much more Eureka-esque. I think this actually would be a good one. Let's do that. What the hell? Why is it doing that? Oh, is that why? Okay. I didn't realize that was the case. Unless they've just started doing that. Yeah, I was trying to grab an image, but didn't like that. Live letter started already. It's finished. I'm going to be reviewing it here in a few minutes. I'm just making a thumbnail for my trailer reaction, and then we're going to go over everything. You know what? This is actually good. It's saving me time. I'm scrolling to the top of everything. So I'm actually getting back to where I need to be so we can record the video, in a sense. I don't think they said what the max level of Occult Crescent was. All right, there's the top, but I also wanted to quickly grab this. Interesting. All right, let's do that then. Oops. That one was me. Hi, Ivy. Ivy's very upset because it's actually far past her her breakfast time. All right, Ivy, hold on. Let me feed you. Hi. Meow. 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 Listen, she didn't start bugging me. She's the one who left me alone, so. Okay, let me grab the trailer. All right, I think that'll do. Nah. You know what? I will just do the end screen. There we go. Hopefully that's Right? Yeah, but Black Mage is always Doom hard. I've actually just learned to not give a shit about what any Black Mage says. Because, honestly, I've never seen a Job's player base that is so fucking annoying on average that I just don't even give a shit what they have to say. I just can't be asked, bro. It's literally the most annoying job to listen to discussion about. They're literally dooming every fucking patch, every fucking thing that happens. It's like, bro, for the love of God, just figure it out and fucking move on. Holy shit. Yeah, at least you're not a summoner. Shut up. Yet. Yet. I'd argue the 6.0 summoner base. No, I wouldn't. But you know why there's a big difference? There's a big difference. It got drowned out by the number of not so serious summoner players that were just like, my man Titan, Garuda. They just got drowned out. That's all it is. It's not even that it didn't. It's that they just weren't loud enough. It's literally all it is. People who cared far more about how thematically correct it was versus how it played specifically in Final Fantasy XIV. If you want a real job that deserves to always be dooming its machinist, that's a job that deserves its doom. No, because here's the thing. Machinist players, they want to love it. People who are good at machinists, nobody complains. But it's like, oh, you know, so machinist is like, remember back in school, there's that one kid who like just sat in the back alone and like they never caused any trouble, but they didn't really have like a lot of friends, so they were just really quiet. That's machinist. Wait, that's me. Should I be a machinist, me? We got a lot of machinist mains in the chat then. I'm that person, but I sat in the middle rows. I also was the lead of video game club in high school, so I naturally had at least some people around. Can confirm, am machinist. Former machinist, now I'm a dark doomer. Dude, there's been so much less dark doom ever since they fixed Living Dead. Like, it's still there, but it's far quieter than it used to be. Yeah, Machinist is just an emotional ride. Because you think... Because, like, Black Mage obsesses over every tiny change, right? And it's because they literally just only want to find a way to play the job in an unintended manner. There's literally, like... I don't even think Black Mages actually want to play Black Mage. I think they actually only want to figure out how to not play a job as intended. And that's their outlet for it. And that's it. Right? Because, like, at the end of the day, you can look at what your standard play pattern is supposed to look like, decide whether or not it really matters for you, whether it really matters that much or how important it is. Like, the biggest outcry for Black Mage was not, it started in non-standard is dead. It wasn't like what was actually wrong with standard. That came second. Think about that. The fact that they just couldn't play non-standard was literally the first concern that they all had. And then they went to criticizing what standard didn't do correct. Almost as like a backup for like why non-standard being gone was a problem. Then they made, what did they just do? No, they did castless Black Mage. Like, how can we make it so we do 0 cast bars, but still do competitive amounts of damage? They only want to break it. Listen, Picto's getting nerfed. You don't have to worry about that. Black Mage is fun when you don't have a Black Mage whispering in your ear that your parse would be better with non-standard line. What kind of kid in school is a Dragoon main? They're a jock, for sure. They're all, no, I'm sorry, they're the class clown. Dragoon is the class clown. Because they're always getting into all kinds of shenanigans, and they don't really care who's laughing at them. They just know that they're having fun. No, that's Red Mage. No, Red Mage is the person who thinks they're cool and funny, but instead, everyone's just laughing at them, and they secretly kind of hold that pain inside and be like, no, I swear I'm better than this, but you're dead, so it doesn't matter. Anyway. Dancer is the theater kid. You're the theater kid. That's all. That one's easy. Nothing wrong with being the theater kid. That's just your choice. I had plenty of theater kid friends. There's nothing wrong with it. No, Bard is the band kid, but the one who plays instruments that nobody associates with band. Like when people think band, they think drums, guitar. No, they played the fucking oboe or something, you know? Or the triangle. No, not even the flute. No, it has to be something that's like way out, like just not. They play the French horn. Any of those work. No, flute guy is way too cool to be a bard player. All right? Way too fucking cool to be a bard. Don't you bring him down to bard level. All right? Don't you dare bring flute guy down to bard level. Yeah, piano wouldn't be a bard player. That's like, because here's the thing. When you play those instruments, people respect you. They recognize you. Nobody fucking respects everyone else. Nobody respects bard. You can't pick a well-respected instrument and be a bard player. Yeah, aren't you a bard main? Yeah, and none of you have any respect for me. My point exactly. There's a reason why there's the fizz range mute emote. No, there it is! Corey, no. No, Corey, no. Not the fizz ranged emote. Not the 7TV fizz ranged emote. Oh, fuck. There it is. It's back again. Exactly. See, everyone respects Husky. The heck are blue mages? That kid who got left behind, but he's the same age, but he still only hangs out with the crew that's like, you know, definitely just the kid who got left behind. We'll just stop there. Blue Mage is the kid who got left behind a year, but he got like oh, here it is. It's the Blue Mage is the kid who got left behind a year, except that it was like really late in school. So like high school. So all their friends graduated and moved on and they had to make new friends that were like in the lower grades, but they were also way older than the kids in the lower grades. It was a little weird because they're like 18 and like the grade they're in is all 16-year-olds. So there's like that 2-year dichotomy, but you're still in the same like educational level. That's what it is. What is Monk? Monk is that kid who got into fights all the time, but he didn't really know how to fight. He just really didn't know how to express his emotions except in a physical manner and was constantly being suspended. By the way, that's why I'm a Monk main. That's why I would like to be a Monk main. For those who are unaware, I got in a lot of fights in high school. So much so that one of them resulted in me punching a hole through a chalkboard. Like I said, Monk man. The difference is I actually did know how to fight, but like, it didn't matter. I'd say that still is pretty on point for Monk. Because if I had fought like a trained fighter, I would have been, my ass would have been grass. I know how to, I'm not a trained fighter. That's good enough. Yeah, a non-trained fighter. I've been punching for years. We're about to go over everything, Darth. We just got caught up in a conversation, an unplanned conversation while I was getting this trailer video out. Yes, I boot shine the chalkboard. Samurai. Samurai was just the weeb. That's it. He's just whoever the weebiest person you knew was. And I mean like, and I mean the fucking weeb, right? Because here's the thing. Think about it. Weebs who are like really bad. Because here's the thing. Weeb isn't really like a bad term anymore. Like people own that shit, right? It's just kind of like, it's almost like mocking how the term used to be used. It doesn't really mean anything anymore. It just means you're someone who like is who's not from Japan, who enjoys Japanese culture. And it's like, it's a fucking useless term. No, you'd think ninja would, no. I'll get to ninja. No, samurai is the fucking weeb who bought kendo sticks and didn't know how to use them, but was always asking you to like play with kendo sticks after school. Like they would be like, yo, in the yard, let's just fight with kendo, because they thought they were cool and like they knew it because they've watched a lot of anime, right? And so but then you just end up really hurting each other because neither of you fucking understand anything. Yeah, they're that. Ninja is a mainstream anime watcher. And I mean mainstream as in they only watch Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, Rurouni Kenshin, like whatever was on Toonami, that's Ninja. But samurais will just randomly, like, if you're at lunch with a samurai, they will just say sugoi if they really like lunch that day. Like, you really just don't want to associate with them. They're like that friend who would buy a what's it called? Hold on, let me see. No, that's not it. They're your weeb friend who would buy a kotatsu and ask you to eat at it. There you go. That's a samurai player. I mean, I guess Body Pillow might have some overlap there. Has a fake tatami in their room? Yes. Absolutely. The fake tatami, the kotatsu. Yeah, no, they do all of that. By the way, I'm friends with most of these types of people. I'm just acknowledging what job they should play. That's all. Should? Well, they don't necessarily play those jobs. They should. But, you know. Warrior's the jock. Warrior's definitely the jock. But like the roided up jock that's like really angry all the time. Because you know he's got problems at home, so he just kind of takes it out at school, and he really needs to thrive in that environment. And really after high school is done, they've already peaked, and the rest of their life is just going to be in the shambles anyway. Thank God I'm a gunbreaker, man. Warriors, yeah, but they'll look like Warriors are the kids you'll be jealous of in high school because it looks like they've got everything going on for them and you don't have anything. They're on varsity, you know, they're constantly the one that's being put on the walls during all of the what's it called, the pep rallies, and like they're the ones who make you hate going to gym class because they take all of the gym class sports really seriously, even though it's fucking gym class. Just shut the fuck up. Like they're gonna be like, man, I wish I was as popular as that guy, right? But after that, like when you get out of, it's all downhill, you know. Yeah, they do high school football. You know, they get laid like in like 7th grade, you know, for the first time, and like everyone knows it. Because it's just like gossip around school, like, and then for some reason the girl he's with gets slut shamed, even though he's way more of a slut than she is, and you don't really understand it. But hey, that's society, right? It's kind of fucked up, and you'll learn that later in life. But for now, you're a kid, and it really doesn't matter. So anyway. Just because you main a job doesn't mean that's the kid that you were in high school. But we're saying that if a kid in high school, like if we're doing the comparison to what your job says, like what job would match that, that's the personality of warrior. No way this is, well, no, I'm not the warrior. I'm the monk, remember? I also was, you know what, I'm not going to get into that. Never mind. I'm going to pull up the thing. No. Is Paladin or White Mage the class president? Who is class president? It's a popularity contest. Because that's all a class president is. It's a popularity contest. Probably Skull? I don't know. I think you can go by the numbers for that one. Yeah, there's treasurer, president. Treasurer is such nonsense. They didn't let any of those fucking kids handle the money. Ain't no way you're fucking handing a budget of your class over to some fucking 10th grader with no finance history. Get out of your fucking mind. That was the pity role that people went for, yeah. I shit you not, in in 8th grade, we had to vote for treasurer. The one person, I'm sorry, there were 2 people who ran for it, but the first person who ended up winning, they literally got on the stage at the podium in front of the entire 8th grade class and went, hey guys, I don't know if I'm really fit for this, but I know it's a popularity contest, so here I am. And walked off. That was his whole speech. That was his whole spiel. And he got voted. Of course he did. By the way, that kid, total Dragoon player outside of the treasurer role. But, you know. Pretty base. At least he was honest. All right, let's see. How do I want to do this? I'm trying to get it structured right now. Let me make sure I have all of the text. Yeah, that looks fine, I guess. Just looks kind of ugly. Oh, I wonder if this will look better. I don't think so. Actually, yeah. It does look a little better. I like how much this conversation delayed me actually doing my recording. The live letter was good. I was very excited. Any housing mentions? No, and it's actually very curious because there is a housing feature we were expecting to hear about this live letter. We don't know if it's just not there or they just decided not to mention it. It's a bit of a mystery at this point. And it's the interior change. They said they were aiming for 7.2, but I really did expect that feature from 7.2. Okay, so let's see here. Is this everything? Oh, I need the music. Right. That's what I'm missing. I also kind of got to use the restroom before we get started. No, I wasn't stalling. I was just that engrossed in the conversation. I was just taking forever to get it done because chat kept asking me questions. It's not going to pull it because of the WoW announcement. They don't care. They don't give a shit. They're just going to fucking announce it. It's when it's done, Bell. I can't promise much else than that. Where is music backups? Here we go. I just need my generic background music. That's all. Yeah, I'm going to be recording live here in a second. All right, let me use the restroom real quick, and then we will get started with the recording. I will be right back. So the Paladin player is going to be that really popular kid in school, but he kind of got along with all of the groups, so everybody liked him. So I thought of that while I was peeing. Anyway. Because Paladin, you know, it just makes sense. All right, no, we have to get to this recording. All right, this should be the start. All right, let's get this done. This is where we've already taken way too long with this whole high school thing. Let me make sure everything's off. All right, let's get going. Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here, and welcome to my overview of the latest letter from the producer live. Fortunately, it just says 86th up there, so I can stop having to actually remember Roman numerals for one brief second, or just remember even the previous live letter that I did. This is the part 2 live letter for patch 7.2, and had a little bit more than I was expecting, and a lot of really exciting details for those who are interested in the content that is coming for 7.2, but I will cover some more, I guess, insight into how I feel about some of those things as we get into it. So it started with the trailer. I've released a separate trailer reaction that has both the Japanese and English trailers, so go watch that if you're curious. But it was a really fun trailer. Some use of some classic Final Fantasy music in there as well. But yeah, let's save that for everything else. Now, for the translations, we are actually going to be using the official Reddit Discord. I say official, the unofficial Reddit translations done by Aluna Minori and Miyuna. These are the same ones we use every time. So if you've ever watched my coverage of live letters before, I'm almost always using the Reddit Discord. So thanks to them for doing these translations as per always. So it started confirmation that the patch is going to be March 25th. I've been saying this for months and months and months, even before our first live letter for 7.2. Just follows pattern, 19 weeks between patches. Remember, unless they sometimes deviate, they do deviate off by a week, and sometimes it's 20, but most of the time it's a reasonable prediction that it will be 19 weeks. So add 19 to that, and you've probably already got the date for 7.3. There will be a 24-hour maintenance for this patch, so I hope you have something else to do that day. Fortunately, Xenoblade Chronicles X comes out literally like 4 days before maintenance, so you can at least have that one thing to do, as long as you have a Switch. There's them just talking about the English trailer. They're just talking about how they changed the music at some point. And then they just kind of got into doing an overview. You know, they do this at the start of every part 2 live letter. Just a reminder of the things they've already talked about. So, new main scenario quests, new dungeon, the Underkeep, new trial recollection on both normal and extreme. We did find out it will only be 1 totem per clear this time. Apparently, it's not a very long fight, so I guess they decide only 1. I'm still kind of surprised that they even bother doing 1 totem fights anymore. I just, you guys think you have to do 99 runs? Yeah, if I want. Listen, I'm not going to get them out before 99 runs. So yeah, I think that's what I have to do. Even more if I want the weapons. I feel like we're at a point where 2 totems should just be the standard. I get that they use the length of the fight to some capacity. I personally just don't agree with that assessment. I think we're at the point where you don't need to drag the content out, that particular content out, much longer, especially for people who want to collect the weapons. So, ugh. Either way, moving on to the Arcadian, we finally got confirmation that Savage is 1 week after 7.2. Every raid group I know was planning for that 1 week delay, myself included. So if they didn't do it, it would have been a disaster, and they didn't mention it till now. However, in the interview that they released the day before with Famitsu and several other Japanese media outlets, they did confirm that will be the norm going forward for all 0.2 and 0.4 patches. So no more question marks on that. We're glad that they're keeping it. Crafted Gear is released in 7.2 and Savage is a week later, and that will continue to be the case. Expansion launches will probably still be that 2 week followed by 2 week delay for normal and Savage, but for the 0.2 and 0.4, we now have this. And they even say it right here again. We will continue to release this with this schedule in the future. Reminder that Frontline Secure is coming back, and they do actually go pretty deep into that later in the live letter. Suzaku Unreal is coming back, or is going to be the next Unreal, I should say. I'm going to have a lot more deaths than Byakko did. I can already tell you that. They reminisce a little bit about some of the bugs from when the fight initially released, like a melee LB3, effectively killing you. Not all of them, specifically Dragoon and Monk, but unfortunate for those two jobs back then. There will be job adjustments, and while we don't ever get details too specifically, we got two confirmations. There will be melee DPS buffs, and there will be Nikto perfs. Dude, you can tell I've already been awake for way too long. Picto nerfs. Picto nerfs as well. Now, if I had to predict a nerf, the best thing to do is to just take some power out of their painted skills specifically. I would guess the hammer. The hammer is one of their kind of big tools that just gives them a lot of power, especially during downtime encounters. By hitting the painted skills, they can subsequently also pull back on some of the power that they have in downtime heavy fights like Fru. So if in a full uptime fight, they are also looking to see a tiny nerf, this won't impact them that significantly, but pushes the melee DPS and potentially Black Mage a little bit higher. And while it is unmentioned, Black Mage has seen significant changes as per detailed by Yoshi P's actual playing of the job. The Astral Fire and Umbral Ice timers are gone completely, as well as the timers seemingly for Thundercloud and Firestarter. I don't know what the Black Mage Discords are saying right now about it, but I'm sure it's dark and gloomy because that's the only thing they have to say, it feels like nowadays. Hopefully, that's not the case. It definitely is. Are there anything else we don't know for certain? So I will not comment on any jobs, other jobs, because we don't have details on it. New role actions exclusive to large scale PvP. They will cover that later. New crafted gear. That's normal. Not new crafter gear. Crafted gear. 7.3 for the next crafter gear. Duty support for the Sunken Temple of Karn. I think Cutter's Cry is next for 7.3. But we'll be taking a look at that dungeon to see how it's different. And then we have Elegant Tombstones of Mathematics. And then finally we start getting into in-game footage of Cosmic Exploration. Or we will be getting into in-game footage of Cosmic Exploration and a few other things soon. Cosmic Exploration is 7.21, and Occult Crescent, or the Crescent Isle, is going to be 7.25. Now, very specifically, we do get dates on these things, and they will effectively both be 4 and 8 weeks after Savage releases. So you're basically looking at May for the Occult Crescent. It will be May 27th specifically, and I think it was April 22nd, which is actually, so it's actually 4 and 9 weeks, I think, technically. Because I think April 22nd that's 4 weeks after patch, but 3 weeks after Savage. But Occult Crescent is May 27th and not May 20th, and May 20th would be 8 weeks. Math. Either way, we have the release date for this content all the same. We also have Allied Society Quest for the Mammal Jaw, also in 7.25 in May, and inconceivably further Hildebrand Adventures in also May. Now, into more detail. The first thing they go into is the Arcadian, and I'm already pumped, even for just the normal modes. So we get to see quite a few of these bosses in the patch trailer, but we weren't really sure about the order of them. However, we now know that Disco Bunny, as I'm calling them in their non-dancer form, is the first boss of basically of M5, of the M1 of the Cruiserweight division. And their actual boss name is Dancing Green. And this is an incredibly awesome fight from a design perspective right out the gate. So the boss itself has a different theme for in battle and out of battle. So out of battle, it's got this like funky disco theme that's going, but when you start the fight, the music changes into its like active battle phase. And all of the boss's mechanics seemingly match with the in battle music. So when he's doing certain attacks, he'll do it to the beat of the background song that's happening. So it's like it's his active battle mechanic, the music itself, which means learning the song actually in a lot of essence will help you learn the encounter itself. So from a design perspective, already nailing it pretty much. And I really loved the first tier of the Arcadian. Yes, the last boss was missing some health, but for a first tier, across the board, I had a good time. And my complaints feel very minor in essence compared to everything that could go wrong. Now, I'm still scared because historically, the second tier, not every time, but a lot of the times, is the worst received tier of the entire expansion, especially the second and third encounters. The third encounter is cursed throughout almost every expansion except like Heaven's Ward and A Realm Reborn. I swear those are the only two where the third encounter is not cursed in some capacity. So I'm hoping they break that curse this time because Arcadian has just been an absolute pleasure. So Dancing Green, walls are death. They show him fighting him for a little bit. Some of the mechanics being based on the music. Yeah. So like these half room AoEs, he does like 1 and then he does 1, 2 to the beat and then he does 1, 2, 3 to the beat and then swings to the other side. So he's, again, the musical elements are already very, very prevalent. Very curious to see what that animation will look like on Savage and how different it will be. They are going to talk about PvP next, but then they actually show off some gear. This is the Arcadian gear, and that is a thick gunblade. The rest is that kind of like similar casual wear that the other Arcadian users have that honestly a lot of the people in Solution 9 have, just in a different style. But we got Doomfist right here. Look at these fist weapons. Straight up, it's the closest thing I've ever seen to a Ratatan weapon as far as I'm concerned. I'm a huge fan of the Omega Fists, as I am calling them. Big fan. The Dancer gear as well. I mean, I guess I kind of skipped over, but yeah, you can see what the Monk gear, the striking gear, kind of looks like with that one. We also get another look at the Fizz range gear. Not a good angle to judge the Dancer weapons, so I can't say much about them here. But that is the gear set with the goggles and everything. We do have the daggers. Big fan of the daggers. Very PSO2 looking weapons. I mean, kind of all of this stuff is very PSO2-esque. And that's not the only thing that'll be PSO2-esque in this Phantasy Star Online 2. Esque in this patch. You got a closer look at the scouting gear with that one. The maiming gear with that huge mecha scythe. Then we have this is healer, I believe. So this is white mage right here. Very strange, but I guess green for healer, I suppose. And then we saw the caster gear, which is of course going to be the palette swap, and quite frankly, one of my favorite red mage weapons, as far as I'm concerned. I'm a big fan of the mecha red mage sword, the thick mecha red mage sword. For some reason, that just works for me. Like it's not like the soul style I like for them, but I like it. I like it. PvP updates. So we are getting Frontline Secure returning, but we are also getting some just general adjustments to large scale PvP. Players may select one of 3 actions available for each role. So tank will have 3 actions, healer will have 3 actions, and you pick one, and that will be your role action, specifically for things like Frontlines, Rival Wings, Secure, Shatter, all that stuff. So if you're someone who does your PvP roulette, you farm your series rewards, this is one more thing for you to consider. Now, we do see one example from each. We have some idea of some of the other things that are there, but here are some detailed examples. Tank has the Rampage action, attacks all nearby enemies and increases their damage taken. It's really good. Warrior jumps in, hits everyone with Rampage, and then everyone else can, deal with them after the fact. Stone Skin 2 for healers. Really funny to see that coming back. Barrier around self and nearby party members. Melee DPS gets swift, increases movement speed for 4 seconds while granting immunity to various status effects and knockback draw in. So that's good for escaping, but that can also just be used to try to very kind of more safely deal with somebody who, like, if you're going to be peeled off of somebody that you're trying to kill, it can also be used for something like that. I don't know if you've ever been yanked off of a target while you're trying to kill, somebody that you're attacking, and then they get away with like 10% health. This is something you could use to kind of get over that. Dervish, actually the return of an action from Bozia. We did have Forgotten Dervish there, and basically does the same thing. Reduces cast and recast time of weapon skills and spells for self and nearby party members while also increasing movement speed. I think the movement speed is new to PvP, but that's the Fizz range action. And then the magic range action they show is Comet. Deals damage to enemies near the point of impact. Cast time required, cannot be canceled. We actually got to see Comet quite a few times. Basically a second limit break with about, I think, a 40-second cooldown is what it had in when he was using it in Frontline Secure. So yeah, it's almost like a second. I mean, now when it says cannot be canceled, it means once you start casting it, you cannot move to interrupt it. You cannot press another action to. I could probably be interrupted or stunned by an opponent, but you are hard committed to it. So you have to be very sure. I'm curious to see if we'll see like groups of like 4 black mages or 8 black mages just timing comets all at one time, or like 7 black mages and like a dark knight or something, just all timing the comet. That's that's gonna be funny. Swift's Law is meant to allow you to come home alive. Movement skills that were limited to party members you can use on alliance members now. So this is something that now this I'm not entirely sure about. Movement skills that were limited to party members can be used on alliance. I don't know if that means stuff like rescues and whatnot, or anything that would require a target like a thunderclap or whatever. I still haven't looked at the PvP skills from 7.1, the updates, but I'd assume that's what that means. Maybe Peloton working on everyone. Maybe even Dervish. Maybe Dervish works on everyone. I don't know. I guess I'm not 100% certain. It doesn't help not knowing the 7.1 PvP skills. So we'll see what we can do with that. So Secure's back. Up to 72 players, 3 teams of 24. Get your tactical rating to max to win. There's 9 key locations you can control. There's elegant weaponry in the middle, and you can also defeat enemy players to get tactical rating. Very similar, basically, to the original, just with a few brand new things. In case you're wondering why they're bothering to explain how Secure works, some people may have started playing the game since after Secure was removed, which, as a reminder, was basically 3 years ago. So 3 years, a lot of players may just not know what Secure is or how it's supposed to work, even before considering what is new. So if you understand, that's all that's really being explained here, except that there's 9 key locations, so a lot more to fight over in this one. Now, there's a brand new buff called Sheer Will. Any player standing on the point, any player, whether they're the occupying team or the team attempting to occupy, will receive the Sheer Will buff, massively increasing their damage taken. So being able to coordinate around the point is very, very important. The efforts of getting into the point to get the buff are also important, and pushing people out of the point or pulling them out of the point now gives you a pretty massive advantage over them, as long as you have team members that are actually able to, utilize this space. Having like black mages or bards or like just ranged in general that are in, while tanks keep the other people out, or even just anyone peeling or CCing people as they're approaching a point, can be a lot more valuable of a strategy now. So it starts as an advantage for the occupying team, and if the team running at you gets in, then you're basically fighting on equal footing. It's not going to stop you from getting mobbed as one person defending a point by 10 people who run over and try to assassinate you, but in a theoretical, more even encounter, it gives you basically a starting advantage, I suppose would be the one thing to say. The elegant weaponry in the middle, you have these towers, which you'll want to stand in. But yeah, there's like little nodes, and then there's the massive node. And so you're going to want to be competing to, you're going to want to be killing these things, having the majority of the damage dealt to any of the targets in the center. And yes, if you do not stand in those towers, I guess something not good happens. Or maybe something good happens if you do stand in those towers, and it's the other way around. They're also adding teleporters that will activate on occasion at certain periods of time. It seems like it's right before major objectives spawn based on the gameplay, or while a major objective is available in the center of the map. But you can teleport directly to the middle in order to, get to the elegant weaponry faster. On top of that, they did showcase some new quality of life. We talked about this in the interview video, but you can now cast your mount while running. Now, it's not instant cast. You still have a cast time for your mount, but running no longer interrupts the cast of it. So yes, you can go from a full run to using your mount without stopping, something that a lot of people are probably going to have trouble getting used to. They will also later show off something else they mentioned in the interviews, where now in sanctuary areas or out of combat, I guess specifically, when you sprint, when the sprint wears off, you'll get a slightly less effective movement speed buff called jog, and that will go unless you enter combat. We don't know the exact specifics of that yet, because in the interview they said safe areas or sanctuaries, and in the video he showed, he was in a sanctuary the entire time. But he more specifically said this just doesn't work in combat, which leaves it open to some interpretation. I think it'll probably just be sanctuaries, since the interviews seem to imply as much. Even Yoshi P jokes. Only took us 10 years. Yeah, that joke kind of hurts, Yoshi P. That's the jokes that we make. It hurts when you make it. Hurts a little bit more at the very least. And then he just ran around the map and showcased the objective. There's gold nodes in the middle here too, you can see. And also a new UI element. So when an objective is about to spawn, there will be a countdown, and certain objectives will only be available for a certain amount of time. For example, these 6 nodes in the center here, when the timer runs out, they will all self-destruct. So you want to make sure you're there and taking them out before the timer actually fully expires. So that is something to note. Also, after using the teleporter, he was given invincible, which means that you cannot just immediately camp people as they're coming out of the teleporter. They will be temporarily invincible. And so if they quickly target you, you're very likely to be on the suffering side of that occasion. Even as fun as it would be to attempt to knock them off, which is why they have the invincible thing there, so you can't be pulled out or, knocked off or anything as soon as you land. But yeah, the golden one is there. And then, that's it. I mean, there's not really much else to say. They do also, again, go over these. Like, this is Phantom Dart, and my translate on my phone didn't have a good translation for this one. But Comet, Phantom Dart. Phantom Dart, I'd assume, increases the damage taken of the opponents that you hit with it. I assume it's just like the other ones. But yeah, there's only one action. This button at the bottom is the roll action. So it's not like you have to drag these individually onto your bar. You just drag this onto your PvP hotbar, and whichever action is set will populate this action space. Then they showed off Tombstone gear, which had a mix of like Final Fantasy IX and stuff I didn't fully recognize, which may be Final Fantasy IX, and it just didn't make sense to me. That's Steiner gear, Final Fantasy IX. That's 100% Steiner. There's no denying that. That's Freya's spear, but the gear set is, I guess, the Knights of Pluto still, or some iteration of the Knights of Pluto. I think that it's just because this one looks like Steiner no matter what, because, I mean, look at him. But that is Freya's spear, at the very least, for Tombstone gear. We have, I don't know if this is supposed to be Amarant, because, like, it kind of looks like, I mean, it's really the gloves that look like Amarant. I guess without the hair being, like, as ridiculous as it is, and the weird proportions that Final Fantasy IX has, I saw the bandana and thought Marcus initially. But that is his pose, the, like, him like looking away, kind of. Just, I guess with the samurai sword, it just like it messes with my image. But that is the Amarant, the Amarant set. Now, interestingly enough, Freya's set is here, but on Fizz ranged. I guess because they thought it was more pirate-y than Dragoon-y, they gave it to Fizz ranged. But yeah, that's the Freya set. We have Zidane 2.0, or as my chat put it, the Timu Zane Zidane. Timu Zidane, which I thought was hilarious, and I'm going to be referring to this as Timu Zidane for the entirety of its existence because of that. Because we already have a Zidane set in the game, and that one's like really close to the original, so I can't help but think it. The White Mage set here doesn't ring any bells from Final Fantasy IX. I don't know if this is supposed to be like the clerics, the what are they called? My brain is broken. I need more coffee, clearly. It doesn't look enough like Dagger's outfit. Like, we've seen Dagger's outfit in the trailer. We've seen it in the artwork. It just doesn't look close enough to it. So I can't really associate it. Like, the hood miss. Yes, it reminds me of the Burmesians in Clara, but with the hat not being as tall, and honestly, the design is not even close. But I guess, like, it's too far off from Dagger / Garnet for me to associate with it. It just doesn't look like it at all. And then that. I mean, it's the same thing, but palette swap, but that. Moving on. Anyway, then we got the in-game showcase of Cosmic Exploration, and this is way more and way better than I thought it would be. As someone who's a non-crafter or a gatherer, I was like, it's probably pretty interesting, but I didn't do a whole lot of Ishgard. It wasn't super interesting. You can tell they took a lot of feedback from Diadem and Ishgard as a whole, and Island Sanctuary. There's like, you could see the elements of all of them that were taken, and pretty much all the best parts. So you only need to beat the Endwalker story in order to start this. The first zone will be on the moon, making our actual space base so that we can go to all of the other stars. So makes sense for Endwalker. It's level 10 or above for Disciples of Hand and Land. So you will be able to level with it. And they do confirm this later. You don't have to worry about your actual level. It will actually sync you to make sure the content will, like, you and the content will be synced to make sure that you can fairly participate in pretty much everything. So you can use it to level and not feel like you're being restricted by your actual choice of level to entry. Diadem and Ishgard were the same way, but with the game systems they show off here, it's probably more important to say that here than it is with the other stuff. And probably the biggest news, there's a separate inventory for Cosmic Exploration. Something they definitely learned from Island Sanctuary, and something I am incredibly grateful for, because Diadem inventory was awful. I hated dealing with the inventory stuff in Diadem. So to have a Diadem that effectively has all of its inventory shifted into just a category. Thank you. Thank you. Thank goodness. Thank goodness they're doing that, because that is... Okay. Then we get to see one of the glams. Spacesuit. It's glam. We know where to get that spacesuit too. So we'll see it later in this... see it later in this little video we're doing here. So he walks around the base. We actually get a good look at the tablet UI. So this is basically the Island Sanctuary UI, but stylized like this. So you can pull up all the menus from the tablet in the top left. It keeps track of your currencies as well. And yeah, it just effectively works. There is also Cosmo Sprint or Cosmic Sprint, which kind of works like the Island Sanctuary Sprint, where you activate it and just kind of goes forever. So that's here as well. It works the same as the Island Sanctuary Sprint. It's the best way to put it. What happens to the tails in the suits? They will be hidden. Yeah, you just tuck it in. Let's see. Cosmo. So there's layers of content here. First, there's Cosmo missions. These are really fast leave quests. Like, you have 2.5 minutes to complete them leave quests. That's literally all they are. Require level 10. They give you, credits that you can use, and they explain the credits later. They give you resources and EXP and all that stuff. It's got its own, UI pop-up, or the Cosmo mission's got its own little musical jingles and all that stuff. And yeah, I mean, it's a leave quest. Like, literally, it is a leave quest. See, he's gathering items from like 4 different nodes and just getting as many of them as possible. It's like, that's literally exactly as a leave quest. We progress like a guild leave here, yeah. So there's that for the Cosmo mission. So those are a nice, like, easy, chill way to just kind of progress solo. But it's far from the only activity. There are also emergency missions, and there are also mech ops. And that's also apparently a very basic sort of mission. Apparently there's some that maybe require a little more effort. And the emergency mission, they'll detail later, but basically the weather changes all around the zone, and players have to overcome some sort of obstacle together. It is crafting and gathering content, so don't expect it to be like a raid, but it is effectively a zone-wide collaboration with every other player there. Now, the UI for it also mentions what looks to be specific crafting and gathering jobs that either, I guess, receive bonus or are required for it. So you can see there's blacksmith, leatherworker, mining, armorer, and goldsmith. And those maybe just have better progress for this particular mission. Maybe they receive bonus rewards. It's not made entirely clear. They don't really acknowledge that part of the UI all too closely. But it just says to mind you that you fill the gauge, and each step in the emergency mission will give you rewards, and you'll get bonus rewards at the end. So he quickly just ended the final days because there's meteorites that start falling and everything changes. For mech ops, they're more like zone-wide fates with the dual system from Bozia. So in Bozia, after completing certain fates, you could, if you didn't get hit at all, you could queue up for a duel and then 1v1 an opponent and then try to win. It's not quite like that here, but the idea is the same. So every time there's a mech op, you can actually purchase tickets using the credits that you've been earning, and you can use the ticket to become a mech pilot specifically for the mech ops. I don't know what the reward difference is if you get better rewards from doing that. Like maybe you gather more, which will matter for something later, mind you. We'll get into that. But up to 5 players can be selected to be a mech pilot out of everyone who queues into the mecha operation. And if you don't get selected, then your ticket's refunded and no big deal. So there's that as well. And anyone can join, even if you don't get selected as a pilot, everybody else can still participate in it. They just won't be in the mech. They'll have a slightly different objective. That, you know, the mech is usually taking care of a larger objective and the non-mech players are taking care of a smaller objective. In what they show here, where Yoshi P gets selected as a mech pilot, you get a little cutscene and then you get flown to the location where the mech operation begins. And then it's effectively a giant gathering fate in a sense. There's large crystals that the mech can destroy. So the mech is responsible for those large crystals. And every time they destroy a large crystal, there's a chance that they'll actually get a proc that allows them to fire a giant laser. And that laser instantly pierces a bunch of those crystals. Whereas the players that are not on mechs, they will use a specific like drill tool animation. Very similar to how we had the bazooka and Diadem. And they will gather the smaller objectives at generally a slower pace, probably less of them overall. And your goal is to just, in the 5 minutes that this takes to join the event and finish it, to actually fill the entire progress bar like you would a fate. So it is effectively crafting and gathering fates at the end of the day. They do say there's a few different objectives. You may have to, you know, break through a certain, like an actual objective, like get to the end or like this. But generally speaking, though, it's probably going to be a roughly similar thing. Like, look how many rewards they get from firing the laser. And they actually shot through like 4 different crystals, and each crystal gave 2. Because every time you shoot the crystal, you get 1 reward, even though it takes 3 shots to destroy a crystal. So, yeah, there's all this over-aspected crystal that we're gathering here. It looks like the mech is basically just getting more rewards, which, again, will matter for something later, I assume. So, one of the things you can do with the rewards here is Cosmic Fortune. Very similar to the Kupo Fortune stuff that we had back in Ishgard. You basically get 2 roulette wheels with 2 different reward systems. Now, they are similar-ish rewards. You can see, however, there's like a brand new die. It's a metallic cobalt green, which is apparently a brand new die. There's also the availability of the suit that he's wearing, the space suit. There's mounts as well. And so, yeah, there's all sorts of stuff that you can earn. Now, on top of there being 2 different roulettes, one of them you can like have tickets for, one of them you can spend credits on. You can also get a bonus game from within. Now, Yoshi P actually landed on the jackpot, which was the suit. So he got excited, and he's doing this because he says it wasn't rigged. I don't think anyone's going to believe him, but you know. Yeah, so see how he landed on the carrot? Yeah, so that's him basically getting the grand prize. As you can see, it's the smallest thing here. There is, of course, the bonus game, which has a slightly larger section and another small section. If he had landed on that, we would have gotten to see that. And he does the second time that he decides to spin the wheel. So that actually opens up more rewards and kind of more evens out the entire wheel. So you can see that there's 2 mounts here, and I believe they are 2 different mounts to boot. Let me zoom and enhance. Are those 2 different mounts? They look like the same mount. Just looking at the text, it's a little blurry. Oh no, actually they are. I think they. I don't know. It's hard to tell because like there's this little lip on the bottom here, and I don't think my translate app is going to also look at the close in the distance remix that's there. I'm pretty sure it's the same. I think it's just the pixels looking weird because it's just zooming into the screenshot kind of deal. But yeah, it's just a better chance, a bigger reward with the mount, and B, a lot more chances to obtain it, we can see. And he gets the mount, of course, so he's thrilled. So he wins again and again. I knew this would happen, and now everyone else says it's rigged. So while you are doing the content, I've been mentioning credits. You get Cosmo credits, which are just generically turned in for rewards. The lunar credits are how you do the Cosmic Fortunes and the tickets to join Mech Ops. So that's what these 2 rewards are used for. Do missions, get credits, get rewards, and expand the base while doing so. So this is just another brief overview of the Mech Ops that we just went over. You know, 2 groups coordinate on missions to gather minerals and remove obstacles. Critical missions have the unusual weather change, and they must complete designated objectives within a limited period of time. And then we have the ranking system. So Ishgard had a ranking system, and I'll say it was pretty heavily criticized. Not because it was inherently flawed, but because the way the system worked is if you weren't someone who was playing and basically spamming that 24/7 the entire like 2 weeks after the patch cycle had hit, there was no way to compete. Now, instead, we have a permanent system called the Star Contributor Award, where it only locks players. It only looks at your progress within a 24-hour period. So for 24 hours, it'll look at all of the, contribution that you make, all the minerals gathered, all the items crafted, whatever it is. And whoever has contributed the most in 24 hours will become the star contributor for 14 days, or a star contributor for 14 days. There's then a 24-hour rest period where nobody is actually tallied. And then another 24-hour period, and this repeats indefinitely. So every 2 days, another star contributor is being named. So what does being a star contributor actually do? Being a star contributor, this is all just showing, like, explaining what I just explained, and also you can actually check your contribution to some capacity. Like this person says they're in the top 10%, and this person says, well, at least your name's written down. So what does it actually do? You get benefits for 14 days. Now, we're going to assume there's maybe an achievement and a title or something, but that's not mentioned here. What we do have mentioned is for 14 days, you'll have a hologram of your character projected, one that you can actually change the pose of, by the way. It's just your different standing poses. You can't, like, do an emote or anything like that, but you can modify your own, actual, like /C pose of your projected hologram, and it'll be of the whatever glam you were wearing, I guess, when you qualified. Not sure exactly how it works. Your name is displayed on the bulletin board within the base camp, and any player who is the star contributor actually gets basically a super yassified sneak emote, like the sneaking buff that you have on gatherers. It's like that whenever you're on the gatherer that you actually earned it on. So like if you earned it on mining, I guess predominant. I don't know, because he got rid of it. Maybe he just clicked it off. I'll have to go back and look. But yeah, you get that thing around you. I guess that's all that really matters. And that player cannot receive star contributor again for 2 weeks. So while they have a hologram, they cannot be named number one. So somebody else, if they basically score second behind the star contributor, they're basically first if that star contributor is already there. So he does show the animation. Not very good to show it off while he's standing on the very bright ground. But you can see the orbs from like the sneak animation. You can see the Cosmo indicator down here at the bottom. And yeah, like I said, it's a yassified like sneak icon around the person. And because it lasts for 14 days, at most 7 people at once will ever be star contributors per world, mind you. And here you can see the actual holograms in the base and them showing off the players. And then Yoshi P goes in and modifies his /C pose just to look a little bit different. There are going to be so many large naked rows here that are just doing whatever the most obnoxious C pose is. And you know what? They can live their best life. I'm all for it. Yeah. And then there's that. And remember, you can be a star contributor at level 10. Don't have to be level 100 to be the star contributor. Good luck, but this, of course, comes with cosmic tools. So very similar to the previous expansions. You start with a tool and you upgrade it. Probably won't be as good as pentamelded stuff if we're following the trend from previous expansions. It's better for like the casual crafter or the person who just doesn't want to do a lot of melding for their weapon. And also usually looks pretty cool. I'm not wild about the 2 that they're showing here, but I'm just saying that's usually the other benefit is they're like glowy and special and stuff like that. So that's another like progression thing for you to work on. And you don't even need to have them equipped. Even when not equipped, players can enhance cosmic tools. So, you just work on it on the side. Maybe you just use your pentamelded tool and you just progress these for glam on the side. Whatever you're into. Now, keep in mind that everything for cosmic exploration, I said it earlier, is per world. So whatever server you're on, those are the only people you're competing against for star contributor. Those are the only people that will be present in your zone for this. And also, something I kind of skipped over, the zone has no instance timer. So while it's not a zone, it's like Island Sanctuary in that sense, where it's just, you just don't have an instance timer. That's nice, at least. You just won't be able to queue up for other instances or like duties or stuff from here. So but just wanted to point that out. Just no timer. It's nice. It's nice to not have a timer in the location. But it also means you cannot go to another world and enter their moon base. So just only your world. It's the same. You know how many times I've been visiting a world and I forget that I'm not allowed to go to Ishgard's. I'm not allowed to go to the crafting area, to the side area. I just always forget. Same here. Just can't do that. Now, in terms of the release schedule, there will be a new star with similar and probably additional activities every major patch until the end of the expansion. I'm not going to lie, if this is popular, we might just see them recycle the same idea, maybe even just continue down this path in a future expansion. I don't know, I wouldn't mind. I really like the use of mechanics that are already in the game to create something that's a little bit more collaborative. Definitely going to be a very social experience. Diadem was incredibly social comparatively to just like doing regular Leave quests or doing these things elsewhere. So it'll definitely feel more MMO-y, even with those classic solo systems that we've had in the past. Yeah, the Firmament, that's what it's called. I kept wanting to say Foundation. No, the Foundation is the main zone. All right, and then they took a break and they showed a few music videos, ones that they've uploaded to YouTube. And then we got in-game footage of the Occult Crescent, the first zone in Crescent Island. So this will be max level content. You will not be able to level inside of Crescent Island. We knew this already, but I'm reiterating it now. Their reason being that they're adding a new deep dungeon in 7.3, and that will be the secondary leveling content outside of the usual things that we already have this expansion. So you do need to finish Dawn Trail in order to enter and to be level 100, and you will have to go to a specific NPC in order to queue up. Every instance has 72 players. Same thing as Bozia. All of this is the same entry conditions, the same restrictions, everything as Bozia was. Even when in a party, everyone will join the same instance. That's all normal. So then we have progression systems. Knowledge level is elemental level from Eureka. When you gain more knowledge level, your stats go up and you can more easily battle enemies of higher and higher knowledge levels. When you die after knowledge level 5, if you release back to the home point, then you will lose a third of a level, we assume. A third of a level was in Eureka, so we assume a third of a level here. Could be less, could be more, who knows. But yeah, it's got the EXP losing mechanic also from Eureka, but if you are rezzed, you will not lose experience, so don't have to worry about that. Then they went to in-game footage, the Occult Crescent, the South Horn. It does, a little zoom around the map, shows us the inside of Forked Tower, shows us some of the ruins, a lot of Nimian stuff, a lot of Amdapori stuff. Very curious to see how much of the War of the Magi is going to be detailed here. Was this like a sanctuary they found during the flood and actually continued to war even after the War of the Magi was done? Was it just a land that the Nimians and the Amdapori were fighting over? Who knows, but we're probably going to find out very, very soon. So, if we place the weather NPC here, well, yeah, weather conditions to spawn certain things, you can assume that's going to be the case. Also elementals and some of the other features like we've had in Eureka. There are 13 total support jobs when it first releases, the Phantom support jobs. One is Freelancer, and then there are 12 others. We don't know all 12 of them, but we do know a handful of them. So you can see here that Freelancer level 1, no next, but then it also has an item here. It's not made clear if that particular item is used just to level up Freelancer, but in Final Fantasy V, Freelancer is not really like a job you level. It effectively allows you to pull actions from every other job in the game. So it's possible that Freelancer will fulfill a similar-ish effect here, where it'll give you a little bit more customization if you default back to it. I personally don't think they're going to go that intense with it, but I also can't read the UI for it. Maybe I'll try translating it real quick and see if it gives more insight. But I would prefer just to have to make the decision to use the other Phantom jobs. And Freelancer was kind of your just like, I'm super OP, God tier endgame thing. Maybe when every Phantom job is released, they'll allow that. But before that point, I don't expect it. So, Phantom Freelancer, as you can see, does have a couple of support actions. We don't get to actually read them right here, but we can see the icons for them at Phantom Jobs level 5 and 10. Now, please keep in mind his knowledge level is listed at the top as 6, and we don't know what the maximum is for that, but that is your elemental level equivalent, so that's going to be important. You will have different levels between your knowledge level and your Phantom Job level. The first quest will unlock a handful of support jobs, and as you can see, we have a few right here. The first quest unlocks 3, and the rest will be through progression of the Occult Crescent. So we actually get to see a handful here, and I can actually pull up what some of these are. So we have Phantom Bard up first, and while the translate doesn't exactly have the right name of the songs, I could probably guess. We know one of them is Mighty March. We have Attack Song, Love Song, Song of Strength, and Hero Song. We could assume that maybe Mighty March is the Attack Song, the level 1 song. It is the one they used as an example. And then Hero's Rhyme is probably one of them, and I'm having a hard time remembering some of the others, but those are the 4 songs it has. At supports levels 1, 2, 3, and 4, or at Phantom Job level 1, 2, 3, and 4. And at Phantom Job level 2, they also get Song Effect up as a trait. Now, going on to the next one, we have Phantom Time Mage. And this has some interesting stuff. I think a lot of people will like this. It has Sloga, Comet, Mage Masher, Dispel, and Quick. Quick is the question mark one, because Quick was effectively kind of like an action surge from Final Fantasy V. It just basically lets you act a couple of times in a row immediately after. So they might use it to like maybe reset the cooldown of your other support actions. It's entirely possible. And then Sloga, you know, we expect there's just going to be some bosses that maybe attack really fast and you want to Sloga them, or have buffs that you want to dispel. All really like straightforward stuff that you know people will want to use on a lot of bosses. Now, before we get into the other jobs, which I'm trying to remember because I looked at the other jobs. Knight had like cover. It had protect, which I assume is just the cover, which is exactly what they had in 5. I can't remember because I don't think there's pictures of them all here. Maybe there are pictures a bit later. But during the live letter, I went over all of them. But that's just a few examples anyway. We'll be getting our hands on this in a couple of months. Now, in terms of bonus actions, a lot of people were wondering what they would do. Would they use the bonus action system that is not the greatest, not the cleanest to use, or would they let you put it on your hotbar? And the answer is both. They have up to 5 actions in the new system that it rotates between. So effectively, you can rotate between your current active action as well as just drag them onto the hotbar. So yeah, you basically have access to all of your actions. Now, we don't know how this actually works in like active combat. Like, is there some sort, can you only rotate actions when one's not on cooldown? I don't think it's made entirely clear, even if I'm to translate the UI here. All that allows you to change is the rotation. And it also, no, it says you also have the option to return to slot 1 after the action is performed. So it sounds like it's a free rotation, and that in order to help navigate it quicker, you can choose to have it reset to the base action. So you don't have to manually go back to whatever your most reliable action is. But they did also confirm that you could just drag it onto the hotbar. He does it right here. You can see this is one of his actions. So if you have the hotbar space for it, you can just drag the actions onto your hotbar as well, which is really, really nice. You can also see that the Phantom Job also needs levels. I'm assuming this book is used to help level. I'll have to pay attention later, because this book is present in both the Freelancer and the Time Mage job, and we're not really clear what it does. It's possible that it's just used for EXP, like using it gives you Phantom Job experience. That's not that far off from what I expected. I expected maybe crystal shards would be used, because in Final Fantasy V, all the jobs are obtained from crystal shards. Oh, that makes sense. All that is your Phantom Job spellbook. He clicks on it in the video. He clicked on it during the live letter. I just forgot. Yeah, that just opens your actual actions. So yeah, Freelancer's level is still weird. But we'll see the EXP acquisition a little bit later, because he does actually chain some mobs together. He just fought a few random mobs, and then he walked around a little bit and went over to a boss. He kills a really so he kills a really low level mob here. He doesn't get any knowledge level because the enemy is 5 levels under him. So that still does matter here, your knowledge level versus the enemy knowledge level. However, killing that mob was worth 10 Phantom Job EXP. So it looks like the level difference, it probably still matters for that, but it might be more just indicative of the monster you're actually killing. But either way, you are going to have to kill random monsters in order to level up in here. Very similar to Eureka. Don't worry, they actually have some information about that later that assures us it won't be as bad as anything like Eureka Pagos was. It released Eureka Pagos in that particular regard. He then sneaks over to a critical engagement equivalent, stands on it, and basically queues into it. And then dies to the Neo Garula, which is a reference to Final Fantasy V. Stands on the pulsing circle. The encounter starts with everyone that is standing in the area. So yeah, critical engagements can support the entire zone now. They don't just support up to 24 or 48 people, but you have to go and basically stand on the critical engagement zone. So it's, if you're actively going after critical engagements, you will actively be going and walking onto those areas in order to participate in them. There are also fates, which can be joined at any time, and they just kind of spawn out in the world, very, very similar to the non-critical engagements of Bosia or the notorious monsters of Eureka. Whereas the critical engagements here have the standing on principle. And then he died. And then he cheated and resurrected himself because he's a developer, and then teleported back to base. So I don't know why he was trying to preserve his EXP when it's a demo. Just show us how much EXP. He just didn't want to show us how much EXP he lost. That's all he wanted to do. That's all he did. There are also the lore, the little lore notes. Those are returning as well, and you're going to want to collect all of those because there is almost certainly a reward. And I think I know what it is already because I think we see it later in this live letter. Then this goes over the knowledge level. You know, an enemy of a higher knowledge level is a higher level effectively. And so your knowledge level versus their knowledge level, it's just, that just determines the strength. It's the same as elemental levels in Eureka. Also, chaining is back. This is where if you kill an enemy that is like equal to or above your knowledge level, and you kill them in quick succession, then your rewards go up and up and up. Makes it really easy to actually level. And for that, you're going to want to form a party. Now, one of the biggest problems in Eureka with forming parties to do EXP chains was needing to be around the same level. If you are not around the same level, it basically didn't work. So it completely segmented people who were hardcore doing the content and people who were just kind of doing it casually because they couldn't group up together for anything except notorious monsters, which is why notorious monster trains became such a prevalent thing in Eureka as opposed to actually killing random mobs most of the time. So to fix that, they took exactly the feedback that we had. In fact, Final Fantasy XI, the thing Eureka was modeled after, had this already. And they added a knowledge level sync. If you are 4 or more levels above a player in your party, you can sync down to within 2 levels above them. So if a player is level 3 and you're level... I'm sorry, if a player is level 2 and you're level 6... then it'll sync you down to level 5. So it's within 3 levels of them. And it even says here, you need to be within 3 knowledge levels in order to be eligible for EXP chains. So you never need to worry. If you are max level in Occult Crescent and your friend just started and they're level 1, you can sync down and you can play with them and you will get EXP as if you were playing at your current level. So, I mean, yeah, people wanted this even outside of the game. There's just no reason to really party outside of the game for much of anything that isn't fates or dungeons, and those already sync levels. Yeah. So that's what they go and do. They sync each other's level down, and then they start fighting these goobos. And yeah, you can see now there's a 3-level difference between them, so they can start fighting the gooboo, and they do, and that's fine. Leave me alone, spam caller, in the middle of something. And yeah, he gets 12. I noticed it's only 12 Phantom EXP for this, so interesting. But he did get a pretty substantial amount. He got 100 and not even 100. He got like 88, it looks like, regular EXP. So you're really going to want to be chaining at the end of the day. Where are the heals? Oh my goodness, Yoshi P making fun of Quinn. my man hit him with the eels quote. Damn, that's toxic. All right. So, yeah, and then they just kill a few goobos there. He even said, even Foxclaw, like, where's Cardia? Listen, better yell at them. They got to fix it. They got to get that Cardia up. And yeah, so they just kill a few of those. And then you have to make sure that you're killing them in quick succession. And that it keeps up. Yeah, oh yeah, the chain EXP is way more significant. At chain 1, chain 2, yeah, you can already see it starting to add up pretty quick. You can see here, chain 2, 43 seconds left. And there you go. And now this is them just going over the things I told you earlier. There's fates, which you can enter at any time. You don't have to be there when it starts. Critical engagements, no limits. And also every player who's there participates, but you need to be in that circle beforehand on the map. And then there's the Forked Tower. Now, there was a question about whether this would be Castrum Lacus Latore level or Baldessian Arsenal levels of difficulty. And I think we've got something a little bit in between. So Forked Tower, up to 48 players can challenge this dungeon, and apparently it requires a special item to enter. There are items called ciphers that players can acquire while they're doing content, And when 16 or more players use these ciphers at a designated location, the node activates and teleports them into the tower after a brief period. If more than 48 players are standing on the node when this happens, then players will be randomly selected for teleportation. Those who have used the cipher will have a higher chance. So, a minimum of 16 ciphers to enter, but even with only 16 ciphers, you can take up to 48 people. Just everyone else has to be on the node along with the 16 people. If you have 48 people with the ciphers, then bam, you're all good. Then so be it. You're already going in. However, if there are 49 people, then it will pick one person will be excluded. And if the player doesn't have a cipher, most likely they're being completely excluded. It says higher chance, but that almost means guaranteed in Final Fantasy XIV. However, if there's 49 players and all 49 players have ciphers, then it's just a full random about which of the two that it picks. So the entry here, on one hand, it's nice to be able to just say, I have a cipher, I'm going in. If portals in Eureka, if it was easier to get the portal item, that would have been how we did it. The problem is we don't know what the acquisition of ciphers is like. So let's say that a pre-made group wants to go do this content and they coordinate, 48 people or so, and they go in and so be it, right? That's all there is to it. But if anyone else in the zone walks up with a cipher, they can take a spot. So there's no, it's like kind of in between, like Delubrum having to make the party. I mean, yeah, a little annoying, but at least you know exactly what you're getting. Bozia, you could farm the item, but it's kind of too annoying. So you just have to hope everyone in the zone plays ball if you have a pre-made group, or you just have to accept that if somebody doesn't play ball, that A, it sucks for the moment, but you maybe try to get them in and like coordinate with them because obviously you want to succeed, right? The difficulty of the actual encounters is what's in question here, because there are restrictions. We know there's a raise restriction in here. We know there's some very specific uses of phantom jobs, and they actually do expect players to have to progress and that they're curious to see who World First will belong to. If they're saying all of that, the question becomes what the actual difficulty of the bosses inside or the monsters inside or anything inside really is. Because I sincerely doubt it's the Lubrum Savage level, so I'm going to guess it's closer to BA, which isn't actually BA. BA is not that hard. It's really the actual navigation and the risk of death that's hard in BA and not anything else. Now, keep in mind, while there is a raising restriction in here, phantom jobs that have certain phantom raising abilities can bypass it. Now, we would assume that's like a phantom white mage having phantom raise, and we don't know what the restriction on that is. Is it just like a cooldown of 5 minutes? Is it or a 1 minute cooldown or something? Do they have phantom sacrifice and they have to die in order to resurrect someone like it was with Bozia? We don't know. That's where the questions remain, because if all you need to do is have phantom raise, that's hardly a restriction, and thus they can make things a little harder and even still make it puggable. We just don't know. It's too many questions at this point to say for certain. They also confirmed you actually don't need to finish the story in order to enter. So if you didn't finish the last story quest, you can still go in and do this content. You just need the cipher to be on the node with the other people who have the cipher. So I don't know. I'm curious to see how it goes. There are also some other features, treasures. Of course, bunnies was one of the most popular things of Eureka. It's something that I did for like a month straight, just bunnies. But treasure hunting's a little different. There's treasure coffers that are in the wild, and you can actually save magic pots and feed them elixirs in order to get hints about where treasure has currently spawned. The question is it competitive against other players? Is it instant to you? Can you find it without the magic pots pointing you in the direction and without completing the magic pot fates? Again, we don't know, but you do need to feed them elixirs. We assume it's a specific elixir that you can purchase in zone. And I don't know. I think that they're making the elixir part of it so you don't, maybe it's a debottify it a little bit, because elixirs are normally that you're only allowed to carry one. I don't know if that restriction will exist for whatever, the phantom elixir or whatever it's going to be called has, or maybe if it's just a regular elixir, who actually knows? That's just like that's like a classic-ish restriction for something like an elixir. Maybe they just make it so you can hold 99 of whatever you need to give this thing. But either way, I think they're trying to debottify it a little bit, because Eureka bunnies ran into a huge botting problem. Also, so people don't just randomly show up and do it and take like a bunny and then just like not do anything with it. There's a lot of things it could counteract, but without experiencing it, we don't know if it actually does counteract them. And then there are currencies. Enlightenment silver pieces earned from fates and critical encounters, and enlightenment gold pieces acquired from monsters. Whatever items you want to buy with those, you'll have to do that content. So that's pretty straightforward. Now, they don't mention it here, or they don't show it, I should say. There's no slide for it. But they do mention the phantom weapons. The first step, some sort of drop when you clear some sort of content. We know you can do it in and out of Crescent Isle. You don't have to do Crescent Island to do the phantom weapon. But either way, that's where it is. And, of course, our buddy Geralt will be there. And then they just have a few comments. You know, you might think about what support job to pick at first, but you're going to level them all anyway, so it doesn't matter. Now, they, again, reconfirm. We did say this earlier, but they are skipping Occult Crescent in 7.3. 7.4 will just add some new phantom jobs to the existing zone. And then 7.5 will be a whole new zone and even more phantom jobs. So similar in terms of total volume, similar-ish to Bozia in that was 2 zones and 2 raids inside those zones. The big question was the Delubrum equivalent right in the middle, because it seems like we won't be having that here, which may be why they might be trying to make a slightly higher difficulty for things like Forked Tower, because BA is more alive than DRS, and even DR Normal ever was. So I think they don't want to do that standalone instance again. The baggage of it afterwards was quite frankly not worth the struggle. Like, it made sense on patch. It just hasn't been as effective post the relevancy of the Shadowbringers exploration content. So I think they saw that BA's maintained relevancy is far better, and so that they should probably do it that way. But yeah, so that's all they're doing here. Now, what they don't detail is phantom job update schedule. Let's still assume that's every patch and that it's still either in or out of Crescent Isle. Even if it's not mentioned, that's how relics have always worked, so that's what I'm going to assume. And 7.5's volume will be about the same as the Occult Crescent's South Horn. And then they have the actual armor. So this armor, while he calls it glam, this does actually have bonus stats for players inside of the Occult Crescent. He does later confirm this after saying this is the glam. Final Fantasy V inspired. You know, the Occult Crescent, Crescent Island, is from Final Fantasy V. The job system that they're using is somewhat derivative of Final Fantasy V. This is Lena from Final Fantasy V. This is Ferris. Ferris, already one of my favorite characters from Final Fantasy V. Of course, was going to have the best looking set of all of the Final Fantasy V characters as well. But this stuff will have bonus stats for players inside of the Occult Crescent. So you will be stronger with this stuff than without it. We have the Bart's armor. And then we have, this is straight up the Berserker set for Bart's and Galuf. I really only ever Berserker on Galuf when I do play the game most of the time. So I call it the Galuf Berserker set. But I mean, you can probably recognize that from the Berserker from Heroes Gauntlet, that it's similar-ish, at least to that guy. There you go. Boosted stats inside the content on this gear. Then we have the Cannoneer. Interesting to see Cannoneer's job armor used. It's just strange because Cannoneer is only available on the GBA and like one of the now defunct versions of like Final Fantasy V. It's like a secret bonus job in that game. So the fact that they've kind of hard indexed onto Cannoneer is really funny. Not to mention, you're just Captain Crunch. As my chat is pointing out as I'm recording this, that's Captain Crunch. So I don't know. I just find it fascinating. I also like the carbuncle just staring at it from the back right here. There you go. This is Time Mage. Enjoy your dunce caps. That's Time Mage armor though. And then that was all they showed for Crescent Isle, but they did also show this armor set, this more casual wear, I guess casual business wear. This is probably treasure maps, I assume. I think most of us assume at this point. Then they wanted to show us some rewards. We have a beagle for one of the minions being added. We have that thing, which I think I know what that is. I forget his name. I can't remember his name. But I know what he is. He's like one of 3. Oh, God. Angry onion chewing gum. Nerid? Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, I think that's Nerid. But I also said that this minion has a pretty... Yeah, Phobos, Triton, or Nereid. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I couldn't remember like which one that is. But that's Triton. Okay, they said his story is interesting. So I'm curious to see what it'll actually be. There are... Oh, you know what? It is them. I missed this when I was watching the live letter. All three of them are here. I didn't see. I missed this line of text. Yeah, all three of them are here. Triton, Phobos, and Nereid are all minions. Okay, that makes sense. So they are just going to be bringing all three of them straight in. Yeah, those. That's another boss from Final Fantasy VI from Kyan's dream sequence, if I'm remembering correctly. I played Final Fantasy VI not long ago. I think it's the first boss in Kyan's dream sequence. So, yeah, another classic Final Fantasy reference. I don't know what that thing is. I thought it was a fish at first. They guard the undersea trench tap. That's right. And then also show in 6. Right. I totally forgot they guard the tablet in the undersea trench. Damn, I completely forgot that they're also there. I mean, 6 is my favorite game, so I remember them way better. Yeah, I don't know what this thing is. And that's not helping. So, yeah, that's, I don't know. We'll call him Joel. Is that a diaper? I think he's got a diaper on. That's not a Pikmin. We've also got a dove, which makes me want to watch Home Alone 2. Then we have an oppressor minion, probably PvP. We have a little rover from the moon, which has a smiley face on it. Look at the little smiley face. And yes, that's deliberate. Even the mech. I don't know if you noticed it earlier when we were looking at the mech stuff very briefly, but the mech has a smiley face on the back too. And then also, then we get into the mounts. And this is probably from Forked Tower. It is literally like the demon brick. Like, one of the bosses we know is a demon wall that like spins around. It's in the trailer. And you're just inside the brick. It has an evil face on the back as well. And when you fly, your hands actually stick out the side and you do this. You can kind of see them right here. You can see these little like nubs right here. That's Yoshi P's character's hand just flapping about. We also have the cyber car. This had very special music, and I don't think Yoshi P was supposed to play it. And in fact, he doesn't think he was supposed to play the music from this. But this is probably the M8S mount. Everyone actually thought this was the mount we would get from M8S. Was one of the cars that's around the Arcadian. Good guess. It was a pretty reliable guess, but a good guess all the same. So yeah, you can see it flying around. I wonder if it'll be a multi-seater and if you can see players in the back seats as they're riding around. That'd be pretty funny. We have this is another version of the mech from Cosmic Exploration. This one's darker, but still all the same. Then we have this. We have this airship mount. This is also from Occult Crescent. And this is almost certainly from the lore notes. It might not be, but I'm guessing it's from the lore boat, from the lore notes. Though I guess technically that makes it a lore boat. And yeah, it's cool. Just standing on the wheel. Just standing on the wheel. It's, instead of driving the wheel, well, I mean, you're just kind of holding it and using it to stand up, I suppose. But yeah, that's it's looking good. This mount right here. And then our wings. Since Beatrix is the trial, when the wings are in flight, you've got... it's funny because on the ground, they're very basic. But when you launch up into the air, they like grow like Beatrix's armor. And they have the sword on the back. It's cool. It's really cool. It's really, really cool. So, big fan. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, and the dev team wanted to remind Yoshi P a couple of things. One, to show off sprint and jog, which I mentioned earlier. But two, they are adding action queuing for food, pots, and sprint. Now, that's not going to make sense to everyone because not all of you do hardcore endgame content. But basically, in Final Fantasy XIV, in order to eliminate the latency between you pressing an action and the server performing the action, the game actually queues up most of your actions. So if you've ever, if you go in the game right now, press an action, and then while the GCD is spinning, towards the later end, the last half a second to a second before the action goes off, just one time press a different action, or even press the same action if it can be spammed. and it will go off. It's because the game has queued that action up ahead of time, so there's a 0 ms latency on you executing the action. Now, of course, there's other things at play there. There's the animation lock that prevents you from using another action, but you can still queue up actions even during that time, which is largely why that time exists. It's to create action queues within the game system. However, food pots and sprint have never been queuable. So if you use them at a time when the animation lock for queuing is not available, or is currently ongoing, they will not go off, or specifically after an action has been executed. So now, no more, oh, my sprint didn't go off. Oh, my pots didn't go off. Oh, I have to weave food because I forgot to use it between. All of that stuff will just work way better. It'll just work as if you were using another action. So it's going to be a huge quality of life for anyone who actually does end game content and needs to activate these skills in such a manner. And that's everyone who does end game content, trust me. And then this just shows off the jogging thing. I mentioned this earlier. We can go through it. And that was pretty much it, other than the QVC section. Here are the dates for all the content. March 25th for patch. April 1st for raid. Hopefully the raid's not a joke. April 22nd for cosmic exploration. And May 27th for occult crescent. Then they got into QVC. They showed off, you know, some new merchandise that they have. You know, it's the hoodie. There's a barrel tender plush, a phone case, a bag, a Moogle hoodie, a whole bunch of pins here, some sleep masks, all that stuff. They briefly like try them on. They get each other dressed, so how nice and comfy they are. And then they put on they don't actually put them over their eyes, but you know, they have the Fat Cat sleep mask here, the Chocobo sleep mask right there. They're also doing a collaboration with keycaps, desk pads, and a collaboration keyboard with novel keys. That's really cool, but did you know that you can also get the SteelSeries Apex Pro mechanical keyboard by typing !SteelSeries in my Twitch chat and using the 12% discount code, or looking in the description of my YouTube videos and using that link and discount code to save 12% year round. So maybe do that, get the SteelSeries keyboard, and then buy the keycaps separately. SteelSeries did also release a brand new line of mouse pads. You can see the boxes in the back over there, so you get that too. Maybe just slap a Y'shtola sticker right on it as well. Okay, so with that, we but I will say this for the keycaps, this is the greatest keycap of all time. Just full stop. The fact that the 16 vuln keycap goes on the escape key could not be more my feeling about seeing 16 vuln stacks. Could not be more accurate to my emotion towards it. So, and then they show some of the other keycaps that they have, different colors for different roles, etc., or just like the flat, you know, black one, the different job ones for the F keys and all that stuff. The Eorzean language on the actual like numbers and letters here as well. And then they show off the desk mats as well. Two versions, same design, but different fabrics. Hey, all the SteelSeries new mouse pads are also different fabrics for different needs for your mouse. Something that's a little bit less frictiony, so it's more speedy. One that's more balanced. One that's, you know, more for performance. All that stuff. You know. Just, yeah, honestly, they should put the Vuln stack keycap on F4. That would be funny. They're also doing an Isatan special collaboration. Some samples will be available and some sales will begin at this, so we can see the whiskeys that we have here, a Heidelin whiskey and a Zodiac. Listen, I want these whiskeys so bad. The only alcohols I drink are like whiskeys and bourbons for the most part. Although I feel kind of bad because I would want to drink them and open them, but it's like also, although no. I would drink the whiskey and then save the bottle in the case. Yeah, obviously. But it's already sold out, so I'm not going to get it. Anyway. And then also there's the shirt, which had the design that they were just showing before. These are line stickers, which I love the Fox Hollows line sticker right there. I'm not going to lie. You know how people use the skull emote? Like when somebody's like, I'm dead, and they use the skull emote. I imagine using the fucking brink of death one in place of the skull emote. Like, if I was texting, I would love to, between me and my, like, Final Fantasy 14 friends, texting just to fucking use that instead of the skull. I love the idea of that one in particular. Oh, man, that's so funny. This line emote, the one with the car, when she tells you to come over to watch Netflix, that's when you use this one for line emotes. It's perfect. It's like all of these, I can think of social situations in which absolutely you're going to be using that one. All right. We have the Primals doing their Dark Decades tour. This is just in Japan. Always sad that it's always Japan only. Man. They will have some new merchandise as well for the Primals. You have this Ifrit art on the shirt. Looks really nice. I like this team most of all. This is medium size. That's 5.7 in freedom units. 170 CM. That's 5.7 in freedom units. Then this is the ongoing sweepstakes from after they added the emote in 7.16. And they are looking for an assistant community manager for the German team for Final Fantasy XIV and another Japanese to English interpreter / translator. So if you are interested in those jobs, scan those codes because they are looking to hire. And then they're going to do a patch note reading on March 24th. And that was pretty much the end of everything. So, yeah, that's he says a Cult Crescent can be a big time sink. I'm actually really looking forward to everything. Now, the only thing is that, like, there's the most major criticism of this live letter is one that is a completely valid one, but it kind of compounds something I've been complaining about for months and months and months. All of the content that Dawn Trail is planning, all of it that it's promised, it's been very good thus far, and it looks like it will continue to be good. I just wish it didn't take another 9 weeks after patch to get to it. Like, within the context of the patch, I'm glad that it's not layered on top of anything else. But again, they really need to reassess next expansion when they release some of these things. Cosmic Exploration was already out, and we already had Star Contributor stuff going, and we had another planet coming in 0.2, or maybe a Cult Crescent being out in 0.1x. Just, I feel like everything in terms of how the expansions are, it's just better overall. I think they should plan for that in the future, and hopefully they do, because waiting another 9 weeks for a Cult Crescent when everyone's already been waiting for, at that point, it will have been literally almost a year. Like, it's very close. It's off by like a month and some days. It's just a lot of wait, and I think they really need to reassess that. And I will keep saying it because it is my feedback, and it's what I would like to see them improve. Do I expect it? No. Do I want it? Absolutely. So with that, that is going to be a wrap for my overview on live letter number 86. I'm just going to stop scrolling up for now. Be sure to like and subscribe and stay tuned. Obviously, I'll be doing all my usual content on the patch cycle, job changes, you know, the usual. I've been doing this 11 years now, basically. Oh my God, I've been doing this for 11 years around the time a Cult Crescent comes out. Dead. With that depressing thought, I will see all of you in the next video. I'm going to still be hanging out on stream, by the way, for those watching the stream side. This is just the YouTube video end. But yeah, on the YouTube video side, I'll see you later. Until then, bye-bye. Brink! Back to Hope's house! No, I got to get this posted to YouTube first. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Who's hungry for chips? 11 years. Very pog. I'm old now. I've been doing YouTube for longer than that, but only by about 11 months. Yeah, I was a big fan of that live letter. Big fan. Just now? Listen, I'm 34. Listen, I'm in great shape for 34. But, like, still 34. Yeah, 34. Ideally, I'm 34. That's true. Shut up, Happy. Listen, I know that we expect, on average, life expectancy to go up. Not gonna lie, I don't see it. You know what? I'll try being not 34 on December 27th. Shut up, Happy. When do you think FanFest is happening? Oh, fuck. I shouldn't have. Okay, hold on. Let me not read chat for a second while I get the start of the setup. Oh, my God. Hurry up, past Haps. Hurry up.
Hey everyone, Mr.
Shut up. Nobody wants to listen to you. But yeah, on the YouTube video side, I'll see you then. Till then. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right. We're good. Live letter 86 overview. Oh. Yeah, I'll probably start trying to be 35 around the time that around December 27th, I'll probably start trying to be 35. The silver foxes are beginning to look more appealing. I'll be a silver fox at some point. I'll probably just gray and let me have long gray. What about a gray fox? That's when I'm like on the cusp of death. Randall, thank you for the 68 months. One more. One more. Almost there. Andrew, thank you for the 5 months. I don't want to be 3 days older. Cusp is good. God, it's already 8:30. We have State of the Realm in 2.5 hours. Yeah, 3.5 hours. Oh, that was a good live letter, man. The music. Oh, I'm glad we got to hear that brief mix of Roses of May when he got on the mount. I was like, okay, not a big Nine fan, but like they did the right thing. If I just log off, does that make me a Cyber Ninja Goo? Just disappear. People tend to think I'm... It's weird. When I was younger, people thought I was older than I was. Now that I'm older, people think I'm younger than I was. I can't win. They don't do totems based on difficulty. They do it based on fight length. So normally that means it's about 2 minutes shorter on average. 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes shorter on average. No, but I mean even before that, TJ. It's, you know what it is? It's because when I grow out facial hair, is the car confirmed Savage? No, but it has raid music, and Yoshi P was... Let me rephrase. It has what sounds like raid music, and Yoshi P said that he wasn't actually supposed to let us hear that. Yeah, when I have facial hair on like this, I can look a little older. When I'm just barefaced, I look like a teenager. When do they drop where we can use the tomes for mounts? Oh, it's 2 major patches later. So 7.2, you will be able to use the totems for Valagarmanda and Zoral Ja. But and then in 7.3 for Endsinger, and then 7.4 for Beatrix. The one difference is 7.55 and 7.58 are used for 7.4 and 7.5 respectively. Did we see all 14? I think we did, Kiki. I'd have to go back. Yeah, I think we did. I think the last boss is the mech guy. And we just didn't see his second phase. That guy definitely looks like the champion. Like, if I, like, looking at all 4 of the competitors that we saw the Lalafell, we saw the Vieira, we saw, God, what was the other one? The guy that turned into a wall. Froggy Dude and Paint Lala are the only 2 confirmed Arcadian bosses. Let me tell you, that was 4 Arcadian bosses that we saw. I can wholeheartedly assure you those were 4 Arcadian bosses that we saw. I mean, I'm not a black mage. Look great to me. Yeah, I have to go back and look at that wall boss, that like one really weird one. Hold on, I might have the trailer open in a separate tab still. Ah, yeah, so we actually do get to see one of the bosses is about to transform. I'll pull it up here in a second. We see the phase transition of the final boss that we're assuming. Yeah, I'm almost certain this is the M8 fight, and that this is a cutscene phase transition that they're doing, which means it'll probably be a checkpoint fight. This right here, almost certain that's him prepping his phase transition. It could just be a really cinematic shot of him, similar to what they did with Golbez, because Golbez has a section that looks like a cutscene, and it's not. But almost certainly this right here is him doing the phase transition. Now, for the other question that we had, the wall boss is not even, like, he's a wall at times. It's really hard to notice. But we slow this down. So this is the same boss as the one in the wall. We've had trailers show all 4 bosses before. Usually they just like some major detail left out is the big difference. I would say that Abysso showed us all of them. It didn't show us the in-game model for La Habrea, but I mean, it was, in a way, it showed all of them. And we know Brute Bomber will actually feature here. So, possible that something bad has happened here with Brute Bomber. Yeah, normally the final boss is left a little bit ambiguous, but I think it depends largely. Like, for example, Second Coil teased about Nail, but we never actually saw Nail's boss model for obvious reasons. Final Coil only showed the first 2 bosses. Original Coil, I don't even remember, because Original Coil was kind of... I don't think we saw a single boss for Original Coil before it released. Gordius, we only ever saw Oppressor. No, wait. We might have seen the first 3 in the teaser. It's been a while since I've seen the Gordius teaser. I know Oppressor featured pretty heavily. But yeah, okay, to get more on topic. This is clearly this entire section is clearly Arcadian. That's also very clearly a thing. Look, they've got 2 different guns. They've got a flying bomb and a goopy bomb. Looks like there's some floor goop. We've got this guy with all those heads flying around. I still think that's transition. Then it goes back to MSQ for a bit. Then we've got Rabbit. So that's all 4. Not the goop. Yeah, there's Wall Boss guy again. Who, again, somebody assuming might be... We know he's not the first boss, so he's the second or third. I bet he's the third. That'd be hilarious if he's the third boss again. Greninja Bun engage. We've got the painter here. There you go. Bomber needs his redemption. Yeah, see, like, you can't tell me that this little bit isn't his phase transition. Look at him. He's even, look at his weapon, too. I mean, to be like I said, it could be the like, Golbez did a similar cinematic thing. But this, they sneak by so quick. They really do sneak that one by, like... At 1 speed, that goes by super quick. Oh, actually. Oh, wait, it's sped up. Wait, is that not sped up? Holy shit. No, that's sped up. Bullshit. I refuse to believe it. No, it is really just that fast, huh? It seems, I guess after just watching something in slow motion, everything looks like it's in fast motion. We see that. He does that, and then we see him again here in a second. Just very briefly. Bop. He's just gone in a second. Yeah, so that's almost certainly all 4 bosses. I think the only thing they're... Listen, after what just happened with Fru, is anyone really surprised? They showed us the final boss of Fru. Like... Them showing all 4 bosses, not that wild when you consider it. Alright, I've got my live letter overview going. I'm going to grab some beef jerky while I'm waiting for that to upload. I forgot it was actually at my desk. Yeah, that's a Berserker outfit. The wolf armor. That's not Beastmaster, that's Berserker. Meat. That's correct, Uber, yes. I love meat. Oh, fuck. God damn it, dude. Mmm. I mean, you could just dehydrate your own meat in Hungary. It's probably one of the most, like, do-it-yourself things that you can do. Is the mech guy supposed to be some kind of dinosaur? You mean the Gundam-looking guy? Oh, I don't know. This guy, you mean? Ivy! No, meat that you dehydrate yourself is always better. No, Ivy has too much respect for the content. Look at her. She just wants to be the content. This is all she wants. Oh, you mean from the artwork? Maybe this guy. I would assume that's just that's something from Crescent Island. But yeah, I mean, it does look like an Arcadian. I get what you mean now. There's a live letter? You missed it by like 3 hours. I'm uploading the overview right now. Yeah, I should probably grind some chips in Hope's house for a bit. I just kind of want to make sure that the overview uploads cleanly. Let me make the thumbnail real quick. Yeah, it was a good live letter. I enjoyed it thoroughly. Let's see. What do I want to do? For the thumbnail. Cat! I'm gonna do this. Can you watch it on YouTube when it's done? That is correct, David. As all XX5 patches are, it is, well, it's 8 to 10 weeks is the average. This one's 9, so falls right in the middle of that. No, that is a mining bot. May 27th. I mean, no matter what, this was going to be the case. They were never going to put it out on patch. And then they're releasing cosmic exploration beforehand. I mean, literally, nobody should have expected it to be any earlier than May in the first place. No, they're talking about the actual exploration content. Even though it's called cosmic exploration, it's not our actual, like, content qualified exploration content. The Crescent Island falls into the category of exploration content. Well, then you wouldn't be hearing about it at all, Seraph, because there's no more live letters. They're not going to be a live letter before then. That is why they started calling them field operations. But they still, in press reviews, call it exploratory content. Like, they do not actually call it a field operation. Half the time they're like talking about it in interviews. Because it always started off as exploration content. Cosmic exploration is not Eureka, though. Shouldn't you be calling it Eureka Green? I mean, server upgrades wouldn't change that, Malevolent. That's not something I quote server upgrade. Oh, my bad. I'd already saved it. I mean, it's not just raid, David. There's the normal mode raid, there's the extreme trials, there's the new Unreal. There's usually new rewards to get from existing stuff, whether that be another new gathering map, new treasure map. It's a lot of the little in-between systems that usually carry the on-patch stuff. Yeah, it's uploading now. Also, yeah, PvP update, frontline secure. The old series rewards coming back is going to be good for some people too. All right, that's good. I'm just getting the video primed. Yeah, PvP has the most consistent update schedule in this game. Unironically. It took a very long time for us to get the old series rewards. Mm-hmm. They sure are, Char. Oh, that's my music, Spooky. We don't know what we don't know how you'll earn it, if it's trophy crystals or the other one. All I confirmed was that they're coming back. It seems to be that's just the change, Taco. Because it wasn't just there. Oh, about time, post. Yeah, I mean, about time they brought it back. Not about time that you finished the achievements. Like, actually, I don't know where I am on that. Now that you mention it. I mean, Ishgard was level... I think Ishgard's also level 10 to enter, isn't it? It's probably no different. The difference is the type of activities that are there. Oh, I never made that public. Idiot. All right. You know what's funny? Any night I actually play Final Fantasy 14, I've never once had anything go wrong. I've never felt like things were laggy or chuggy. Ishgard might have been 30. Yeah, you might be right. Same idea, though. I haven't experienced this a single time. Not to say it doesn't happen. I'm just saying it's funny that that's been my experience. Whenever I do log in the evenings, I'm just like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. It seems fine. Let's see. All right, first video's out. Let me do the tags for this video. So Kefka, you may have misunderstood. When they say they're aiming for a patch for content, it never means on patch. When they say they're aiming for 7.2, that automatically means 7.2x. That never means they're aiming specifically for the numbered patch of on patch. And what they had said prior was they were aiming for 7.2. Which this is in line with. As someone who's been listening to them and the way that they convey information over the past 11 years, they never mean exactly that patch number. No, there's nothing on housing at all. Not a single mention of housing. Other than what they talked about in the first part, which was still not the interior change size thing. All right, yeah, that's uploading, and because it's an hour and 16 minutes long, that's going to take a while. So I think we're going to play a little bit of Final Fantasy 13. I'm still just in Hope's house farming. I'll probably do that until State of the Realm, and then tomorrow, when I stream 13, we're leaving Hope's house, like, immediately. I promise. What if we didn't leave his house? I'm not finishing that platinum before what's it called comes out. Xenoblade. All right. Let's see here. Let me go back to this screen and get it set up. I mean, you can do things, Seraph. We've had 2 patches in a row of gathering mounts. I won't be surprised to see another gathering mount or a fate mount pop up. Any advice for a new hammer user in Wilds? Try to do the enhanced swing instead of your last big bang combo swing. That's about it, really. Just bonk. All right, let's see here. I almost certainly will not be farming CP and not. Do you understand how much Christogen points I have from farming Hope's House? And how much I'll be farming in Pulse? Ain't no way I would be farming in Nautilus. All right, let's see. I'm going to do that. Ivy. I'm trying to like adjust my titles and everything. Don't you look at me. She's giving me the look. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, we've got State of the Realm in a few hours, but until then, I've got a platinum to work on. Let me just update my titles on everything. And we will be good to go. Turn on my PlayStation 3. State of the Realm is in 3 hours. Ivy, the jerky has nothing to do with you. And then my remote is right here. She wants the meat. She hungers. No, she's not Frostmourne. What the hell? Hold on, I might have to replug one of my HDMIs. I noticed that my my monitor isn't loading. Ivy, stop! I'm trying to get set up. I need to stand up. Yeah, let me replug one of the HDMIs. It's coming up in the capture software, but not on my monitor. Oh, wait, there it goes. It just took a while. All right. I didn't even unplug it. Yeah, I might. So I don't normally revisit Monster Hunter for title updates. I might have to for Mizu just because the launch was so kind of underwhelming that I need to see what that first title update ends up like bringing. Because obviously Mizu's not the only thing. Hi, Graham. Good morning. Yeah, it's currently uploading. I don't know how long the upload's going to take. But it's otherwise ready to go as soon as it's visible. Sneak bagel in? I mean, yeah, there's just... I don't know, dude. There's just... It was so unsatisfying, the end game of Wilds. Some of the, but I do think that some of that is at this point, both of the other Monster Hunters... It's the third, like, really mainstream one. Like, Rise isn't a main numbered one, but it is mainstream. And I think it just suffers from two very full games. Now, like, releasing a very unfull feeling game just doesn't work in terms of, like, player fulfillment. Like, if you've been playing for the past however many years, I think it's just a result of that. I think even objectively speaking, it's definitely weaker than Rise in terms of launch content. And and world debatably like the same. Depends, because like I think that there are a few more interesting hunts in base world, like even though it's like Valhazak and Teostra, but there is still things like Bagel, for example. I also think Devilio is a more interesting first ad than Mizutsune, but we know there's something else other than Mizutsune anyway, so we'll see how it actually ends up working out. That's just how I feel. Yeah, like not even having a high rank for the story final boss is just so strange. I was very ill prepared for that. That in particular really caught me off guard. Yeah, I also just don't think Wilds has very interesting monsters. And they don't do enough with the monsters that are there. I'm just glad that they didn't launch with Kushala. Like, clearly Kushala is going to happen. But, like, I'm glad that Kushala wasn't there. Yeah, like, Kirin. Like, yeah, well, I mostly remember Valhazak. Also, Nergigante is literally a top-tier hunt. Like, even just in isolation, like, Arkveld versus Nergigante, I like Nergigante way more than Arkveld. I don't know. Yeah. Again, it's one of those where it's really just a problem, I think, if you've been keeping up with the franchise since World. And I honestly, I'll say since World, not even like from before that. Like, obviously, there's also 4U in there as well, but like, I think a lot less people have played 4U, so it's not as much like as a good comparison point. Yeah, Pickle was the first title update. Yeah, Generations Ultimate. So yeah, it's just, I feel like I need to play Title Update 1, or I'm like, normally I just kind of go back right before the DLC and catch up with all the free title updates, because that's more satisfying than just playing them as they come out. I don't think I can do that this time. I think I actually need to at least play Title Update 1, like, on its own. Boy, do I disagree with that, Elliot. Damn! So we'll see. No, I'm withdrawing incentive chips like that. Yes. What's the grind goal here? Gil. Incentive chips. The cryogen points don't really matter much, but the incentive chips are one of the best Gil farms at this point and substantially make the next sections go much smoother. God, I hate when they just beat the shit out of Hope. Like, sometimes these scavengers just, they only target Hope and nobody else. And it's obnoxious because he doesn't do anything the whole time because he's stun locked. So it just makes the fight take way longer. Nothing about housing, no. I hope that the interior upgrade thing is still coming out this patch. We'll see. Well, it's not even that he's squish, it's that they stagger attack him in such a way he never gets to act. So he doesn't do anything for the whole fight. Outside of this, like, first initial bit. Yeah, they get vigilant, they get curse. Yeah, it's just obnoxious. To be fair, it is his house. So maybe they just feel like they have to hit him first. That's just how guests should act, right? But oh yeah, and to get back on Wild, the other thing is the fact that the Gathering Hub and the kitchen are not available until Title Update 1. The Gathering Hub especially is a choice. Hence why I feel like I need to go back to Title Update 1. It's like, interesting decision. Kagome, thanks for the 22 months. Let me turn my alerts back on. Good reminder to turn alerts back on. I mean, I played Generations on stream for like a couple of days. I don't remember why I stopped playing it. I think something else came out. Ah, yes, the housing update that you're going to get in the patches to kill SciComm soldiers for chips. Ah, yeah. No, you're right. That's the housing update, true. I mean, it was only 2 days, Cursplosion. Out of the years I've streamed, I don't expect anyone to remember that. Give me money. I mean, whatever the reason was, what it results in is a Monster Hunter that's fun for the reason Monster Hunter's fun without having a good enough reason to get me to play longer. That's really it. I mean, a hammer is a hammer is a hammer. The stick goes bonk. Yeah, not much has really changed in that particular regard. Damn it. Alright, was hoping that would be enough. More chips. I have like 112,000 gil? Yeah. God, the cryogen points are... I don't remember how many cryogen points I farmed the last time I did this, but I think it was only like 12,000. I have a lot more than 12,000. Let me tell you. This next boss is going to be... The next boss is really annoying, so it's also really good. The next... Oh, Fortizol! An incentive chip and a Fortizol to boot. Oh, I got a knot in my hair. There we go. Curse of having long hair. I was, So, one of my gym friends, someone I literally only talk to and hang out at the gym, we were talking about our workouts, and literally the whole time, my hair was just getting in the fucking way. And I finally was like, you know what the worst thing about this fucking workout is? My goddamn hair. He's like, gotta get a band for that, man. I was like, I know, but I don't look as cool. I look way cooler with long hair when I work out. I put the band on, I look like I'm smarter, and I'm not. It's nice though, because he can. So, my last workout on chest days is always deficit push-ups, and I can't overload it without buying like a weight vest. So I just have him put weights on my back. I'm like, yo, can you just drop a 45-pound plate on my back real quick? If you wouldn't mind. Yeah, it's not like I have any other way to really load that. I mean, the only other way is with a weight vest. I don't think he does. There's only a few people that I live around that know what I do for a living. The coffee place I go to, and some of the employees at a local grocery chain. And the employees at the local grocery chain know because I wear my gaming hoodies in there, like my Steel Series jacket or like my Final Fantasy. So they're just like, oh, that, like they notice it and they ask me about it. That's it. Otherwise, I wouldn't fucking talk to anyone there. If somebody didn't initiate conversation with me, I'm just like, well, I mean, when it comes closer to time. Remember, things have been quite busy for me. I haven't gotten to do a lot of the things that I wanted to do. Again, like Steel Series has been, you know, giving me some stuff, and I wanted to make some content for it, and I probably will this weekend, since I'm in a better mood this week. But it's still ongoing situation, but I'm in a better mood this week. I've got something else happening in my personal life that has sort of counterbalanced the bad thing I was talking about. The bad thing hasn't resolved, but a subsequent good thing happened, and I was like, oh, going out grinding here. So this is one of the few spots in the game you can actually out-curve the difficulty by farming Gil. It also allows you to get a really good headway into the early sections of Grand Pulse, because you can't really farm Gil in this game so much as you farm items that you sell for Gil, and the items here are very, very valuable. We like good things. Yeah, I also like good things. So by doing this, I can actually begin my pulse grind much more coherently when I get there. Yeah, adding guild drops would be big. Adding party swaps would be big. Being able to swap the party leader mid-combat, or, you know, not game over, I guess, more specifically from that, would be a good thing for the remaster. Maybe add permanently missable accessories to one of the shops as well. Chapter select, or yeah, that would work too. There's a lot of things they could do without really changing the game that much. They were just sure about. Sorry, I hope your life was worth it. Or your death, technically. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of things. Like, just gaming stuff. I've hopped between like a few different topics. But I mean, I think things. Yeah, this and death farming are like the two big ones. So it's under consideration, Brock, and I'll queue with chat to help with all the online stuff. You can do the online stuff without people because bots will fill in the matches. But it would probably be faster to coordinate chat into queuing for Dissidia NT. Dissidia NT is so far down the line, I'm not thinking about it yet. Listen, if Hope can't even get casts off, I don't care how long he lives. His life means nothing to me in this particular case. Oh, this is 13. That's why the title says 13 and the game category is 13. Duodecim doesn't have trophies, Brock, or I would. Not to say I won't play it ever on stream or anything like that. I'm just saying that that's not part of this plan. Because Duodecim's great. Honestly, if they just remaster Duodecim, fuck yeah, I'll do the trophies for that. Yeah, neither is Crystal Defenders. I'm pretty sure gaming. I swear, Mike, the sole purpose of you in my chat is to say things that are just vehemently the opposite of what everybody thinks about everything. And I don't know if it's on purpose. Every single thing you say is like the opposite of what everyone else thinks, and it's hard not to think it's for the sake of just being contrary. Just because the hit rate is like 100%. That's true, it really does, Veilbus. I mean, I wanted to go places afterwards. What the fuck is that? Why would I ever want to go places? What, do I look like some fucking social guy? I don't know why this encounter took so long. Yeah, I mean, they've been, even with NT, when NT ended service, they said the same thing. They just said that it would probably be inactive for a while. I mean, I think the biggest takeaways are make sure it has a single player story mode, an actual one, and 1 versus 1 and not 3v3. I think, honestly, they could almost do anything and it would work in that regard. Where there are other humans? No. I know, right? Like, honestly, if NT like, I actually loved NT specifically from an I'm playing with other people and coordinating, if I was like coordinating playing with other people, it was fun. Playing alone and like queuing into things and like there being no actual single player story mode, I was like, I think they've widely underestimated what people like about the console versions or the PSP Dissidias. I understand why they did it. It's because that's the arcade version. The arcade version doesn't have a story mode, and it was an arcade game before it was a console game. Well, I mean, that's literally why NT is the way it is. It was never made to be like a follow-up single-player, like from the get-go. They basically added the story mode for the console release. The one, like the cutscenes that are there, they added that for the story release. When it initially, for like the 4 years we waited on it to hit console, it was just one of the top-performing arcade games in Japan. Literally, like, it was that and some, like, Gundam game. Those were, like, the top 2 arcade games in Japan for, like, 4 years. Ah, yes, I love DP points. Gundam X Versus. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, they were just the top 2 performing games for the longest time. So, in their eyes, why would they make it that much different when they put it to console, right? But it just didn't work for, like, what Dissidia fans want, mostly out of a standalone release. That definitely wasn't in line. Especially in like Western culture where like we've largely abandoned stuff like arcades and stuff. I understand how they got there, but it was a misread. Oh my god, I can't even get a fucking turn because of vigilance. How long? This will be the... Until State of the Realm today will be the last I farm of this. Tomorrow I'm not doing this. I've got like two hours and some change before State of the Realm. Is the video ready yet? Yes, it looks like it is. Let me just monetize it real quick. Gotta make my monies. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the next thing they should do is just remaster the old games. Like, I would love for them to make a new, proper game, but that shouldn't be the next thing they do with Dissidia. Because honestly, it's an accurate read to literally just release the old ones on PS4. It makes ad hoc easier to do because it won't be ad hoc, it'll just be online. And they already have the story modes made. So, you know, you have to touch up the graphics, make sure that they function on PlayStation, Steam, whatever you're going to do, and you're good. Another area after this. Well, on the airship, but the enemies there are a decent bit harder. It's way easier to do it here. Yeah, how does it feel to get interrupted all the time, asshole? He's like, why can't I use my abilities? But yeah, you can farm them on the ship also. Mm-hmm. Chips on a ship. Chips on a chip. Our chips on a hip. Our chips on a ship. Just chips ahoy. Honestly, accurate read. No, this is correct. Man, I'm surprised how well my Platinum Final Fantasy video is doing. I gotta get that second part out next week. I just need to edit it. I've edited it a little bit. Only one good Gundam game and it's Armored Core. Hey, Mecha Break seems pretty cool. Hello, Jessmore. I love... dude, I'm so good. Armored Core is on... Chip! Is on PlayStation Plus now, isn't it? Or whatever it is. On the, like, the whatever it's called that PlayStation has. Not Plus, the retro play... Classics? PS Classics? That one? Yeah. Yeah, the first 3 games, God, I was... Bro, there's so many more. I need Armored Core 3. Bro, Armored Core 3 on PlayStation Classics and we're fucking Gucci, alright? Holy Jesus, I love Armored Core 3. There's a lot of franchises that 3 is my favorite entry. Armored Core is one of them. And the other is actually Ace Combat. I love Ace Combat 3. Yeah, we got about 2 more hours here, Sonic. I only spent 3 hours here yesterday. That's nothing. And I was preoccupied off stream yesterday, so I didn't really get to grind it at all before I went to bed. That's amateur work right there. And I know most people are into amateur work, but not in this case. Of course I'm out here. Looking out for Ace Combat 3. I loved Ace Combat 3. There are some games that I played when I was young that will always hold special places in my heart. Ace Combat 3, Armored Core 3, and Zone of the Enders 2 are big on that list. Those 3 games hold very fond memories for me. Ace Combat 8, no idea. Hell yes, Zone of the Enders too. The only thing I don't like about Zone of the Enders 2 is that fucking minefield. Ugh! Hate that level where you have to fucking slowly descend through all the mines. Both because it's a really fucking slow level and it's really hard to navigate. Walking through wasn't the problem. It was the slow floating down. It's when you had to go down, because you can't fucking see under your mech, so the depth perception is all fucked up. A slow descent. The level pacing was also just, it was a slow level. And then in Armored Core 3, there's only one mission that gave me anxiety. And it was, I forget exactly what the mission is called, but basically you had to get into a ship that was sinking, collect the objective, and get out within like a certain amount of time. And I just remember getting lost. I think there was also a really good part in that level somewhere. I don't remember what part, but I remember Chip! I don't remember there being a good part there. Most people remember the ultimate AC, or not the ultimate MC or whatever it was called in 3, where most people would just die instantly. Be like, I'm gonna kill this, and they're like, oh no, I'm winning, and they split it in 2. And then in order to get the Moonblade, you had to like kill the small part before killing the big part, and most people would just zerg down the big part. Yeah, it was for the Moonlight Blade. It was from that mission. It was for killing the small part before killing the big part, which was not necessary technically to win the fight. That's one of the reasons why most people remember that mission, is because that was obnoxious to do. What's going on, High King? Yeah, I'm tired as fuck because I've been awake since like 1 in the morning, but other than that, I'm doing alright. Good old Moonlight Blade. You know, it took me forever to connect the Moonlight Blade from Dark Souls to the Moonlight Blade of Armored Core. It took me forever, like, to get that connection. I was like, wait a minute! That's from Armored Core! Well, it's not... It's in Armored Core. No, the Final Fantasy VIII Platinum is not that difficult. Twas a good trailer. You will not impress me with your use of twas. Twasn't trying to. Holy moly, attack! Chip! Oh yeah, Moonlight Blade, I mean, it's a classic. And it's a classic for a reason. That's another Brooklyn Nine-Nine quote, by the way. I have just so many Brooklyn Nine-Nine quotes in my head as of late. Man, you know it's a show I need to watch, but I haven't yet? I heard it was really good. Dexter Original Sin. Little did I know that they were actually going to make a good season. Well, I guess actually New Blood was really good until the end. Whereas the last 2 seasons of original Dexter were not good at all. New Blood was literally a great addition to Dexter until the last episode. And you're like, how did you fuck it up again? No, Beastmaster's not going to be till close to the end of the expansion, so I wouldn't expect it till 0.5x. But Original Sin, I didn't know how to feel about it, but I heard it was really good. Which, very surprising. I've seen I've seen the first episode, and the first episode seemed promising, but I couldn't really say a whole, I couldn't really draw a whole lot of conclusions.
Follow my lead.
But I hear the whole thing was good. The whole season was good. Hello, Rand. Yeah, I'm waiting until all of Daredevil is available. I can't do that piecemeal, man. I can't do it. People are like, oh, I saw the first 2 episodes. I'm like, nope, not fucking doing that. I'm waiting until the whole thing is out. I also still have to watch the last season of Cobra Kai, which I also heard was very good. I'm very glad to hear. I would have never guessed in a million years that Karate Kid coming back with a follow-up sequel where they're all older was actually going to work. But I mean, I loved all the other seasons of Cobra Kai, so I'm glad that it seems to have been received well at the end. Chip definitely wasn't in my expectation repertoire. Yeah, Bernthal is Punisher, man. I always, when I think of Bernthal, I always think of Walking Dead first. Yeah, probably, Ox. I don't see why not after how good Cobra Kai was. I also wouldn't mind Jessica Jones coming back, although I'll be honest, I care a lot more about David Tennant in that show than I care about Jessica Jones herself. Chip! My chip goal until I get sick of it, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, David Tennant and Jessica... Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's David Tennant, right? Like, even foregoing his work as the Doctor, which is not a show I'm familiar with, but most people will know him for it, it's David Tennant. Like...
Turn the tide. You're open.
He made that show. That was, for me, other than Daredevil, yeah, Jessica Jones was definitely, that one season was definitely the peak of, like, Netflix Marvel for me. Yeah, a lot of people also know him for Omen as well. I heard Good Omen. Yeah, I heard Good Omen was great. I remember everyone telling me to watch that. Everyone was telling me to watch that around the time I was really binging Lucifer. Chip is what I remember. Yeah, one day I'll get around to it. I really like Lucifer. It's funny because Lucifer, I wasn't familiar with the DC comic Lucifer, like, at all for that. And I think that was probably for the better because it's nothing like it. However, I will say this, even though the Lucifer of the show Lucifer is nothing like the comic, the fact that it featured an Infinite Crisis, perfect. Fan, it's like middle of the pack for me. I don't hate it vehemently, but it's definitely not a favorite. Chip! Dude, that's like 3 chips in a row. I'm fucking rolling in chips. It really is. It's too bad he doesn't really have that much of a, like, a good track record outside of Lucifer. Like, that's really the big show that he's in. He was in that other Netflix show. He was in, like, a rom-com of some kind. I never watched it, but I knew he was in it. I heard that wasn't super good. Lucifer is really good. So that's good enough for me.
Follow my lead.
Yeah, I remember seeing a few bloopers for it at some point, Veltus, and that seemed to be the case. Chip! Bro, that's 4 chips in a row. Well, if you're rolling in chips, then you're not eating them. Why? Then your body's been all over it, and it's like touched your, like, it's gonna be gross. Get all greasy. Maybe they're baked chips. Enough untouched chips. Okay, I'm sorry, but if chips are touching, like, my balls, I don't care how many untouched chips there are out of range of my balls. As far as I'm considered, there's like, that's like it's spreading, all right? It's already gone too far. Covered in Dorito cheese. Any chips touching my balls is too many chips. All right? You don't know what I'm into? True, you could be into ball chips. Who says you have to be naked while rolling in them? I do. Otherwise, what's the point? What, do you think I want to roll around a tub full of pudding fully clothed? Or a tub full of Jell-O? What's the point? It's an entirely sensory experience. Same with chips. It's a sensory experience. You know, Jell-O's a really good weight loss food because of how low in calories it is. You can get like sugar-free Jell-O, and it's like 10 calories for the whole pack. So if you ever have it, honestly, I think popcorn's my favorite like low-calorie snack, like an unbuttered popcorn. But Jell-O is also like a pretty solid one. I haven't had Jell-O since I was like in college. Jell-O shots in college. But like, the idea of it's good.
Follow my lead.
But popcorn's such a good snack. I'm on a cut right now, so don't mind me. Just thinking of food. I'm actually really good with cuts though, because okay, so some of you will understand what I'm going to say right now. But as someone who was raised in a white family, if there's anything I know, it's how to get used to consuming really boring, bland foods. Like, I think that's realistically what my family was trying to train me for. So it makes doing, like, diets a lot easier. I'm like, oh, yeah, chicken. This is how chicken is supposed... This is how it tasted my whole childhood. Like, depression. I like seasoning things, but, like, I have a higher tolerance for, like, not wanting to go to foods that have naturally high caloric intake. I love foods with actual flavor. I'm just saying my tolerance is high for foods that are not. As Mel used to say, you went from white seasoning to real seasoning. I would argue against Hope for a best team. Only because Vanille is there. Like, if you really need the buffs from Hope, his Synergist is great. But I think more of the Saboteur section, and Vanille as a Saboteur. I mean, Poison is hard not to have. If something's not immune to poison, you have to have poison. And also, Saz is the Bravery Faith character, if I remember correctly, right? By default. Yeah, so, like, I would prefer to have him a lot of the time. If I need a Synergist, he's going to be the one. That's correct, Rassius. And lasts a very long time. That's true. Fang does eventually get that instead. He's just the initial one. Stop hitting her. Got him. Hope, stop smiling. We haven't seen a chip in ages. That's okay. We did get 4 in a row, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Vanille is... We're going to be hearing a lot of Vanille moans when we get to Grand Pulse. And a lot of... Now you've made me mad. Oh yeah, we're partying super hard at Hope's house. The DJ only knows one song though. Hope, don't worry, I'll save you. Yeah, I mean, I have to go to Orphan's Cradle to farm perovskites anyway. I still need to make the Vanille-gasm emote from the thing I was tweeted the other day. my thumbnail at one point was Vanille making a Vanille-gasm face. That's because they're too busy partying, Ajax. The what? The Vanille-gasm? Yeah, we've been on a dry streak for chips for a while now. You know, when it comes to... Oh, you know what's another really good, like, not on diet snack? Goldfish. They actually are largely made of I think it's like 5 grams of fat per serving. And I think 4.5 of those grams are polyunsaturated and monounsaturated fats. So in terms of like something that's just truly like for those who like to indulge in like a saltier, savory snack versus a sweeter snack, those actually do very well. Cheez-Its are a little bit higher in overall fat and they don't have as many good fats. I probably would just rank Cheez-Its in about the same category as most chips. Maybe slightly better. No, that's not true. Not even. Oh, you're saying you prefer the regular gold? Because almost all goldfish have the exact same nutritional information. Obviously, the bigger problem is you're more likely to overeat on goldfish and Cheez-Its and all that. There have been days where I replace my carbohydrate intake with something like goldfish as a means of cheating without cheating. Just like look at the end macros for the day. I have like replaced my entire carb and fat intake for days with like a snack just to like stay within calories but have something. I'm almost back to my ideal weight. It's still going to be like another 8 to 10 weeks. But that's fine. I wanted it to take that. I wanted it to be about 4 months about. I was going from 190 back down to between 170 and 175. and it's been 8 weeks, and I'm at about 179. Depends on water weight.
Let's wrap this up.
It's a little faster than I wanted, which is surprising because I've been tracking everything, and I have not been under. If anything, I've been overeating, but maybe I just burned more than I realized. The good news is my weight training has not been impacted, really. I think there's been, like, a few exercises that have, like, maybe declined a little bit, but honestly, if anything, not much. I've actually managed to keep most of my strength intact. So going down 10 pounds and not really losing any strength is, I'll take it. I haven't tried to deadlift 400 pounds since I started cutting, so I don't know if I can do that right now, but you know. My hack squat's actually even gone up. I'd say I'd have a few workouts that have actually gone up. My body is handling it quite well, much to my surprise. So I got like a full like body workup like a month ago to like, so I haven't had a checkup from the doctor in, I shit you not, 13 years before a month ago. Listen, healthcare is scary. So I was like, let me get as much information as possible. Because my track record shows I'm not good at this. And I got everything done. I got like cholesterol, I got kidneys tested, I got my testosterone tested, because I got my testosterone tested, people were asking if I was taking any physical enhancement. I wasn't, I just didn't know what my testosterone... I will say this, if I had like dog shit testosterone levels, I probably would have done something. But my testosterone levels were pretty good. I was at 512? 512? Yeah, like around there, 510, 512. Pretty sure it was 512. That's like a nice middle of the range pack for me. But I just got a whole blood work done. Man, let me tell you. Even when I don't think I'm unhealthy, that's fucking scary. I was like, please don't reveal anything. Please don't reveal anything bad. Please don't reveal anything bad. The gene test. You mean like to find like mutations and shit? No, but I actually probably should, just in case. My family has no history of that. The number one reason why I wanted the checkup is because my father's side of the family has heart issues. However, I don't know if I can really associate heart problems with my father's side of the family. And I say that because my grandfather on my father's side, he may have had 5 heart attacks, but he was also A, 400 pounds, and B, regularly did cocaine. So, I don't think that is a genetic thing, personally. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that's probably not genetic. My father, who I lost to a heart attack, he was not 400 pounds, but he did do cocaine. So, again, I'm not really assuming that's genetic. They're dead. What does it matter, gaming? They're fucking dead. It's not like I can't talk about it. Why would you not be allowed to know it? What, are they gonna show up? They're dead. They don't. That's my family history I'm talking about here. Well, we were actually talking about heart conditions, but the cocaine came into it. So yeah, I don't think there's precedent for me to assume that my father's side, because I'll also say this, my uncle on that side has never had a heart problem ever. And he's clean as a whistle. No, I'm saying I got the. I'm just saying for specifically like genetic mutations or like testing for like to see if there's like genetics for like what's it called? You know, just see if there's I have a higher chance of like getting certain things. Genetic predispositions, yeah. Sounds like a genetic predisposition to cocaine. I've managed to avoid it. I have never done any drug other than weed. Well, okay, no, when I had a corneal abrasion, they gave me 1 oxy, and it was awful, and I would never, ever take an opioid ever again. It was like, I got so sick. It was like one of the worst experiences of my life. They gave me like a steroid for my eye and for the pain while I was like waiting for it to begin healing. They gave me a fucking oxy, and I don't know how people like. It was the worst reaction to that shit. Adderall, cause yeah, that's ADHD. Like, it's not like college Adderall where everyone's like, "Well, I have a test coming up, better take an Addy." I had roommates that took Addies to study for tests, and honestly, I hated seeing them like that because it just didn't look like it was really good for them. It's a controlled substance until you're in college and there's finals coming up. Then there's definitely no control. Yeah, even weed I've only had, I'm gonna say it's like 9 or 10 times total in my life. And 6 of those times were within the 2 weeks when I first tried it. Diet. Does that mean it has 0 calories? Diet meth. That's one way to describe it, I guess. I am the kind of person who studied for nothing and aced everything. I am absolutely that person. And all my friends hated me for it. I would say I actually didn't learn much in school. I was just really good at passing tests. Well, it's not even so. In my freshman semester of college, we actually were forced to take like a lecture. Like there were like certain lectures we had to take, and one of them was about procrastination. And so I signed up for that one because they said, "Well, I'm the best procrastinator that I know." So I wonder what this is about. And it was supposed to be teaching us about study habits and like, you know, how difficult it was to perform under procrastination and like the stress levels involved with it and the general performance dip that procrastination, like that was the point. They didn't want me there because when I was younger, I had a photographic memory. So what they did is they gave us a sheet of paper and they said, study that sheet of paper, you have 60 seconds. And then we're going to wait 5 minutes and you're going to take a test and you have 2 minutes to take that test. So the idea was supposed to be that we were trying to, which by the way is a terrible, terrible comparison for procrastination. Procrastination is knowing you have 3 weeks for something and having 2 days to do it before instead of evenly spreading it out. It's not having 1 minute, waiting 5 minutes, and then spending 2 minutes on a test. That's fucking stupid to begin with. But I 100%ed that test. Because all I did was I looked at it, and what you do because a lot of teachers and professors, like throughout high school and college, they don't actually get creative with how they present questions and answers. It's normally pretty formulaic. Like you can just remember certain words or even the certain like ways the words are ordered, and you just know the answer without actually having learned anything. Yeah, that's just testing short-term memory. So it was a terrible example. So it's like, all I had to do was like, remember the layout of the page. And then I could just effectively fill in the layout, and I didn't actually have to know what I was looking. So so they said, now raise your hand if you got everything right. And I was like, and they're like, no, you didn't. Give me the page. And then I handed it back to them, and they were just like, did anybody else get 100? It's like, don't you change the subject. You can't raise the bar like that. I did it. This is about me now. Yeah, I always felt like school was a test. So, you know what's funny? This actually goes back to something. I had a math teacher in my senior year of high school, Miss Ivers. Never forgot her. And she was a fantastic teacher. Most people, you know, there's like, you usually have a couple of teachers growing up that you feel like positively impacted your learning experience. She's one of them. Very gifted educator, very much non-conventional in terms of teaching mathematics. She didn't really like just writing things down. She was very example driven. So almost more like a science course, because science courses are really just math courses, but with more words. Like that's all a lot of like chemistry class. That's a math class with more words. It's literally all it is. Most of the time. Physics, same deal, just more words. And I remember at one point, do you guys know the classic? You guys ever have someone, or maybe you were this person in high school, who would ask, why am I learning this? Right? Like, genuinely, what is the point of me learning this right now? This has no direct correlation to what I want to do, like, when I leave for college. Like, it just doesn't make sense. This isn't in any way training me for my future. So somebody said that to her, and she said, you're right that you probably will never need to do any of the things I teach you. You will never need to be able to find that variable or, you know, solve this long division problem or whatever. But what you do need to learn is how to learn. If you don't know how you learn best, then it doesn't matter what you do in life. You will not progress at it in a way that is either fast enough or satisfactory enough for you or your employer. So I may not be preparing you with the knowledge you need, but I want you to take the way you learn seriously. And that kid shut the fuck up. That kid never once again asked, why do I need to know this? Like, fuck, it's not the why, it's the how. I don't think he ever asked that again in another class ever. Because I had a lot of classes with that person. And you know what? Everyone I know who was in that class loved that class. Even after it was like down to the things they weren't good at, it didn't matter that they weren't good at that one thing. They had a fucking reason at least. You might not be good at calculus, but you sure want to be good at learning. So yeah, that's definitely one of those teachers that you remember growing up. Like when you get past that phase of your education, because then you really start to notice, especially, okay, so I went to a tech college. I went to New Jersey Institute of Technology. I have never felt more scammed in my life. Now, let me explain. I'm not necessarily saying that all of college or education is a scam. But I'm saying that my school, in particular, hired their researchers as their professors. In other words, people without actual education degrees and who were trained in teaching education being in charge of education. And let me tell you, when you have a teacher like Miss Ivers in high school, and then you go to a college where all of the researchers are being forced to teach so they don't need to hire educators, you really start to spot the fucking difference between somebody who knows how to teach and somebody who doesn't. And I can tell you, I can think of like 2 or 3 teachers in all of my college experience in NJIT that actually you could tell were educators. Yeah, research only professors. That's the scam of college. Is the researchers who are also professors. And then they also write a book and then tell you that you have to buy the hardback copy and you have to buy the new one every year because that's the only way they make any fucking money. And all they're doing is stacking on bills for the students, you fucking dickheads. All right. Sorry, the dickheads wasn't aimed at you, Chad. It was aimed at those professors. They'll change like one fucking line and call it Volume 8. Honestly, there are genuinely cases where an educator in a community college has a higher probability of being a good educator and imparting some sort of skill and or habit to you than an actual university with research only professors. I'm not even shit. Like, after you have been to, if you have seen both sides of colleges and you understand the difference in the quality of educator, if your college had, if you were in a specialized university but that it didn't have good educators, you might genuinely have been worse off than somebody who went to a community college that was full of, a community college doesn't have any fucking researchers, so it only has trained educators. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're better than the educators you might have met in college. They may not be, but they are all educators, at the very least. And that might genuinely impart better learning habits in life as opposed to a university that simply gives you information that you will need within a specific field, which is what research-only professors do. That's the main problem with... Bro, I had a third-year college-level course in databasing where we got extra points for raising our hand and asking questions. What is this, fucking kindergarten? Bro, I passed your course just because I asked a bunch of dumb shit that you didn't even answer properly. What are you gonna give me a gold star next time? I'm paying like fucking $20,000 every 6 months for this? Ugh. Those gold stars mean something. God. That's why I left college. It wasn't even that I thought I was like, I just felt like I was genuinely paying to Google stuff. Like, that is how NJIT felt for me. I taught myself in like every class I was in because they were all research only professors. And I was paying them to just tell me what to Google. I learned more at my internship in New York. And you know what my first assignment was at my internship in New York? I learned more from this than I did from college. My first assignment was to watch the It Crowd. The entire thing. He said, you cannot work in this industry if you have not seen, or if some prefer it, the IT crowd. It's a play on words. He says you cannot work in this field if you have not seen it. Because quite frankly, he's like, quite frankly, it's all you need to know. And it's a great show. I would highly recommend it. Highly. The original UK one, of course. I don't even think the US one ever aired past the pilot, which is for the better. But like on that job, I was in charge of the company database, onboarding new clients, rerouting tickets, in like physical tech support in the building. I did everything they did in that show, so I see why he made me do it. Internet stability, like anything that was technical in that building, I was responsible for. It's absolutely great, Kazuki. 100% recommend. But I genuinely learned more watching that show than I did in college. Mostly because it was an actual representation of what my job was actually going to look like. And that was dealing with a lot of people who have to use technology every day and have no idea what any of it means. It's almost like a coping mechanism, that show. As a reminder, my first actual role as an intern, they took me on also. They took me on in like an extended internship with like, they basically increased. So it was a paid internship right from the get-go. And then they increased my pay and kept me on as an intern after the internship was done for the summer. So I was effectively a discount employee. In a sense, right? And that was fine because it was work experience. I didn't mind. I was making money and it was work experience. I got to go into New York City every day. They covered me traveling into the city from New York. It was great. That sounded like it hurt, Hope. But you know what they made me do? You know how I knew I was the bitch of that office? They made me migrate their SharePoint to an updated SharePoint, and then I became in charge of all SharePoint related stuff for that business. I had to become certified in SharePoint. And let me tell you, you never want to become certified in SharePoint. Not because you shouldn't be if you're using it, but because you shouldn't be using SharePoint. I was literally fully in charge of, like, all the project managers had to come to me so that I could, like, program in specific functions into the SharePoint. They would, like, ask me if I could do, like, HTML editing to make the sites look prettier. Like, it wasn't even just SharePoint, like, the basic function. They wanted me to make it, like a real thing. I have a community Discord, yeah. I just exclamation mark Discord for my Discord. I don't really advertise it much because I'm not super active in it because, quite frankly, when I'm done with stream, my social battery for, like, it's so variable, especially when I'm dealing with things in my personal life, but other people use it. Will you be our web designer too? Yeah. Oh, man. You know what else is really funny? When I was super young, before I did a lot of IT stuff, my family used to call it Geek Squad anytime we had technical issues. When I got older and I was, like, educated, I realized that how much of a scam Geek Squad was. I don't know if it's better now, but man, that shit was an omega scam. Still bad. I wouldn't know. I haven't used it in years. And also, I'd imagine it varies a bit from location to location. Yeah, the ties make them look like professional. Here's the thing. I don't doubt that they have some education, but their education could technically have ended with the IT crowd, and that probably would have been sufficient for their job application. I think wasn't there like a YouTube series where someone was like taking laptops into Geek Squad to get them repaired just to see if the employees were competent? I swear that was like a YouTube, like there was someone who made a YouTube, at least one video where they did that. I swear I remember watching one. They took like a laptop into just a bunch of, and like they knew exactly what was wrong with it, and they wanted to see how Geek Squad would handle it. Hold on, I haven't saved in a little while. God, SharePoint. I know, right? Anyone who's worked in tech, like, they hear certain terms and it's triggering. That's not too dissimilar from what I had to do, too. I say yours is for the government, mine is for a tech startup, but still. It's a tech startup of like 200 employees. I will say, so I got into that internship because of one of my pals that I grew up with, Jimmy. He was working there full time and told me about the internship, and I applied for it and got it. So I got to, he was like, to this day, he was still one of like the best people I ever knew. Like, we're talking about like literally the like stand-up good guy like of the friend group. Like, that deserves everything in the world. Like everybody agrees, like, dude, this guy deserves everything that he gets. And like, it was that guy. So I got to spend a lot of time with him, but he had ADHD out the wazoo. And he was Turkish. So he took me to a Turkish place in the city. And they had Turkish coffee at the Turkish place. My first time having Turkish coffee. Fucking love Turkish coffee. If you have a caffeine sensitivity, do not take it, but I'm okay with it. He, however, had ADHD. And he's like, yeah, I can drink Turkish coffee. I just only drink like an espresso glass full. And that makes sense, right? Turkish coffee is highly caffeine dense. So if you have ADHD, but you're still a coffee drinker, if you're going to drink Turkish coffee, you just drink a really small amount, right? Like, he knew that. So he asked, could I get Turkish coffee to go from that place? And they said, well, we don't do like the espresso cups to go. We do like a full like 8-ounce cup of coffee. And he goes, whatever, I'll just take that. And I heard him say that. I was like, can you have that? And he's like, honestly, I've been drinking Turkish coffee my whole life. It's probably fine. My man was bouncing off the fucking walls at the office for the rest of the fucking day. I swear, if you told me he was on cocaine, I would have just believed you. I wouldn't have even asked for blood work. I would have just like, yep, that's cocaine. What? Turkish coffee does not mess around in any capacity. He didn't break any office equipment. He just kept getting up and walking around. Yeah, I finished the Final Fantasy 14 Platinum already also.
Follow my lead.
Man, you know what was something that was like... So, that office, we had an office in New York City, which is where I usually went. And then we had an office in Boston. Well, I'm sorry, not in Boston. In Massachusetts. Massachusetts? Actually, hold on. Where was the other office? Oh, no. I'm sorry. In Connecticut. We had an office in New York, and we had an office in Connecticut. I remember they asked me to come up to the office in Connecticut with my buddy Jimmy, because they wanted that was where the main team was in Connecticut. And so both of us had never been to the main office, so they asked us to come up and like just spend a day there, just still doing our usual work stuff, but just doing it around the other office just to be familiar with it. So I asked, and I go, oh, where in Connecticut? And they say Newton. And I'm like, where in Newton? Chip! You know, Newton, Connecticut is known for one thing, and it was exactly where I thought it was. And I'm not gonna lie, just being there was depressing. Some of you may have already figured it out. I definitely wasn't in a good headspace that entire time. Just knowing where I was. Wasn't a good headspace. I don't know how they were all. It was just normal. I mean, to be fair, it had to be just a normal day for them. Fake Newtons? No. Newton, Connecticut is. There's a township in Newton, Connecticut, known for something not so pleasant. Now I want you to think about what I've said. Yep. Silver has figured it out. Yeah, it wasn't a good headspace. For obvious reasons. That was a long drive there and a long drive back. I think we took a bus. Don't worry, slowly but surely other people will figure it out too. You already know what it is, I guarantee you. I would be shocked if you didn't. You just may not know it by Newton. It comes up on autofill. Yeah. It sure does. Yeah. Chat slowly figured it out. Yeah, that was, I did not like being there just from a headspace perspective. It's just like, it was one of those things where it just, you couldn't help but have it on your mind while you were there. Or at least I couldn't. Maybe that's just me. No, I can't either. Life does go on, but it's not great. But yeah, that was where the other office was. And I was like, what are the odds? Right? That's how I felt. I was like, seriously, what are the odds? Like, of all the locations that our other office could be in, it's there. I'll just say, probably one of the nations, well, obviously not the most, but there's one that definitely is known more than everywhere else. But a very notable school shooting within the United States. Of more recent times, probably the more better known one.
Follow my lead. Take this.
Yeah, it was exactly there. We had to go past the school and everything to get to the office, so yeah, it wasn't good headspace for me. Now you know. Yeah, the recent ones. Ugh, Chip. I sure did, yeah. Yeah, what were the odds, right? Of all the places that I could have had to go for the other office. Dude, I can't... One of the things I always say is, for a long time when I was younger, I wanted to have kids for a number of reasons. One was my upbringing wasn't super great. So I was like, I was one of those, like, I'm going to do it right kind of people. Last 10 years or so, I've been like, I don't know if I want to do that to somebody else. Like I don't know that I want to. I don't know if it's a good idea anymore. I'm not gonna say no, but like, I just perspective has changed. I don't know about you, but the frequency in America of school shootings has not made me feel the most secure with the idea. I was having this discussion with someone the other day. I was just like, I'm not against it per se, but it's like, as long as I might just be a pet person. I wouldn't say no if I had a partner and the partner wanted. I wouldn't say no. But like, I think I've shifted to being a pet person. I may have to deal with the pet's death long before my own, but at least it's still not the second alternative. Might just be me.
Follow my lead.
We'll see. The future's not writ in stone. Bloodline ends with me. And honestly, my family's bloodline would have ended with me and my sister, if not for my sister having my nephew. Because I don't know if I'm going to continue my bloodline. I also have a nephew from my my cousin as well. So there's like a couple of next. But comparatively to the generation before me, like I have an aunt and an uncle that are pretty old now. They never had kids. I have another aunt and uncle. They had, well, they had one kid. Well, he's the stepfather, but the mother had a kid. One of my cousins has a kid, and my sister has a kid. So that's 4 kids. The generation that's there has a lot. There's a lot more people at generation before my generation than the generation after at the moment. And I don't know if that's going to change significantly. Because, like, I'm sure, I'm willing to bet I have another cousin who I'm almost certain will want a kid. And then the rest I actually don't know. So we might be just looking at 4 or 5 kids across the entire generation at most. Most of them just don't want to do it. Dude, I always said if a meteor was coming for Earth and we knew for certain it was going to hit the planet, I'm breaking out a lawn chair. I'm just going to where it's going to impact. I'm just breaking out the lawn chair. I'd be like, fuck yeah, dude, I'm going to eat a steak. I'm going to wait for doomsday. Here we fucking go. I'm not trying to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. I'm going right then, right then and there. Hello, Valerian. Oh, there you go. That'll do it, Theodore. Yeah, exactly. Grill up a few steaks and shit. What are the things you're bringing that are going with you? A lawn chair, a grill, and some steak.
Follow my lead.
Bring beer? All right. I can bring my whiskey. I like not having to fight. No, I'm talking about literal, like, life-ending scenario. Not just bad for some people. Talking about, like, dinosaur-level extinction. A nuclear... Yeah, dude, I mean, I feel the same way about that, too. This rate, I might get that sooner than we wanted. Chip. Yeah, no, I might play a Meteor Survivor in a video game, but not in real life. I ain't fucking playing. I ain't throwing no Meteor Survivor ring on in real life. Yeah, something like that, Gabri. And that's because it just went up, didn't it? I assume by then we'll have, like, missiles and shit. We're gonna fucking, I mean, here's the thing. If you can predict it... You know what the fucked up thing is, though? You kind of have to wait till it's, like, as close as possible. Because if you mess up the orbit, right? Like, if you do it, like let's say, like, next year they decided to push it off course, right? Like, they tried to take an opportunity to push... What if you pushed it more on course? What if all of a sudden you accidentally move the timeline up? You kind of got to wait till it's... Or just completely destroy it, but still. Ah, yeah, just parry. No, that's true. I hadn't thought about it like that. My bad. You're right. I'm sorry. That's on me. Deceptosol! Just iframe through the extinction. True! You think anyone's gonna try to Dark Souls roll their way through an extinction level event? Or Kingdom Hearts 1 Sora roll their way through it? Superman dive? Yeah, go Monster Hunter with that one. No, I don't have time to play Con. They'd have to pay me to make time, but with Patch and Xenoblade Chronicles X, sincerely doubt it. I say they pay me only because it's the only way I could make time for it. Even then, I wouldn't finish it. It's just too many other things, man. And I'm giving Xenoblade Chronicles X prio because I'm very critical of Xenoblade games. Even though technically the only one I really don't like is 2. 3, I just think the gameplay is not good, but the story is the best of the 3. It needs to be played and judged in isolation. I feel like it's like the one franchise that haunts me, where I need to know how I feel about each individual game because of how much my dislike for 2, just like the level of disdain that existed for that game. It's going fine, Galbadia. Better than it has been, but you know, still got some things that need to be done. Wii game has something. Dude, I still want Star Fox Lost Planet to get a remaster. Listen, I don't care how silly that game was. I liked it, all right? Especially because every time Fox went to open a chest, he did this. Chip, let me tell you, I was shocked when Andross was still a boss in Lost Planet. I actually thought it was going to be an Androssless Star Fox. I was like, really? I thought we were so far away from Andross being involved. Oh my god, the fucking stun lock. Oh my god, I just keep getting chain stun. If I go down, I'm taking you with me. No! Ah! Thank you, Fox. Bro, anyone ever notice how all of the characters in Star Fox 64, their little speaking boxes, they look like Five Nights at Freddy's animatronics. Just like the graphical era they're from. They actually straight up look like you could just replace them with like the Five Nights at Freddy's, like that like screech sound that they make from the first game, and it would probably make sense. That sound that they all make in the first game. They're based on the thunder. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense then. No, I didn't watch the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. I watched the kill count for Five Nights at Freddy's the movie. I'll be honest, I very rarely watch horror films. I mostly just watch kill counts for horror films. I get a lot more insight about the making of the movies. I love getting like behind the scenes things on cinematography and whatnot more than I actually like movies. Yeah, Dead Meat. Bro, I was a huge turn on the commentary fan for like the golden era of like DVDs. I always watched all the behind the scenes, and I always watched the movie with commentary at least once. The amount of insight, especially for like comedies and shit, it was honest. I remember listening to the commentary for Jackass the movie, and it was like a whole second movie was happening in like what they were discussing. Like, yes, even for Jackass the movie, they had like director and cast commentary, and that shit was golden. Because they tell you all the shit that you may not know happened, or like ideas that almost happened, or things that did not get on screen that also weren't in the bloopers, etc., etc. It was like they told the story of a whole second movie of things that they were going to do but didn't do, or did do but didn't like catch on camera or anything like that. Yeah, I think nowadays horror films aren't as good. I think psychological thrillers are better now than they used to be, but not straight up horror. Like, Get Out, for example. Like, that's something a lot of people classify it as a horror film. I really consider it like, I really consider Peele's movies really more as psychological thrillers in a sense, and not so much horrors. No, no. You know what made all horror movies jump scares? You all know what did it, right? 2 fucking words for you. Paranormal Activity. God, I hate those movies so much. I don't like any of. Like, the first one was an interesting standalone experience as like a one-time thing. Not however many fucking movies they made after that. No, if you want the best horror movie in the last, like, I think it came out 13 years ago. The best, and honestly, it's not even a horror film. It's a deconstruction of horror films that is also a horror film. Cabin in the Woods. Definitely, like, Cabin in the Woods for sure. Because it really is more like a deconstruction of the horror genre. but it still has a lot of the elements that you want for it. It's not the only one, but it's definitely up there. Also, if you haven't, there's actually a lot of series. You guys know, I think it's called Shudder. The horror, it's like horror Netflix. There's so many originals on there that are very well done. I discovered that from Dead Meat. I have seen some of the Shudder originals. And if you actually are like a big horror fan, that was, I don't know if they're still around. I would hope they are. But that was like the big one. That was like a big service for like horror fans. You know what also? I'll say this. Those, I don't know if anyone's kept up. I've talked about them on stream before. With the fan project, Jason Voorhees, like shorts. I don't know if anyone else knows what I'm talking about. All of those are the best thing that's come out of Jason Voorhees, or like come out of the Friday the 13th, like, canon in a long time, especially because they went out of their way to hire some of the original actors from the actual Friday the 13th series from like way back in the day. I forget what they're called. What those ones here, is this just Twitch dying again? God, multi-streaming, this multi-stream shit has been happening so much more. Hey YouTube, can you tell me if I'm here? And then it's just Twitch that went down. Anyone on YouTube? If not, then they all went down. Because last time this happened, only Twitch went down. Refresh? It's not back. Refresh shouldn't work. Wait, reconnection successful. Wait, is it actually back? It says it's not back, but it said reconnection successful. Still here? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Let me see if it said reconnection successful, but was it actually successful? Had a little lag? Yeah, it must have been a little spike. I'm gonna reset Twitch then. What the fuck? Why would that even... Oh, that's why it that's fucking stupid. I see why it disconnected. It, like, Stream Elements, like, lost connection with Twitch. That's so fucking annoying. Did it come back? Yeah, I think it came back. Yeah. Yeah, it's because my multi-stream needs to keep an established... I mean, it could be because they were changing something on the Twitch back end. I don't know. Because I had to reconnect my multi-stream to Twitch. Well, thank God. At least I can check with YouTube to make sure that still works at any given time. Could just be my actual connection, and that's causing the disconnection. Either way, I'm back. Yeah, so, where was I? I forgot what I was trying to remember the name of. I was talking about Hereditary. Oh, yeah, I never remembered the name of the Jason Voorhees thing. I was hoping chat remembered the name. Yeah, because I couldn't remember the name of the Jason Voorhees thing. It's like a fan film that followed the Jason Voorhees lore. I just don't remember what it was called, but it was really good. Because they actually got... I think they got the guy who plays Tommy Jarvis to play Tommy Jarvis again. Yeah, thank goodness for the YouTube side, Miro. So I knew what it was. Yeah, I don't remember where I was in the point. But, yeah, we were just talking about horror films all the same. Loud and clear. Either way, yeah, I care more about the actual lore of a horror film than the actual horror part of horror films. Far more valuable experience to me. It's not my special boy. Unless they released yet another one. That's not it. I know that for a fact. I heard Nosferatu was pretty good. I didn't see it, but I heard it was good. It was in theaters when I went to go see Sonic. Dude, I remember going to see Sonic 3, and I saw Kraven the Hunter on the list, and I was like, they made a fucking Kraven the Hunter? Jesus Christ, Sony. Stop. Yeah, Sonic 3 was good. Sonic 3 was what I would call peak. Seeing as how you learn about the Kraven film, honestly, I wish you hadn't learned about it. Man, best video game movies in recent history? I don't know. You're telling me that Rampage with The Rock isn't the best video game movie in recent years? Pretty bold statement. Definitely wasn't the video game adaptation I expected, but I really shouldn't be surprised. It has The Rock in a tan shirt, a monkey, The Rock. It's funny because I remember one of The Rock's earlier acting roles was Walking Tall with Johnny Knoxville, and I really liked that movie, and I was like, damn, yo, I can't wait to see The Rock act more. 10 years later, I'm like, please stop. Please. Please. I can't do it anymore. Although I will say this. The Rock in Central Intelligence, I'm not, like, huge on the constant Kevin Hart, The Rock pairing, but Central Intelligence, I could watch Central Intelligence over and over again. That shit cracked me up. I saw it, to be fair, I saw it on a plane the first time I saw it. But if it's available on a plane, I will definitely watch it. Return of the Mummy? God. Is he really in Return of the Mummy? He's like acted out in like 18 seconds of screen time and then CG'd onto the Scorpion King for the rest of it. The Scorpion King is probably the oldest thing I've seen him in. His likeness is there, yeah, I guess. I could watch the Scorpion King again. I can manage it. Man, I remember, so I am not a big Blade Runner fan, but I watched the second Blade Runner movie in theaters. And one of the main reasons I went is because I saw Batista was in it. So you can imagine my disappointment in how the movie went when I found out he was only in it for 8 fucking minutes. By the way, having seen that Blade Runner movie, still not the biggest Blade Runner fan. I can think of a couple decently popular movies that I really thought I was gonna like, and I really didn't. And Blade Runner, what is it, 20 whatever? I don't remember what it is. The second Blade Runner, whatever it is, I didn't like it. Another one was, I think is the one with where they're all stuck in the cabin. It's a Quentin Tarantino film. Is that Hateful Eight? Where they're all in the cabin together. They're all like snowed in, and it's like a murder mystery that turns into, well, just murder. Yeah, I hated Hateful Eight. I could not get into it at all. It took me 3 sittings to get through Hateful Eight. Like, it was that boring to me. Just didn't do it. I'd rather watch Clint Eastwood just be himself in Gran Torino. I'd be like, I would be like, wow, this is just Clint Eastwood talking. He's not even acting. They just stuck him in a neighborhood with minorities and was like, they just followed him around. That's all That's all Gran Torino was. At least for the first half. Maybe he's acting in the second half. And they gave him a gun. To be fair, he literally never uses the gun. He has the shotgun for one of the scenes. But like this thing. But and then he has the pistol for those scenes too. For one of them at least. Man, what was the movie that had God, who was in that movie? It had Chris Pratt. It had a bunch of A-list actors in it, where they like defend a town. It's like a western where they all are like recruited to defend a town from like gangsters that were like trying to take it over. What was that one called? Something 7, I feel like. Magnificent 7, yeah. I can watch that again. That's another one that I can enjoy. Man, you know what was actually weirdly a good movie, speaking of like Guardians of the Galaxy? You know, it was a weirdly good movie, or at least it was better than I thought it would be. Yeah, it's based on Seven Samurai. Cowboys versus Aliens, I saw in theaters with a few of my friends. I remember walking out of that going, that wasn't the worst thing I've ever seen. And I really thought coming in it was going to be the worst thing I've ever seen. I was surprised that I was somewhat entertained by Cowboys versus Aliens. But my favorite Western in recent years has to be 1,000 Ways to Die in the West with Seth MacFarlane and Liam Neeson of all people. Think what? It's Sarah Silverman, Liam Neeson, Seth MacFarlane. They've got a few other A-list actors in there, too. He's walking back into my office. Oh, Charlize Theron, yeah. That's a great movie. The one where the beginning scene where he's describing all the ways to die, where they're in the bar, I love that scene so much. The black shits. The black shits. Talking about just how diarrhea could kill you. It's funny because all of Seth MacFarlane's movies are just they're just like renditions of his Family Guy voices put on other characters. Okay, to be fair, 1,000 Ways to Die in the West isn't fair because Brian is his natural speaking voice, just like a little deeper. But it's the whole thing, it just sounds like it's Brian because that's what his voice is. Brian is just his talk, it's just the way he talks. Ted, on the other hand, Ted's like a slightly different Peter voice. It is basically just Peter, but all of his movies are really funny. I love both the Ted movies also. Oh, Marky Mark. Oh, I forgot about the Orville, actually. Yeah, that dude's literally just, like, set for his whole life. There's still new seasons of Man, you know what actually blew my mind? So, one of my friends, she's a few years younger than me. And so, when we talk about things from the 90s, she's like, wasn't I just, like, a sperm then? And I was like, I don't know. So I like, and she's like, so Family Guy wasn't I? So I was like, I don't know. I feel like you were probably like at least a few years older than that. I didn't realize the first season of Family Guy came out in 1999. I know, obviously, like they had like a few years where the show disappeared, where it just didn't get renewed. I did not realize the first season of Family Guy was in 1999. That blew my mind. I just found that out the other day. It is way earlier than I thought. I thought it was like 2001, maybe, so like a couple years later. Yeah, but I figured the Y2K episode was not like a product of it being timed with Y2K. I figured it was just like they just did one. Because I don't ever assume shows happen the same year I'm watching them. You know what I like? I don't assume. Obviously, with Family Guy, it becomes incredibly obvious that it is at some point, especially with the sheer volume of pop culture references. But at the time, when I was like, you know, young, it didn't even occur to me. So like, I never had that transfer of knowledge, or even like the thought to challenge when that had actually released. So I was very surprised to see that Family Guy was 1999. What a time, man. It's funny how much less of shows and movies I watch now versus then. It's a very different time, though. You know how many movies I watched playing Final Fantasy XI to tolerate how slow that game was? A lot. I had plenty of fucking time. I'd have my PS2 on my TV screen, and I'd have my PC on the side. Funny that I had the PC, but I just wasn't playing on it. But it worked out better that way. Almost like credit chip farming. Yeah, except I actually have to press buttons while things are happening here. I have to at least press a few buttons. I wonder how many credit chips I'm up to right now. +1, I guess. 29 right now. It's not bad. I'm basically at about 200,000 gil then, because with the Phoenix Downs as well. Yeah, tomorrow I'm not doing any more credit chip farming. I've done like 5 to 5.5 hours total. That's more than enough. I should probably upgrade some accessories, because once you're past this, the accessory upgrade doesn't really matter anymore, because you don't want to upgrade them while you're doing this, because it makes the target time lower, which makes getting credit chips or getting incentive chips harder. But as soon as you're done with this, I don't think there's any good reason to not upgrade the accessory. There might be like a reward from a boss or something that you only get with 5 stars, maybe. I'd have to look ahead. I can't remember anything significant after this point where you unless you plan on incentive chip farming in the ship, but don't do that. Yeah, I can't recall if there's... Yes, it did, Ginger. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's any reason that I wouldn't want to upgrade to some accessories now. With a few 100,000 gil, we can go a decent way with that. Chip! I said the same thing yesterday, Gabri. Same thing. Yeah, or just give Gil from encounters. Either or, we've said both of them a million times. Oh, I had a delivery. Let me see if they dropped it off at the door or not. Real quick, let me just peek outside the door. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Oh, my legs. I'm sitting down so much. Oh. Negative. Chip. They did drop this chip at my door. Yeah, I'd say in total I've probably done about 300,000 gil from this. And I'll probably have a little bit of time off stream today to do more, which is the main reason why I'm not going to do any tomorrow. I'll be pretty tired today, but I definitely want to be awake until roughly my normal time. Yeah, just way later. There's also the watch later. The watch is the most important accessory in the whole fucking game. Well, I mean, technically we're grinding for N item times as many times as I can technically tolerate farming it. Well, if you're going to buy the Steam version, then just get ready to patch it, because most likely you will want to patch it to make it run better and look better. Technically, there's like 3 or 4 items these guys drops that are... I honestly didn't remember that these dropped Fortisols and Deceptisols. They seem like ultra rare. I wonder if I got 0 stars on these encounters if they drop Fortisols and Deceptisols more. It's not very easy to get 0 stars on these encounters. I mean, I could totally make it happen, but I just didn't even remember them dropping it in the first place. Yeah, it's like inverse. Chip! It's like an inverse drop table for the soul items. I mean, I'm sure the last times I did this in previous playthroughs that I also got them, it just never stuck in my brain. In my head, that doesn't exist. Yeah, I'm just saying that you'll probably end up having to patch it. Ah! Most people patch the PC version to make it better. Or run in the first place, I suppose. Depends on your system. I played it with and without mods on PC, and with mods was definitely better, but without mods I remember it being okay. Like I was okay with the way it did. Chip! Back on another chip spree. Kinda gotta use the restroom now. Big caffeine day for me. Ah. No, I'm happy, Remedy. No, I'm happy. It doesn't matter what day it is. It means. Chip. No, it's me. I am happy. By the way, hold on. I gotta log my calories for the day. I ate about half of this bag. Ugh. It'll be nice once my cut is done. It'll be so nice to go back up to maintenance calories. Let's see. Do that.
Follow my lead.
No bazooka. No bazooka. No bazooka. Ah! I wasn't paying attention for that first bit. Bam, ba, ba, down. God, I have 40. Oh my God. I have so much more cryogen points than I had the last several times. I have almost 50,000. Doesn't even matter either, because that 50,000 is going to do fucking nothing overall. I think that one really big encounter is what, like 1,200 cryogen points without any, like, bonuses? The behemoth one? No, I think it's more than that. I don't remember how much the behemoth fighting the other monster encounter is worth. A lot more is the answer, though. Gotta make sure Dude Raid is gonna be brutal tonight, man. They asked me if we wanted to reschedule. I said no. I'm just probably gonna be really tired. Today I'm doing good. Chip. It's been a very rough last couple of weeks. Well, last week was worse than this week. This week was significantly better. Much to my unexpected surprise, but ongoing issues in personal matters aside, can't really complain. Oh god, I would be yawning all throughout State of the Realm. There's something I'm not gonna say too much, but there's something that I'm doing, you know, that's happening in the background for me that I don't know when I'll be able to share more details. Probably not anytime soon, but it's gonna be pretty surprising to people when they see it. I think people will be I think they'll be pretty surprised. That's that unknown. You can look forward to that. Check and be like, what are you talking about? It's not another cat. I came so close to adopting another cat though. Somebody tweeted a cat that like needed a home in the bay. Somebody I follow, and I saw the cat and I was like, I want that cat. And I'm like, no, it's not time. Then again, I feel like that's me with almost every cat. I feel like I wish to give this cat a home. I think that's irrespective of the cat itself. It was just like, it's a sign. A cat in the Bay Area that needs a home? That's the universe trying to tell me that I should get another cat. But I'm like, nope. It's nice financially to just have Ivy for the time being. She definitely wants another cat. What if I had 5 cats? Maybe one day. It's possible. Like I said, I'm probably more likely to have a bunch of cats than have a bunch of kids at this point. I am the cat dad. Just surrounded by puss. In boots. Yeah, I could be the crazy cat guy. We got another like 20 something minutes of this. Let's get some chips. I might even try to take a nap before a raid. Listen, it's either take a nap or credit chip farm. I think I know which one is the correct one. And no, the answer is not credit chip farm. Kill him. There you go. I knew that fight took too long. Just kept smacking us and interrupting. I shouldn't have gone diversity though. I didn't need to do that. I can't do it. The technology's not there, Soma. Yes, two chips at once. You'll love to see it. Yeah, the dopamine of this morning has worn off, and now my body's remembering that I woke up at 1 p.m. I woke up at like 1:03. I had my alarm set for 1:35, but I just woke up a little early. A double yolk egg. Twice the yolk. Twice the yolk for dipping my toast in. I love dipping my toast in yolk. I still didn't even log the rest of my breakfast. Because before stream started, I did eat. The problem is, if I stop to put it in, that's going to slow down my chip farming, because I have to stop doing actions for a short bit. Why would I want to slow that down? Got a chip and a phoenix down. My eating today is all off whack. I ate my normal breakfast before stream started. Had a little bit of beef jerky. I'll have a banana before State of the Realm. And then it's like, I went so much longer without eating today. Just because of how early I woke up. I had my bagel. I had cottage cheese. I had my multivitamin. I had orange juice. And then I had some of the beef jerky. Yeah. Only had 600 calories today. Bam, 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 bam. Considering how long I've been awake, that is unusual. I said it earlier and I'll say it again. I've just learned not to listen to Black Mage players. Because they're so busy trying to deliberately find ways to break the job that anytime they do something to the job in any capacity, it's like the seagulls in Finding Nemo. Just don't want to listen to it. So exhausting. No, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the talking about them. Changes themselves, I don't give a shit about. Two! Again. Yeah, I've just learned to ignore Black Mage players. My life is so much better.
Take down the enemy.
I love destroying ecosystems. Let's go. Chip! Holy shit, bro. I had like 2 double chip fights and 2 single chip fights. That's like all the chips. I haven't even had a Phoenix now.
Take down the enemy. Follow my lead.
I just want more chips. I need that banana. Only like 10-15 minutes. No, not banana chips. But you want to know why I don't listen to this one in particular, Crisplosion? Because I've heard nothing but complaining about things like the Thunder Timer being removed as a piece of feedback, and it's removed now. Amongst other things that in isolation, I don't think anyone actually knows exactly how their Killing 2 is supposed to function. Chip! Bro, so many chips. The drop rate was like this. The farm would be super short. Morning, Alice. To be fair, most changes that simplify jobs make them better for Deep Dungeon by default. You know what? I'll take it. That's still 500 gil. Any amount of gil on any fight is better than no gil on any fight. Listen, Deep Dungeon. There's a Deep Dungeon that's been beaten by a class. I don't think anybody needs any particular help. Damn it. Where's the chip? I think we're far past the point with anyone, quote, needing help for Deep Dungeon. Way beyond that point. Oh my god, stop interrupting my attack. Look at my ATB because my attacks keep getting chain interrupted. This is exactly what keeps happening to Hope, and it's why I can't do anything. So it's just happening to Lightning this time instead. Let me do one more lap, and then let me save, get a banana, and just chill for a few minutes before I call Sly. I didn't even mean to swap it. That was an accident. Do I? That's a good question. That's a funny detail. Pretty normal thing for an animal to be doing. So it makes sense they would write one that way. Says Lord.
Let's go!
At least that explains why there's so many of them. There better be a lot of them. We have a lot of them to kill. All right. Let me... All right, I'm going to take a quick restroom break, and I'm going to have a... I got to take a quick restroom break. I'm going to have a banana too, and then we're going to chill a little bit. I'm not calling Sly for another like 10 to 15 minutes. So I will be right back. Solid reference, Wako. Solid reference. I was actually looking through screenshots on my phone for something. I realized I screenshotted that too. All right, I just need to chill for a few minutes. I want to start getting everything set up. Let's see. Also, I just realized my monitor's up a little too high. Either that or... Oh, you know what? Actually, my camera itself is off. There we go. Slightly too low. I've heard enough of this theme. I've heard enough of it. All right. Let me start getting everything set up. Been a while. It's been like a month, I think, since our last one. Our last State of the Realm. State of the Realm Alive Letter 86 discussion. Yeah, probably about that. I think 2 weeks before Monster Hunter. I want to say it was the last one. Hi, Ivy. Stop yelling at me. I already fed you. She was yelling at me. She's like, wow. 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 Ivy. What? What? Cat. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Cat. Cat. You're drooling, Ivy. I can see it. Hi. Yeah? See, she likes that. Yeah? I hear you purring. You little purr machine. See? And now I pet the belly because you can't escape. I pet the belly. She's like, stop. Ivy, I'm getting ready for State of the Realm. I mean, come over here while I get ready for State of the Realm. But let me finish getting ready. Shouldn't really be too much setup, to be honest. I have to make sure the scenes are correct. Yeah? What? Yeah, Ivy, don't fall off, idiot. I didn't even do that. That was all you. I'm just chilling. Let me log that banana that I had. Yeah. Her schedule is going to be so thrown off. Even though I fed her at her normal time, I still feel like her schedule is going to be thrown off. Hey. Good cat. Good cat. Okay, I think I just need the music, and I'm actually all set. God, I'm so tired. I almost certainly should try to take a nap before, oh my God, Ivy! All right. Why are you like this? I am trying to prepare the show. Too much, Ivy. Too much. All right. I'm going to call Sly in about 5 minutes. Let me make sure. I'm going to have to turn my camera off here in a second. I always turn it off on OBS so I can turn it on Discord so Sly can actually see me without having to watch the stream. Ha, Sabenya. Here you go, Ivy. All right, let's go to this scene so I can turn my camera off. And that should be good. Elgato's turned off. That's turned off. All right. I don't really call Sly at 15 to the hour. I will stick to that. Oh my god. Kill me before raid. Maybe I should have taken my team's offer. They were like, oh, you want us to move it? And I was like, no. I don't need that. I'm sure I'll be fine. To be fair, I probably will be fine. Oh. Just keep me alive, Sly. I mean, I don't know. He probably took a nap. Sly's probably rested. Then again, I think Sly operates on less sleep better than I do. I think. That is a big question mark. I am a give me like 6 to 7 hours of really good sleep. And I'm normally good for a pretty long time. But I've already been awake 11-ish hours? Almost 11 hours. Ivy, don't yell at me. Ivy just yelled at me again. Why are you like this, Ivy? Do not yell at me. Ivy, it's not even remotely close to any of your feeding times, snack times, any of that time. The only time it's about to be is State of the Realm time. All right, let me give Sly a call. God, I keep forgetting GDC is next week. It's Yowlin time. Is it? Does it have to be Yowlin time? Hopefully all of my audio settings on Discord are correct. Oh, I gotta raise the volume of Discord too. All right, that looks good. I need to turn on my voice activity. There it is. And now to make sure I can hear you. Your mic is indeed muted.
No, I was on the wrong input. That's all.
There we go. That's what I was double checking with mine. I was like, no, I'm just not on voice activity.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or has daylight saving completely changed the way light comes into your room?
No, I don't have my softboxes on. I'm using my I'm using my Logitech ultralights.
Okay, I was gonna say I've never seen that room lighted like that.
Yeah. Usually it's like way brighter because of the softboxes, but yeah, nah.
I'm not gonna lie. I like the rusticness of it.
Yeah, I like it too.
The natural light coming in. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I still have raid tonight.
I can tell.
Yeah, definitely not a gym day. Definitely not a fucking gym day. I've already had like 700 milligrams of caffeine today. That's just to keep me alive.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I'm not even going to play the trailer this time because I don't want to do as little as possible. I'm just going to be like, fuck it. Trailer's there.
It's really one of those days then. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm.
It's one of those, I just need to mentally get through the rest of the day. And so I'm not doing any scene switches.
Wow, not even intro scene?
No, I mean, we'll do that, but I mean not.
Oh, okay.
Anything else. All right, that's all set up. Music's all set up. All right,
hey there, Avelia. How you doing?
All set up.
Hello, everyone.
Looks like we'll be pretty good on shows for a while with the schedule, at least.
Yeah. Yeah.
Next week is preliminary patch notes. The week after that is patch first impressions. Week after that is contingent on. Actually, I need to see because I think the week after that I might not be able to do a Friday show. I have some obligations that are unrelated to Savage. I suspect we'll be done with Savage by then.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's do that. So that might be if we can shift it to Saturday, possibly week. Just
what Saturday would that be?
The 5th of April.
Shouldn't be a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, we can move the time around too. I have something unrelated to 14 to do that day, and I think
that's fine.
It conflicts.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, good. Yeah, so that'll be Savage Impressions. And then we I actually would like to. I have an idea for the show after Savage Impressions, but then somewhere in the patch cycle we'll have Cosmic Explo stuff, and we'll have.
Yeah, I'll be pretty much no life in Cosmic Explo.
Are you going to be a star contributor? Are you going to do a 24-hour stream to become a star contributor?
I don't know if I'll go that deep, but sure. As
maybe
close
not
as I
on
can.
launch, like somewhere down the line, maybe.
Yeah, somewhere down the line, but no, on launch, no. I'll contribute. I'll do a majority of the day, but 24 hours, God no.
Yeah, you know why I know I can't do that the week of?
Why?
It's like what comes out 2 days after Cosmic Exploration?
Cosmic Exploration is what date?
April 22nd. Claire Obscura comes out 2 days after.
Oh, shit, you are right.
Yep. I'm glad it's not, because honestly, that's not that big a deal. Cosmic Exploration is not something you need to be doing nonstop. Like, I don't think it's that big a deal.
True.
If it was next to Occult Crescent, it'd be a lot worse.
You speak the true, so good. At least, hell, and then what? Well, another 4 or 5 weeks after that is
Crescent, yeah. May 27th is Crescent. Mm-hmm.
Isn't that relatively close to Night Rain?
It is. I believe it might even be the same week. I think Night Rain's that Friday.
Yeah.
It's either right before or right after Night Rain. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I'm not either way. It's not, I know what my choice is. Like I want to play Night Rain, but it's not that important to me over that. I don't even really know how I'll feel about Night Rain in terms of like playing it for more than a few days, to be honest.
Yeah, you can kind of gauge it from a few days' time. Give me 1 second.
You got plenty of time. Doom comes out 2 weeks before that. Yay! Everything is stacked, dude. Honestly, right now is stacked because Khan is coming out. The Berserker is coming out. What's it called? Xenoblade's coming out. Suikoden. Patch. Like, it's a lot of stuff. Yeah, I don't really know how I even feel about, like, even if Night Rain's fun, do I really plan on playing it very much? I don't know. Because the whole reason why I played Elden
and
Ring
you
games,
completely reminded me of the first Berserker. I forgot about that because the demo was really fire.
There's also an atelier demo, I think today or Tuesday.
I've never touched that series.
I'm just saying it's another thing.
Yeah.
It's happening with everything else. Here's the thing, like, I'm not saying that Night Rain, I just don't know. You don't play Night Rain for the same reason you play Elden Ring. It just happens to be a game that is in Elden Ring's, that uses Elden Ring's map. So I don't really expect to play it for that long.
And from the network test, it worked a little weird. It was a little weird.
Good thing. I mean, it is a network test, not like a stable beta test.
Not like a stress test, not like a build. So even then, like, I don't think From is gonna work out like a lot of the kinks that.
Well, From's not the one developing it, so I don't think it matters if From works it out. They're not the ones developing it. It's not a From Software game.
Who is?
I don't remember the developer for this, but it's not FromSoft. It's just it's licensed out. Whoever is developing, I know it's licensed out.
Weird.
Yeah, it's just some other company that wanted to try. I mean, it's like how the 14 Mobile is not made by Square at all. Same deal. I wonder when we're getting the next beta test for 14. Oh no! What if the 14 beta test starts during all this shit?
Okay.
I think Japan. Right. I think Japan will be next. I don't think it'll be us. I think Japan will get the beta on their own next.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, and that's right. The first content update for Monster Hunter too. Yeah. I get Mizu and something else.
Mizu, something unknown that's equivalent to Arc Tempered, and the features that should have been in the game at launch.
Yeah, and then I don't know, maybe like because if you remember the first Rise update, Tsujimoto snuck in Basil, so he might sneak in something else too that he won't say.
I just can't believe the Gathering Hub and the Kitchen weren't in the game until the first title.
I know.
I've been parroting that I think Wilds was the worst of the three Monster Hunters on release. World, Rise, and this by far the worst.
I honestly think I put Rise at a second, World first, and then I put Wild second, World first, Rise third. In my
Rise
opinion.
if Rise had like 12 more monsters, it had way better scaling into the high rank in terms of objectives. It was way less jank to put the multiplayer together. It had the Gathering Hub. Like,
yeah, you're right, but I feel like the fall off in comparison to what I think, because I think we're gonna get a way more content.
Oh, I don't care about what we're gonna get. I care about what we have right now.
Yeah, and that's fair, because right now all we can do is just grind decos and shit.
I'm also not gonna lie. I don't want Mizu. I was so disappointed when I saw Mizu was the first
Mizu
update.
as a content patch is kind of like blah. I mean, I'm hyped for whatever else comes with Mizu.
Mm-hmm.
Like the surprise probably will be better than Mizu. But yeah, Mizu on its own, nah, you could have done better.
I didn't even remember what Rise's first title update was. I remember Devilio was Worlds.
Uh-huh.
I didn't even remember what Rise's was. I played Rise for like 3 weeks straight and then didn't touch it until right before Sunbreak. Because that's what I did the same. World, I the only free update I ever played with World was Behemoth.
Yeah.
And then I know Culve came back after Behemoth. And I think I tried Behemoth Extreme like twice. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, we're really light on content. Hell, we don't even have an Elder. That's saying something. We always had an Elder on release. We don't even have a fucking Elder Dragon. And no, Gurmagur Zoshi is I don't count the final.
Yeah, but we don't even have that.
You know?
Like we don't even have a high rank.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we don't. No. So yeah, we don't have a fucking Elder. I mean,
I'm so
World
tired
at least
of
had
hunting
Nurkagante.
man. So tired of hunting
Fuck, me too. I'm tired of hunting fucking Gore, and Gore is fucking annoying.
See, here's the thing. I don't need Gore, but Gore's double the asshole Archveld is at the very least.
Oh yeah, definitely, most definitely.
And they only have like 2 frenzied monsters in the whole thing. Like,
yeah,
it's I don't know.
And they're like weird. Like Kutku, and then I think frenzied Gypsaros. That's it.
Yeah, that's. Yen Kutku, like, yeah, ooh, thrilling. Really excited for Yen Kutku. Was definitely the frenzied monster I was hoping to beat up because I needed that thing to have even lower health. Yeah, they just stacked way too many rewards on Archveld. Like, that's the problem is there's not a good enough reason to do the other hunts that aren't Archveld.
Mm-hmm. I mean, maybe Ray Ray, a little bit.
I think when you get it in a double hunt, yeah. On a
Yeah.
single hunt, the
And
double
that's
hunts
usually
are
what
kind
I
of the
look
only
for.
thing. Yeah, but I look for double
Yeah.
hunts that have Arkveld because those usually have the best reward.
Yeah. Well, I've actually got some good rewards from like, Dosha Gumas too. Like, and like, I see a lot of gems on double hunts and hell, single hunts too. I save those as investigations.
Yeah, I definitely did not feel. After like 3 days, I was kind of done. I played it for like 5 days, I think. But by the third day, I was like, yeah, I'm done. I cannot hunt Arkveld anymore. I will continue to hunt Arkveld, but I'm already done hunting Arkveld. Not to mention that with the guaranteed gem drops, I'm literally just farming for Ardian materials more than and armor spheres more than anything.
Oh yeah. Which again, you can kind of. It's a long way of doing it, but you can kind of save some Ardian weapons.
You can also just not hunt monsters at all to make Ardian weapons and just fucking go get plants and shit, and it's way better.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've definitely had my fair share of complaints about wilds. Definitely not to play at me for more than a week. I'd rather go back and play World or something. To be fair, World also has like 2 years of updates behind it, but that's besides the point.
Yeah.
It just makes it stand out even more. All right, I've got 2 minutes. I'm very much in survive the show mode.
So it's going to be majority me. Okay, got it.
Probably not majority you, but I'm saying, go nuts.
Yeah. Can do.
Can do.
Go to the Reddit Discord.
Yeah. I'm going to do that. All right. Two weapons feels like a gimmick. No, I can think of a legitimate reason for more hardcore hunters to have 2 weapons, but not me. I just want to bonk.
Save the new.
Are you trying to decide what to drink? The last minute?
Yeah.
I would love to have a bev, but if I do, I'm not making raid. I will just fall asleep.
You're not making the show. Yeah. You're
No, I'll make the show. I won't
going.
make raid later, though. I have raid in 5 hours.
Oh, Jesus Christ. People.
They asked if I wanted to cancel. I said, no, I'll probably just be tired. Now I'm like, should have just said yes.
You should have just canceled. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, get your taste in because we are at noon. Are you ready to go?
Ready, spaghetti. Let's do this.
All right. Let me do one last thing and then we should be all set. All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to State of the Realm. The content drought, it be coming to an end, and thus the shows, they be coming back. Yeah, like I said, we don't try not to force too many shows in between everything, because do you really need a billion doom and gloom episodes and content droughts? I don't think so, but now we're here to bring you some exciting talking about the latest live letter, and I've been awake for 11 hours already, so excuse me if my English sounds just about as good as you just heard. I'm one of your hosts, Mr. Happy, and of course joining me with his very naturally lit background is Sly. Hello.
Hi, I'm alive.
Are you not supposed to be alive?
I mean, given the length, maybe not as long as you, but the length I've been up, because I kind of woke up right before the live letter, just pretty much like 30 minutes before the live letter. So,
Okay.
yeah, I'm live. I'm good.
Yeah. I set my alarm for 1:30, normal for me. I usually start stream to get ready to go around 2, but I naturally woke up at 1:03, so I couldn't even get to the full sleep I wanted. Because once I was awake, Ivy was awake, and I was like, oh, shit. All right. Wasn't happening. All right. But yeah, we're going to talk about Live Letter 86, our part 2 live letter for patch 7.2. Long anticipated, as Dawn Trail's earlier sections of its expansion have been relatively criticized for lack of content. And that discussion will likely continue into the 7.2 bit because of the schedule. Before we get started, just a reminder to everyone that SteelSeries is a sponsor of the channel. I said I would be better about that in this year, and I haven't been, because we haven't done too many shows, and B, because I've been relatively distracted in real life, especially throughout the beginning of the year, especially throughout the last 2 weeks. So I'm trying to be better about it. I even have their new mouse pads they just released there in the back. Well, and I have one of them right here. Exclamation mark SteelSeries in the Twitch chat or on the YouTube side. There's always a link with a discount code in the comment section, in the description. See, I can't speak. I can't do it. It just doesn't happen. Oh, man.
We'll get you through the show. We will get you through the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we got you.
See, here's the thing. I look like the one that's always full of energy, right? But Sly has the consistency down, right? Like he's got his flow of energy is consistent the whole way. Now, before we get into the live letter, Sly.
Okay.
Or at least before we get into the game details. First, what do you have in your beverage cup?
I have Joseph A. Magnus Cigar Blend. This is one of my unicorns that I got found in the wild right before Christmas. Definitely one of the best bourbons you can probably ever have. Highly recommend.
Number 2, are you upset that the Zodiac and Heidelin whiskeys are already sold out?
Honestly, no. Honestly, no. And see, okay, here's the thing. The whiskeys they've done this kind of collaboration before with same company, Mahagan, and again, I'm a stickler for my whiskeys. I'm a stickler for my bourbon. If you noticed, those whiskeys are a little bit on the light side, on the lighter side, in terms of color. So I don't know if they gave an age statement. I was looking up to see if they had an age statement. And they didn't have one. So they're relatively, I would say relatively younger whiskeys. I would say at least 2 year. I would, if I had to guess, I'd say 2 years, which is very, very light on age. And you can tell because they're really, really light. They're not as dark. Maybe the Zodiac one was a little bit, but yeah.
He did say the Zodiac one was the stronger of the two. So
okay. But yeah, either way, and typically, and I haven't had a Mahagan ever, so can't say this, but in comparison to American whiskeys, Japanese whiskeys are typically on the lighter side. Mahagan mostly is, I think they said it was 47, so I want to say 95, 96 proof, which ain't bad, but I honestly don't think the flavor is going to be there. But if anyone tries it, if anyone gets it, please tell me how it tastes. I need nose notes, I need palate, finish, everything. Give me everything, please.
I will say I did have, I think it was Final Fantasy 15 wine. They had like, maybe it wasn't 15, but they had the Ifrit and Shiva wines some years ago.
Yeah.
And I did get them, and I did have both. They were not very good. I'll be honest. The Shiva one, I think the Shiva was a white wine, and that was okay if you're a fan of white wines. The Ifrit red wine wasn't very good. So I can't say that I'm in the highly in the recommended category for those wines. You're really paying for the packaging more than anything. It's like buying Beats by Dre. Not a great headset. You're buying them because they have Dr. Dre's name on them.
Right.
So yeah, that's not the greatest. So okay, with that, we can get into actually talking about the show. I actually scrolled up too high and I ended up going all the way back to the previous live letter briefly. This was a pretty exciting live letter. At least for me.
Okay. Yeah, it's exciting. I think for a lot of people, maybe including you, part of the reason is the drought, of course.
Right.
Yeah, the big content drought. And again, like you said, as the show started, as of recent, there's been a lot of doom and gloom in 14. And like I've seen over the past couple weeks, maybe three weeks, a lot of, doom and gloom videos. Is Dawn Trail the worst expansion ever? I mean, fuck, we just started, shut up. But I didn't just start.
We started like fucking 10 months ago. So it's so
10
funny.
months ago.
I get 0 recommended Final Fantasy 14 videos on YouTube. I'm so like cleansed of watching it.
I don't know, because most of my recommended videos are A, food, B, Smosh Reddit things, and then shorts about suits because I like to show suits. And then for some random reason, I'll get a video about, hey, why is Dawn Trail so terrible? I fucking hate Wooklamon. And like, I didn't really look for this, but thanks, YouTube. Great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
For me, no, it's not that. Because I'm very disciplined at playing other things. I mean, I've been doing my whole Final Fantasy Platinum thing. Yeah. Plus I've had plenty of, like, I'm okay in between. Like, I have a far healthier relationship with the game than I used to. So,
and that's another thing. But happy. We shouldn't play other things. It's not healthy for the game.
I will say this, that I don't find the go play something else. Like, yes, it's a funny joke to make because Yoshi P, but I will say that you shouldn't shut down criticism about the game. Like, I agree for certain it's healthier to have a relationship with the game where you do step away from it and like comfortably step away and step back into it whenever you want. That being said, that doesn't necessarily mean, like, some people use it as a means of shutting down feedback. And then some people also just genuinely like way too index hard on one thing. It's a little bit on both. It's both sides taking things to extremes. So I will say that. But also, you should definitely play other things. The game's always been designed that way, and the beginning of Dawn Trail has very much been in support of that thought, because I can't imagine. There are some people who I just genuinely can't figure out how they log in as often as they do. They're the ones who end up being upset too, and I'm just like, I can figure out why. Oh yeah? Do you just date other people when you're in a committed relationship? How does that work out? Chat.
And see, I don't use it as a complete dismissal of feedback as well. One, for myself personally, like, I just love way too many fucking games. And so, yeah, when there's nothing to do, of course I'm gonna, go do some other shit. And yes, I understand that the overall health of the game is dependent on the player base. What I don't believe is that, hey, if we lose someone, we're more than likely to lose them permanently, and they just completely. Yeah,
I've seen enough retired raiders be like, next patch, that's it, I'm done. Anyone need anyone? Anyone recruiting?
Yeah.
Recruiting's like, you motherfucker. Stop calling yourself retired. I'm in the retired raid group. What does that mean?
and we've been in this game for so long. We've been in it. You've been longer than me, but we've been in this game so long that we've seen the wave. And this is just another fucking wave. It happens every time. And I was talking about this with someone else. I remember when, remember the start of fucking Stormblood and how we were doom and gloom and fucking Stormblood.
No, doom and gloom. So you're not incorrect. The start of Stormblood and the start of Dawn Trail are actually very identically similar.
Very
but here's
similar,
the thing.
yeah.
The start of every expansion is identically similar. The difference being Stormblood ended
I would
up
say
being
Shadowbringers less so than any other.
Yes, I completely agree. But here's the thing. Shadowbringers had the least doom and gloom for two reasons. One, there was a very good reason why we were in a content drought for a lot of Shadowbringers, and it was very much out of everyone's control. Number two, Stormblood ended up being one of the most content-dense expansions we ever had released. So everyone came into Shadowbringers with a great deal more patience than they had because for some people, they still had to go back and do Eureka like after the fact. Like Eureka ended up being Shadowbringers content for people and not Stormblood content. Like that's just the nature of how it worked out. With Dawn Trail, it's coming after Endwalker, which for some people was a major high in a 10-year story, now being followed up by what is a very much ground level, new character introduction with some historic characters, which even then, foregoing that, a lot of people have criticisms about individual story elements, both some that are fair and some that I think are exaggerated. But two, Endwalker was historically not a good MMO expansion. They themselves claim they used it as a means of getting all of their like solo elements in play so that anybody could just pick up and play the game more directly.
Right.
And the few things they tried to do that were new, quite frankly, didn't land, like Island Sanctuary. So that patience is greatly diminished after the fact. And so when Dawn Trail starts off and the things people are looking forward to aren't really going to be there until almost a year later, it's a fair criticism to say that this whole beginning of the expansion thing doesn't work as well. But what we might see is by the end of this expansion, people have more patience at the start of the next one, still in disdain if they do the same thing, but more likely to tolerate whatever the start of 8.0 looks like if they still have stuff that they're looking back on that's unfinished from the previous expansion.
Yeah.
So there's so many facets to it that are both legitimate and exaggerated. Mostly, a lot of the times exaggerated for sake of entertainment and or, it's the current buzz, I suppose. It's hard to tell the difference without watching any individual and their kind. I literally don't watch 14 content ever. So every time someone's like, hey, did you see that new 14 video? I'm like, no. Literally, my YouTube page is all either like it's like medical videos or clips of Brooklyn Nine-Nine right now. Like that's 90% of what's there. And you know actually there are Final Fantasy 14 videos that get recommended to me. My own, for some reason. The only person it recommends is my own. I guess because I'm the only it just goes, well, that's the only 14 creator you ever watch. I was like, watch! I am that guy! Why are you recommending me my own videos? Stupid YouTube. I want to fucking watch me. Why would I do that? I don't even want to listen to my own voice when I edit. You want to make me watch my own videos? Shit. It's like I'm being waterboarded in the YouTube form.
Oh my God.
Shut up, past haps. And we have to talk about that note here because we did get a teaser of pretty much everything. They even went in game for Cosmic Exploration, Occult Crescent, even PvP. They went in, and that was some fun stuff.
First fight of Arcadian.
First fight of the Arcadian, right? So we got a lot of in-game presentation. And we also got the exact schedule of what we're getting. And it is the usual staggered release. And the staggered release is something we've always had. But everyone's their patience is at
it's wearing thin. And this is one thing I really wanted to talk about because it's been highly discussed as of recent. So one of the big talking points has been the patch cadence and in terms of the content and hey there and we get a live letter and we get a trailer and hey, you're getting all this in 7.2 and or yada yada yada, and it's well, you're getting this in 7.21, 7.25, 7.21965, so on and so forth.
Right.
And people have solutions, certain content should be released early, if not at the beginning of the expansion. Certain content, you know, should be spaced out, and we should get more. What is or what would be the happy medium?
Because it's yeah, it's funny, Sly.
That was not fucking intended. Shut up. But yeah, what would be the happy medium where, you know, I guess because not everyone's going to be content, but what would be the happy medium where the majority of players are content? Because there's the option to kind of, you know, for Square to kind of blow their load at the beginning of the expansion and just front load everything.
Big fan of blowing my load immediately.
or front load certain things, you know, Cosmic Exploration or Crescent, or Occult Crescent, front load that. But I have a thing about Occult Crescent, which is like, I have a thing about which we'll talk about later.
Yeah.
Or just space it out.
I think in isolation of looking at one patch and foregoing everything that came before it as a means of determining it, that the cadence of the staggering is fine.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is how long it takes to get to the patch you want and then to see it staggered. That becomes so it really is, again, a victim of previous decisions. And I do think that even if Cosmic Exploration was timed earlier for the expansion, I really think everything that's previewed for an expansion should be out by 0.15. If you're going to preview it in all of the fan fests, it should be something that's out within the first like 6 to 7 months of the expansion. Because what you're like, Beastmaster, we know we're getting Beastmaster. We're not going to see Beastmaster for another like 9 months probably. Like, it's late Dawn Trail. Like, it almost would have been better to have never mentioned it and then just surprise us with it close. Like Blue Mage, we didn't know we were getting Blue Mage until a fan fest. And then they're like, by the way, it's coming out in like 2 weeks. And we're like, what the okay. And I think that's like, I know they want to like detail everything they're going to do for the whole expansion. That's like kind of always been their MO. But I think you need to show, because especially with the way they're going to be, but we'll talk about it later with the way they're doing Occult Crescent, it definitely actually lends itself to an earlier release cadence. And obviously they didn't finish it and then sit on it for, 9 months. They timed it specifically for this patch. And that's the thing. I think they need to reconsider timing it for this era of time.
And another thing to consider, and this is not me being an apologist, it's just something I think of in the back of my head. The development cycle for each piece of content, like when they announce it or when they say they're working on it, one, how long is it going to take? Is it already prepared? Because like you said, Occult Crescent was prepared. It was prepared. It was earmarked specifically for this time frame. But what about other content? Like how long? Like one thing I take into account when I see the patch cadence is, okay, well, they're maybe working on certain things or maybe hashing out a few kinks in certain content. And I honestly, I mean, even for playing this game for how long I have, I don't know how the sausage is made. So I can't speak on,
Just imagine Yoshi P cramming content into the top of a
just grinding some meat.
And then the casing, just holding the casing as a
But yeah, I can't speak on like how long development takes for certain content. But like it makes me, take that into consideration. Like, we're not going to be able to get this initially, but they're working on it. And it's like, okay, I can understand that, but a little bit. I can understand that a little bit. But,
it's just I think the what they've built, it's just I think it's just showing its cracks. Because here's the thing. I wouldn't step away from 14 for its release cadence. Again, I just have a healthy enough relationship to want it all that time and to be able to criticize it all that time, but still want to play it when it comes out. Like that's the mindset that I generally function in. But that doesn't mean it shouldn't there shouldn't be feedback and it shouldn't change and it shouldn't get better.
Right.
And since this has been a discussion so much, I want to be clear about that because everyone thinks that we're just like, oh yeah, they're just doing it, so it's fine. No, we still want change. We're just also going to talk about the content, objectively without considering before and after.
And again, what we're getting, and I'm not shitting on anybody's opinion or anything because it's feedback and it is constructive feedback. Hopefully it is. But what was I going to say? Yeah, I'm not discounting anyone's opinion. I'm not discounting any feedback because again, that's what it is. We're not shitting on the game. We as consumers, we paid a sub for a fucking reason. We love this game. So if we didn't, we would just happily accept everything that was given to us.
Yeah. And but you know what? I probably, as long as I like this content, I will do it when it comes out. But I wish I didn't have to wait this long, especially because Cosmic Exploration is going to be 2 days separated from Clair Obscur. So, all right. So now to actually talk about it. So they did have a trailer. I'm not going to show it because, quite frankly, I'm too fucking tired to even watch it back again. Just straight up, I don't have the energy to do it right now. Pretty good trailer. I was surprised at how much it initially indexed on Occult Crescent, given it is still some weeks away. But I think they understand it's a major content and they wanted to feature it pretty prominently. Cosmic is also there as well. And then a lot of story bits. And I mean, honestly, I was really pleased with the Point 1 story. So I'm very excited to see the Point 2. And it looks like it's... I still swear it's like a horror. They're trying to go for like a horror theme a little bit with, if I see Sphene smile at me like that one more time, I'm ready for her to just pull out the knife. So it's frightening. So I was excited for all the bits that were there. Beatrix, Forked Tower, Occult Crescent, and we actually did get to see all 4 Arcadian bosses. Although it looks like they're keeping the transformation of the final boss completely out of the trailer.
Right.
Which was a surprise. I was surprised they actually did show us all 4 bosses. Some people are suggesting, so there's one in there that's like a horrible abomination that is in a wall and is teleporting around and doing different AoEs. Some have suggested that might be Brute Bomber, but in a fucked up experiment form. So it's as a reminder, the ether sickness that they get from transforming eventually kills them. And they're subdued on one of the higher floors. I wonder if we see him early on and then he kind of throughout the first couple of fights, he subdues and then they have to jail him away. And when we go there, he gets unleashed on us. That's the theory that's actually him because of his bracelets. He has the same bracelets as Brute Bomber does. So he might just be really fucked up in some capacity, but I don't know if that's him for certain, but we have kind of seen and or had the other 3 teased throughout either screenshots or the previous live letter. And so be an interesting twist. It is supposed to be kind of a dark twist on stuff happening behind the scenes and wrestling federations and stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if he actually ends up being an abomination. And I bet he'd be the 3rd fight again to boot.
Oh my God. For some reason, I'm thinking the Lalafell is the 3rd fight.
I think the Lalafell is the 2nd fight. Oh, so okay, let's go through things in order because I'm jumping ahead. Okay. Let's go through. Let's start going through things in order. So patch will be March 25th. We knew this already, but they said it again. And let me rephrase. They didn't say it before, but they said late March, and there's only one Tuesday in late March. So it was pretty much a foregone conclusion. There will be a 24-hour.
Plus, again, the 19. Plus, the 19-week math.
Yes, and that does support my usual 19-week math. And then they just did a brief overview. Here's MSQ, here's the Underkeep, here's the new trial. 1 totem per clear on the trial again.
So you're thinking pretty short fight.
I'm thinking Enrage is 10.5 minutes. Usually that's what it means. It means a 10.5 minute Enrage versus a 12.5 or a 13.5 like it normally is for the other 2 totem fights. So yeah, groups that are really well geared, once they have gear from Savage, will probably beat it in 8 minutes. And with crafted gear, you'll probably beat it in like 9 in a decent group with like a good amount of time to spare. But I mean, that does mean 99 runs for them out. Unless they're going to start changing the prices on those later down the line, then, you know, that means a lot of runs. Now, they finally went out of their way to do 2 things. So they did this actually in an interview yesterday that they released with Famitsu, as well as...
The Famitsu interview.
Yeah. They also did 4Gamer and Game Watch, all of those. Savage will be releasing 1 week after patch. They had not said that until the last couple of days. So everyone's taking off work like,
right.
Confirm it?
We have been waiting on that news, like you especially, like.
But they not only did that, they confirmed that will be the way it is from now on for point 2 and point 4.
Okay.
So there is no more questioning from now on that they are going to do that. We will have the 1 week delay forever. Now, on expansion launch, probably still that 1 month kind of like total gap, the 2 weeks and the 2 weeks. But point 2 and point 4 will have a 1 week delay. Whereas the crafted gear will come out on 7.2. This is the same as 6.2 and 6.4 as well. Yeah, Sly made bank. Sly made so much more money in 6.2 and 6.4 than he normally makes because the market was not like cornered as much by the people like hiring specific crafters. All of the raiders had to go to the market board or decided to go to the market board. So the sales were pretty consistent.
Oh, no. See, I didn't do market board. Fuck that.
Yeah, I know. You took
Fuck
pre-orders.
that. I'm grassroots.
Yeah.
Grassroots. And I will do the same.
Yeah, you just do pre-orders for everyone because no one's in a rush. So you don't have to be anyone's bitch.
Yeah.
You just got to get to it as quick as possible. Unreal is Suzaku, as we knew. That's going to be a disaster. Suzaku way harder than Byakko.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Because people can't play Simon.
No, that's not the reason. It's because she just randomly pulls you in or pushes you back with just a cast bar. Nobody pays attention to cast bars. That's why sweep the leg kills people.
Oh, my God.
Like, think of sweep the leg kills people because they don't look at cast bars.
But the thing is, like, sweep the leg is a lot quicker than the push and pull.
Sly.
It's a lot.
Sly,
quicker.
it happens at the same time after he does 2 fucking jumps. He grabs a tank, slams them, grabs another tank, slams them, and then does it. And you have like 30 seconds to figure out that sweep the leg is coming.
But I'm just saying the push and pull, like, at least I pay attention. I pay attention to it, so I know they'll either run out or just, you know, vice versa. Like it's way more forgiving, I think.
I think you're full of it. Dude, I'm afraid of the bird placements in phase 1. Before even getting to phase 2, I am afraid of the bird placements.
Oh, God. Oh, man. I forgot about that. There is a complete phase 1 that we have to do.
Yeah. I'm worried.
Yeah.
Sakura's coming back after being gone for nearly 3 years as well.
Yay.
I mean, I really liked Sakura. Sakura, I think, the problem with Sakura was getting around the map took too long, and they seem to have largely
and they talked about it, and they kind of rectified a few things, which great. Like, hey, everybody go mid. Yeah, I'll be there in like a minute. Not anymore.
Yeah. Then they briefly talked about job adjustments. Big thing is they have confirmed Picto will be nerfed very minorly, I assume, in this patch.
I think so. I think so too.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna hit.
It'll still be it'll probably still be the strongest job right now. But
no. So here's the thing: in full uptime, Picto is kind of in an okay balanced spot right now, but it still is a dominant pick within the caster role. So I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna hit the potency on the hammer, because the hammer is subsequently a really strong uptime tool, but it's also one of the biggest benefits you get out of downtime, like Fru has. So I think that by hitting that, they knock it down only a slight bit in full uptime, and they start to kind of address the problem they had with the balance for it in Fru as well. So I think that's what they'll do, and that's probably the right decision. But they also said melee DPS are going to be getting a buff.
Great.
Dragoon probably getting it.
I mean,
Sly.
Great. Yay.
They didn't mention Fizz range at all. I can't help but notice.
Sorry? I don't know what to tell you. Oh God. Like the monthly Dragoon buff is still a thing. And we didn't ask for this shit. Like I'm in a good place. I'm in a good place. I'm okay. And yet we still get buffs. I don't know why. And quick thing going back to Picto, I think Star Prism maybe get a nerf too.
Possible. I think it's specifically the painted skills are the ones that I would be looking at. Because like if they hit the combos, I don't think that has the impact that they want. I think they probably want to hit any of the painted skills.
Yeah.
But Fizz ranged, of course. Great. What's it called? So new crafted gear, obviously. Duty support for Sunken Temple of Karn. New tomestones, all that usual stuff.
Quick
Cosmic Exploration. Cosmic Exploration is in 0.21. Occult Crescent is in 0.25. Alongside the Mammal Jaw and Hildebrand.
Hildebrand. Yeah.
Yeah. So then they actually got into in-game showcasing, and they showed off M5 or Cruiserweight M1, whichever you prefer. And it is our friend Dancing Green, aka Bunny Frogman.
The funky ninja disco frog from Persona 4.
Yes. And I already can tell I'm gonna love this fight. Now,
because it's a DDR fight.
No.
I know what you mean.
That's so okay. There's something very particular that people may not have noticed, that as a rhythm game player, if this wasn't on purpose, I will be surprised. So
the mechanics moves to the beat.
Yes, very in particular. There's a different version of the track out of combat as in combat.
And in combat, yeah, I heard that.
And his attacks are to the beat of the in combat version of the music.
Yep.
So I'm just a big fan of that.
Okay. So do you feel like mechanically speaking that makes, I mean, this is the first fight of the tier. Do you feel mechanically that makes the fight a little bit more, because fights are already a dance anyway. It's like choreography anyway. So it makes it more of a dance, but do you feel like having that makes the fight easier because, you know, if we're already jamming the music anyway, because we
so here's the thing. A lot of people don't play with the music on, so it's not even going to be an advantage. A lot of people just put on their own like playlists and shit in the background while they're raiding.
That's fair.
So that's going to be completely lost on them. Number two, just because somebody can hear that it's to the music doesn't necessarily mean they have the rhythm, or they're like rhythmically inclined.
Rhythmically inclined, yeah.
Yeah. So it may not even be that useful for them. But for people who are, I think it is another way to actually remember the timeline along with the song. It's something I've always said about like Ultimate, or like great example, Phase 2 M4S is always to the exact same parts of every song. So it's very easy to remember exactly what is happening and what you're supposed to do when you can co-correlate it with the music in the background.
Right.
Because the music resets when you wipe. It goes back to the out of combat music. It's actually not too, so a fight that actually has very dynamic music, probably the most dynamic music of any Savage fight, is Bahamut, because all of the different parts of answers have to play in such a way.
Play in sequence. Yeah. Like, I get it. Yeah.
And not only that, but they don't, there's no guarantee you're going to get through certain parts of the song at the same time. So it's based on the phase you actually are in. So it needs to go between the musical phases pretty much seamlessly at every point. So we've seen that they're pretty good at making this stuff work consistently. And I'm curious. I really hope that it does work the way it sounds like it's working, because in what they showed, it was exactly to the beat.
Right.
So I think it's more than likely a more dynamic.
Do you think we see tempo changes too, based on how further the fight goes on?
So we see a tempo change right in the normal mode, actually, in the first bit. The first bit he just goes and just does the one side. Then to the beat, he goes
And
then he does.
Yeah.
We did also get to see the gear. A lot of it's very Arcadian casual wear.
Yeah, and I'm a fan of it.
The weapons. The weapons.
I need to see my spear. I want to see the spear, and I want to see the machinist gun in particular.
The gunblade's a chunker, and they literally have a literal doom fist for Monk now.
I saw that. Holy shit! I'm glad you weren't the only one who said Doomfist. Yeah.
I was sooner. I started like that's the closest we'll get to Ratatan weapons ever, because they're almost like they're so big they're practically shields. So that was dope. The phys range hard to see. That you can't really see the weapon, but you can see the gear. The gear is all fine. I'm not like wild about it, but I don't hate it, but I'm not wild about it. You know.
Right.
But I also have no fashion sense anyway, so who gives a shit what I think? The very PSO2 style daggers.
Oh yeah. The red mage weapon. Holy shit.
Yeah, the red mage weapon was a personal favorite also. Didn't care much for the white mage one. The scythe is cool. But yeah, it was I was pleased mostly with the weapons, the gear, again, whatever. I'm not wild about casual wear, but I'm not a glam fiend. So I'm like not the person to even like, my opinion means nothing. I just wear whatever the current, like I'm wearing the full chaotic set right now, not because it looks cool, but because it's just what I have. Like that's what I have glammed on is the full chaotic set. So just so people be like, wow, that guy has the full chaotic set. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care how dumb I look. I don't care. I look like a fucking bird. Okay. Then we got the PvP updates. And while we do have secure, it's not the only thing that's happening with PvP. So for one, as a reminder, they confirmed in the last live letter in the official digest that the series rewards, old series rewards, would start returning this patch.
Took them long enough.
Yes, we can finally stop asking about when that's going to start happening because it should be 7.2 according to the official digest. But they also added role actions exclusive to large-scale PvP that'll work in all of them, not just secure.
Yeah. Now, they only showed, for the example, they only showed one of each, right? But we get three. You get three choices, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The only other choices we can really tell, so you can actually hold up like a Google Translate app and try to get the answers. Like one of them for caster was Phantom Dart, and I don't remember the other one off the top of my head. And there's enough uses of Phantom Dart in the game that we can probably figure out what that means. But if I'm going to try to grab the names of the tank ones real quick. Might have to zoom in. Yeah, let me zoom in real quick. Let's see. Looks like I see one that looks like Rampart. Yeah, one's Rampart and one's Full Swing. So we've actually had those before. I forgot what Full Swing used to do when we had it, but Rampart is probably just an additional defensive, I would assume.
Yeah. And then it's funny that they took for the Fizz range, they took Dervish from Lost Dervish?
Yeah, that's Dervish is originally from Bozia. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then so Rampage is one of the tank ones. Rampage is the like helping my team do more damage. Rampart is the stay alive. And I can't remember what Full Swing did. I know it's an old PvP action. I just don't remember what its effect was. And it probably does something similar to what it used to do. Stoneskin 2 is returning, which is hilarious. Swift is for melees. I assume Swift is going to be for finalizing kills so you don't get peeled off someone and or for getting away.
Yeah, because like it's like YoshiP said it's to get home. No, I'm chasing down bitches with Swift. I'm chasing down bitches. Like it usually happens because like when you're in a fight, especially in PvP maps these days and you're a DPS and you want to go after that kill but you really can't because you're not sprinting, you're just fucking attacking and then they get away with like an inch of their life. Yeah, I'm using Swift for that. That's what I'm using.
So chat has informed that the original Full Swing would do a 1200 potency attack. I don't know if that's potency is going to stay the same because I think they would scale it probably 12,000 now.
Yeah.
But it also had a 15 yalm knockback. So it's a disengage.
So wait, 12,000. So you think the roll action is going to be like a really, really strong.
That's really, not really that strong. 12,000 damage is not a lot. in PvP. You got to remember that potency in PvP.
Well, to be fair, what is
1 to
common?
1. I mean,
did they show the
a lot of
potency of
actions
Comet?
are 6 to 8, like random, like just combo actions are like 6 to 8,000 most times.
Yeah.
So I mean, 12,000 if you have it as just like an off global, not that bad. But that's, and keep in mind, I'm saying if it's 12,000, 1,200 is what it was before.
Yeah.
We don't know what it is, so I'm just going to assume that maybe they would just bump it.
And the reason I say Comet, because like Comet looks really strong, and I can imagine like, and the thing about Comet is like you are stuck in it, like you're just there. So I can imagine, you know, if you're really you know, gaming and gaming as a team, I can imagine some CC, and depending on how long, I've like the Comet cast, it didn't look that long, but it didn't look that short either. It's kind of like a good medium for the cast time, but I can just imagine like a bunch of casters, like just get like 4 or 5 casters and then just cast Comet. Massive death.
I just wish we had bushes to hide in. Just comment someone as they're going by. Just have somebody like bind them in place.
La casters, and they're just all casting.
Yeah, and then you just bind the motherfucker, and then just comment him down.
Yeah.
Although Comet probably doesn't go through guard, so it's probably, you got to wait till somebody's guard is actually already used.
Yeah, and that's why I said like you would definitely want to CC before you know, casting. You want to be you know, team gaming.
But it's interesting. I mean, just adding a little more life to the large scale PvP modes. So I'm never going to say no to that. Then other than that, they reminded people of what the rules are to secure. It makes sense. Anyone who started playing in the last 3 years.
Because a lot of people haven't seen security. It's been 3 years. So we've gotten a lot of new players. So definitely understandable that they would have to explain it.
Yeah. And then they explain the new stuff. So like when you're standing on one of the points to try either trying to capture it or defending it, anyone who's just near a point in the capture zone gets a massive damage buff. Makes things like full swing definitely more considered, because if you can remove someone from the node and they lose the buff, and then you can somewhat keep them out of it, it's going to go a long way.
Yeah.
And then, you know, in the middle, they have the Allegan weaponry. They've changed them slightly. There's like a gold one, and the actual rules for engagement there are different. Yeah, there's like towers to take. So like that's how it worked before, but it's been reworked the way that the actual machinery functions in the game. And we actually got to see this later. There's a new UI element that gives you timers relevant to like when they become available, when they're going to go away, how long until they spawn.
Is such a good quality of life. Because I mean, like, because we played it enough, we kind of like, people kind of got a sense of the timing, like, hey, mid's about to pop. Yeah. So now we don't have to, you know, depend on, you know, certain people within our alliance. We can just look at a timer. And
yeah, I mean, it was usually like, oh, this always happens. Like, let's say the instance timer was like 20 minutes. Be like, oh, this always happens at 18:45, and this always happens at 18, and like, yeah, that was generally what it was before. Or it's like always exactly 3 minutes after this thing, and yeah, people just know all that stuff, and now you don't need to. There's going to be a UI element.
And for this particular quality of life, do you think it shifts to other PvP modes? Do you think they will shift it to other PvP modes, such as like, I don't know, Chatter? I mean,
for any of that,
even though you talk shit about Chatter, but like, yeah, like, do you think they shift it to where, hey, these nodes are about to pop up, here's the timer?
I don't think that Shatter would benefit from people being alerted to ice spawning when and where. I feel like Shatter kind of
not the where, but just the when.
Well, I mean, but the when is relevant to when they're being. So you'd have to create timers for every ice, effectively. Then again, it's been a while since I haven't played the new Shatter map, so maybe you don't need to worry about that. Because doesn't Shatter? Yeah, because they changed Shatter. Shatter's not the way it was before.
I mean, they show you like the map itself will show you, like, you know, hey, this is about to pop up in like a few like.
Oh well, then what do we need this for? They already have it then. They don't need this. They have that already. They have it. It has its own.
Okay. Here's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, the map will show you. The map will show you like 30 seconds. You have 30 seconds to get there and get ready. but usually there's a period in between that where like nothing's fucking happening, nothing's up.
I mean, that's
It's just,
fine. They
you
still
know,
give you the heads up. That 30 seconds is really all you need for
okay,
Shatter.
fair.
So
Okay.
I don't think no. I think if they add a mode, they'll just start doing this by default. That's something that they feel like needs it, but I don't think this needs it.
Steel Rock, well, not Steel Rock.
I mean, you could add it for the nodes. I don't think Seal Rock needs it for the nodes.
Yeah.
Personally. This also has the teleporters to go directly middle whenever an objective is about to
Thank
occur or is currently
fucking
happening.
God.
And you have invincibility when you land, so nobody can camp the teleporter and just knock you off immediately when you get there, which I fully expected to be a thing until I saw that you got invincibility. So there's that. But yeah, that's really just when objectives in the center are spawning. So if they're not like always active.
Yeah.
And I like that because the map feeling too big, especially going mid, like going up.
Yeah,
the
yeah, and
ramp.
like I said at the beginning, like, hey, go mid. Okay, I'll be there in like a minute and a half.
Yeah.
Like from like east bumfuck of the map. Yeah, I'll be there in a minute and a half, and we got to climb the fucking tower to get up there and everything. Yeah, and we got teleporters. Thank God.
Then he just quickly like ran around the map and did a few of the things that he showed off. There's not really much to take away from that, but the big thing is that he showed off a quality of life that we actually only found out about yesterday, again, in the Famitsu interview. You can now, your mount cast is no longer interrupted by your actual movement, so you can cast your mount while moving, which means you don't need to stop and use your mount anymore.
And this isn't just for PvP. This is in everything.
He made sure to clarify that so people didn't. He's like, wait, shit, I'm in a PvP zone. It's not only for PvP.
Yeah, it's not only for PvP. It's out in the wild, everything. Like, so yeah, you can run and queue up your mount and there. And yeah that's a really good quality of life. I've been waiting for years. He
even says we finally did it after 10 years.
Yeah. I feel like Yoshi P is kind of poking the bear. It's kind of fucked up. He's poking the bear there a little bit.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if you want to be the one making that joke, Yoshi P.
Yeah.
People would be like,
don't poke the bear.
It's not funny when you do it. Yeah. Also, speaking of quality of life, we can jump ahead a little bit because it's in the same vein. Sprint in Sanctuaries now has a bonus effect called Jog.
Jogging. Yes.
Yeah. After your sprint runs out, you get sort of like a temporary like peloton level speed. And it's going to make traversing in areas with shorter runs a little bit better. It works in Sanctuaries out in the world too. We don't know if it just works outside of combat or if it works specifically in Sanctuaries. Because in the interviews, it said safe areas / like that's the Japanese translation for Sanctuary.
So your hubs, your hubs basically
the Aetherites.
The Aetherites mainly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, yeah, like, I mean, great. Honestly, I use Aetherites to get around, so it's really not a bother to me.
Well, it's for wherever you want to make like a short run and not have to mount up, which is now not that big a deal because you can mount, but also in cities where you literally can't mount up.
Can't mount. Yeah, exactly.
So it's just a nice little quality of life, especially think more so for like a player who's brand new to the game, who has to do a lot of running around through the towns and the early quests and whatnot. It is while the max level players are totally down for it, the effective use for a new player is immediately appreciated and bumps up the speed of how quickly they can get around and do things a lot better. So I think you're going to see a lot of new players really enjoying that, especially before they get them out at level 20. So and then there's a couple of other quality of lives that they went into later, but I'll wait till we get to those naturally.
Yeah.
They showed off the tombstone gear and it's all Final Fantasy 9.
Okay. All right. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I get that this is Final Fantasy 9 coded. I get it. I am not a fan. I think it is the most fucking gear I've ever seen for tombstone gear. I am not the hugest fan. I mean, like the very first one, we saw it's Steiner, of course. Yeah, we get
Honestly, I look at that. Obviously, I know it's Steiner, but I see like John Dark Souls.
That's what the fucking Discord said. That's exactly what they
Oh,
did.
is
They
it? I
spelled
didn't even see that.
Yeah, like in the reaction, they spelled out Dark Souls. I'm like, oh,
this man is John Dark Soul. Steiner's the chosen undead. Unironically.
Yeah, and everything, and then like, okay, you get more FF9 coded gear, and then we got Zidane at home.
Dude, it's no. My chat came up with the best nickname for that Zidane. Timu Zidane.
Oh my god. Great value to Zidane. Great value Zidane. Timu Zidane.
Dude, Timu Zidane, I was like, yo, that's all it is from now on. That's Timu Zidane. I can't unhear that or can't unread that. So
yeah,
100%. Yeah. I actually like, what's interesting is that Freya, the Dragoon from 9, is not the Dragoon armor.
Yeah.
She is the Fizz range.
But that's
armor.
Freya's lance. That's Freya's lance, right?
Yeah. That is Freya's lance.
Yeah.
That is correct. But it was still a weird thing. And I don't recognize Amarant's gear when it's not his goofy ass wearing it. I honestly thought that was Marcus for a brief moment because of the bandana and more so than Amarant. But, you know. But honestly, I mean, I'm okay with everything. The thing I don't like is is Caster. Caster is the worst one by far.
Right.
But even the white mage one doesn't look like Garnet in the early section of the game. Like, I don't know if that's what they were going for, but I certainly don't see it. It reminds me more of the clerics and Clara.
That's the scholar book, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a scholar book on the first one, and then the Picto. Picto's right below it. It reminds me more.
What the fuck is that Picto?
I know I get that it's a palette swap. It's just not a good one.
It is. Again, I mean, I know a lot of people love 9, and I'm not trying to shit on you as Final Fantasy 9 lovers, but God, this is the most mad tombstone gear I've ever seen in years. I have never felt so strongly against tombstone gear. Like, usually tombstone gear, I'm like, it has a means to an end. It looks okay. This, I'm like, bro, this looks so mad.
Getting glammed over immediately.
Yep.
I might not. I listen. The only reason it's going to largely depend on who gets one of the other gear sets later. But I might. I'll keep on Freya's set as Fizz ranged. I'll rock the best set here.
Yeah,
I'm good to go. I already know that's my set. So. Then we went in game for Cosmic Exploration, which ended up being a lot more interesting than I thought it was going to be. So, okay, sounds like you're really excited.
Oh, you know I am. From the start, you know, everything like leaving out the zone for a second, like the just simple aesthetics, like the UI, everything looks so fucking clean. The tablet. You know, the little pop-ups, like the little, you know, mission pop-ups, everything like it means so little in the grand scheme of things, but it just looks so fucking clean. And then the actual, you know, environment, like, I don't mind. We're on the moon. I get it. Yeah. And the actual, you know, content itself, because the first things he pretty much shows off, one, Cosmo Sprint. You know, it's a, you know, pretty much infinite sprint.
It's the Island Sanctuary sprint.
Yeah, basically. The Cosmo missions are basically leave quest. Yeah, you know, 3 minute leave quest, I'd say.
Yeah, they're like the one was 2.5 minutes. Those are like the most basic ones. He says I can't imagine they get that much more involved, but still.
No. And then the mission, the mission to stop the final days. Of course, that was
obviously we know just to put the dev command in now. We should have just had Yoshi P stop the final days, and we wouldn't have had to do all of Endwalker.
yeah. We didn't have the fight thought topic EX. No. we just needed a fucking dev command. Sure. That would have been it. We wouldn't have had to fight Xenos or anything. Just dev.
Yeah, that's it. Honestly, you skipped. I can't believe you skipped past one of the biggest things that I saw for her. You just went right past it. You went right to the content from it. That
What?
It has its own separate inventory. So Island Sanctuary did this, mind you.
Yeah, it did.
And that's why it's here, because they said that they learned a lot from Island Sanctuary. But when I think back to Diadem and how much I hated my inventory during Diadem, I'm so glad they took of all the things they took from Island Sanctuary, they took that correct decision.
And okay, yeah, I did skip ahead. This available to level 10 at level 10. So
yeah.
So you pretty much already done all your crafters, correct?
No, I've been waiting for the crafting tribe. Yeah. I had no reason to do them all right away, because you don't need them all to repair and to meld anymore. So I don't need to do them all right away.
Now I kind of maybe missed this, but I didn't see, and I was kind of looking through after the live letter to see maybe I missed it. Is there a leveling aspect to this?
Yeah, you can enter at level. So when you finish the leave quest, it says EXP pops up as one of the rewards.
Okay, good, good.
So you can absolutely you can level there. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
it also
great.
syncs your level, so like you don't even though you're level 10, yeah, you don't have the skills to like do anything as good, but you can still do pretty much everything as a level 10.
Now, yeah, and see that's the thing. Like, and he said like level 10s can compete for the what is it, the star? What do they call it? The star
Yes,
what was the name of the
you can win
star
first
contributor
prize for star contributor.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. He said, yeah, you can compete at level 10. Like how much though? How much with like that little skills? How much can you compete?
Probably not enough, but I mean, we don't know entirely.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, no, it's going to be another leveling content, and it seems to largely be using. It's funny enough. It's using systems from the original Diadem before it was a crafting zone to use it in a crafting zone, because it has it's using Diadem and Bosia mechanics, oddly enough, inside of a fucking crafting zone and gathering zone. Because so the leave quest returning is kind of like a whatever thing. We don't know what the limitations on that are. I assume it wouldn't use your actual leave allowances, and they're just kind of like repeatable missions that you can spam if you're interested in
I would assume so. Like it's completely, separate. Yeah.
Right. Then we have, you mentioned the emergency mission, the final days, which we didn't actually get to see what that entails, but we know that it is like a zone-wide thing. And we also have the mech ops, which is like almost like Bosia, like it's more like a mix of like Bosia duels with just gathering content. Effectively 5 players with tickets gets selected to be like have super gathering.
Yeah, I was gonna ask how you felt about that, like, because again it did remind me of duels, and like this is currency that everybody can get. Like they can get the currency, the tickets to enter, and then if they don't get selected, they get refunded the ticket. Great.
Right.
One, for an entire zone, for an entire server, is 5 enough? Because I feel like
they did say in the interview, if you do not get selected, and maybe this was just one of the translations being that there would be some system to give you a better chance of being selected a subsequent
it's a
time.
pity.
The notoriety that we had inside of Bosia is basically the same system, on top of getting your actual ticket back, so you're not at a loss here. And,
but either way, like either way, do you feel like 5 robots is enough?
I honestly shocked they did 5. I really thought they were just going to do 1, but it is zone wide and it's only 5 minutes long, so I suspect mech ops will be pretty common.
Okay.
So it's not going to be like duels where there's just like 3 and they can only happen every 2 hours.
Right.
unless you're like hopping zones and shit. Not to mention, there's no prep. You just get selected for the mech, and then the mech even flies you to the excavation
to
zone.
the place. Yeah,
That's pretty autopilot's there. So that's good. And they said there's a couple of different mech op objectives, not just like the one we saw where they were blasting the over aspected crystals. Yeah, honestly, it just looks like a lot of fun. And they're even, you know what, I was shocked they were bringing back the star contributor thing. I really thought we weren't going to have a competitive ranking system in any manner.
But I do like the way that they're doing it in comparison to the firmament.
Yes.
The fact that, you know, it's a 24-hour thing, and, you know, actively, I think what would the be seven holograms at a time, or what?
Correct. Yeah. So
7 or 14.
Well, it's 14 days that you're a star contributor if you win, which
Right.
only every other day a star contributor can be named.
So 7.
So 7, yeah. So there's 7 holograms.
Yeah.
You can go like /C pose them, basically, like change their standing pose, and it just takes whatever glam you have. And yeah, that's their replacement to it. It's something that lasts a day, then there's a 1-day break. Lasts a day, there's a 1-day break.
1 day break. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's something that is not as permanent as Saint of the Firmament. It's not like something that will go away, which is in line with what they said. They said they wanted people to have the ability to experience basically a similar level of quality the entire time. And we didn't fully understand what that meant. Like if that meant they were going to be losing the aspect of like what it's like to build the base or whatnot. And we kind of still don't know as far as I'm concerned, because they didn't really talk about it here. But being somebody who wasn't around for the start of, you know, Ishgard, you will never experience the ranking system of Diadem and Ishgard ever, of the Firmament. So this kind of keeps it around. And as more zones release and as more time goes on, if there's any achievements associated with it, you can assume that there's at least some chance if you wanted to go out of your way to obtain it. Yes, you'd have to still probably obsess over it for a full day, but you have some chance of getting involved at some point. Just depends on how many bots there are.
There's that too. Yeah, I don't think, well, let me rephrase that. There are some people who are crazy enough to go 24 hours. I'm not one of them. Yeah, Happy asked me in the beginning, like, hey, Sly, you're gonna 24-hour this shit? Hell no, I'm too fucking old for this shit. I got shit to do outside of the game.
I might do it at some point, in all honesty.
A 24-hour fucking...
Okay. There's one thing stopping me, Sly. One thing. Only one thing.
What's that?
If I stream it, somebody's going to see I'm streaming and be like, I'm going to fucking ruin his plan right now.
You know what? I'll go ahead and submit this in video history. If the same day you do it, I'll do it. We'll do it as a team on different fucking servers. I'm really going to regret that decision. I'll pre-buy food and water and everything, and I'll be okay.
The problem is I'm not someone who can sit for 24 hours. So, and every moment I'm not sitting is a moment somebody else is getting ahead of me.
Oh no, I'm going to get up and, stretch my legs and everything.
Then you're going to fucking lose. Sit your ass down.
No.
Get one of those like $30 like ellipticals for under your...
Oh God, those things.
Listen, you don't want to get a blood
in the
clot.
other room. I would rather use that shit.
Well, then you better fucking pull it in for while you're doing it.
Oh God.
Listen, Sly.
But
I'm trying to keep you healthy through this. All right.
Science of Mech Ops, we did get the Cosmic Fortunes.
Yes.
The return of the Kupo, the Kupo Fortunes from the Firmament, and the rewards seem pretty good. We're getting a new die apparently, and we don't know if this is the only new die we're getting, but we might be getting more. I don't know, but.
I think I think there were 2 total new dies that they showed, because the second one also had a die that I'm pretty sure was brand new.
Okay. And then we did see some mounts and everything. And again, Yoshi P said, totally not rigged. Totally not rigged, even though he
Jackpots twice in a row, yeah.
Jackpots twice in a row. Yeah, totally not rigged. Totally not doing dev things. Yeah.
Yep. That's his victory stance right there.
Victory stance.
There's even like a bonus game, like and one of the rewards, like the mount was from the bonus game in particular. So you have to get the roll twice technically to get that. But I love little features like this. Honestly, my Gamba sense, this is the only reason I have to do cosmic exploration as far as I'm concerned. I just want to spin roulette wheels, man, just over and over again. I will also say that I bet there's a pterodon equivalent here.
Oh yeah.
So might be a little busy.
Oh yeah, we are.
I'm never doing the pterodon, but I might do this. We'll see.
So we of course get two currencies from this. We get the Cosmo credits for the rewards, and then the lunar credits for the fortunes, and of course the robots to be a part of the mech ops.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's yeah, I mean, that's what else is there to really say? I mean, it's just it looks good. And like we've talked about with update cadence, we now know the entire update cadence to it, and it's 1 star every patch. I'd be willing to bet they add like maybe a feature or two here or there as we're doing the other zones, things that are more representative of the stars where we're going. At the very least, the missions will probably be mildly different. Not to mention the actual environments. And so, I mean, I'm not a crafter or a gatherer, but I see that they're trying to make this appeal to non-crafters and gatherers at the same time while allowing you to level crafters and gatherers inside of it. So, I think that's working, at least for me.
Right.
And hopefully it's good. It looks it's better than Island Sanctuary already, I can tell you. And
oh yeah, it looks on paper. It looks definitely
on paper. Yes, I should say that. And not only that, but like Island Sanctuary, the instance, while an instance, has no timer. So, thumbs up for that. I think, honestly, I think the big thing with Cosmic Exploration is something we did experience with Diadem, and something that was, by nature was automatically going to be lacking from Island Sanctuary, is that sometimes tasks in a game can be very simple, and the task itself is not the thing that matters most. It is seeing the other people around you doing said same task, or cooperating, even if they're playing independently, cooperating on the same task. And I think that's the biggest thing that didn't exist in Endwalker, that exact feeling. And so I think no matter how much it effectively boils down to you are doing leaves and effectively crafting and gathering fates, I think that all it needs to be is effectively a social hub where everyone's kind of working on similar objectives, and that's kind of good enough. Like, could it be more exceptional? Almost certainly. Does it will that mean that later down the line when it's not popping, it's not maybe as interesting unless you want specific rewards? Absolutely. But I can't knock a piece of content entirely just because it's not always going to be popping. Not this style of content, at least. It's not like Delubrum, where you queue in, wait 15 minutes, get in alone, and you're like, guess I'm fucking dead. This is like people go to Diadem and work on the Pterodon alone all the time because there's something they want out of it, and it's achievable. I just hope it's a lesson learned for the future. That just sometimes having something be social is all you really need it to be, without the activities necessarily being highly difficult or even that unique in the first place.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, and then the rest of this is just like how the star contributor is actually, this is all the stuff we already went over with the holograms and
cosmic
everything.
Tools, which again we all know that
I'll make them.
For glam, there'll be good glam, but there won't be pentamelt. So if you're really looking for stats and everything, pentamelt is going to be your bet. But I mean, the ones they showed off, don't really look that shiny. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously, I don't really care about crafting and gathering, so this is just kind of an excess to me. So I can just make them because I'll be in here anyway.
Yeah, and the good part about it is you don't. And a good quality of life, thank God. You don't need to have them equipped to level them.
Yeah, you don't need them equipped.
I consider that. I mean, yeah, it makes making the gland at least easy. If you're gonna be in there doing shit, then sure, yeah, you can level them easier than it is to actually do a crafter gatherer relic, I guess.
Yeah. They took a short break and then they came back and did Occult Crescent. A lot of this stuff we had some idea of already, but we got to actually see it a little bit more in depth.
Now, perhaps at the beginning of the show, we talked about this at length. The whole patch cadence thing.
Yes.
Now, a lot of people were either A, expecting or B, wanting this to be, an earlier piece of content within the expansion. And rightly so. Rightly so. But the only issue with that is there's no leveling attached to this. Leveling is going to be attached to the dungeon. So basically, if let's just say for example, that this was earlier in the patch. Hold on.
Yeah, I know. Cracking. It's not your audio. It's Twitch's player, because nothing on our side is wrong at all. However, I can do something to potentially assist. Yeah, no, I don't. Nothing locally is messed up. So the stream is unsynced with the audio. I mean, I would just refresh because we haven't done anything on our side. Like, literally nothing's happened. I have no issues on OBS. I have no drop frames. There's nothing wrong on OBS. It could just be Twitch's player having a time. Happening on the YouTube side, then I guess it's my OBS, because I'm recording locally now, too. YouTube is getting hit, too. Well, let's see. Let me try. It's nothing you're doing, Sly. You can't do anything about this. Let's see here.
I tried.
Here's what I can do. Watch this. We're going to do that. And then I am going to... Yeah, just like went randomly for no reason at all. Let me do this. I'm going
still happening.
I'm going to assume. Well, I mean, I'm doing that so I can fix it.
Okay.
Let's see. That would be no CPU memory. Yeah, no, everything seems fine on my end. Although I will say the amount of memory that OBS is using is quite high, which would imply it is an OBS side issue. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to restart this, and I will meld the two recordings together, and we will go back a point, and we will do that. So we will. Let me reset OBS real quick. Let's see. I'm going to do that and go live again real quick. Oh, it's going to go live with the wrong titles and like everything, isn't it? With the wrong titles and like everything, isn't it? I guess I'll find out in a moment. Titles. All right. State of the Realm. Let me do that real quick, and hopefully that is A-okay. Fixed.
All right, Chad, are we good? Fixed? So, we're good.
Fixed. So the technical issue there, for everyone who is wondering, is for some reason a second instance of OBS had opened in the background automatically without me doing anything, because I'm not messing with any of the settings, and flicting with the main one. That's it. Flicting with the main one. That's it.
Yeah.
That was what happened. I have no idea why, but that is exactly what happened. Just OBS doing OBS things. So I'll edit those both together. Not a big deal. Allow us to continue on. So you were talking about the patch cadence and then said stop. So let's
we were talking about the Occult Crescent, and in the beginning of the podcast we were talking about the patch cadence.
Yes.
And how people felt like Occult Crescent should have been one of the earlier forms of content. The only issue with that is there's no leveling attached to this. It will be only attached to Deep Dungeon, which is coming out later. So with this being, isolated content per se, how would this have been a solution? I mean, we didn't know this at the time. We didn't know that. I mean, well, did we know that?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking, but I've also been awake for far too long.
Okay. What I'm asking is, like, did we know that, like, Deep Dungeon was getting the leveling aspect beforehand?
Well, Deep Dungeon always has a leveling aspect, whereas exploration zones were 50-50. One did and one didn't. So it was a toss-up about... Yeah.
Okay. So my whole thing is like, what did people think this was going to solve? If this is just strictly isolated content, yeah, it's something to do, but at the end of it, you level the phantom jobs, you get your knowledge level up. It's done. What reason is there to come back other than the challenge of Fork Tower?
Sly, let me ask you one question.
Okay.
What is more popular, Eureka or Bozia?
Yes.
The answer is Eureka. Eureka doesn't have a leveling component to it other than the elemental level.
And I kind of disagree with that. I mean, I disagree because, people can use Bozia to level. Like, people can take their, like, low-ass level jobs and just go into Bozia and just fucking, turn off their brain, kill shit, and call it a day.
And that's more why I feel people like do Eureka. Just saying. Leveling isn't the only reason why someone would want to do something. Eureka is a mix of things. Some people really just enjoy it. Some people want to complete everything in there and are more compelled to do so. Eureka has proven almost all aspects of itself to be more, as chat puts it, evergreen. Whether that be because of buns, whether that be because of rare drops that people can sell, whether that be because they just genuinely enjoy it. Pretty much every piece of Eureka, other than the fact you can't level in there, which I will be clear, Stormblood had a massive issue when Deep Dungeon was the only alternative leveling method. It is regularly considered the worst.
Which is why I'm kind of worried about this Deep Dungeon too, because I fucking hated using Deep Dungeon for leveling. Like, and again, in the grand scheme of things, I would actually use Bozia as opposed to Deep Dungeon, because we're repeating the same.
Bozia ran into the opposite issue where Bozia was too good for too many fucking levels, Sly.
But I would still take that.
I know, but I fucking hated it. So that, I mean, I totally get that, but I feel like within Final Fantasy 14, we are at a point where they shovel so much experience through activities that I'm not as concerned. The big problem with Stormblood is there's not really, the only thing you can realistically do is Heaven on High or the dungeons. Here, that's kind of the case, but we've gotten so much more available to us as players by this point that it doesn't really end up being as much of an issue. Even the amount of experience we simply receive from, for example, the Pelu Pelu is so significantly higher that I don't think it's as much of a concern here. However, I do think it will be a worse leveling range than both of its previous leveling ranges.
Oh, agreed.
And not to mention, we do have a secret bonus method for Dawn Trail of leveling. Aglaya. Aglaya spam is goated to all fuck. And I personally don't think that's going to stop, because people will keep hearing it's the goated method and people will probably keep queuing for it. But between the Pelus, hunts, Aglaya, usual roulettes, I'm even hoping that people really start to realize how valuable the frontline roulette is for leveling, because it is insanely valuable.
God. Yes. People are like, that's free chicken. That is the free chicken.
It is the free chicken, indeed. So yeah, it's but
yeah, my whole point. Yeah, but my whole point was that, like, for people who were saying that, hey, we should have got a Cult Crescent first. Well, okay, we got it. Well,
it's not for the leveling. It's because it's content.
No. Yeah, it's content. I get it. But once you and people would have digested this really quickly. Let's call a spade. People would have burned through this, and the content drop still would have happened. So my thing is, like, it wouldn't have, like, to me, in my opinion, in my most humblest of opinions, it wouldn't have made a difference if Occult Crescent was first. If it was like 7.1.
Let's be clear about something, Sly. any previous patch that simply has an extra thing is better than what we got.
I mean, agreed.
And
but
this is
still, there would have been.
People do Eureka years down the line. I can't stress this enough that it is.
But the fall off. But you got to admit there is a fall off.
There is a fall off.
Are you doing
I finished everything in Eureka, and I still sometimes go back in. I'm gonna go do BA before this comes out because I find because BA is fun. I can make Gil, and I could. Just do
BA zero. Okay, BA is a completely different monster.
Except that it's not, because it's become so accessible through Discords that it's the clear rate of BA is through the fucking roof because people can pretty freely join.
And again, not saying that, again, I was saying the challenge would be one of the only reasons to stay. It's a fun challenge and everything. Great. Sure. Other than that, queuing in for Fort Tower, which I would, okay, it's part of the content, but I would separate it because again, you do Bajja and then there's BA. BA is what you're going to go into a Discord for. Fort Tower is what you're going to go into a Discord for. You're not going to go into a Discord for fucking.
But it's still part of it.
You're not going to go
just because it's harder doesn't mean you can't separate the two. The point is that it creates an evergreen feeling for the content, which is why it's important because we have a Fort Tower here and we have another equivalent to it in the second zone that we'll be getting later.
In the second zone, yes.
Which means that they're basically trying to create double the evergreen effect. They're trying to double that effect, basically. Yeah. Also, you don't really know
and
about
hopefully
like
that will
boxes or the other rewards. Like, all you have to look at is the sheer fact that Eureka and its design philosophy has proven more evergreen than most other content in the game. And replicating a piece of that and presenting it earlier in the expansion would have a profound effect on the activities available to the average casual player. Because that's the big thing. We got chaotic, we got ultimate, we got all these really high-end things that doesn't necessarily appeal to the average player. And I'm not saying this necessarily will either, but it's more likely to overlap with the average player than
but the thing is there's
crazy
an endpoint stuff. There is a endpoint where you have done everything in this.
But that's going to happen no matter what, Sly. But
that's going to happen no matter what.
The point is, if in point one, you have an extra activity that has some long form content, don't forget about relics in here either. Whether you're making one or all, if you're making all of them, you're going to be really fucking busy. But like that's more than what was there. And it's part of what was promised in the first place. So no matter what, and also that frees the schedule up to maybe have even a third zone or some other activity. So the earlier you get it, the more likely you are to get a better patch cadence throughout the expansion and to have long form content that's available to the average player earlier, which is more likely to be received better. I'm personally of the opinion they'd probably be better off doing something like Cosmic earlier.
Yeah, agreed. Like, and that's what I was going to say. Like, Cosmic would have been,
but anything. But Sly, anything would be better.
Yeah, anything would be better than nothing. But yeah, like I would say Cosmic first, and then Crescent to kind of tide it over. And then by the time people have digested Crescent and they said I've done everything, yada yada yada. I've done Fort Tower. Yeah, I'm done with that. Like what do the next bit of content here? So rather than front load, something that does have an endpoint.
Everything
to me,
has
Cosmic,
an endpoint. Yeah.
Less so in Cosmic than in Crest.
I think Cosmic has more of an endpoint because you genuinely once the zone's built out, you have the mount and the minion, it's the same deal unless you want to make every Cosmic tool. And even then there's less Cosmic tools than there are relics. So unless you are very specifically trying to constantly get Star Contributor, I would say it's less evergreen, but that's why it's updated more frequently. And again, the big thing is by getting Cosmic earlier, you get more updates to it because if they were to follow the same patch cadence, and so we'd have a 5th star, which that's what the other reason, because I don't know that we'd necessarily get a 3rd zone for this if it released earlier.
another thing that you're not taking into consideration for both.
But here's the thing. I don't care about which is where and whatnot. Like, I agree both things being sooner. But the point is neither of them are there. And that was the problem.
I mean, yeah, we can speak on this all the live long day. It's not going to change the fact that, we had nothing to do for months. It's not going to change that fact. But I was just saying for people who argued, like, hey, Crescent, Crescent should have been first. Like, there's an endpoint to it. But both will have a money-making side. I just think Cosmic has the better chance for profit than the Crescent.
For profit. See, now there's the truth. There it is. That's what we were getting to the bottom line the whole time.
No, that wasn't even the bottom. I'm just saying both actually do have a chance for profit. It's just that Cosmic is
Corpa. Got it.
Oh
man.
God.
Oh, did the category get messed up when I restarted? Yeah, I'm not too surprised. Yeah, unfortunately, we had to restart the stream, and it redid my settings to like earlier in the stream. So everything is all messed up on the stream side. If I can update them real quick. There we go. Yeah. Anyway, the point is, Occult Crescent, we really got to just see most of the things we already knew, but we also got a few new details that I think people were really wondering if it was closer to Eureka or closer to Bozia, and the answer is it is absolutely closer to Eureka in design.
I'd say it's a in between.
I think as soon as you add in the leveling, the de-leveling, and an elemental level equivalent, you have the only thing that it has from Bozia at this point are the lore notes and critical engagements. Everything else was a Eureka component, and then it has its own thing with the Phantom jobs.
Okay, so let's go into it, because I definitely have some things to say about certain things. But yeah, let's go into it.
All right, so as we already covered, it's not leveling content. You do need to be level 100 to go into it. And everything else is the same as the other exploration zones. You talk to an NPC and they zone you in. 72 player instances. That's like Bozia instead of Eureka. And then when in a party, everyone joins at the same time.
Right.
Then we have knowledge level, which in all essence is elemental level. If you've
elemental
done Eureka,
level.
It is effectively just your character being level 100 matters for what skills you have access to, like by default. But being level 100 is useless when you're up against something that's knowledge level 10 and you're knowledge level 1. So it is effectively you're starting from scratch in terms of a leveling process again.
Yeah.
You can lose experience by dying after level 5 and releasing. If you are resurrected, you will not lose experience. And also, being that you won't lose any EXP before knowledge level 5. If you're very good at sneaking around, you can actually go to every Aetheryte right away. There's no zones like Bozia where you have to progress, and there's no level restriction on the Aetherites like Eureka. You can go to all of them right away, so maybe you want to go before there's even a chance you could die. It's up to you if you want to be able to get around the map quicker. Then he went into the zone and started showing off the various systems that are there. And we started getting into the Phantom job stuff. There are a total of 13 Phantom jobs, Freelancer plus 12 others. You'll start with 3 of the others and have to unlock the other 9 as you progress and explore.
And for the most part, these jobs are based off of 5 and the defunct GBA 5.
Yeah, so we know that Cannoneer, which is originally from a bonus job exclusive to the GBA version, which was then re-released and effectively defunct on most platforms. It's very interesting to see, because not only is Cannoneer a confirmed job, they used its icon. They even chose the Cannoneer gear set, which makes you look like Captain fucking Crunch when you put it in Final Fantasy.
Oh, I'm so glad you saw. I'm so glad you saw that too. High five. Great.
Yeah. There you go. Look at the elbows.
Yeah.
It's which by the way, absolutely means you should expect Necromancer, which is one of the other ones from the GBA version. It's Oracle, Necromancer, Cannoneer, and Gladiator, I believe, is the last one. That sounds right. No, that's something like that. Yeah, no, I think that's right. I think it's Gladiator. I would expect to see all 4 of them at some point. Not all at once, but at some point. I think Necromancer they're going to save. They're going to save that for close to the end. Because Necromancer was like after you've beaten post-game. Like literally, it's after you beat the super boss of the GBA version. That's like exclusive to that. So it is the I've done everything.
So besides those 4, freelancer, obviously. We don't know the other few jobs, right? So we don't know whether we're getting, the base, the pretty base Final Fantasy jobs, or are we getting? I mean, well, we do get Time Mage in this, right? Yeah, we do get
Time Mage is one of the 4 right there. Yes. We don't know if it's one of the first 3, but we know it's one of those 4. So we have, I think,
Bard.
Yeah, I think we have 5, and I guess if you want to include Cannoneer, 6 confirmed for the first zone. So we have Knight, which is one of the ones here. Monk, which we already knew also. Bard, which is listed here, and we knew it from before. Time Mage, and actually from the interviews, we know we have Chemist as well. Now, not only do we know we have Chemist, but we also know that Chemist actually uses items, and that you can buy items in the zone to use Chemist's abilities with. They said that there's like a really expensive item that you could use effectively as a nuke on opponents, but it's like 300,000 gil for 1. So, very curious to see what that item is.
So that's 1, 2, 3.
Oh, also, one of the armor sets is Berserker as well, mind you. One of the armor sets they showed off later is Berserker. So I would contemplate that as being confirmed.
If you had to hazard a guess as to the remaining jobs, I have 2 jobs earmarked. One of them being Mime and the other being Mystic.
I think Mystic Knight's not in the first thing. I think they'll save Mystic Knight.
Okay.
I think Mime would be in. Actually, I think Mime would be at the same one as Necromancer. I think they're going to save those for way later. I would literally expect every GBA Final Fantasy V job to show up at this point. Now, the only question there is Beastmaster. Beastmaster and Blue Mage. Yeah. No, I think Geo is going to happen. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I genuinely think that maybe honestly, even Blue Mage and Beastmaster, they've already said lore-wise, these are like lost memories of like old iterations of jobs. So we can assume that maybe they're even busted up job crystals that kind of are like attuned to the island in a sense. So they could do whatever they want. Yeah. Geo was also one of the ones they showed when they said end more jobs. That is one of the ones they showed. I'm assuming that means it's going to be here, but I wasn't 100% sure. Yeah. So I think that works fine. And we got to see a few like Knight has prayer and cover, and Monk has kick and chakra, which these are all Final Fantasy V skills. So they are keeping to that. Time Mage even has Comet. The same PvP one has the same one here. Longer cooldown here. But honestly, all the actions are just one thing. Like, yeah, we're curious about those and how to mix and match them. But one of the big questions was about actually using them, because most people assumed that we would get the dual action and only be able to use 2. I was definitely among that too. I thought for sure they were just